Whoosh. A thick mouthful of smoke was exhaled, drifting across the job hunting page on the computer screen. A rejection message popped up. Hello, your profile does not match our position requirements. We will not be considering you for now, thank you. Su Jin's eyes held a trace of impatience as he closed the pop-up without any expression. He was about to continue searching for the next company when a vibration came from his side. He turned his head, picked up his phone, and answered. Hello. Xiao Su. Hearing that slightly hoarse yet familiar voice, a hint of mockery appeared on Su Jin's face. Oldly, missing me already? The company can't run its business without me. What kind of attitude is that? I told you to go talk to the client, and you went and beat him up. Was I wrong to fire you? Old Li's voice came through laced with suppressed anger. President Wang was just fooling around with Xiao Jing after a bit of drinking. His movements were a little rough. That hardly counts as harassment. Did you really have to play the hero and save the damsel? How old are you already, and you still think the world rewards good people? I can't afford to offend this President Wang. Do you have any idea how much influence he has? He can take a plane, so his power shouldn't exceed 30,000 milliamperes. You stop talking nonsense. Old Li on the phone suddenly choked, then drew in a deep breath. It wasn't easy for me to arrange a meeting with President Wang tonight. He has specifically named you to come and apologize. As long as you apologize, we can discuss everything afterward, and I can give you another chance. You know I have always appreciated you the most. Thunk. The light bulb above his head suddenly flickered, and Su Jin narrowed his eyes and looked up. When he lowered his head again, an abrupt new pop-up had appeared on the computer screen. It read system recommendation. After screening, you meet the requirements for our company's position of special risk management. Would you like to submit a detailed resume immediately? Yes, no. Assuming it was spam, Su Jin instinctively moved to close the window, but Old Li kept nagging in his ear. His hand paused and a soft scoff escaped his lips. Old Li, there are plenty of companies that want me. Do you really think I need that job of yours? With that, he pressed the mouse and casually, I know you've got guts, but there's no need to be so stubborn. You've been in the company for years and earn a decent salary. You live paycheck to paycheck, and I think you wouldn't really want to lose this job, would you? Su Jin drew on his cigarette, exhaled in silence for a moment, then said, I'll admit defeat this time. President Wang is right there with you, isn't he? I can apologize, but let's make it clear I bow my head and admit my mistake, and tomorrow you must let me return to the company with my salary and benefits unchanged. I'll call President Wang over right now. As long as you appease him to his satisfaction, I'll immediately let you come back. Later you'll have to apologize to him in person again. A smile and bygones will be bygones, and who knows, this deal might even be handed back to you. Old Li's impatient voice sounded in Su Jin's ear along with hurried footsteps. From the sound, it was obvious the call had been switched to speakerphone. After a brief wait, another man's voice came faintly through the phone. Hello? Hello, what? I'm your father. Tossing out the line carelessly, Su Jin hung up directly and threw the phone aside. With a few stray thoughts lingering, he turned back to continue looking at job listings. On a moment's impulse, he had stepped in to do the right thing only to be bitten back and end up losing his job. Getting stuck in something like this was truly disgusting. But there was nothing to regret. After so many years in society, a person had to pay the price for their actions. Even at the very least, he felt at ease with himself. Being able to treat himself as a human being mattered more than money, and with his abilities he might not lack for work anyway. Job postings flashed past before his eyes, one after another. Just as he was about to click to the next page, the door behind him was suddenly knocked. 2 knocks sounded, then the noise stopped. Who is it? Su Jin called out, getting up and walking toward the door. He opened the door, and his gaze slowly dropped to the floor. A package had been placed there. Picking it up, Su Jin turned back into the room, faintly puzzled. He was pretty sure he hadn't ordered anything, and it was already close to 8 o'clock. What kind of delivery came this late? Seeing that the name and address on the package were correct, Su Jin didn't think much of it, assuming it was some pack of tissues he had once bought for a penny with a coupon on an e-commerce platform. He opened the package with scissors, and the first thing that met his eyes was an A4 sheet filled with tiny handwriting. He tossed the paper aside, revealing beneath it a delicate black briefcase and a transparent mask. Su Jin was utterly baffled. After years of working, he had seen plenty of briefcases, and this one was definitely not cheap. Its style was simple and elegant, carrying an indescribable sense of high-end quality that was genuinely tempting. But who would send him such a briefcase? And what was with the mask? Still puzzled, Su Jin took out the briefcase to inspect it. As soon as his hand reached inside along the edge, he touched the coldness of metal, feeling something like a grip. When he saw the object in full, Su Jin couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. A pistol. It was an entirely bright silver handgun, elegant and luxurious. It had a solid weight in his hand. Why buy a bag and get a high-end lighter for free? Without thinking much of it, Su Jin pulled the trigger. Bang! A shot rang out, a burst of flame spitting from the muzzle. The bullet flew off at an angle and buried itself in the ceiling. Wisps of smoke curled upward from the barrel. What the? The sudden scene made Su Jin jerk his head back, his mind going blank. The gun was real. Su Jin turned his neck, mechanically staring fixedly at the silver pistol in his hand. His breath came in trembling bursts, and when he finally snapped out of it, he darted to the bed, yanked the curtains shut, and stuffed the gun into the bedding. They'd shared a heavy dinner the night before, and the next morning the world locked itself shut. Only a few snacks remained, and these two had devoured half. The mob. A misdelivered package. Something meant for the previous tenant. No, the name and phone number on the package were his. It couldn't have been sent to the wrong person. He might be bold, but in a harmonious society firearms carried tremendous significance, and there was a very real chance he had accidentally been drawn into some complicated affair. He looked back at the package, his pupils narrowing. With a quick stride to the desk, he snatched up the sheet of paper he had dismissed as a cashback for good reviews flyer. His eyes swept urgently and tensely over the page, and as he took in line after line, he felt as though an electric current had surged through his entire body. It read, "Congratulations. Your resume has been received and approved by our company. Initial office supplies have been issued and your internship assessment is about to begin. In 2 hours you will be transported to a dying world. Please immediately make contact with and protect the client, ensuring their safety through the initial stage of the apocalypse. Once the client in the apocalyptic world possesses independent survival capability, the mission will be considered complete and the company will recall you. During the mission, our company will provide you with basic necessary support including, but not limited to language translation, currency exchange, and identity. Please do not reveal any information about the company to outsiders and do your utmost to tap into your potential. Upon successful completion of the mission, you will be officially employed and granted access to more company privileges. If the mission fails, you will be left to live or die on your own." At this line, a red streak of fire appeared at the top of the notice. Yet no flames could be seen, no smoke rose, and there was not even the slightest sensation of heat. The notice burned downward in that uncanny way without leaving even a trace of ash. When more than half had burned away, Su-Jin loosened his fingers and let the notice spin as it drifted down to the floor. Under his trembling gaze, the line of fire finally consumed the last line of the signature at the bottom: Heavenly Tao Unlimited Liability Company. A prank. A premeditated prank, and a vile one at that. A chill crawled down Su-Jin's back, and a single thought abruptly surfaced in his mind. With such inexplicable contents plus a courier slip, it was impossible that some assassin organization had simply sent the wrong package. The fact that the sheet of paper could spontaneously combust was in a way still within the bounds of comprehension. Perhaps it was some sort of high-grade magic paper that would ignite on its own after remaining in contact with skin for a period of time. But why on earth would the other party mail him a real gun? That was utterly absurd. What was this supposed to be? Could it be that client old Wong? Impossible. That scum had just made him call and apologize earlier. A prickling numbness spread across Su-Jin's scalp as countless movie scenes flashed through his mind. All of them were plots about overfed tycoons secretly setting up elaborate games to manipulate and toy with ordinary people. Any moment now a few strangers might burst and drag him off somewhere, and when he next opened his eyes he would be thrown into wilderness survival or a locked room escape. Damn, he muttered under his breath, lowering his head. Su-Jin decisively dialed the police. The dial tone droned in his ear. The ringing went on and on. Su-Jin's lips felt parched as he anxiously rehearsed what he would say in his heart. At last the call connected, and he immediately began to speak. "Hello, I am. Hello, this is." He had only gotten half a sentence out when the woman's voice on the other end abruptly cut off. In its place, a cold, mechanical voice resounded directly within Su-Jin's mind. "Do not disclose any company information in any form. Second violation will incur severe punishment. Please put on the mask immediately and make preparations at once." Beep. The shrill, busy tone stabbed at his ear, yet Su-Jin sharply noticed what was wrong. His pupils had already grown slightly unfocused. Strange. Everything was growing stranger by the moment. The call being cut off could still be explained by technology, but how could the mechanical voice and the final busy tone be two completely different sound effects? It had started as an ordinary phone line voice, yet the mechanical speech that followed felt as though it had sounded directly inside his head. His battered old phone had been in use for years. There was no way a single earpiece could suddenly produce such a stereoscopic effect. Was he dreaming, or had he encountered something truly supernatural? Expression distant, Su-Jin took 2 steps back and dropped heavily into the chair before his computer. A stray glance out of the corner of his eye made his pupils constrict violently. In one corner of the recruitment page on his computer screen, bright words read, "Tiandao Responsibility Unlimited Company." Wait, wasn't that the pop-up ad from just now? Su-Jin reacted in a flash, seizing the mouse and clicking rapidly on the page. Yet the instant his cursor reached it, the entire page closed of its own accord. Panic rising, he started typing, searching frantically. No such company could be found, as though none of it had ever existed. Dazed, Su-Jin exhaled harshly, squeezed his eyes tightly shut, and buried his 10 fingers in his hair. What on earth was going on? Could he still run? No, some organization had already fixed its gaze on him. If he simply fled now and ignored everything, the consequences might be even more unpredictable. After a moment, he lifted his head and slowly reached to his left, picking up the transparent mask he had casually set aside. He began to examine it with great care. No matter how he looked at it, the thing appeared to be nothing more than an ordinary plastic mask. Yet the voice on the phone had ordered him to put it on. Frowning, he scrutinized it again and again for several minutes before finally pressing it gingerly to his face. The instant it touched his skin, a wave of icy cold spread across his entire face, and the mask vanished without a trace. Where it had disappeared, his probing fingers met nothing but the feel of bare flesh. Before Su-Jin could react, the scene before his eyes abruptly shifted his attention. A line of digits had inexplicably appeared in his field of vision, ceaselessly changing. 13211. 13210. Su-Jin stared eyes wide for a full 10 seconds before finally collapsing back into the chair, chest heaving unevenly. The room was utterly silent save for his pounding heartbeat and the faint whir of the computer's fan. Regaining his senses, the first thing he did was rush to the bathroom mirror. He clawed anxiously at his jawline, trying to remove the mask that had already disappeared. After groping about for a long while until the side of his face flushed red, he finally gave up and began scrutinizing himself instead. In the mirror, aside from the string of digits hovering there and his eyelids twitching violently, everything looked normal. This was no longer some rich man's twisted game. This was absolutely a haunting. Gritting his teeth, Su-jin turned on the tap and roughly splashed his face with cold water. Calm down. He had to calm down and think. Something strange had entered his body, though whether it was good or ill was impossible to judge, but since he could not remove it, he could only set it aside for now. If the mask was no ordinary object, then the pistol and the briefcase were certainly not mundane either. He should first go and examine those two items. 005923. 005922. Over half an hour had already slipped away. On the bed, Su-jin sat upright in silence, the briefcase and pistol laid out before him. It was hard to say he had truly calmed down. The string of bizarre events had thoroughly shattered his understanding of the world. The mask could no longer be removed, and the two items on the bed were as expected, anything but ordinary. No information about that pistol could be found online. The magazine could not be detached, and the single bullet he had accidentally fired earlier had left behind neither shell casing nor bullet head. For now, further shooting tests were impossible. The briefcase was stranger still. When his palm reached the bottom, he felt an uncanny sense of connection, as though there were another cubic meter of space beneath his touch. It was simply invisible to the naked eye. He tried putting a few items inside. He could retrieve them at will, which was remarkably convenient. The thing was practically a magic artifact out of a novel. Only anything too large simply would not go in. Had he gotten his hands on such a treasure in the past, he would have been overjoyed. Now, though, he simply didn't have the heart for it. The more miraculous the items were, the greater the weight pressing on his mind. Dying worlds. The end of days. Each word could crush a person's heart in its grip. The situation before him had utterly exceeded his capacity to comprehend, and there was not much time left for deliberation. What should he do? Follow the instructions on that notice and make preparations. After wrestling with himself for a while, Su-jin picked up his phone with difficulty. Another half hour passed. In the tiny rented room, takeout deliveries had piled up into a modest hoard of supplies. Gazing at the chaotic space, a sour ache welled up in Su-jin's chest. It wasn't that he hadn't thought about running, but the digits hovered constantly before his eyes, shadowing his every movement. He had clearly stumbled into a supernatural event. His best option now was to obediently make preparations. Otherwise, reckless flailing would only hasten his death. 003109. 003108. He sorted the goods into categories and packed them separately. Sitting before his computer, breathing heavily, Su-jin forced his eyes wide open and selected a death benefit insurance policy, naming his parents as beneficiaries. The payout would be available if he went missing for 2 years. He then secured a loan through a legitimate platform. Altogether, the amount came to just under 170,000 yuan. Online, he drafted an agreement donating 150,000 to his parents, minimizing the risk of the funds being reclaimed. He set aside 10,000 for his landlord, transferring 6 months' rent in advance, and leaving a few words requesting not to be disturbed. The rest he converted into cash to carry on his person. Finally, he wiped his browser history clean. When everything was in order, Su-jin, heavy-hearted, called home. Before long, his mother's drowsy, slurred voice came through. "Son, why are you calling at this hour? Haven't you gone to bed yet? I transferred some money to you and Dad. Can you check if it's arrived?" Transferred money, 150,000. Where did that come from? His mother's voice instantly sharpened, and his father's voice could be faintly heard in the background. Forcing a smile, Su-jin made his tone a touch more excited. "Of course it's good news. A company wants to poach me. Our manager Lee, in order to keep me, just handed me a lump sum. I don't really need it right now, so you and Dad take it and spend it however you like." "Really? My son's made something of himself. Companies are fighting over you now." His mother sounded much more animated. "You scared me just now. Oh, I thought the money wasn't from a decent source. How could that be? When have I ever gone down the wrong path?" Su-jin laughed lightly. "Manager Lee just transferred the money to me. I was so happy I forgot you two were already asleep." Well, there's a huge project at the company right now. I might have to work overtime for several months straight. Don't call me on your own, all right? Wait for me to call you." "Son." His father's voice came through again. "Overtime's one thing, but don't wear yourself out. Don't lose your head just because they give you a bit more money. It's not like you sold them your life. The harder you push yourself, the more they'll take advantage of you. Just make a solid impression on your leaders. Got it? You two should go to bed early. I have to get to the office first thing tomorrow." After hanging up, Su-jin lowered his head and let out a long, weary sigh. He had done everything he could. So be it. If misfortune truly befell him, at least he would have fulfilled his duty as a son. 000012. 000011. 000010. In the final 10 seconds, Su-jin stared unblinking at the countdown, one hand buried in the pocket of his trench coat, gripping the gun's handle with all his strength. 3210. As the timer hit 0, Su-jin's pupils contracted sharply, and a blinding point of light burst into existence before his eyes. Under his stunned gaze, the light expanded in an instant, finally forming a golden portal standing right in front of him. Blinking hard twice, Su-jin dragged himself out of his shock with surprising speed. A miracle. This was a bona fide miracle. Was this the work of aliens or of gods and ghosts? The portal simply stood there motionless. As long as he didn't step through it, nothing should happen, right? Maybe he could try sticking his phone. Just as he was thinking this, Su Jin's eyes suddenly widened. The portal surged toward his face at incredible speed and swallowed him whole in an instant. With a scream, Su Qingdai suddenly sat up from her bed. Cold sweat had drenched her light, white nightgown. Once again she awoke from a nightmare. Su Qingdai was slightly panting, her terrified eyes glistening with tears. Rain, hunger, madness, and cannibalism. The entire world had transformed into a hell on earth. This nightmare had been repeating for nearly half a month, each time feeling incredibly real, the mountains of corpses and seas of blood right before her eyes. Even the smells were indistinguishable from reality. If this were merely a simple dream, it would be one thing. Su Qingdai's breath began to tremble as she fearfully pulled aside the curtains. The sky outside was already faintly bright, and she could vaguely see the clouds above. The layers of clouds surged like ocean waves unfolding in orderly fashion. If it were daytime, such magnificent clouds would surely attract countless people to take photos. Yet at this moment, Su Qingdai was utterly frozen. The tears that had pooled in her eyes began to flow uncontrollably. The scenes from her dream were indistinguishable from reality, transitioning from peaceful daily life to apocalyptic visions. She began to notice something was off after her third dream. The celestial phenomena in reality often coincided with the scenes from her dreams. This time was no exception, and the clouds were notably different from usual, easily recognizable. Su Qingdai's slender shoulders trembled, and her right hand gripping the curtain turned pale as she suppressed her sobs. According to her previous dream records, the terrifying day was not far off. She had told others, informed her parents, but no one believed her. She was just a student and had done all she could. What could she do? What to do? At this moment the door was pushed open. Zhang Wan entered, sitting by the bed looking at the weeping Su Qingdai with helplessness. Su Qingdai turned her head and threw herself into Zhang Wan's arms, her cries involuntarily growing louder. Zhang Wan sighed. Did you have another nightmare? Mom, I'm serious, everything I say is true. The apocalypse is coming. Today's clouds are exactly like the ones in my dream. They all matched up. Su Qingdai raised her head, her eyes brimming with tears. Mom, just believe me this once. We must. Otherwise let's move to an uninhabited place. Zhang Wan sighed. Qingdai, it's just that you're under too much academic pressure, that's why you're feeling this way. I've already asked the doctor. With 1 month left until the exams, don't think about other chaotic things. Focus on your studies and you won't feel pressure as long as you concentrate. Just do more homework at school today, go to bed an hour early, and you'll be fine after a few days. Mom. Su Qingdai felt shattered. The tears that had just stopped flowed uncontrollably again. Can't you let me finish my word? Alright, go ahead. Zhang Wan sighed and added, but hurry up and eat, then go to school early. Su Qingdai, suppressing her discomfort, began to recount her dreams. Zhang Wan kept shaking her head. Seeing her mother's distracted expression, Su Qingdai angrily said, Mom, are you even listening? Yes, it's just like what you said before. Zhang Wan replied nonchalantly. No. Su Qingdai's expression suddenly changed. I haven't finished yet. This time it's different. I saw a man and I heard a voice tell me. What? Zhang Wan's gaze suddenly sharpened like a detective who had just discovered the truth. Seeing her mother's serious reaction and that she was starting to listen intently, Su Qingdai felt a surge of joy. Just as she was about to continue, Zhang Wan said sternly, Qingdai, you're not in a relationship, are you? This is not the time for that. Early relationships are not good for you. Mom. Su Qingdai completely broke down. Do you really believe me, or not? I believe. Let's just eat breakfast. Zhang Wan had completely lost patience, getting up to leave the room. Su Qingdai reached out to grab her mother, pleading, Mom. Can you give me some money? Haven't I been giving you money regularly? I want a bit more. I haven't been eating well at school these days, and I want to buy some practice books. Fine, how much do you need? 500. 500. Zhang Wan felt a rush of anger. This must be due to something happening at school. Asking for 500 right away, how could she afford that? No. The most I can give you is 50. Hurry up and pack your things to get ready for school. Zhang Wan left those words and quickly exited the room, leaving Su Qingdai alone to wallow in her sorrow. Su Qingdai wiped her tears, feeling both sour and bitter inside. She had no say in this family, receiving no trust whatsoever. If only she were a bit older, earning money might persuade them. After a while of feeling sad, she got up, sat at her desk, and began to write. Outside the door, the sounds of news and noise filled the air. Old Su, aren't you going to keep an eye on your daughter? She just sits here watching TV all day. Call Teacher Lee and ask if Qingdai is in a relationship. Sigh. I know. Later, you keep dragging it out. You never take care of anything, don't do any housework. How did I end up with such a useless... In the classroom, morning reading had already begun. Su Qingdai was lost in thought as she put down her backpack. Her mind continued to replay the scenes from her dream. The classroom was filled with noise. Her deskmate, seeing her dazed expression, asked Qingdai, did you have another nightmare? Su Qingdai hesitated and nodded, then turned serious. Xiao Ning, everything I said is true. The apocalypse is coming. If it rains, you mustn't touch the rainwater. It's problematic. We need to prepare food in advance and seal the doors and windows. Xiao Ning nodded with a strange expression, turning away with a quiet sigh. She's completely lost it. The first couple of times she thought the other was joking, but this wasn't just a day or two. Even her mental state had clearly deteriorated. Her mom had contacted her early on to keep an eye on her, and it seemed her condition had worsened. Shaking her head, Xiao Ning took out a Danmei novel and focused on studying. The person in front turned around, glanced at the table, and whispered, "Hey, why are you still reading? Qingdai has gone crazy reading novels. Aren't you afraid of getting into trouble? Take it easy if the school has been strict in the past few days." Xiaoning glanced at the person in front and quietly replied, "I'm reading Danmei. Even if I go crazy, I'll just be looking for a man. Go study your books. I'll let me borrow it once you're done." Before long it was noon. Countless students flooded into the cafeteria. Su Qingdai was caught in the crowd, her gaze sweeping over her classmates. Until she spotted someone, she quickened her pace and ran up, grabbing the corner of the person's clothes. Gao Peng was walking when he felt someone tug at him and turned to see Su Qingdai standing nervously behind him. Seeing her exquisite and pretty face, he couldn't help but feel nervous. Su Qingdai was renowned as the school. Though he didn't know who had given her that title, it was certainly true. Many male classmates had tried to strike up a conversation with her only to return empty-handed. Although her mental state had declined recently and her popularity had decreased, there were still quite a few boys secretly inquiring about her. He usually didn't dare to speak to her. How had this school beauty come to find him? Thinking of this, Gao Peng nervously asked, is there something you need?" Su Qingdai bit her pink lips, staring at her toes, and shyly asked Gao Peng, "Can you lend me some money? I'll definitely pay you back next month." How much do you need?" "I only have 100 at most." Gao Peng replied, his thoughts drifting. He didn't have much money, but with the school beauty asking, it would be hard to refuse. Hearing his agreement, Su Qingdai looked up and smiled brightly. Gao Peng's heart raced instantly. Borrowing money. Borrowing money was a good thing. She smiled at me and even tugged at my clothes. Does she have some feelings for me? One loan and one repayment, wouldn't that mean we'd interact twice? Then I'll borrow 100. Not far away, a pair of small eyes were closely watching Su Qingdai, holding a phone to her ear. "Aunt Zhang Qingdai is talking to a boy from our class." "No, just a plain boy. It's definitely not a relationship. But her condition is really worsening. You should take her to see a doctor." In front of the imposing sign of the Longshan Mental Hospital, Su Jin muttered to himself, "What the hell am I doing here?" Suddenly, with a loud bang, Su Jin, like a startled bird, quickly turned around and saw a blue and white tram gliding down the asphalt road, leaving a long trail behind. Sparse cars followed behind the tram. Not far away, rows of shops lined the street, their wooden windows ajar, painted in various colors, revealing glass counters inside, decorated in a distinctly retro style. At the street corner, an old man was preparing popcorn. The sound from earlier was the popping of the popcorn machine. The sun was blazing, and the air was filled with the scent of popcorn mixed with diesel and asphalt. Su Jin's heart raced as his eyes darted around. The scene before him felt both strange and familiar. The sun was slightly red, and the people on the road appeared to be of Asian descent, dressed in a somewhat rustic manner, without anything particularly unusual. The cars and architecture also seemed rather plain. His fashionable trench coat, combined with the sweltering heat, seemed quite out of place. Some passers-by on the street were glancing at him curiously. Seeing this, Su Jin quickly took off his trench coat and draped it over his arm, covering his briefcase. He turned back to look at the mental hospital, his heart pounding. "I really crossed over. Just a moment ago, I was in my rental apartment, and in the blink of an eye it was broad daylight, and I was standing on the main road." Although this place looked familiar at first glance, the details were definitely not from the world I knew. The shocking experience of crossing over was truly indescribable. That strange company. Everything it said was true. A world on the brink of collapse, the apocalypse. This world appeared harmonious, not at all resembling an impending apocalypse or a state of emergency. Su Jin wiped his face nervously and took 2 deep breaths to steady his emotions. Let alone crossing over, even the thought of someone sending him abroad in a second was something his heart couldn't accept. But it seemed there was no turning back now. Either complete the mission or establish contact with the company. Now was not the time to ponder those 2 issues. The priority was to quickly find that client. It should be the guidance provided by the mask in his line of sight, a red that was blinking conspicuously inside the mental hospital. There was a security booth at the entrance, and the guard inside was staring intently at him. Furrowing his brow, Su Jin quickly walked past the security booth and made his way to a corner in the shade of inconspicuous trees. He crouched down and began rummaging through his trench coat pockets and briefcase. Before long, he pulled out a stack of bills and an ID card from his coat pocket. The bills bore the name of Longshan Huitong Bank, and the ID card had a unique vertical layout similar to a work badge. Su Jin pressed his lips together, feeling a bit relieved. It seemed the company's notice hadn't lied to him. It really provided currency exchange and identification. The street was filled with Chinese characters, likely a result of the company's translation. The Infinite Responsibility Company had no clues for him, so he would have to rely on the client to understand more. Since this was a client, they must have communicated with the company. However, this client was in a mental hospital. Hopefully they were a doctor or a nurse. Su Jin silently prayed as he put the money and gun into his bag and redid his trench coat. Beside him was the wall of the mental hospital, a low wall, less than 2 meters high. Su Jin reached out, gripping the edge of the wall, peeking around to see no one was nearby, and pushed himself over the wall. Once inside the yard, he ran directly into the building. Su Jin nervously glanced left and right. There were quite a few nurses and patients walking inside, but he could completely understand their language. He could also read the signs on the walls clearly. Ahead was the restroom. Su Jin quickly sidestepped and decisively ducked inside. Inside the multifunctional hall of Longshan Mental Hospital, Fu Qingdai sat despondently in front of the window, dressed in a patient uniform. The sunlight streamed in, and the green trees provided shade, creating a pleasant scene. However, the creaking sound of the ceiling fan and the surrounding presence of either dazed or screaming patients combined with her heavy heart made it impossible for her to appreciate the view. Gradually, Fu Qingdai's eyes turned red, and her small hands clenched the corners of her clothes. Time was running out. She had worked so hard, yet in the end no one believed her or helped her. Could it be that she really couldn't escape? No, there was still an opportunity. The voice in her dreams told her that the man would come. As long as she waited for that person to arrive, there might still be a chance. If he didn't come, that would also be a good thing, likely indicating that the dream was false and the apocalypse wouldn't arrive. As long as there was no apocalypse, it would be worth it to have a mental illness. With this thought, Fu Qingdai wiped her eyes, and her mood brightened a little. Although her feelings had been fluctuating these past few days. Growing tired of the view outside the window, Fu Qingdai stood up and prepared to return to her room. But just as she turned her head, a figure in a flowing garment appeared in the dark corridor, a black silhouette, carrying a bag caught. In her mind, under the dark sky, the silhouette of someone holding a bag in one hand and a gun in the other perfectly matched, like a bolt from the blue. Tears streamed down Fu Qingdai's cheeks. At that moment, one thought filled her mind: it's over. The apocalypse was indeed real. After washing her face in the restroom, Su Jin stepped out of the toilet feeling considerably calmer. The restroom was quite similar to those on Earth with running water, though it had squat toilets. Especially that familiar scent of urine that truly brought comfort. It was like the taste of home. As he walked halfway down the corridor, he immediately locked onto Fu Qingdai. His heart sank. A child dressed in a patient uniform, likely a high school student. Though exceptionally attractive, her appearance was no. Before entering the building, he had prayed that even if the client was mentally ill, he would accept a robust man. But the reality? A mental patient. A student. A beautiful girl. Each of these was a deduction. Walking into the hall, Su Jin scanned his surroundings, casually grabbing a chair and sitting in front of Fu Qingdai. At the moment they faced each other, the red dot on Fu Qingdai's forehead suddenly vanished in Su Jin's eyes. No one spoke. Su Jin examined Fu Qingdai, who was looking down, her small hands twisting together. After a moment, Su Jin tentatively asked, "The company has already contacted you in advance, right?" Fu Qingdai nodded, her heart racing to its limit. The character from his dreams appeared in reality, and it indicated that the apocalypse would come. "What is your name?" "Fu Qingdai, brother." "I still don't know how to address you," Fu Qingdai said softly, her head lowered. "How should I address you?" Su Jin hesitated for a moment. Currently, the other party did not seem to exhibit signs of mental illness. While it wouldn't be a problem to tell her his name directly, that damned company's policy prohibited revealing company information. Since he had a connection to the company, who knew where the confidentiality boundary lay? Logically, there was nothing to hide from the client, but one couldn't predict what the client might say. It was better to fabricate a story. These were inconsequential matters. The most important thing right now was to gain the client's utmost trust and gather more information. After a moment of silence, Su Jin sat up straight. "The following conversation is to be kept strictly between us. I hope you will not disclose my identity to anyone. Do you understand?" Fu Qingdai nodded earnestly, her eyes filled with seriousness. "I am the director of the company's Special Operations Department and an elite agent. My name is Li Haoqing. You can call me Director or Brother Hao. From today on, I hope that we refer to each other as cousins in front of outsiders. Do you understand?" "Understood. I hope you will tell me everything without any concealment in our subsequent conversation," Su Jin said as he took out a notebook from his bag, raising his gaze to Fu Qingdai. "Tell me about your daily life, family relationships, the contents of your conversations with the company, and why you are in a psychiatric hospital." Fu Qingdai pressed her hands on her knees and said earnestly, "I am not mentally ill. I was mistakenly sent here. I am a student at Longshan Middle School, and I only have my parents at home." Su Jin listened attentively, nodding frequently. The fact that Fu Qingdai was not mentally ill surprised him, but it was evidently good news. From her daily routine, it seemed that the living habits here were very similar to those on Earth, albeit significantly behind. He had experienced this developmental stage during his childhood. So far, adapting to this world did not seem difficult at all. One might even say there was no difficulty in adapting. Fu Qingdai continued to narrate, and when Su Jin heard her mention dreams, he suddenly paused his pen and asked, "Are you suggesting that there is something wrong with that rain?" A torrential downpour lasted 5 days, and people began to go insane, leading to cannibalism and chaos in the world. "Yes." Su Jin's jaw clenched, and his heart felt as if it was tightly gripped by someone. He had braced himself for the idea of crossing over, and he was already aware of the impending apocalypse. Now it seemed that the emergence of a zombie crisis was not too surprising. But the problem was the means of infection was rain. Permeating water pollution. Water is the most crucial resource for survival. If there is a problem with the water, can people still live? "Cousin, are you alright?" Fu Qingdai asked softly, noticing his distracted state. Suppressing the anxiety in his heart, Su Jin forced a smile and said, "It's fine, please continue. You mentioned the company. When did they contact you, and when did they inform you that I would come? I know that the company and your appearance are recent events." Fu Qingdai continued. In the dream, a voice suddenly appeared saying it was from the Tiandao company, asking if I wanted to live. I said yes, and then they said the contract was signed and someone would come to help me. After that, there was no more sound. That's correct. Our company operates like that." Su Jin agreed verbally, but internally he was cursing profusely. Isn't this just playing the rogue? Forcing someone to drink water? Who doesn't want to live? To live means signing a contract. I merely clicked a mouse and was sent for labor dispatch into outer space. However, there were many questions in Fu Qingdai's words. She had known she was to appear days ago while he had only been accepted by the company a few hours ago. The time gap is considerable. Is it because of the crossover? Does the company have foresight, or is there a conspiracy, or are there other circumstances? The underlying reasons were too complex to understand at once, and Fu Qingdai's knowledge of the company was almost zero. However, based on this situation alone, it seemed that failing to complete this task would leave him unable to establish any connection with the company. In other words, he could only complete the task. After cursing internally again, Su Jin continued to question, "Let's move on. Wait until I finish asking before you ask." "All right," Fu Qingdai answered weakly. "How many days are left until that rain? Do you have an accurate memory?" "Counting from today, there are 7 days left." "I remember this very clearly." 7 days. Within those 7 days, whether it's pretending to be pitiful or acting, can you return home? "I don't know either. I've said I want to go home, but my mom insists I stay here for treatment. But she is quite worried about me being here and comes to see me every day." "All right, let's skip this question. Is there any rental housing near your home? The closer the better." "Yes. There are several rooms for rent in the same building as my home. The phone number is posted on the window." Continue discussing your daily life and your parents." 10 minutes later, Su Jin paused his notes again. The news of the apocalypse had also emerged apart, giving him further understanding of the world. However, with only 7 days left, he needed to speed up. This girl Fu Qingdai looked quite clever, but severely lacked social experience. Continuing to question her personal life might lead to misleading information for himself. Twirling his pen twice, Su Jin changed the subject and asked, "How much does your family spend every month?" "How much do your parents earn?" Fu Qingdai hesitated, a question mark slowly appearing above her head as she answered, "It's both over 2,000. Our family seems to spend around 2,000 each month." "Is this a society governed by law?" Of course it is. We have many laws. If something happens while working or studying, do you need to pull connections or find acquaintances? Of course you have to pull connections, otherwise how can things get done? All right, I understand. He paused his pen and pondered slightly. "Do you think you are pretty?" Why wouldn't I be? "Do you think I am handsome?" "How's my dressing style?" "Quite handsome." "The clothes look good, but it feels particularly hot." "Are there any audiovisual shops, vegetable markets, internet cafes, or similar places nearby?" "The first two are available, but I don't know about the internet cafe." "What is the molecular formula of water?" H2O. "Do you have menstruation? Do you use sanitary pads?" "Oh." Fu Qingdai's face gradually turned red. "Hurry up and say." "Yes, I do." After asking a few more questions, Su Jin closed the notebook and fell into thought. This society had a weak legal awareness and placed great importance on personal relationships. In 7 days, the apocalypse could begin. A continuous 5 days of heavy rain had begun to reveal issues, and zombies were suspected to appear. The scope of the rainfall was unclear, and violent organizations in the rain-affected areas could quickly be dismantled. The military strength of this world likely cannot be relied upon in the short term. From a molecular perspective, water is no different from that on Earth and can be safely consumed, but water pollution has essentially cut off the routes for outdoor survival. There is not much time or money to prepare for a refuge, and he cannot forcibly take Fu Qingdai away. However, the purchasing power of the 7,000 plus he had was quite strong enough, at least for renting a house, and stockpiling supplies. Settling near her home would be the best option. In terms of communication, common knowledge, and personal image, there isn't much difference between Earth and this world, allowing for quick integration. During these 7 days, it is best to stay low-key and not violate any laws or regulations, avoiding trouble with anyone. As for the rest, he could only explore on his own once he got out. As he thought, Su Jin suddenly realized a problem. He picked up his pen and wrote H2O on the paper, showing it to Fu Qingdai. "Do you recognize what I wrote?" "I don't recognize it." "Fuck. Why are you swearing at me?" Fu Qingdai looked confused. "What is this?" "I really don't recognize it." Sure enough, Su Jin frowned deeply. He could understand and read all the words and languages in this world, and others could understand what he said, certainly due to the effects of the company or that mask. However, the words he wrote on the paper were incomprehensible to the people of this world. Renting a house here also requires a contract, and if others cannot understand what he writes, it's a big problem. Realizing this, Su Jin pulled out another sheet of paper and handed the pen to Fu Qingdai. "Write 2 characters for me, Su from Su Xing and Jin from Hui Jin. Write them heavier, 1 stroke at a time." Fu Qingdai, though puzzled still, obediently followed his instructions. After she finished writing, Su Jin took back the paper and glanced at it. Seeing the 2 Chinese characters on it, he reached out to touch the back. Feeling the raised texture of the paper, he couldn't help but feel utterly helpless. It should match his ID, but what he saw with his eyes was completely different from the actual handwriting. The services provided by the company have bugs due to forced translation. The mask cannot be removed, leaving him only able to figure out how to write his name in this way. Resigned, Su Jin put away the signature paper and said, "I'll just ask these for now. Oh, feel free to say anything you want." Fu Qingdai nodded nervously and then mustered the courage to ask her doubts. "Cousin, are you an alien?" "Without question, I am a Namekian," Su Jin replied, utterly unruffled. "Cousin, did you wear someone else's skin?" Fu Qingdai whispered, her voice trembling. "This is simply how Namekians look." Hearing Su Jin's firm affirmation, Fu Qingdai felt a flicker of relief, but her mind remained flooded with questions. After a long pause, she voiced the question that weighed heaviest upon her heart. Cousin, what exactly happened in my dream? Truth be told, it's rather complicated, so I'll keep it brief. Su Jin spoke as he gathered his thoughts. Countless civilizations exist across the cosmos, and ours is but one among them. Our superiors observe that your world has drawn the attention of a ruthless band of star pirates, the Trisolarans. These beings commit unspeakable atrocities. After exterminating all life on a planet. They convert the corpses into fertilizer, then strip the world of its resources. Right now, those deranged Trisolarans have seeded your atmosphere with a lethal virus. Once most of your population perishes, they will return decades later to harvest what remains. Fu Qingdai's delicate face turned deathly pale. Why me? You should have contacted world leaders, not me. Why did this fall upon me first? Her voice cracked with rising panic, tears streaming down her cheeks. Good heavens. She was merely an ordinary young woman. Why had such an apocalyptic burden landed squarely upon her shoulders? Seeing her dissolve into sobs once more, Su Jin's expression tightened with quiet anguish, and his own heart ached. Why me, for heaven's sake? Why was I, the very picture of physical vigor, unwavering responsibility, and professional competence, chosen for this absurd ordeal? Don't cry, Qingdai, Su Jin said, suppressing his inner turmoil and speaking gently. The agency selected you deliberately. Your body possesses a unique natural immunity to the virus. As long as you live, we can synthesize an antidote. Then research it now. I'll cooperate with anything you need. Fu Qingdai cried, thrusting out her arm. Or let's call the authorities first. Cousin, contact them via your starship. They'll believe you. That isn't possible at the moment. I collided with a Trisolaran vessel en route and crashed. My ship is destroyed, its wreckage scattered somewhere unknown. My entire team perished. I'm the sole survivor. Catastrophe is inevitable. From here on, we proceed step by step. Your paramount mission, above all else, is to stay alive. Should you die, every soul on this world dies with you. Those words struck like a mountain collapsing upon her. Fu Qingdai's face drained of all color. Her expression froze into vacant stillness. Noting her shock, Su Jin urged softly. You must steady your spirit. Much remains unmanifested. We still have time to prepare. The reality may not be as dire as you imagine. Perhaps years of resilience enabled her swift recovery. Her voice hoarse and halting, she whispered, Brother, I still don't understand. Why come to save us? Simply put, where there are villains, there must also be heroes. To prevent worlds from crumbling, to safeguard cosmic peace, and to uphold justice rooted in love and truth. We traverse the stars, shielding civilizations far and wide. Moreover, the Trisolarans have launched multiple assaults against Namek. For that reason alone, we could never stand idly by. We Namekians cherish peace, but any who dare threaten Namek shall be pursued to the ends of the universe and struck down without mercy. Su Jin declared it with steely resolve, yet inwardly sorrow deepened. He was trembling on the verge of losing control, yet still forced levity to ease her burden. Still, this young woman bore a weight no lighter than his own. That doesn't sound especially peaceful. Namekians despise sophistry. I won't ask again, brother. I'm sorry. Fu Qingdai murmured, wiping away tears with quiet despair. Just as Su Jin prepared to continue, a cool, detached voice cut through the air behind him. Excuse me, that Namekian. Fu Qingdai fell silent. Su Jin turned and found a female nurse standing there, perhaps 23 or 24, her face stern and unreadable. Su Jin exchanged a subtle glance with Fu Qingdai before facing the nurse. She spoke flatly, come with me. Without waiting for reply, she strode toward an open-air balcony. Su Jin steadied his breath, watching her recede. Perfect. This would serve as his first real-world social calibration exercise. The nurse halted and fixed him with a measured gaze. Are you Fu Qingdai's family member? I'm her cousin, Su Jin replied, composed. Her mother visited this morning. Did you register at the front desk? Of course. Is there an issue? No issue per se, but the patient is experiencing severe delusions, and your remarks only exacerbate her. The nurse spoke with solemn authority. Visiting is permitted, but please refrain from interfering with her treatment. Nurse, I believe there's been a misunderstanding. May I ask your name? Ding Jia. What misunderstanding? Qingdai grew up under my care. We shared an exceptionally close bond. I often played imaginative role-playing games with her. This is merely a gentle rekindling of those cherished memories. Su Jin paused, then added, I've just returned from abroad, intending to surprise her at school, when I learned from her classmates that she'd been hospitalized. She seems lucid aside from emotional distress. Is there anything seriously wrong? How is she adapting to life here? Just returned from abroad. That's uncommon. Ding Jia praised Su Jin with a slow assessing glance. Her prognosis is grave. She suffers persistent delusions, telling everyone the world's end is imminent, urging them to prepare. Oddly enough, her behavior does strike me as unusual. In what way? Ding Jia sighed. She differs markedly from typical patients. Frankly, she appears perfectly rational in daily life. Yet her claims are utterly fantastical, as if she truly witnessed the apocalypse. Su Jin rubbed his forehead with a wry smile. I heard from her classmates that her academic performance has sharply declined lately. Perhaps excessive parental pressure has triggered acute anxiety. These statements may simply be her subconscious coping mechanism. Miss Ding, I have a humble request. Would you consider granting it? What is it? Ding Jia looked up, puzzled. I wish to take her home. Qingdai herself wishes it, and you know well how taxing this environment is for her. It worsens her stress and impedes her studies. Her father dotes on her completely. He'd never consent to her remaining here. The sole obstacle lies with her mother. Absolutely not. Ding Jia replied, her tone unyielding. Hospital protocol forbids discharge unless both parents jointly authorize it, or unless they personally escort her out. I fully understand. Hence this is merely a request. How about this, let's exchange contact information. As Su Jin spoke, he smoothly withdrew his sleek Xiaomi Mi 6, illuminating its pristine 1080p display. The moment the smartphone appeared, Ding Jia's attention instantly shifted. She stared in astonishment and asked, what is that? It's a smartphone. Su Jin flashed a suave smile. My apologies. This model hasn't yet entered domestic circulation. It differs significantly from mainstream devices. Without another word, he placed the Xiaomi Mi 6 directly into Ding Jia's hands. She held it blankly, uncomprehending, until Su Jin gently guided her fingertips across the screen. He rattled off a string of incomprehensible phrases. A performance beast, thinner than a coin, grows smoother with every use, far ahead of the rest. How extraordinary. Are foreign smartphones all like this now? What language is this? Ding Jia exclaimed, eyes alight. Though the screen was entirely filled with unfamiliar script, she couldn't decipher. She hadn't noticed how far the conversation had strayed, or that Su Jin now held her right hand entirely within his own. Only when he retrieved the phone did she suddenly realize, withdrawing her hand with a faint blush. Wakandan script. Wakanda. There's actually a country by that name. Which company is so advanced? Ding Jia murmured to herself. Wakanda is a small nation, but the company manufacturing this device is renowned. Care to guess? Su Jin smiled faintly. Xiaomi. Brilliant. This phone also takes photographs. Shall I take one of you? Su Jin swiftly pivoted the topic. Really? Ding Jia gasped in amazement. Su Jin stepped back 2 paces and without hesitation raised the Xiaomi to snap a photo. Then, standing motionless, he opened an editing app and began retouching it on the spot. 10 seconds later, he handed her a meticulously refined portrait. Staring at her luminously brightened, flawlessly enhanced reflection, her skin lightened by 2 tones, every beautifying filter applied. Ding Jia's heart skipped a beat, and she cried out in awe. Is this truly me? Su Jin offered a modest, slightly awkward chuckle. Apologies, I mean no offense, but this is merely a smartphone camera, not a professional-grade instrument. It's standard for even an excellent camera to render a 10-point beauty as an 8-point image. Off. 2 vivid flushes bloomed across Ding Jia's cheeks, dissolving her usual cool composure. No, it's already perfect. Then, where might one purchase such a device? It's not yet available commercially. I acquired mine only through a friend's internal channel. Even upon future release, distribution will likely be extremely limited. Oh, Ding Jia's voice felt tinged with quiet disappointment. Then she added, so how much does it cost? Not expensive, just 20,000 yuan. Su Jin replied, casually fabricating the figure. 20,000. Ding Jia blurted. Then, realizing her reaction betrayed her, flushed deeper and hurried to amend. Such a superb device is reasonably priced at 20,000. Indeed, I find it exceptionally intuitive. It's even suitable as a gift for relatives and friends. I'd hoped to secure several more units through connections, but alas, I hadn't secured internal allocation before returning home. 20,000, not expensive. Procure several units. Gift them to family and friends. Just how wealthy is he? And at such a young age? Does he have some powerful background? Her thoughts churned violently, until Su Jin's voice cut clearly through her reverie. Miss Ding, I believe we've strayed rather far from our original subject. Yes, quite right. Ding Jia nodded hastily. Let's return to Qing Dai. Su Jin glanced toward Fu Qing Dai's position behind him and sighed with palpable concern. She used to be so vivacious, yet life's pressures landed her here. Honestly, it pains me deeply. I've observed her closely. Remaining in this environment offers little benefit to her recovery. In fact, returning to a familiar setting would serve her far better. Miss Ding, do you truly believe her treatment must continue here? Well, not necessarily. Ding Jia hesitated. Su Jin nodded. Precisely my view. So I'd like to ask a favor of you. Once she returns home, I'll arrange for someone to accompany and care for her. Medication regimens and therapeutic guidance can be fully prepared, even if she's no longer physically present here. And, don't forget, you'll still be overseeing her case. Miss Ding, might I trouble you for your contact number? Ding Jia's left hand remained tucked in her pocket, gripping her pager. After prolonged hesitation, she reluctantly recited a string of digits instead of producing the device. Very well. Please note this down. 800-820-8820. Su Jin pretended to key the numbers into his phone, then feigned sudden surprise. Oh dear, I apologize. I've just returned home. This number isn't yet activated domestically. Might you share your number instead? Once my registration is complete, I'll call you promptly. Without awaiting her reply, he tore a page from his notebook and handed both paper and pen to Ding Jia. Only after securing her number did he fold the slip carefully and tuck it into his pocket. Miss Ding, I sincerely appreciate your assistance with this matter. Did I ever agree? Ding Jia folded her arms, gazing at Su Jin with a half-smile that held both amusement and challenge. Su Jin smiled faintly. You're absolutely right. I spoke too hastily. Still, I hope we may stay in close contact moving forward to discuss Qing Dai's progress. Clearly, Miss Ding is as compassionate as she is beautiful and profoundly dedicated to her patients. I must insist on treating you to dinner at the earliest opportunity. By the way, If my uncle's family visits tomorrow, please don't mention I've been here. They remain unaware of my return. I wish to surprise them. You may decline any other request, but this one I beg you grant me. Rest assured, I'll keep it absolutely confidential. Ding Jia affirmed, nodding firmly. Their conversation paused as a voice called from afar. Ding Jia glanced over her shoulder, then turned back to Su Jin with visible reluctance. I'm afraid I must attend to other duties. Shall we adjourn our discussion for now? Su Jin acknowledged with a courteous nod. Yet, just as Ding Jia turned to leave, he lifted the phone and called after her. Yes. She turned back, eyes meeting his. Your photograph remains with me. May I keep it? I'll have prints made and deliver them to you personally. Su Jin beamed. Oh yes, of course. Await my call, and stay strong. The rosy hue that had just faded from Ding Jia's cheeks deepened once more as she spun away, breaking into a light, youthful sprint. Watching her figure vanish, Su Jin's smile dissolved. He withdrew the scrap of paper bearing her number, crumpled it tightly, and tossed it nonchalantly into a nearby trash bin. Striding briskly toward Fu Qingdai, he seated himself opposite her and spoke with grave intent. Let's be concise this afternoon or tonight. Find Nurse Ding Jia and strike up a conversation. Tell her you're introducing me as a potential match, trying to bring us together. Don't overact, keep it natural. And tomorrow when your mother arrives, ask Ding Jia to advocate for your discharge, arguing that home-based recuperation suits you best. If she refuses, cry protest. Even simulate a suicide attempt if necessary. But under no circumstances mention me in front of your parents. Understood? Understood. Fu Qingdai responded solemnly. Good. Now tell me your home address. I'll visit today to assess conditions and secure accommodation nearby, as soon as possible. If I rent a place, look for 2 white papers affixed to the window. That'll mark my residence. Fu Qingdai didn't answer immediately. Instead, she bit her lower lip, hesitating. Cousin, may I ask you one more question? Go ahead. Are you saving only me? What else did you imagine? Do you think I could possibly save everyone? Su Jin replied without pause. Fu Qingdai's face drained of color. She recoiled sharply. No, you must save my parents too. And my friends. You can't rescue me while abandoning them. Su Jin winced, inwardly overwhelmed. Stop piling demands upon me. I'm stressed these days. I'm frankly weary of women. Then perhaps I'd rather die. What meaning remains in living alone? Fu Qingdai trembled, her gaze fierce and unyielding as she locked eyes with Su Jin. Su Jin fell silent, mind racing. After a brief pause, he said firmly, others are beyond my immediate reach, but your parents will be saved. Is that acceptable? Rationally rescuing Fu Qingdai's parents was non-negotiable. A child of her age possessed no capacity for independent survival. Their protection remained her sole, indispensable lifeline. Perhaps their salvation would even accelerate his own objective. Hearing his assurance, Fu Qingdai's expression softened slightly. She gave 2 slow, deliberate nods. I understand. Saving my parents is enough. Cousin, I know I have no right to demand anything of you, but I'm truly terrified. Her eyes brimming with tears, she reached behind her back and withdrew 3 notebooks, offering them to him. Puzzled, Su Jin accepted and flipped open the first. It documented every dream Fu Qingdai had experienced, each detail meticulously recorded with uncertainties clearly noted. The second contained extensive life skills references and newspaper clippings. The third held a hand-drawn map of Longshan City marking critical locations, grain stores, hospitals, police stations. Alongside her home address, a simplified sketch of her residential complex and annotations indicating nearby supermarkets, pharmacies, and gas supply stations. You compiled all this. Su Jin stared at Fu Qingdai, stunned. She bowed her head slightly. Cousin, I knew you'd come for me, and I suspected you might be extraterrestrial. Fearing you'd lack familiarity with our world, I prepared in advance. I've also hidden over 10,000 yuan beneath the base of the lone tree beside my apartment entrance. Easy to locate. I marked the trunk with a red. The money lies directly beneath it. 10,000. As a student, where did you acquire such funds? Are you heir to wealth? Su Jin was astonished again. Fu Qingdai flushed crimson, faltering before lowering her gaze. I borrowed it recently, from over 100 male classmates at my school. Good heavens. Su Jin recoiled in disbelief. At your age, you're already defrauding men. I did not deceive them. Fu Qingdai protested, mortified. Then her voice dropped to a whisper. I never claimed I wouldn't repay them. If they survive, I'll work, even donate blood to settle every debt. Excellent, excellent. Su Jin praised emphatically, his gaze now brimming with genuine admiration. A girl barely 10 years old, sensing the apocalypse's approach, sounded the alarm for all, enduring ridicule and disbelief, yet persisted in action undeterred even by confinement in a psychiatric hospital. Her extraordinary resilience and decisive initiative shamed adults. The intelligence and resources she provided were invaluable. A saint? No. She was nothing short of an angel. An exceptionally high-value ally, unlikely ever to hinder his mission. Stowing the 3 notebooks, Su Jin met Fu Qingdai's gaze squarely and declared with quiet authority, outstanding work. Entrust the rest to me. I'll wait for you outside. You're far too thin. Eat well these next few days. I know. I'm counting on you. Cousin. Stepping out of the psychiatric hospital, Su Jin squinted up at the sun in the sky. After meeting with a client and engaging in negotiations, the tension eased somewhat, yet his heart remained shrouded in fog, with burdens piling up. Unsure if this alien sun would give him tumors. Regardless, given the current situation, he had completely severed ties with the company, and he couldn't return home without completing the tasks imposed on him. Even if a tumor were to eventually kill him, that would be years down the line, and for now, he had to prepare in advance. He took out the notebook and map given by Fu Qingdai walking while examining them. Under the watchful gaze of the security guard at the gate, he swaggered out of the psychiatric hospital. Reaching the roadside, Su Jin stopped and gazed into the distance. According to the map, the community where Fu Qingdai lived was called Talent Community, located approximately 9 kilometers away from the psychiatric hospital. There were taxis on the street that could take him there. However, renting a place in Talent Community was not the highest priority right now, or there were more pressing pieces of information to investigate first. After comparing the map, for a while Su Jin started walking to the right. After taking 2 or 3 steps, he seemed to remember something. He pulled out a rope from his briefcase, tying one end to the handle and the other securely around his wrist. Covering himself with a trench coat, he continued on. This place was economically underdeveloped and the rule of law was not well established. If he were to encounter a motorcycle gang, there would be no place to cry over a lost bag. Although it was broad daylight, he still prepared to take precautions. His current destination was a large vegetable market nearby. It was uncertain how different the local food was from that on Earth. Whether it was safe to eat was a complete unknown. It was best to consume what he had brought at first, and then buy some daily ingredients at the market for a small experiment later. In the market, Su Jin walked while observing. This vegetable market was rather ordinary, offering no surprises. However, seeing various types of vegetables and fruits did leave him momentarily dazed. The good news was that many vegetables looked familiar, but some were completely unrecognizable. There were radishes with strange patterns, gigantic leafy vegetables, and red vines. As he walked between the vegetable stalls, Su Jin discreetly plucked some vegetable leaves, all while pretending to engage in discussion to learn the names of the vegetables. He took a few leaves to experiment with until he confirmed the safety of the food. He couldn't afford to waste a single cent. Moreover, plant-based foods were not his primary target. His focus was on meat. If earthly knowledge still applied, then according to common sense, the safety ranking for unfamiliar food should be meat seeds. Typically, large meat-producing animals do not possess toxins in their muscle fat. Massive animals often rely on their physical bodies for survival, while generally those with low survival capabilities tend to evolve special mechanisms to protect themselves with toxins. Once the apocalypse arrives, cold storage usually preserves meat, which is high in calories. Even if it spoils, it remains a high-risk food source, reliable and comprehensive. However, testing the safety of vegetables was still highly necessary. The key was to indirectly verify the safety of processed foods in supermarkets. After circling the vegetable section, he approached the meat and seafood area. Looking at the rows of pink lights hanging over the meat stalls, Su Jin couldn't help but be dumbfounded. Unexpectedly, the meat selling routine in this other world followed the same pattern. With a light to examine, the meat appeared to look better. However, the large chunks of fatty and lean meat for sale, along with the fierce-looking heads resembling that of a cow, were quite daunting. This could roughly indicate the safety of the meat, which was a positive sign. He stole a few wilted vegetable leaves to take back for experiments. The meat seemed fine, and all that was left was to check the seafood. The seafood section featured a multitude of interconnected fish tanks. Arriving at one tank, Su Jin halted. As he was looking, his gaze suddenly locked onto a massive gray fish twisting its body to face him, its large mouth pressing against the glass. Once he got a clear view of the gray fish, Su Jin's entire body trembled. This fish. He had risked his life to sneak into the alien seafood market, and there it was, an alien giant carp. It had a human-like mouth filled with teeth, and crucially its mouth was oriented vertically, which was terrifying. It felt exceedingly off. "Hey there, I noticed you've been looking for a while. How about a fish? They're all fresh." The vendor's wife cheerfully approached from behind, free scaling and teeth inspection. "Oh, no thank you." Su Jin swallowed hard, waving his hand as he left. After circling the market, Su Jin let out a long sigh. The food seemed relatively reliable for now, but he couldn't let his guard down. He still needed to conduct the necessary experiments. Looking up and surveying his surroundings, Su Jin moved forward once more. After walking a bit over 100 steps, he entered a pharmacy. 2 staff members stood behind the counter chatting casually, clearly uninterested in him. After lingering at the entrance for a few seconds, Su Jin walked towards the health supplement section. His gaze scanned the shelves twice, picking up the most eye-catching multivitamin supplement. He took out the Centrum he had bought from a previous takeaway and began to compare them seriously. Before he knew, he was going to be teleported away by the company. Aside from buying a large quantity of food in the supermarket, the second most he had bought was cigarettes and multivitamin supplements. 10 bottles of large Centrum vitamins. He wasn't thinking too complicatedly at the time. If he were truly sent to an unfamiliar place, food would be a problem, but there was also another serious issue. Vitamins and various trace elements. He liked to work out and had delved into nutrition quite a bit. A long-term deficiency in trace elements would affect physical performance within a month. Especially under high physical strain and stress, the impact would be more pronounced. If the deficiency continued for an extended period, bodily functions would suffer and illnesses would naturally follow. Declining physiological functions and illnesses could all be deadly if they were not managed properly. After comparing the 2 bottles of nutritional supplements, Su Jin's anxious mood eased considerably. Most of the nutritional components inside matched up well. Even the unfamiliar ones looked somewhat recognizable. After all, he was not a professional. Similar species and identical nutritional components indicated that even if he did not personally test them, the safety of the food was about 90% assured. Putting the supplement back, Su Jin turned and left the pharmacy. He had seen most of what he wanted. The next stop was to buy a few things and head straight to the talent community to rent a place. A video store. Located less than 2 kilometers from the vegetable market, there was one right on the street. Standing at the entrance of the video store, a wave of nostalgia washed over Su Jin. Through the glass window, he could see the walls adorned with movie boxes and the simple packaging of discs. How similar the two worlds were. He couldn't help but recall renting Lin Jingying's movies as a child, which was perhaps the most carefree time of his youth. After a moment of reflection, Su Jin pushed open the store door and saw the owner at the counter. He got straight to the point, saying, "Boss, do you have any disaster movies?" The store was filled with the scent of plastic wrap mixed with old paper. The boss standing behind the counter held a disc case and asked, "Disaster movies are quite niche. Oh, what specific type are you looking for?" Virus infection, mutated beasts, alien invasion. You know, the kind where ordinary people struggle to survive before the apocalypse. Got it, just wait a moment while I find some for you. Standing in the shop, Su Jin's gaze swept continuously over the movie. Although the movie covers were simple, they were rich in information. Movies could essentially be seen as a condensed part of society. This time, borrowing disaster films was also to clarify the approach this world takes towards disasters. When truly faced with a disaster, figuring out solutions by searching for real materials would perhaps be far less efficient than absorbing knowledge from movies. Previously, he had chatted with Fu Qingdai, who mentioned she often rented discs to watch animated films at home. He could find an opportunity to visit her place later and borrow her disc viewing equipment. However, from what the boss said, disaster movies seemed to be quite niche in this world. The movie covers on the wall were mostly posters of couples kissing. This was not surprising, as these must have been films without outstanding special effects. The technology of filmmaking hadn't developed that quickly. 2 minutes later, the boss emerged from behind the counter holding 3 discs. He handed them to Su Jin and said, "Here, these 3 definitely meet your requirements." "Just these 3, eh?" Su Jin took the discs and examined them, saying, "They're all scratched. They won't get stuck, right?" "Just these 3? Ooh, don't worry, if they get stuck, I'll refund you." The boss smiled, saying, "Buddy, after so many years, do you think I don't know what you want to watch? I like this genre too. The others are just mediocre, but these 3 have no romantic subplots. Pure disaster. You know your stuff? How much to rent?" "The price is as written outside, $5 each with a deposit of 10. Su Jin readily paid. The boss took the money and smiled, saying, "Do you want to choose something else? I have the latest films, I guarantee you'll be satisfied. Could you help me pick some historical, urban, and military war films? The content must be realistic. I don't want any bad films." "Don't worry, brother, I don't have any bad films." The boss turned around and started searching again. Soon Su Jin had 3 more discs in his hands. After a quick glance at the covers, he paid, saying, "Not bad, I'll take them all." "Do you want to look at anything else?" the boss asked with a smile. Usually many people rented discs, but they only took 1 or 2 and often dawdled for half an hour in the store. Today this young man was quite interesting. He was straightforward and didn't pick much, suggesting he was an experienced film enthusiast. Su Jin's eyebrows twitched, leaning forward and lowering his voice. "Brother, is there that kind of good film?" The boss raised an eyebrow, unconsciously lowering his voice. "What? A good film? I have good films. Aren't all these good films? That kind of good film? I don't have that. All mine are serious business." The boss shook his head earnestly. Su Jin stared at him and clicked his tongue, saying, "Brother, I've rented 6 discs from you already, though I'll be back in the future." The boss looked Su Jin up and down, cautiously asking, "What type are you looking for?" "Just something pretty and stimulating. I'm serious about buying, so don't worry. But one thing we need to agree on is that you have to let me preview it. I don't trust the cover." "Not trusting the cover? That's the mark of a film aficionado." After thinking for a few seconds, the boss nodded. "All right, come over here." Following the boss' footsteps, he pushed open another. Behind the door was a small room sparsely decorated with a mattress on the floor and a low table holding an old television. The floor was scattered with clothes and disc cases, looking like the boss' living quarters. The boss bent down to pick up a disc case from the floor, opening it to show Su Jin. "Here, you choose. There are 21 discs sold, only not rented." Flipping through the discs, which were filled with images of women in swimsuits, Su Jin asked, "Are these explicit enough?" The boss laughed, saying, "Brother, that's a fresh question. If an explicit disc isn't explicit, isn't that a crime?" "All right, let me see one you pick." "No problem, all of these are excellent. You'll see once you watch." The boss randomly picked a disc, bent over, and placed it into what looked like a VCD player. The sound of the disc reading started, and the old television began to show images. "Let me speed it up for you," the boss said, picking up the remote and starting to fast forward. As the video progressed, the content appeared quickly, and Su Jin gazed intently. The 2 people on the television were fighting energetically, just like the battles he had imagined. However, to be honest, the level of content was not enough for him, a veteran of the neon culture. But when the camera began to zoom in, Su Jin immediately widened his eyes and leaned closer to the television. Just then, a close-up of an action shot appeared. Zooming in and in detail, every aspect was crystal clear. Seeing Su Jin nearly glued to the television, the boss, who had been smiling, gradually let his expression drop and reached out to pat Su Jin on the lower back. Hey, dude, is it really necessary? You're practically diving into the screen." Su Jin raised his head, rubbed his eyes, and thought to himself that it was indeed impressive. The human anatomy on screen was very normal, just ordinary humans, and their muscular forms perfectly matched his impression. The actions were also all standard technical moves. This further confirmed the high similarity between this place and Earth. If a zombie apocalypse did occur, he would at least have some expectations, and there shouldn't be any bizarre mutations. Sorry I got a bit too engrossed there, Su Jin said with an awkward smile. How about this disc? If it's good I'll take it. The boss asked holding up the disc. Su Jin shook his head, tightening his grip on the bag in his hand, saying, "I'll pass for now, I'll discuss it next time." "Thank you, boss. This film is really good. The store owner recommends it. How come you were so into it just now, and now you?" The boss words trailed off, his eyes widening. He was staring intently at the hand concealed beneath Su Jin's trench coat. Under the trench coat the other party seemed to move a couple of times before quickly returning to calm. "No way." The boss tilted his head astonished, exclaiming, "You're alright." "What do you mean I'm alright?" Su Jin halted abruptly following the boss gaze, his face darkening. "Thanks, may you have peace." With that he turned and left the room, quickly walking out of the store. The boss was left alone in disarray, cursing Su Jin's departing back. This young man, damn. 3 minutes. Hitching rides and meals, and now he's even hitching discs. Don't even think about it, go get checked out already. With no incidents along the way, Su Jin bought a backpack and took a taxi to the outside of the talent community while studying the materials provided by Su Qingdai. The buildings were not too close to each other, and the walls were adorned with strands of black-gray cracks, suggesting they had been around for quite some time. The number 7 building, where Su Qingdai resided, was visible from outside the community. After searching for a while, Su Jin did not rush inside, but instead took out the hand-drawn map by Su Qingdai and began to wander around the outskirts of the community. After wandering for about 30 minutes, he returned to the entrance of the community. The young girl Su Qingdai was quite meticulous. The small community map she had drawn was measured line by line with a ruler. The nearby supermarket and printing shop were also accurately depicted in proportion. At this point it seemed he did not need to spend much effort studying the map. Stepping into the community, there was no security at the entrance, and the guard station was essentially a mere formality. Standing under the second unit of the number 7 building, a foul stench wafted through the air. Besides the normal entrance for access, there was also a square hole about 40 centimeters wide on one side. Some food scraps, soup residue, and plastic bags were discarded below. Next to it stood a low cement wall separating the building entrance from that hole. He had seen such designs in the community he lived in during his childhood, a garbage chute. Each household had a corresponding garbage opening, allowing residents to simply toss their garbage down the corridor. However, the smell was overwhelming and easily clogged. Except for a few older buildings, such designs were rare nowadays. In front of the building stood an old tree firmly planted. Su Jin quickly walked around the old tree and indeed discovered a red near the roots, although it was somewhat faded. This must be the place where Su Qingdai buried the money. Looking around to ensure no one was watching, Su Jin took out a pair of gloves from his bag and began to dig. After digging about 10 centimeters, a patterned biscuit tin came into view. He took out the biscuit box and opened it, revealing rolls of torn banknotes and coins inside. With no time to count, he couldn't help but praise Su Qingdai again in his heart. Su Jin quickly put the biscuit box away and kicked some dirt back to fill the hole. Then he glanced up at the numerous glass windows above, a glimmer of joy in his eyes. Su Qingdai lived on the 5th floor, and both the 2nd and 5th floors had rental phone numbers posted. If all went well, he might be able to live right across from Su Qingdai's home. This would make dealing with issues much more convenient. Having made up his mind, he noted the phone number and looked around. Spotting a middle-aged woman, he decisively walked over. "Sister, can I borrow a phone? My phone is out of battery." 30 minutes later, at the entrance of the 5th floor, a middle-aged man in a gray short-sleeved shirt was unlocking the door, and Su Jin stood behind him. "Xiaosu, your taste is quite good. Don't be fooled by the old appearance of this building. It used to house people of status during the allocation, such as professors, officials, and veterans, all from that era." As the door opened, the owner gestured him in and continued, "The old man in front, old Su, and the security team leader at the entrance, Xiao Cheng, are both retired from the military. The environment might be a bit lacking, but living here is safe and comfortable. Originally my son lived downstairs. If it weren't for his pleas for me to move, I wouldn't have wanted to leave. I take good care of the house, so take a look at it. Your son is quite filial and capable of earning money. If I had such talent, my parents would be overjoyed. Many people envy you." "Not bad. Not bad. You're not bad either, young man." The owner feigned modesty while smiling proudly. Su Jin no longer spoke much and began to tour each room in the house. 2 bedrooms and a living room, a bathroom, and a kitchen. Everything was complete except for the lack of an electric toilet. The total area was around 70 square meters. The owner followed him, introducing, "Generally the furniture is all there for daily living, but you'll need to prepare your own appliances. For cooking, there's a gas station outside the community. Oh, just buy a gas canister. It's 61 for a canister with a deposit of 100. The morning market is just 1 street away. What do you think?" Both of them stopped in the living room. Su Jin got straight to the point. "Not bad. How much is the rent per month?" 500 and the deposit. "I see you're quite particular, Xiaosu, so let's just make it 1 month's rent for the deposit." "Alright, no problem." After saying that, Su Jin paused and changed the subject, asking, "Big brother, you mentioned your son moved out before. Is the downstairs apartment vacant as well?" "Yes, it is vacant. But that was my son's apartment. He never intended to rent it out over the years, so it has remained empty." "Is the downstairs available for rent?" The owner was taken aback for a moment, and then nodded. The conditions downstairs are similar to this. If you want to rent, we can arrange it. But how many people will be living there? Su-jin pondered slightly, and replied, Big brother, I told you I'm from out of town looking for a job in Longshan. This apartment will just be for me, but I have a friend who also wants to come, and she's a woman. I thought I would help her find a place in advance to make a good impression. I assure you it will just be one apartment for one person, absolutely no chaos. So you're looking for a partner, the owner chuckled. Well then no problem. Su-jin awkwardly thanked him, and then added, but big brother there's another issue. I just arrived and renting 2 rooms at once is a bit tight for me. My friend will be coming in a couple of days and my expenses I'll pay you the rent for the first month for both rooms, and you can come to me for the deposit in half a month. It can be written into the contract, and you can check it next time you come. If it's a mess or damaged, don't return the deposit, or just kick me out, would that be okay? The owner hesitated for a moment, patted his shoulder, and smiled. You're quite straightforward, young man. This small matter shouldn't delay you from finding a partner. Alright, it's settled then. An hour later in the quiet rental room, Su-jin stood alone by the window, chewing on the bitter unknown greens, gazing melancholically outside. Before him was the setting sun casting a golden hue over everything. In just one day, he had journeyed from home to a strange world, visited a mental hospital, and finally rented 2 apartments. Settling down. While busy outside, the tension and helplessness were constantly suppressed by the unfamiliar environment and forced rationality. But now with a safe place to stay, he felt relaxed both physically and mentally. Everything felt like a dream, yet terrifyingly real. Su-jin leaned slightly forward, resting his forehead against the glass, and let out a long sigh. The bitter taste in his mouth became more pronounced, and the panic and confusion that had been building in his heart began to surge. How did I end up in another world? How did the apocalypse happen? Why did this happen to me? I'm just an ordinary person. I don't want to go through this. Su-jin clutched his chest, his heart in turmoil. After lamenting for a long time, Su-jin turned around and slid down weakly, sitting on the ground as his chest heaved irregularly. Ever since childhood, he had believed himself to be braver than most, and had maintained an optimistic outlook, which indeed proved to be the case. Even when he entered the workforce and became a mere cog in the machine, he had never once slouched. But this time he was genuinely intimidated to the point of being utterly helpless. With his fingers tangled in his hair, Su-jin felt an overwhelming sense of regret. I was wrong from the If I hadn't gone out for drinks with clients, I wouldn't have attracted their attention. If I hadn't attracted their attention, I wouldn't have had to look for a new job. And if I hadn't looked for a new job, I wouldn't have been forcibly dispatched to this unfortunate place. Is anyone there? Can anyone hear me? Su-jin swallowed hard and tentatively spoke, his eyes nervously fixed on the empty space. But he soon felt disappointed. Everything was just him talking to himself. A person's value in the workplace is basically equal to their market value minus the cost of switching jobs. Those who excessively flatter their superiors and love their company are indicative of a strong dependency on their jobs, which leads to high switching costs and a significantly increased probability of being laid off. If he were to be laid off, revealing vulnerabilities such as car loans, housing loans, and family would only give the company more leverage, making it likely that any severance would also be greatly reduced. From the day he graduated, Su-jin had firmly rejected this theory and continuously delved into the art of upward management, always appearing confident in the workplace, even earning the client's respect. Many of his colleagues had been laid off multiple times, yet he remained as steady as a mountain. If not for a serious mistake he made, Oldley would never have considered laying him off. But this damned company with its infinite responsibilities had no one in sight. He couldn't even find a leader to manage things. He sat there until the sun set. The last ray of light disappeared from above Su-jin's head, plunging the room into darkness. In the gloom, Su-jin rubbed his face and let out a heavy sigh once more. He got up and turned on the light, feeling a mix of self-pity, but his expression had softened considerably. He then resolutely headed to the bathroom. Now that things had come to this, he had no choice but to abandon fantasies and prepare for a fight to complete the task at hand. The company's indifference towards him could be seen as a good thing, as it likely proved that no one was spying on him. The other party's ability to converse with him in empty air made him feel as if countless eyes were watching him since his arrival. It made him reluctant to even use the bathroom, holding it in for an entire day. He had no idea how the male protagonists in those web novels overcame this problem with systems or wise souls. The next day, sunlight streamed into the room, shining on Su-jin's face. Furrowing his brows, Su-jin's eyelids fluttered, and after much internal struggle, he finally opened his eyes with a hint of hope. What met his gaze was still the unfamiliar bedroom. Although he had anticipated it, disappointment was inevitable. The only comforting thing was that the leafy vegetables he had eaten the night before had no adverse effects. There were still 6 days until the apocalypse struck. He spent the night clothes tossing and turning, managing to nap for only 2 or 3 hours. He got up to wash his face and brush his teeth. Su-jin walked into the living room, glanced at the 2 sheets of white paper taped to the window, and then turned to sit at the dining table. He took out a notebook and a piece of bread, eating while jotting down notes. He had already arranged with Su-ching-dai that since he lived across from her, she would come looking for him as soon as she was discharged from the hospital. He planned to observe for 3 days. If she hadn't returned by then, he would have to make another trip to the psychiatric hospital. At present, the priority was not the clients, but rather preparing for the impending crisis. With 6 days left, there was no doubt that he needed to stockpile a substantial amount of water, food, and medicine. However, the problem was water. Water could become contaminated, making it difficult to replenish later. The consumption rate was high and could not be compressed, and the quality of water was significantly higher compared to other supplies. Storing it in containers would place enormous weight on a small area, which could put a great strain on the floor. If stored separately, it would waste space. The building standards in this world were still unclear, and the design standards did not necessarily reflect the construction standards. Construction standards did not guarantee worker quality, and worker quality did not imply the quality of building materials, nor was there any certainty regarding their aging. Based on this situation, he had made a last-minute decision to rent 2 apartments yesterday. A normal person's daily water intake is about 2 liters. If one conserves a ton of water, could last an individual for a year and a half. However, it couldn't be simply calculated under high-pressure injury or other special circumstances. Water consumption would certainly increase. He also had to consider Su Qingdai and her parents. Alternatively, he might need to recruit others to increase their chances of survival. 2 apartments, 4 tons of water stored under load-bearing walls should be a reasonably safe and stable arrangement with ample reserves. That meant he would need 40 100-liter water barrels. He could buy larger barrels and use wooden boards underneath to distribute. He also needed water purification tablets and cling film to prevent excessive evaporation. He diligently noted everything down, but paused his pen before starting to write out the food storage plan. Staples were certainly essential, but he would need to go further afield to buy grain, and he also needed to get some cardboard boxes for the grain store to pack and deliver at night. Otherwise, if others saw him stockpiling food, it would lead to numerous problems. He would need to prepare the security booth at the entrance in advance, using moving as an excuse if at all possible. Once the staple food was secured, he would also need fats and proteins. Bottled vegetable oil and animal fats would. The best choice for protein would likely be protein powder, but it was speculated that it might not be available on the market. Judging by the actual situation in this world, the fitness market was practically non-existent. At least he hadn't seen any gyms while taking a taxi. As a fallback, milk powder should be a good option. Nutrient-dense, easy to obtain, compressible, and high in calories. Most other nutrients would have to be maintained through pills. After pondering and sketching for over 20 minutes, Su Jin continued to flip pages and write. Confirming food and water, the most important thing was weapons. The industry in this world had already developed, and the large-scale use of firearms was inevitable. However, the difficulty of obtaining firearms was currently impossible to gauge. He had asked Su Qingdai about this. Ordinary citizens were not allowed to bear arms. Finding a way to acquire firearms was challenging, and the legal risks and costs were prohibitive. With the 7,000 yuan he had along with Su Qingdai's money, he counted last night, and totaled over 25,000 yuan. Accumulating supplies seemed slightly insufficient, and he had to give up on firearms, which would not be very effective even if obtained. Firstly, without practice, using bullets would lead to significant waste, replenishing them would be extremely difficult. Secondly, if gunfire attracted zombies, it would be better not to use them at all. At present, the greatest short-term use of guns was to deter living humans. Not firing would be more advantageous than firing. Having 1 gun on hand was already sufficient. Thus, the preparation of weapons had to shift towards cold weapons, with long weapons being optimal. He planned to buy some steel pipes from the hardware store, modifying them for use with knives and axes. If he could get his hands on a bow and arrow, that would be even better. He would have time to practice while cooped up in the safe house. But Su Jin pulled out a map, searching for the location of a slaughterhouse. Had he still been of the age of a delinquent, going out to butcher animals would not only not frighten him, but might even excite him. However, having already been through society, his respect for the law and understanding of the fragility of life had grown day by day. He was unafraid of fighting, but asking him to kill, even if it was a zombie. He would likely panic and feel fear when the time came. But if that moment truly arrived, he couldn't afford to miss. His hands must not tremble. There are still 5 days until the apocalypse arrives. Once again, the sun sets at 7 in the evening. Su Jin returned to his rented room with a backpack, having changed into a locally bought tank top and shorts. This day was indeed fruitful. He spent half a day in the bookstore speed reading through numerous encyclopedias, deepening his understanding of the world. The other half of the day was spent scouting locations, studying market prices, budgeting costs, and befriending the security guard of the community. After careful calculations, the money he had was just barely enough. Of course, the supplies were calculated based on a saturated estimate. Just for food, considering 4 people, it would last for several months. If it weren't for the need to purchase a large quantity of other functional supplies, this money could last for over 2 years just for food. The purchasing power was truly impressive. Upon returning home, Su Jin immediately dropped his backpack and pulled out a handbag from it. He took out a notebook from the handbag, followed by 2 plastic bags. One plastic bag contained rice, while the other held stir-fried meat slices. Eating some greens in the evening was no problem. Today, he had boldly ordered a meat dish at a small restaurant. The flavor was decent, and he was pleasantly surprised that the restaurant offered normal rice and chopsticks. As for the 2 portions on the dining table, they were leftovers that had been packed. Before he could even unwrap them, a warm sensation emanated from his fingers. Staring at the still warm food, Su Jin was momentarily taken aback. He had read some novels where there were storage rings that kept food fresh indefinitely. But seeing this in person with the food still warm felt incredibly miraculous. The food looked just like it had just been bought, indicating that what he brought from home wouldn't spoil. After unwrapping the plastic bag, Su-jin picked up a handful of rice with his chopsticks and put it in his mouth. After chewing a few bites, his expression changed slightly, and he quickly picked up a piece of meat. It wasn't time stopping. The temperature hadn't changed, the rice had revived, and the flavor of the dish seemed to have changed a bit. So this space in the bag is actually a thermally insulated environment. But molecules can still move. I wonder if microorganisms and bacteria can survive. Oh, I'll need to conduct a petri dish experiment. Oh dear. If that's the case, then pills and such stored in storage rings would also expire. What's the mechanism behind this space? Su-jin slapped his forehead, chuckling at himself. Why bother with that nonsensical stuff trying to explain the metaphysics with science, which is inherently unscientific? Ever since I crossed over, nothing has been normal. But then he thought it was somewhat sad he had received half a lifetime of scientific education and hadn't learned anything else. What else could he believe in besides science? He certainly couldn't trust the ancestors. After all, they had never been full. Suppressing his distracting thoughts, Su-jin began to eat while organizing his notes. Halfway through, there was a knock at the door. Su-jin was instantly startled, putting down his chopsticks and rushing to the door. Peeking through the peephole, he saw it was Su Qingdai. At that moment, she was nervously fidgeting at the door with no one else around. Su-jin quickly opened the door and pulled Su Qingdai into the house. Startled by the sudden tug, Su Qingdai jumped. Upon seeing Su-jin's face, she quickly calmed down and nervously said, "I've come out, cousin." "Well done. When did you come out? Was there any trouble?" Su-jin asked excitedly. "Today. I got home at noon and my mom just left for work." Su Qingdai lowered her head, not daring to look at Su-jin. "There was no trouble, but I don't know what was wrong with the nurse. By the way, she privately told me that my condition needs further care and that you should call her to report on my situation." Su-jin nodded repeatedly, pulling her to the dining table. "Sit down, let's talk while sitting." Su Qingdai replied softly, half of her bottom already on the chair. "Cousin, what should we do next?" Su-jin walked to the kitchen, got a glass of tap water, and pushed it towards Su Qingdai. Sitting down, he said, "I'll handle most of the subsequent matters. Whatever else I ask you to do, you just do it. Before I give you instructions, we need to establish 3 rules that you must remember clearly. Do you understand what establishing rules means?" "I understand. You speak, cousin." Su Qingdai replied softly. "Very good. First, never act impulsively. Second, never fail to inform me of any small matter. Third, anything I ask you to do must be done cleanly and beautifully. Can you do that?" "I can." Su Qingdai lifted her head, finally looking Su-jin in the eye. "Good. You're very spirited." Su-jin gave her a thumbs up. "I can see you're smart, and I believe you can do it. Although I have tasks to assign to you later, in reality, you only need to follow one thing, which is to believe in me wholeheartedly. I know you're still anxious inside, but I'm not just blowing smoke. Ooh, I never ask my clients to judge me by my winning rate. Please measure me by my losses, because I have never lost." "Really, cousin?" Su Qingdai's eyes suddenly lit up, glimmering with hope. "Of course, 3-body people lie. We Mekians love to tell the truth. Why are 3-body people so bad?" "Exactly." Watching Su Qingdai become more animated, Su-jin felt more. Since this task must be executed, his professional spirit must keep up. He couldn't let his own spirit crumble. The mental health of small clients needed to be maintained. "Cousin, what do you want me to do next?" Su Qingdai asked. Su-jin was about to speak when his gaze fell on the socket in the corner. Suddenly remembering, he hadn't checked the electricity today. Although he brought 2 power banks, it would still be somewhat difficult to last these few days. His phone was currently quite useful and would be even more so later. The wall socket was a 2-hole type. The charger could be plugged in, but he didn't dare to try, fearing it would damage his phone, so it was just right to ask. "Let me ask you a question first. What is the voltage of the socket?" 220 volts. "Is there a scientist named Volt? What is the unit of voltage?" "There is no scientist named Volt. The name of the voltage unit is named after our physics, so the voltage unit is called Volt. Chichukuba." Su-jin was speechless, unable to help but marvel at how powerful the company's translation feature was, truly adapting automatically and even converting cultures. Of course, others couldn't understand the handwritten content, but that didn't matter. The phone should be able to charge normally, and he would try the power bank first. The 220V voltage is the same as that of most countries on Earth, which should not be purely coincidental. Adopting such a voltage should be a reasonable value struck between economy and efficiency. This also indicates that science has never failed and his experience and common sense were entirely applicable. "What's wrong, cousin?" Su Qingdai asked curiously. Su-jin shook his head and pulled out another notebook. "It's nothing. Now tell me about your parents. Be detailed and don't miss anything. This part relates to whether we can interact openly and properly. If you do well, I can visit your home freely and help your parents more conveniently. Now go ahead." Su Qingdai nodded, but just as she was about to start, she hesitated. "Cousin, after I finish, can you tell me about those Mekians?" "No problem, you start first." An hour later. "Cousin, I've told you everything I know," Su Qingdai said, holding the empty cup. "Is there anything else?" "There's nothing else to ask, so tomorrow I'll go to your house, and you have 2 tasks." "What tasks?" "Get your mom to cook a few more hearty dishes, and think of a way to get me 2,000 yuan. 4 days remain until the end of the world." After a busy day, Su-jin's home on the 4th floor has already accumulated quite a bit of supplies, both large and small. In the morning, he scouted locations, and in the afternoon, he went shopping at the wholesale market. He first bought 10 buckets, several dozen bags of baby formula, 20 bags of salt, vitamin tablets, common medicine, several rolls of gauze, alcohol, iodine, and more. He also reserved a considerable amount of grains and oils from a store 6 kilometers away, paying a deposit and arranging for delivery 2 nights later. In addition, he purchased a large supply of plastic bags, toilet paper, and several portable plastic toilets. The toilets are definitely a must-have among all the supplies. With the impending apocalypse, the scarcity of water is evident. Even if the sewage system remains intact, it would be extravagant to use water to flush toilets. That means he can only buy some toilet covers to use with plastic bags. What if zombies move by smell? Perhaps it could even serve as a rather effective biological bomb. Although using plastic buckets would work, he thought about the possibility of his own demise. If conditions allow, it's better to maintain a bit of dignity. Furthermore, based on Fuqing Day's inquiry, he bought a batch of sanitary napkins. Though this item is typically for women during their special time, it has many uses, and at the very least it can serve as a shoe insole. After a couple more days of busy shopping, he should be able to gather most of what he needs. Su Jin was calculating in his mind, just crossing off the items he had already purchased from his list, when his stomach suddenly rumbled, prompting him to glance towards the door. He had made plans to have dinner at Fuqing Day's house today. He hadn't met her parents yet, but he had gained a relatively thorough understanding of them. This aspect is quite important, not to mention whether he could interact openly with Fuqing Dai. Gaining the trust of this couple would certainly provide significant assistance for future activities. Fuqing Dai's father Fu, who used to be a soldier. Although he retired due to injury, his caliber should not be comparable to that of an average person. Even if he has slackened over the years and his health isn't the best after a brief training session, he would undoubtedly surpass ordinary individuals. As for Fuqing Dai's mother Zhang, she is a female worker at a textile factory. Her sewing skills are also useful, which can be considered a valuable skill. He planned to buy a batch of ready-made clothes and thick fabric tomorrow, and then purchase some aluminum rolls from the hardware store. By sewing pockets into the clothes and inserting cut metal pieces, he can create a simple set of armor. This kind of protection is very simple, practical, and necessary. He must succeed today. Perhaps through Fu, who he could even obtain some weapons like bows and arrows. Around 6 in the evening, the sound of footsteps and conversations echoed in the corridor, followed by the sound of a key turning in the lock. A clattering sound followed as the door across the hall closed. Su Jin straightened his posture and walked towards the mirror to tidy up his appearance. From the sounds, it seemed that Fu Hu and his wife had returned home together, which was quite timely. It's not difficult for 2 people to handle this at once. After a quick tidying up, Su Jin tucked his phone into his pocket, picked up 3 movie DVDs and a notebook before stepping out of the room. Standing in front of Fuqing Dai's door, he took a moment to gather his thoughts before knocking on the door. Before long, the door opened, revealing a dark-skinned, somewhat fierce-looking middle-aged man standing before Su Jin. Upon seeing a stranger at the door, Fu Hu's eyes revealed confusion. "Who are you?" "Fu Hu." Su Jin replied with a hint of surprise, quickly regaining a calm expression. "Hey, who are you? Do you know me? Are you looking for something?" Fu Hu opened the door wider, blocking the entrance, as he scrutinized Su Jin with curiosity. Su Jin smiled slightly as he lowered his head, then looked up and said, "Pardon my intrusion, I am your new neighbor. My name is Li Haoqing." "Li Haoqing? How do you know my name? We seem to have never met, or did old Li from across the hall tell you?" Fu Hu was clearly straightforward, a hint of annoyance creeping into his expression. A young stranger approaching him and calling him by his full name felt rather impolite. Su Jin remained unfazed, saying, "Of course I know you. You are Fu Hu, a soldier in the 3rd Battalion 7th Company, 191st Division of the 12th Group Army. Your company commander is Huang Chongwen, nicknamed Huang Pao, and your classmate Yang Huai." Su Jin recited the information about Fu Hu, who immediately closed the door and stood, his eyes filled with vigilance. "Who exactly are you?" Su Jin's smile faded as he became serious, looking directly at Fu Hu and stating, "Let me introduce myself. I am the director of the National Key Risk Intervention Execution Bureau, Li Haoqing." "National? What?" Fu Hu momentarily failed to respond. This strange department was entirely unfamiliar to him. "It's short for Guoganju. It's normal that you wouldn't know since your previous rank was too low. Our department is directly under the highest level." Su Jin took out his Xiaomi 6 and began operating it. After a few swipes, Fu Hu's credentials appeared on the screen. Holding up his phone for Fu Hu to see, Su Jin continued, "I have your credentials. As for how I know you, it's actually quite when the National Risk Intervention Bureau was screening a batch of soldiers to join special training, you were among the candidates. Although I hadn't joined at that time, I later reviewed your data, and the internal evaluation of you was quite high, so I remember quite well." "Ah, you. Fu Hu was momentarily bewildered. He couldn't really determine whether the other party was telling the truth. A department he had never heard of should have been immediately dismissed. But the other party's clear understanding of his resume and the presentation of credentials made it puzzling. Most importantly, that device. It was too advanced, too clear. Ordinary people would absolutely not possess such things. Fu Hu pondered in his heart. No matter, he should stabilize the situation and ask what he is here for. He didn't seem to have caused any trouble, right? Director Haoqing. Fu Hu tentatively began, "Are you here too?" "It's Director Li." "All right, Director Li, what brings you here?" Upon hearing this, Su Jin's serious expression faded, and he revealed a smile again, saying, "Old Fu, it's a coincidence. We really are neighbors now. I have encountered some urgent circumstances temporarily. I came to borrow your TV. I didn't expect to run into you, may I?" Then please come in," Fu Hu said, bewildered, gesturing for him to enter. Su Jin walked in calmly. Inside, the living room and dining room were connected. Fuqing Dai was in her pajamas, propped up on the table doing her homework.
Upon seeing Su Jin, her eyes brightened, then she quickly turned back to pretend to be focused on her work. Go Qingdai. We have a guest, go back to your room to finish your work. Huohuo said, then turned back to Su Jin with a smile. This is my daughter. Oh. Fu Qingdai replied, unhappily grabbed her homework and scampered back to her room. Just then Zhang Wan came out from the kitchen, her hands still wet. Upon seeing the unfamiliar face of Su Jin, her gaze shifted towards Huohuo. Who is this? He's a relative of an old comrade of mine. It's none of your business. You go cook, I'll have a private chat with him for a moment. Huohuo gave Zhang Wan a look and she pouted before turning back to the kitchen. Directorly, let's sit down and chat. Huohuo looked at Su Jin and gestured towards the sofa. The two of them seated themselves on the sofa simultaneously. Zhang Wan brought over 2 cups of water, then turned and hurried back into the kitchen. After a moment of silence, Huohuo tentatively asked, Directorly, may I ask you a few questions? Of course, but some matters are confidential, so I cannot disclose them. Naturally. I would like to know when the National Bureau of Uncertain Events was established and what its functions are. The Bureau was established 30 years ago. In simple terms, it is responsible for the prediction, intervention, handling, and concealment of major national-level uncertain events, specializing in risks beyond the surface to ensure national strategic security. Huohuo squinted. You previously said my rank was too low, so it's normal that I don't understand the Bureau. But how come you are directly telling me this now? Su Jin smiled, lifted his cup, and glanced at Huohuo. It's simple. Soon everyone in the country will know about this department. Why? As Huohuo was about to ask further, Su Jin pulled out a disc from his pocket and handed it to him. Could you help me play this? Don't worry, it's just an ordinary movie, you can watch it too. Huohuo stared at the disc, quickly considered, and turned to put it in the... Su Jin crossed his legs, took out a notebook, and placed it on the armrest of the sofa, holding a pen ready to write. When Huohuo turned back, he saw Su Jin's demeanor and felt somewhat puzzled. This is unrelated to you. Su Jin raised the pen in his hand. Old Fu, you can continue to ask. I can tell you anything I can. I realize it's a bit presumptuous to come here, and since we're all on the same side, I don't want you to misunderstand. Huohuo nodded and continued. You say you are the director of the Bureau, but you look to be in your 20s, right? How could such an important department allow someone so young to hold such a position? Actually, I am already in my 30s, I just look young. However, it is indeed unusual for someone in their 30s to hold such a position in this department. But the reason behind it is not complicated. People like me are hard to find. Our department is responsible for significant tasks that require expertise in foreign cultures, proficiency in multiple languages, mathematics, physics, and computer science, even psychology, and so on. There are only a handful of people in the country who meet these requirements. I just returned to the country recently and rented an apartment. The talent community is mostly inhabited by elderly residents, and I ended up here not expecting to be your neighbor. Huohuo was momentarily speechless. A peculiar stranger, a department he had never heard of. Even though some evidence was presented, he still couldn't bring himself to trust the other party. Strange, filled with strangeness everywhere. Even if the explanation was reasonable, he still couldn't accept that such a young kid could become a director in such a major department. What else should I ask? Just as Huohuo was deep in thought, Su Jin took the initiative to speak. Old Fu, I know you don't believe me, but if you take a look at this, you'll understand. He said, tossing a Xiaomi 6 phone into Huohuo's hands after unlocking it. Huohuo caught it swiftly and began inspecting. The first time he saw this, he felt it was extraordinarily special. It must be a piece of high-end technology, and now that it was in hand, he wouldn't waste the opportunity. What is this thing called? What do the words inside mean? Actually, this is just a phone. Oh, its system has been modified by our department to display internal codes that can only be recognized by insiders. Su Jin said casually. This device integrates almost all the functions of electronic products on the market. This is a product secretly initiated and manufactured by a foreign department, and it has epoch-making strategic significance. My mission abroad was to obtain the related manufacturing data. Once our national bureau is made public, this device will also be officially released on the domestic market as a civilian product, and everyone will be able to afford it. It will undoubtedly cause a stir internationally. Calculating, it should be less than a month now. Is that true? Such high technology that everyone can afford. Huohuo's pupils widened, his heart pounding. How much? Around 18000 or so. Is that really an affordable price for everyone? Interest-free installments. While Huohuo was still processing this information, Su Jin took the initiative to speak. You must have many doubts in your mind. You are also uneasy about my identity, and you don't understand why someone like me would be here. To put it plainly, I came back secretly without notifying my superiors. The mission has long been completed, and next month will mark the end of the confidentiality period. Some issues arose in the bureau, and the deputy director's position became vacant, which should have been mine. However, I have been away from Longshan for many years, and some people in the bureau want to take advantage of this. That's why I had to communicate privately with my subordinates and temporarily rented a room here. Encountering you was also unexpected. Oh, I only wanted to borrow a TV. Telling you these things is harmless as long as you help me keep it confidential. Huohuo's vigilance did not diminish. With so much going on, is it appropriate for you to tell me? Su Jin was speechless, lazily leaning on the sofa, his gaze fixed on the television. There's nothing inappropriate. You are not in the bureau, so it won't affect anything. Moreover, I couldn't possibly hide all my cards while abroad. I will hand over the other decrypted data to my superiors. The deputy director's position is still mine. After saying that, Su Jin raised the notebook in his hand.
The text on it was identical to that on the phone, entirely incomprehensible. Fu Hu was momentarily speechless, lost in thought. This matter is too significant and comes from an unknown source. Rationality reminded him that he shouldn't fully trust this kid, completely unlike someone from within the system. Yet he couldn't find any flaws to refute, mainly because the background is too vague and he knows nothing about it. The items presented were entirely beyond his comprehension. Old Fu. Su Jin stared at the television unblinkingly. Meeting is a kind of fate. I've shared so much with you. Now my subordinates are almost all being watched. If you are willing to help me run an errand, I would be very grateful. Money is not an issue. In 10 days, or half a month, my matters here will be concluded. If you're looking for a job, there are still positions available in the office of our National Bureau, with a starting salary of over 100,000. Starting salary over 100,000. Fu Hu's body trembled slightly, and he whispered, Director Li, I'm afraid. Is this your purpose for staying at my place and saying so much? Su Jin chuckled lightly. That's half true. It was indeed a coincidence to stay opposite your house. Would you be willing to help me with this? I still want to ask, in which country were you on a mission? My whereabouts are top secret and will not be disclosed in the future. It's fine, old Fu. If you don't want to help me, then don't. I want to affect your life. Thank you, Director. Have you eaten? Su Jin paused with his pen, glancing at Fu Hu. I haven't eaten. Then why not stay over for... Fu Hu asked. Is it convenient? Of course. It's no trouble at all. He'll go check on how the dishes are coming along. Fu Hu said, casting a discreet glance at Su Jin before getting up to head to the kitchen. Upon seeing Fu Hu enter, Zhang Wan, half hidden behind the kitchen door, immediately stopped stirring the pot and inquired. Who is that? Who is the young man? What is he doing here? Chill. Lower your voice. That kid has issues. What is going on? Zhang Wan whispered. He claims to be a high-ranking official from a government bureau that I have never heard of. With my credentials, he even knows my background. I really can't figure out what's true and what's not. However, he has some high-tech gadget in his hands, which is definitely advanced equipment that ordinary people can't touch. What he said could be true, but it also seems unlikely. I can't afford to offend him. If he really is an official, that would be troublesome. Oh dear, Zhang Wan said anxiously. Could it be that we've encountered a scammer? Old Fu, you should know this. You were just an ordinary soldier before. What big matters could involve you? If he dares to mention money, we will call the police. Don't worry, I invited him to dinner. I will try to get more information from him. If he's fake, how could a young punk fool me? Watch my signals. What's going on? The nice things I bought today are all for our daughter to nourish her health. It's rare for her to have a good appetite, and now we have a stranger around. Zhang Wan complained, waving her hand. Stop dawdling, let's get started. Hey, let Qingdai lock the door, she can eat later. The table was filled with dishes and cups were prepared. Su Jin picked up the remote to speed through the movie content, having already taken 2 pages of notes. As the last dish was served, Fu Hu turned to say, Director Li, have you finished watching? Su Jin paused the TV, closed his notebook, and walked towards the dining table, smiling at the couple. I'm sorry to disturb. Let me introduce you. This is my wife, Zhang Wan. And this is... Fu Hu reached out to introduce. Director of the National Bureau, Li Haoqing. Su Jin smiled and nodded at Zhang Wan. Please have a seat. Fu Hu nodded repeatedly. The 3 of them sat down, falling into silence for a moment. Fu Hu raised his glass towards Su Jin. Director Li, as you said earlier, meeting is fate. Let me toast you first. Su Jin raised his hand to decline. I'm sorry, I never drink during non-working hours. Fu Hu and his wife exchanged glances, and Zhang Wan smiled. Yes, drinking less is good for your health. Then eat more dishes. After saying that, Zhang Wan picked up a piece of food and placed it in Su Jin's bowl. Director Li, I just heard you mention something about the National Bureau. I've never heard of it. Could you tell me more about it? When did our country have such a department? No problem. In fact, this department has been established for a long time. Su Jin, halfway through his words, turned to look towards the direction of Fu Qingdai's room, then turned back and said, You too, that's your daughter inside, right? Why isn't she called out to eat? No need, that child always snacks and doesn't eat properly, just ignore her. Zhang Wan said with a resentful expression. Director Li, please continue. May I ask what your daughter's name is? Su Jin changed the subject. As soon as these words were spoken, Fu Hu and his wife instantly became alert, and Zhang Wan secretly poked Fu Hu under the table. My daughter's name is Fu Qingdai. What's the matter? Fu Hu replied blandly. That child. Su Jin hesitated, then finally spoke. Has she been facing some issues recently? I see that her mental state isn't very healthy. Fu Hu and his wife exchanged glances again. This time their expressions changed. Fu Hu immediately recalled something and said, Director Li, you mentioned you are proficient in psychology. Can you really identify problems? Su Jin chuckled lightly. Of course, as long as it is profound enough, I can see problems at a glance. It seems your precious daughter is indeed facing some issues, right? Bring her out so I can take a look. I can't guarantee I'm better than top experts, but I'm definitely not inferior to those third-rate doctors. Before Fu Hu could speak, Zhang Wan had already stood up to call Fu Qingdai. Soon Fu Qingdai sat by the table, her head lowered and not daring to say a word. Speak up. Call out. Call Uncle Li. Zhang Wan urged Fu Qingdai, poking her shoulder. Li. Uncle Li. Fu Qingdai bit her lip tightly, quickly glanced at Su Jin, and hurriedly lowered her head again. Director Li, please see what's wrong with this child. Zhang Wan urged. Recently she has been. Just wait, don't interrupt. I'll let Director Li examine her properly. Proficient in psychology, let's see how proficient he really is, whether it's genuine or not. This will be a test. Su Jin slightly lowered his head, pretended to contemplate Fu Qingdai for 2 minutes. Under the gaze of Fu Hu and his wife, he slowly spoke. This child, based on her appearance and complexion, she is under too much pressure. I even sense some suicidal tendencies. Generally at her stage the pressure is usually from her studies. Zhang Wan immediately looked at Fu Hu with a face that said, didn't I tell you? Fu Hu shot him a sidelong glance looking displeased. This wasteful girl, she hasn't said 2 sentences before almost getting led astray by someone. Not useful at all. Has her recent learning, especially in math and physics, declined? Yes, isn't that right? Her math grades have been getting worse day by day. Zhang Wan said in surprise. Director Li, you can see that. That's quite normal, it's a probability issue, Su Jin replied. Qingdai, lift your head. Ooh, I have 2 questions for you. Fu Qingdai raised her eyes and timidly nodded twice. What time does your school have lunch break, and when do you eat? We have a break at 12 and I eat at 12:30. What do you usually eat at lunch? Who do you eat with? It's different every day. Su Jin asked a series of over 10 daily questions, leaving Fu Hu and his wife in confusion. Fu Hu's brows were tightly knit, his gaze never leaving Su Jin. Until the 20th question was asked, Su Jin took a sip of water, and a smile appeared on his face again. I think the problems are already quite clear. What's going on, Director Li? Zhang Wan asked urgently. The first point I already mentioned earlier is that she is under too much academic pressure. But the second point is more complex. She is experiencing early romance. I am not. Fu Qingdai immediately retorted, her small hand tightly gripping her thigh. You are. And that boy is not in the same class as you. Oh, I guess he's from the neighboring class, not doing well in studies, but like, you spent about 2 months together, and then he fell for someone else and dumped you. Maybe you try to find him again, but he humiliated you, right? Su Jin stared directly at Fu Qingdai. Hold on. You must hold it together. Fu Qingdai's big eyes were filled with tears, her thighs already bruised from the grip, and then she burst into tears, throwing herself into Zhang Wan's arms. Their daughter suddenly breaking down made Fu Hu and his wife exchange glances again, but this time their expressions had completely changed. This is incredible. The hospital didn't catch so many problems, yet just a few casual questions revealed the root cause. Is this the quality of a top agent? I told you. This child is just under a lot of academic pressure and is dating. There's nothing else wrong. Why did you insist on sending her to a mental hospital? Zhang Wan excitedly directed her anger at Fu Hu, feeling an immense relief in her chest. Director Li, how should we take care of the child now? Zhang Wan asked as she patted Fu Qingdai. The reasons for a child her age experiencing such issues are not only due to the school, but also to both of you. Your previous behavior has only exacerbated her problems. Zhang Wan was momentarily at a loss. Today's children are just overly sensitive. Back in our time, Su Jin sighed. Vladimir Jimmy Su Kuan once said that there is only one truly serious philosophical question, that is suicide. Humans are creatures that need meaning to survive. Fu Hu and his wife listened intently. She has already lost the meaning of living due to the bullying at school, and returning home to be misunderstood by both of you will naturally make the situation worse. There might even be severe suicidal tendencies and hallucinations. While the child hasn't developed hallucinations, yet it's not too serious, so you should quickly provide care and avoid provoking her. She already has hallucinations, Director Li. What should we do? When can she go back to school? Zhang Wan exclaimed, her face turning pale, mirrored by Fu Hu. Stop mentioning school. How many times have you inadvertently hurt her? Su Jin cast a sidelong glance at Zhang Wan. It's already serious enough, why didn't you intervene earlier? It's severe enough for hallucinations, and there are very few psychologists in Longshan City who can help her, and the situation is generally weak in the country regarding this matter. Do you have any recommendations? Fu Hu swallowed nervously. I just returned to Longshan, how would I know the specifics here? Su Jin shook his head. My teacher would definitely be capable, but unfortunately he passed away last year. Can you take a look? Zhang Wan asked directly. Don't be ridiculous, Director Li is not a doctor and doesn't have time to see patients. Fu Hu reprimanded, then turned. Director Li, could you give us some guidance on what to do? How to do this? It can't be explained in just a few sentences. Su Jin sighed, then changed the subject. How about this? Since we live right across the street, I will be out during the day, but my time at home at night is about the same as yours, and am not busy at night. You can let the child come to me, or I can come to you. We are neighbors, no need to be polite. If I help her with counseling for 2 hours a day, she should be able to return to school in a week. Regularly practicing singing and dancing will also help lighten your task, in helping her regain her mindset later on. Oh really? Zhang Wan exclaimed, standing up excitedly. Thank you so much, Director Li. What Director Li? Fu Hu also stood up, excitedly glaring at Zhang Wan. He raised his glass. Director Li, I toast to you. I'm just a rough guy, it's all in the wine. With that he downed the drink. Fu Qingdai lowered her head, feeling embarrassed to the core. Don't be like this, but it's not too late to call Director Li again in half a month. Su Jin smiled lightly, turning to look at Fu Qingdai. Besides, we should also respect the wishes of the person involved, right? Qingdai, would you like to chat with me in the evening? Don't worry, just casual conversation, no pressure. Fu Qingdai nodded, slightly pursing her lips. That's settled then. Su Jin spread his hands and smiled at the couple. I will come over tomorrow. For now, let's continue chatting about whatever. The script had long been written and the target had already fallen into the trap. Naturally, the subsequent conversation was dominated by Su Jin dazzling the local natives with his incredible skills.
Moreover, Fu Qingdai occasionally threw out pre-designed questions helping him build his character. As for questions he couldn't answer, of course there were, but his response was just one national secret, no comment. An hour later, fully satisfied with food, Su Jin packed up his things, clutching the 231 yuan and 5 jiao that Fu Qingdai secretly stuffed into his pocket, preparing to head home. Fu Hu stood at the door, pulling it open. His dark face visibly flushed, deep red, a smile on his face indicating he had been heavily intoxicated during the meal. Director Liam, so glad to see you this time. Oh, if it weren't for you, I would have thought everyone was just being polite when I left the army. I didn't expect such high praise from my superiors and comrades. And my daughter, I truly don't know how to thank you this time. If you need help with anything, just let me know. Su Jin waved his hand. There will be things I need your help with later, but nothing serious, so don't feel pressured. Close the door, I'm heading back now. Wait a moment, Director Lee. Fu Hu raised his voice. Is there anything else? Director Lee. Fu Hu hesitated, his tongue slightly twisted. The National Bureau of Administration. After a long pause, he couldn't bring himself to say the word work. Su Jin realized, then smiled. Old Fu, there's no need to be polite with me. There's nothing wrong with wanting to rise up, you want me to help you find a job, right? Fu Hu awkwardly nodded. This relationship has already been established. Moreover, this person truly has real skills and is definitely a master. No issues with his identity. Even though he had already taken advantage of the situation, he still wanted that 10,000 yuan base salary job. Old Fu, I have that capability, but I can't guarantee it 100% because I'm not very clear on what positions are available in the bureau. Just wait for my news, and I'll get back to you tomorrow, okay? That's great. Thank you, Director Lee. Rest early. Fu Hu expressed his gratitude profusely. Su Jin waved his hand, and the door was closed. Turning back to his own house, he took out his keys and was just about to unlock the door. The cheerful and warm discussion from the Fu family next door was faint yet jarring, echoing in the empty corridor. Suddenly, the sensor light above went out, plunging the hallway into darkness, leaving only Su Jin's gradually heavy breathing. His hand holding the key suddenly drooped. He swayed weakly, resting his head against the iron door, closing his eyes with a sigh. His heart felt empty. Missed home. I used to be reluctant to return during the new year. This time I genuinely miss it deeply. After exhaling a few breaths of foul air, Su Jin rubbed his eyes and opened the door to go home. After rising and washing up, Su Jin quickly packed an extra set of clothes and rushed out the door toward the locals. There was one situated on the city's outskirts. Its reputation, gleaned from meat vendors at the market, suggested lax management and a primary focus on swine. The dominant livestock species in this world resembled pigs, but bore striking differences: compact ears, sharply tapered heads, and an unmistakable air of aggression, ideal for Hansen practice. Permission to enter seemed unlikely to pose an insurmountable obstacle. If necessary, coin would pave the way. Arriving by taxi, Su Jin was met, even before approaching the facility, by a thick coppery stench carried on the wind. He closed his eyes, steadying himself with quiet mental resolve. It's fine, truly fine. I've thrown fists since childhood, faced blades twice before. This is merely desensitization, a simple exercise in acclimatization, as effortless as bathing. After prolonged inner preparation, he drew a deep, deliberate breath and stepped forward with unwavering resolve. Within 100 meters, he stood before a vast corrugated iron warehouse, doorless, its threshold exhaling a dense miasma of animal musk and raw blood. Blood-licked concrete stretched across the floor, buzzing with swarms of flies. Dozens of workers in rubber boots hurried about, pushing carts laden with plastic tubs brimming with glistening offal. No supervisor was in sight. The workers, noting Su Jin's clean attire, cast only fleeting, curious glances. No one questioned his presence. This area handled carcass processing. The actual slaughter site, he surmised, lay behind the main structure. He turned and made his way around the building. Indeed, the slaughter ground lay exposed beneath a rusted iron canopy. Several workers moved with practiced efficiency. Some wielded electric prods, others long-handled tools, dispatching newly pinned animals amid mud-choked, crimson-stained earth. From the shadows, Su Jin observed them closely, his gaze settling upon one man in particular, a burly figure in his 50s, arms marked with tattoos. Others addressed him as Brother Liu, and his commanding posture confirmed he led the crew. Securing his cooperation, Su Jin reasoned, would ensure smooth passage. After brief deliberation, he approached the man. At that moment, Brother Liu was directing operations. Yet the instant Su Jin appeared beside him, his voice fell silent, and his eyes snapped sideways. A single glance sufficed. His expression tightened instantly. You, what do you want? His voice was coarse gravelly. Brother, no need to tense up. I'm not here to inspect, Su Jin replied, carefully choosing his words. My name is Lin Shiro. It's awkward to admit, but you strike me as a straightforward man, so I'll speak plainly. I've come to learn slaughter. I've been unable to find work. My father's friend recommended pig slaughtering. It's a trade he knows well, but I didn't want to shame my father by showing up unprepared. So I sought a place to train first. Ah, you're here to learn slaughter. Brother Liu's features relaxed slightly, a wry smile tugging at his lips. Is this really where you choose to learn? You've got nothing better to do than waste time here. Get out. Su Jin glanced left and right, then withdrew a 100 yuan note and leaned in, voice lowered. I won't learn for free. Just give me a pig to practice on. That's all I ask. You. Brother Liu's eyes locked onto the bill, his tone softened marginally. Still, it's impossible. A complete novice. You get injured, who covers your medical bills? Fine. Just be careful. I'll watch over you.
Pocketing 200 yuan, Brother Lu led Su Jin into the center. 3 hours later, beneath the shaded eave of the warehouse, the two faced each other. Su Jin panted heavily, his face flushed a pale, uneven red, as though daubed with tomato paste, though his clothes had been replaced with a fresh set. Opposite him stood Brother Lu, his complexion ashen. Glancing at Su Jin's face, he stammered, "Brother," satisfied. Su Jin pressed his lips together, suppressing the urge to vomit, and gave a terse nod. "I'll return tomorrow." Tomorrow, again. Brother Lu's voice leapt 2 octaves higher, his thoughts already spiraling into exasperated curses. He'd imagined earning 200 yuan today as a pleasant side income. Yet this seemingly mild-mannered young man was clear. He wasn't practicing slaughter. He was hunting pigs, urging others to deliver gentler shocks, then chasing them across the yard with a blade, hacking wildly, as if driven by personal vendetta. He'd even carved decorative patterns into the pig's hindquarters. Another few minutes, and he could have stuffed dumplings. He kept going even after retching utterly undeterred. This wasn't ordinary illness. It was profound pathology. Letting him return tomorrow would surely invite disaster. "Don't come back tomorrow. Our manager's on site and he'd never—" Then pausing, Brother Lu added tremulously, "Brother, tell me honestly, have you fallen into dire straits? Is that why you're training here? Listen to me. Don't step onto the path of crime." Su Jin's heart lurched. Disaster. He'd pushed too far, suppressing nausea, forcing himself to endure the visceral horror of bloodshed. If Brother Lu reported him, consequences would be severe. Su Jin contorted his features into an expression of excruciating anguish. Already overwhelmed by nausea and the relentless urge to vomit, he bowed his head. His stomach's meager contents surged upward, and with a sharp involuntary swallow, bile rose into his throat. "Brother." Su Jin broke into anguished sobs, tears and mucus streaming down his face. "I won't hide it. I'm not here to learn slaughter. Brother, take your time. Tell me slowly." Brother Lu's suspicions were confirmed. This youth had come to rehearse murder. His face paled further. "My wife ran off with another man. I won't let those dogs escape justice." Su Jin cried, cursing bitterly. "No, don't do that. You're so young. You'll find another woman easily." He couldn't allow this boy to commit folly and risk implicating himself. Brother Lu spoke gently. "Trust me. This isn't worth ruining your life over. Every man wears a green hat now and then. I've worn mine too." For 10 minutes, he offered soothing counsel until Su Jin's weeping gradually subsided and he wiped his eyes. In a hoarse whisper, he said, "Brother, after slaughtering those pigs and hearing your words, I feel far lighter. I won't sacrifice myself for those contemptible wretches." "Exactly. That's exactly right." Brother Lu exhaled in profound relief, his chest swelling with gratitude. So much so he nearly invited Su Jin for a feast of braised pork shanks. His tone signaled the storm had passed, all was well. Having saved 2 lives and extricated himself from liability, he felt virtuous indeed, when suddenly Su Jin lifted his head and said, "Could you return the 200 yuan?" Brother Lu froze, his expression petrified as though struck by the very electric prod he wielded. After a long silence, he suppressed the violent impulse to slap. Su Jin dug 2 crumpled 100 yuan notes from his pocket and slapped them hard into Su Jin's palm. "Take it, brother. Go home, live well, and please never return. I'm truly terrified of you. Brother, thank you. I can never repay your kindness." As he spoke, Su Jin's peripheral vision caught a stack of feed sacks nearby. When he read the label, his eyes widened and instantly pivoting, he pointed at the pig feed. "May I take 2 bags? That pair stole all my money. I intend to eat pig feed today. I must remember. Someday when I've earned enough, I'll reclaim every shred of dignity they stole from me." This lunatic. He even wanted more. Brother Lu gasped, sharply clutching his chest as though suffering a cardiac seizure. Weakly he waved his hand. "Take as many as you like." In the afternoon, Su Jin returned home early to prepare pig feed, followed by market research and procurement of supplies. It wasn't until dusk that he returned home exhausted. After taking a shower and changing clothes, he knocked on the door of the Fu Qingda's home. Fu, who opened the door, immediately displayed a smile and gestured for him to enter. "Director Li, please come in. Have you eaten?" "Just in time, the meal has just been prepared," Fu said. Su Jin replied with a smile, "That's really too kind of you, old Fu." After a hearty meal, the two of them were sitting on the sofa. Su Jin picked his teeth while Zhang Wan served 2 cups of hot tea, and then turned back to busy herself in the kitchen. Fu Qingdai went into the room to do her homework first. After finishing half a cup of hot tea, Su Jin adjusted his sitting posture and looked at Fu, who saying, "Old Fu, I asked about the job situation for you." "Moi." Fu leaned slightly forward, his head tilting towards Su Jin. After a moment of contemplation, Su Jin cleared his throat and took another sip of tea, saying, "This matter is a bit more troublesome than I expected." "Ah." Fu relaxed his body and continued to listen attentively. "The situation is like this. There is indeed a vacancy in the bureau. However, as you know, good positions don't stay open for long, and our national administration is no exception. Now that it involves my competition for the deputy director position, I can't personally help you with it. Therefore, for the job matter, I need your cooperation, but it may require some expense." "How should I cooperate?" Fu immediately asked. "Our national administration's director is named Zhang Zhao, and he has a son. This kid is not young anymore, older than your daughter, and he enjoys playing with weapons. My subordinates are being monitored, and the director is surrounded by my competitors, so I plan to use his son as a breakthrough point. Coincidentally, I can also handle your matter through him and secure your position in advance." I've met this kid once and I know he likes archery, but our director used to be hesitant to let him play with it. Now that the kid has grown up and is more adventurous, it's the perfect time for him to wield weapons. You help me prepare 3 strong bows, a compound bow of 50 pounds, 70 pounds, and 90 pounds. For each bow, please include plenty of arrows, preferably the most penetrating types suitable for hunting. Also include laser sights and automatic loading devices, as many accessories for archery as possible. But remember, buy different colors for each type of bow, and the arrows should match. What? After hearing this, Fu, who was taken aback. 3 bows with arrows, and they need to be the most penetrating. Is this for a fight? Moreover, I can't even draw the 90-pound bow right now. Is this really necessary, directorly? Su Jin tilted his head and quickly straightened up, saying, Old Fu, it's not that I'm criticizing you. Although you are older than me, you are still lacking in this regard. Of course, I can't just give all these things to him. You will have to purchase them, and I need to select some myself. You can't just be casual with your children and then be casual about finding a job, can you? Why do I want you to buy different colors and so many of them? I can't possibly go myself to buy bows and arrows. You prepare everything, and after you buy them, it'll come to match them. This is all psychology, I'm telling you. Just keep the receipts, and after I select, you can return the rest. That will be all. In the kitchen, Zhang Wan's expression softened as she stood straight. Wow, learning psychology from the director is really enlightening. Fu Hu exclaimed in amazement. After taking a sip of tea, Su Jin added, I've finished discussing your matter, now let's talk about mine. Although the director's son line is good and your matter can be easily handled, I haven't returned to the country for a long time and the situation is not very clear. I only have a 70% assurance, the remaining 30% relies on you. You don't need to be anxious, your task is quite simple. Every time I go on a mission abroad, I leave 2 trusted aides behind and set up multiple secret communication methods in advance. You need to go to the solar power component specialty store in Erdogan and buy me a solar panel along with batteries, a controller, and after you buy the items, it won't be long before my subordinates will find out. They will understand my intentions and the situation. The rest will be left to me, so you can wait patiently for your position. A solar panel. How much will that cost, director? Fu Hu just lifted the teacup and quickly put it down again. After a moment of contemplation, Su Jin said, When you get there, a complete set will be prepared for you, costing about 14,000 in total. 14,000. Fu Hu's eyes widened. That's too much, director. Plus the bows and arrows, my family can't afford that. What's the rush? After you finish buying your items, keep the receipts. In a couple of days, the same will apply for returns. Those items are signals I give to my subordinates. It must be precise. Don't ask too many specific questions about it. Su Jin tapped the table, feeling quite helpless himself. This afternoon, he investigated solar energy. The photovoltaic industry in this world is not doing well. It is incredibly expensive. However, he had already given advance notice and could return the items, anticipating that Fu Hu wouldn't refuse. All right then. As expected, Fu Hu set down the teacup and said straightforwardly, So director, when is a good time for me to buy? Tomorrow, or at the latest the day after. You must buy everything. Just this little fuss, after that you'll be comfortable, and so, I understand. He'll take a day off tomorrow and get everything sorted for you. Su Jin smiled and patted Fu Hu's arm. Don't be nervous, old Fu, it's all quite straightforward. We've talked enough, I'll go see Qingdai now. Thank you, Director Li. Fu Hu quickly stood up and accompanied Su Jin to the door of Fu Qingdai's room. As he opened the door, Fu Qingdai, dressed in a plain white nightgown, was sitting at her desk board, scribbling in her practice book, her delicate legs swinging back and forth. Seeing her father arrive with Su Jin, she glanced over, but quickly lowered her gaze. Qingdai, listen well to your uncle, Fu Hu instructed, and closed the door. As soon as the door was shut, Fu Qingdai swiftly got up and obediently sat at the edge of the bed. Su Jin surveyed the girl's room, which was decorated with various small dolls, and a faint fragrance lingered in the air. He then stepped forward and sat in a chair, softly asking Fu Qingdai, Is the sound insulation in your room all right? As long as we keep our voices down, they won't hear us, Fu Qingdai replied softly. Where's the money? How much did you steal today? Hand it over. Su Jin reached out for the money. Fu Qingdai rummaged under her mattress for a while and took out a handful of cash, placing it in his palm. When Su Jin took a closer look, his expression turned displeased. $32.08. What can this little amount do? Su Jin expressed his dissatisfaction, saying, At least it's enough to buy a rope for hanging one for each of us. Fu Qingdai had a troubled expression. Cousin, this is all I could find. I asked my mom for money and she scolded me, saying she would buy whatever I wanted, but I have no reason to spend money at home every day. Cry. Make a fuss. Do I need to teach you this? Su Jin lightly reprimanded. Besides, you can have your mom buy practical things. How come you, a grown-up, can't think straight? Fu Qingdai's face flushed with embarrassment and annoyance, retorting, I told you I asked her to buy food to get rice, and she scolded me for being crazy. I wanted biscuits and she only bought me a box. What good is a single box? Su Jin continued, Anyway, I don't want to steal anymore. I'm afraid if they see me, they might send me to a mental hospital. Qingdai, the money will soon turn into useless paper. I'm still at your house. There's no time to hesitate. Su Jin clapped his hands and scolded, Are you asking me, an outsider, to work for you here? If you don't steal, how can I support you? I came all the way from Orion and even took a spaceship. Su Jin's words trailed off as a heavy feeling surged within him, and he suddenly fell silent. Fu Qingdai sat at the edge of the bed, her delicate head lowered, tears streaming down her cheeks. She curled up her snow-white legs, burying her head in them, making no sound, merely shuddering her shoulders. After a while she finally couldn't hold back and cried out loud. Outside the door a pair of sneaky figures pressed against the door to listen. She's crying. Old Fu, I hear noise. It seems our daughter is crying. Should I go in and check on her? That's detox, it's detox. Stop eavesdropping, it's interfering with the director's treatment. Soon Fu Qingdai's cries softened and fell into silence. Alright, it's good to let it out. Su Jin spoke softly. If you steal once more I believe you will succeed this time. Hearing this, Fu Qingdai lifted her head to look at Su Jin, remnants of tears on her face. Brother. After tonight, there are only 2 days left. Is this really the only way? Is there no other way? Su Jin's heart clenched suddenly, and he slowly shook his head with a serious expression. My grandparents. And my friends. What should I do? Fu Qingdai's expression was filled with pain and helplessness. I know something is going to happen, but no one believes me. If only I were older. Then so many people would listen to my advice. It's useless, Qingdai. Even if you become the world's richest person, your parents are still smarter than you. Su Jin reached for a tissue from the table and handed it to her, saying, Wipe your nose, you might choke on it if you don't. The girl's face flushed as she took the tissue and wiped her tears haphazardly. If you become an official, your parents will still listen to you. Why, oi? Fu Qingdai asked, her voice slightly choked. Wealth and power are not the same. Once you become an official, your parents can still distinguish the hierarchy. With this intentional diversion, Fu Qingdai's emotions eased slightly, and she asked in a hoarse voice, Cousin, what do you plan to do next? Where do we go? Are we just going to stay here and wait? Su Jin fell into deep thought upon hearing this. He really had considered the situation after the zombies appeared, and there wasn't any particularly good plan. The best option seemed to be waiting in place. He still had no idea about the specific situation regarding the zombies. It was unclear whether it was a virus or some other mysterious force that infected people. But zombies are biological entities. Theoretically, they shouldn't survive too long without food. Perhaps if they hid in the house for 10 to 15 days, the zombies would starve to death. With a belly full of rotten guts in this hot weather, who knows? They might explode before they even get a chance to starve. Although zombies in movies never die, that's just a movie. If it's a mysterious force that prevents zombies from starving to death, then it wouldn't be a big issue. From Fu Qingdai's diary, it seemed that zombies behaved similarly to humans, and even from the descriptions they seemed a bit stiff. Such despicable things can only cause havoc in movies. Abroad into an industrialized modern society, they are almost like live targets. As long as the country's violent machinery is set in motion, eliminating these flesh targets would be a trivial matter. Although this world is not as developed as Earth, it has long begun industrialization. According to references from bookstores and movies, tanks, artillery, and missiles are all available. There is also a strategic astronomical weapon comparable to a nuclear bomb known as the Cold Sky Missile System. Theoretically, this world may not have technology as advanced as Earth, but perhaps due to the significant differences in the natural environment and atmosphere, they could develop weapons capable of altering weather on a large scale. This type of weapon has only been used once in world history, resulting in a death toll of 200,000, with a record of maintaining a regional low temperature for nearly a month. Based on the current comprehensive analysis of military forces in this world, combating the zombie crisis can be said to be a piece of cake. The only problem is how long they can hold out until rescue arrives. With this in mind, Su Jin said, the first task now is to endure that storm. We'll deal with things later. I have my Qingdai. If you feel too tense, just have a good rest tomorrow. You don't need to do anything. I need your help on the last day. What is it? Su Jin took out a bottle of pills from his pocket and said seriously, these are sleeping pills. Grind them into powder and give them to your parents before they fall asleep. When they are sound asleep at 11 o'clock tonight, you can come out and help me with some safety precautions. I understand, cousin. Fu Qingdai nodded earnestly. Su Jin smiled and took out his phone and headphones, saying, I like you being so sensible. Here, play with this and relax a bit. Fu Qingdai curiously took the phone, put on the headphones as instructed by Su Jin, and soon listened to some alien tunes. The lyrics were incomprehensible, but the melody was evidently very intriguing. As the music helped shift her focus, Fu Qingdai's expression gradually softened. Curling up at the edge of the bed, her slender feet arched slightly, creating a soft and enticing curve. Her delicate white toes unconsciously brushed against the sheets, gently quivering. A few minutes later, the phone screen locked. Fu Qingdai glanced at Su Jin, her cheeks instantly flushed. Taking off the headphones awkwardly, she said, Brother, why do you keep looking at my feet? I'm just checking if you're good at running. Su Jin slowly returned his gaze to normal and casually opened the desk drawer, saying, Oh, stationary. Fu Qingdai squinted her eyes suspiciously, watching him. Su Jin maintained a serious expression and opened another drawer, revealing it filled with various candies, truly surprising him this time. Candy? You sure have a stash of candy here. Oh, I asked my mom to buy me some extra candy. Oh, I thought it could come in handy. Su Jin lowered his head and casually pulled out a bag of chocolate from the drawer, opened the packaging, and took a sniff. The packaging said it was chocolate, and it smelled like chocolate too. It should be safe to eat. Since arriving in this world, there had been no incidents of food allergies or poisoning. He hadn't had the chance to buy candy yet, so supplementing with quick carbs was still very necessary. He didn't expect Fu Qingdai to fill this gap. The little girl was sharp. After observing for a moment, Su Jin lowered his head and took a small bite off the chocolate. It had become a habit in this world. Unfamiliar food is always tested in small amounts.
The rich chocolate flavor spread in his mouth, and Su-jin nodded in satisfaction. The taste of candy here is still. As he spoke halfway, Su-jin's eyes suddenly widened. The blood color visibly spread from his chest and abdomen to his neck until the blood vessels reached his white eyes and his entire face turned red instantly. Upon witnessing such a strange occurrence, Fu Qingdai was immediately stricken with fear and opened her mouth to shout, "Cousin!" Cough. Just as she was about to cry out, Su-jin had already trembled and covered her little mouth with his shaking hand. However, in an extremely poor state, her hand was uncontrollable and a finger went straight into her throat. Fu Qingdai immediately pushed him away and bent over to retch. When she raised her head again, she saw Su-jin gesturing, and she immediately understood. She closed her mouth tightly and pulled him down onto the bed. With a stumble, Su-jin successfully fell onto the fragrant bed. However, his expression was horrifyingly ugly, eyes wide open and veins bulging on his forehead. His whole body convulsed on the bed like a maggot sprinkled with salt. Poison. There is poison. The chocolate is highly toxic. Ugh. Cough. Su-jin felt an extreme panic and frantically dug at his throat. Fu Qingdai hurriedly picked up a trash can from the ground, preparing to deal with the situation. After struggling for about 10 minutes, Su-jin lay back on the bed, gasping for breath, the symptoms ebbing like a receding tide. Cousin, are you okay? What happened? Fu Qingdai was filled with anxiety. Almost died. Su-jin weakly waved his hand, his heart palpitations subsiding. Food poisoning. Ever since he crossed over, he had taken every precaution. Who would have thought he would still fall into a pit? Fortunately, the local chocolate's toxicity came on strong, but receded just as quickly. After a few minutes of recovery, feeling that his bodily functions were unharmed, and he could move again, Su-jin propped himself up. Fu Qingdai hurriedly said, "Cousin, can you eat chocolate? Have you eaten it before?" I have eaten chocolate, but not the kind from your place." Su-jin's voice was a bit hoarse as he got up and walked towards the table to grab his briefcase. He pulled out a bar of chocolate bought from a supermarket back home. After scraping off some fine powder, he looked at Fu Qingdai and said, "Give me your hand." Fu Qingdai stretched out her delicate little hand, allowing him to apply the chocolate powder to the back of her hand. A burning sensation erupted from the back of her hand, and it quickly began to redden. Fu Qingdai immediately withdrew her hand, hugging it in fear and asking, "Cousin, what are you doing? What is this?" "Just a simple experiment. You should rub it in." Su-jin tossed her a pack of wet wipes. It seemed that chocolate from both worlds was highly toxic to her. Just mere skin contact could trigger a rapid reaction. A strong allergic response, swelling of the respiratory tract, and a burning sensation in the digestive tract. If she ate more than one piece, it could be fatal. After tidying up a bit, Su-jin walked towards the door while saying, "I'm leaving now. You rest well, and remember to come out the night after tomorrow." "Got it." Fu Qingdai nodded vigorously. After exchanging a few words with Fu Hu and his wife at the door, Su-jin quickly returned home. Upon arriving home, he immediately prepared 2 cups of salt water to drink. He continued to induce vomiting until he finally stopped after a chaotic episode. Leaning against the bathroom door, he intended to get up, but slipped and fell clumsily back to the ground. Wiping away the tears squeezed out from retching, Su-jin felt a pang of heartache. Almost dying from eating a piece of chocolate, how had he fallen to such a low point? Damn it, this life was not one to be lived. Every day felt like having a knife held to his throat. But there wasn't much time left, it wasn't time to rest yet. After observing for an hour, Su-jin, exhausted in body and mind, went downstairs. The time agreed with the grain store was approaching. A truckload of grain and oil would be arriving soon. After waiting at the entrance of the neighborhood for over 10 minutes, a truck with a delivery box slowly drove in. Su-jin waved his hands, guiding the vehicle to the entrance of the building. The vehicle stopped, and 2 men jumped down from the truck to start unloading. The rice flour and oil were all packed tightly in cardboard boxes, making it impossible to see what was inside. As the grain store employee moved the boxes, he said, "Boss, this is the first time I've seen someone like you buying grain. It's all packed so tightly, and you're delivering in the middle of the night. Is there some special reason for that?" Su-jin forced a smile and casually said, "Nothing special. Our organization is doing charity work, and our warehouse got flooded recently. This batch of grain is for impoverished children, and the packaging is to facilitate labeling. I can only manage this during my daytime job, and at night." "All right. You have it tough too. I'll waive the shipping fee this time. Consider it a donation from my brother and me." The 2 grain store employees showed respect and began to speed up the unloading, which continued for more than 10 minutes. "Boss, we've unloaded all the goods for you. We're leaving now." "Wait a minute. What is it, boss?" The grain store employees stopped in their tracks. After hesitating for a moment, Su-jin said, It's nothing serious. I heard there's been a pollution leak at the chemical plant in our city. The pollution is quite high. It usually doesn't affect anything, but if it rains, be sure to avoid the rainwater and don't touch the tap water either. It can cause cancer." "Oh really? Is that true? I haven't seen it reported in the news. It's the first time I've heard of it." "Thank you, boss." The apocalypse is just 2 days away. In a half-dream, half-awake state, he got up with red eyes again. The fatigue on Su-jin's face had accumulated to the point that it was hard to conceal. Grabbing the notebook beside the bed without washing his face or brushing his teeth, he simply tidied himself up, and directly, he returned home only as the day was turning to dusk, still not stopping his busy figure. The gaps in the 4th-floor windows were thoroughly sealed with tape, and the curtains were drawn tightly. A small awning was temporarily built over the windowsill on the 5th floor, aimed at preventing rainwater from getting too close.
A layer of thin iron was affixed to the edges of the windowsill, smeared with thick lubricant. On the first and second floors, burglar-proof windows were installed, as zombies might climb walls. But it wouldn't help much. Even with claws, they'd surely slip down if they climbed up. Once everything was settled, Su Jin knocked on the door of the Fu family. The one who opened the door was still Fu, who's still wearing a warm smile. Director Lee. Have you got everything ready? Su Jin's voice was low, laced with deep fatigue. He wanted to muster a smile, but his face was too stiff to manage any expression. Noticing that the atmosphere was off, Fu, who licked his lips. All right, director, please come in and take a look. Upon entering the room, 3 compound bows and over 100 arrows along with many accessories were already laid out on the floor, colorful and varied. Solar panels, batteries, inverters, and other equipment were also present. Seeing this, Su Jin's nervous mood eased slightly as he nodded and said, very good, just leave these things here. I will go out the day after tomorrow to sort out our matters. Director, there isn't any unexpected situation, is there? Seeing the other party's unusual state, Fu, who asked cautiously. Su Jin shook his head. It's nothing. I just received news that a comrade of mine died on an external mission. I can't treat Qingdai for the next couple of days, but I will come back the day after tomorrow. The next night, all supplies had been counted and placed clearly, and all the buckets were filled with water. Su Jin sat at the dining table, feeling a stinging pain on his skin from the vigorous scrubbing during his shower. At this moment, he merely stared blankly at the cage on the table. His eyes were filled with fatigue, worry, and fear that were hard to conceal. Though the weather was hot, his hands and feet inexplicably trembled, feeling cold. Inside the cage, over 20 mice were constantly trying to escape their prison, and he felt just like those mice trapped in this world struggling to survive. Am I prepared sufficiently? Can I get through this ordeal? Su Jin slowly angled his gaze towards the wall clock, which showed it was exactly 11 o'clock. After tonight, it would be doomsday. He pushed the door open, just as Fu Qingdai emerged from the apartment directly across the hall. Their eyes met, and both froze for a heartbeat. Su Jin said, "Are your parents asleep?" "Yes," Fu Qingdai whispered softly. "I doubled the dosage. They're sleeping deeply. I've drawn 2 buckets of water and shut off the main valve." She lifted her gaze to Su Jin, her delicate face taut, tears welling in her eyes, but she refused to let them fall. Yet her trembling frame betrayed the terror coiled within her heart. Su Jin forced a gentle smile and drew her into his arms. "Don't be afraid. I'm here." Gently stroking her raven-black hair, tenderness swelled in his chest. For a girl so young to hold herself together this far, she was already astonishingly strong. It was difficult to say whether he was saving her or she him. Time's running short. Let's move. Releasing her gently, Su Jin withdrew a small box from his pocket. "What is this? What are we doing next?" Fu Qingdai asked. Su Jin said nothing, only opened the box in silence. Inside lay a full container of adhesive resembling cyanoacrylate glue, and beneath it a stack of printed papers. "Seal the doors, starting from the first floor. Fill every keyhole and latch mechanism with this glue," Su Jin murmured. "If anyone turns, they'll be trapped inside their own homes, and our safety will be secured. But what if someone remains unharmed? Won't they be locked in forever? Without water, they'll drink rainwater and starve." Fu Qingdai's eyes widened in alarm. Su Jin held up the stack of papers. "This is a forged community notice I printed, warning of contaminated rainwater. We'll slide it under each door. I've also prepared a solvent to dissolve the glue. We'll monitor the situation carefully and release people only when the timing is right. Most households store reserve water. They can endure several days. Though helping them is ultimately helping ourselves, we cannot save everyone. To do this much is already to fulfill our duty, and beyond that their fate rests solely in their own hands." Fu Qingdai took a deep, steadying breath, clenched her jaw against the tremor in her limbs, and closed her eyes, then nodded firmly. "Understood. Let's go." They descended straight to the ground floor. Su Jin stepped outside the building and scanned the windows. This world had not yet descended into an age of entertainment escapism. Most people merely watched television or read newspapers. Though 3D games existed, households lacked the equipment or space to play them. Consequently, ordinary citizens retired early. Nearly all were asleep by 10 o'clock. Seeing not a single light glowing across the entire building, Su Jin began guiding Fu Qingdai as they filled keyholes with glue and slid notices under doors. He'd tested the adhesive beforehand. The results had been startling. Its scent and physical properties closely resembled cyanoacrylate, but it bonded far more tenaciously than any version he'd ever used. Such a discrepancy defied logical comparison between the two worlds' technological development. Whether this world's manufacturing standards were simply superior, or whether the adhesive from his former home had been adulterated, remained unknown. Each floor housed 2 opposing apartments. Returning to the 5th floor, Su Jin led Fu Qingdai inside. Seeing rows of long foam-wrapped objects scattered across the floor, she asked. Returning to the 5th floor, Su Jin led Fu Qingdai inside. Seeing rows of long foam-wrapped objects scattered across the floor, she asked, "Brother, what are these?" "Steel pipes, for reinforcing the doors. Glue alone isn't enough, someone could still force entry. I've pre-sorted them into sets. We'll carry them down together. On each floor we'll construct a steel frame to brace both opposing doors, and wedge wooden strips tightly into the gaps between the frame and the door surfaces." Su Jin hoisted a pipe and pointed to the wooden strips on the floor. "You'll carry those. I haven't wrapped them in foam. Be absolutely silent.
Any noise might awaken someone and trigger disaster. Once everything is complete, I'll seal the main entrance and shut off the building's master water valve. Then all that remains is to wait, in quiet vigilance. Fu Qingdai nodded wordless. After further exertion, they reinforced the opposing doors on floors 1 through 3, and on the 6th floor, as well using makeshift bracing structures. Every door was sealed with glue and braced with steel. Short of jumping from the building, there was virtually no way to break out. Even if reanimation occurred, victims would remain confined, left only to decay within their own walls. In the foreseeable future, neighborly conflict would be impossible, not to mention that control over neighbors' very survival now rested in their hands. Back at home, Fu Qingdai sat quietly on a chair watching Su Jin work. He knelt on the floor, methodically placing food and medicine onto the table, one item at a time. These are vitamin tablets. Take one daily once you return home. And this is powdered milk, 1 cup each morning and evening. Su Jin continued almost without pause. I've set aside some vegetables for you. Take them home and finish them quickly with your parents before they spoil. The power grid won't collapse immediately, but it likely won't last more than a few days. In your spare time, train your arms and legs. You must learn to draw a 50-pound bow. Take several more bottles of glue. You'll seal every window in your home while your parents sleep, ensuring they never open them. Tell them you dreamed of the apocalypse. When they see this rain, they'll feel instinctive dread. Though the immediate situation appears stable, unforeseen dangers may yet arise. I'll need several days to observe developments before seeking you out again. Fu Qingdai silently sorted and organized the items on the table. When all was arranged, Su Jin sat beside her. Qingdai, your parents must not wander freely. Once you return home, I'll seal your front door too. Keep the key to my apartment. Remember, no one must know about the supplies stored on the 4th floor. Not even your parents. I hadn't planned to show you at all, but I did because you deserve my trust, and because those supplies were prepared for you alone. Sooner or later, you must learn to survive on your own. For now, trust no one but me. Let's go. Fu Qingdai nodded and picked up the bundled supplies, following closely behind Su Jin. At the threshold of her own apartment, she placed the goods just inside the doorway, then suddenly turned and flung herself into Su Jin's arms. A muffled sob rose from her chest, tears soaked into his shirt. They held each other in silent, profound embrace. 200 M. Su Jin sat upright in the center of the living room, his posture commanding, meticulously polishing his silver spear, glancing up again and again toward the front window. Beyond the glass lay night, dense, fathomless like the mouth of an abyss. Today was the day the apocalypse would arrive. Yet neither he nor Fu Qingdai knew precisely when the rain would begin. It might fall tonight, or perhaps at dawn. Either way, this night would be sleepless. The clock's hands ticked forward with unnerving clarity. 31542 M. In that instant, a jagged violet fissure tore open across the horizon. A flash of brilliant light reflected sharply off the silver spear, straight into Su Jin's eyes. He surged to his feet. Simultaneously, thunder roared across the heavens, its rumbling veins churning through chaotic clouds. Su Jin's pupils contracted violently. Every hair on his body stood erect. The world shuddered, groaned. Then the storm broke. Torrential rain crashed down upon the earth. Apocalypse had arrived. The weather forecast had never indicated any rain, and the next few days were expected to be dry. Yet the rain appeared just as it did in Su Qingdai's dream. Su Jin's throat rolled, and he closed his eyes, feeling a pang of sorrow in his heart. This world should have been full of opportunities. The people were supposed to live in peace with a simple and honest nature. Perhaps in another 10 years they would enter the information age, living a life similar to that on Earth. But now everything... When he opened his eyes again, Su Jin sighed deeply in his heart, lowering his head to mechanically wipe the silver spear with a trembling phone. Only this numb action could momentarily suppress the fear within. A night had quietly passed, and the torrential rain had fallen throughout. The sun rose as usual, but the world at this moment had been dyed a deep gray. After sitting still for an entire night, Su Jin finally moved, dragging his heavy legs toward the window, gazing in disbelief at the outside world. His mouth, which had been tightly shut all night, unconsciously opened in surprise. It wasn't the sky that was gray, but the rain. In the darkness of night, he could only judge it to be a heavy rain, but now that the day had dawned, he could finally see the true nature of the rain. The pouring rain fell in sheets like gray gauze, landing on the ground and swirling like mist in the water. Upon seeing this, Su Jin suddenly felt a jolt. This is a good thing. He turned and rushed out the door, pounding on the door of Su Qingdai's home. Qingdai, are you... Originally curled up on the sofa, having not slept all night, Su Qingdai immediately jumped to the door. Leaning against the door, she anxiously asked, "Brother, what happened? Did you see the rain?" "I saw it. What's wrong?" "What color is the rain?" "It's just the normal color. I don't see anything unusual. Is there a problem?" "It's nothing, just be careful. Make sure not to touch the rain. I'm going back now." "Brother." Su Qingdai hesitated to speak, separated by the door. "What's wrong?" "It's nothing, just be careful. Don't stress too much." Su Jin replied, feeling lost as he returned to his... The rain was gray, an obvious anomaly to the naked eye. Ordinary people wouldn't even consider touching such rain, even without being reminded. This greatly reduced the risk of infection, turning someone into a zombie, and the violent authorities would definitely treat it with the highest level of caution. But he could see the anomaly in the rain while others could not detect it at all, which did not bode well for the situation. As for why he could see it, it could only be attributed to the company's efforts behind the scenes, or perhaps the function of that mask.
He was simply overthinking, feeling an empty joy. Returning to the room, Su Jin walked to the dining table, gazing at the mouse cage. The cage of mice had settled down considerably, all now lying quietly inside. The strange weather outside had not raised any alarms among the animals. However, this was within his expectations, as these animals were intended for experimental use. If the rain could infect animals, it would essentially eliminate the possibility of survival in the wild. Wild animals had a night vision instinct far superior to that of humans. The main purpose was to test the movement performance and survival time of organisms after turning into zombies. However, it was not the right time for testing. He needed to regain a proper mindset and full energy before conducting such experiments. Thinking of this, Su Jin revealed a bitter smile self-deprecatingly. As a liberal arts student who had been working in sales after graduation, he never expected to one day need to set up a control group for a biological experiment. Withdrawing his gaze, he found a telescope and walked to the window to observe. Although the rain was heavy, it still could not hinder the steps of those willing to selflessly contribute. In the community, people could already be seen wearing raincoats and holding umbrellas, walking in the downpour. The deep gray raindrops hit their bodies, merging strangely with them disappearing without a trace. As for the passersby who came into contact with the strange rain, there seemed to be no unusual reactions for now. With a heavy heart, he put down the telescope and stood there contemplating for a while. Su Jin opened the window, picked up the long-handled ladle he had placed under the window earlier, and extended it outside. He collected a thin layer of rainwater, knocking off the raindrops on the balcony edge before bringing it back inside. The water in the ladle was the same deep gray as the rainwater. He carefully transferred it to the kitchen. After putting on multiple masks and a motorcycle helmet, Su Jin dared to turn on the stove and the range hood, starting to heat the rainwater on low flame. In less than a minute, the thin layer of water began to boil and evaporate. The gray substance did not dissipate with the mist, instead it gathered at the bottom like smoke. With any slight movement, the gray mist rippled in the ladle. Staring at the gray mist, Su Jin's mind turned. He could not possibly ascertain what this substance was, and it was even hard to define it as a substance. But for now, this thing did not rely entirely on water as a carrier. High temperatures had no effect on it. It could be contained in a vessel, and it was still affected by gravity. After some contemplation, Su Jin exited the kitchen, grabbed another ladle and 2 jars. He ladled a bit of water, carefully pouring it along the wall of the ladle that contained the gray mist. Seeing the gray mist dissolve back into the water, he let out a sigh of relief. That state of mist was too dangerous, easily spreadable. It was safer to keep it in water for observation. He divided the gray water into 2 jars, wrapping them in plastic wrap to seal them completely. One jar was placed in a spot where sunlight could directly shine, while the other was kept in a cool place. After finishing everything, a wave of exhaustion surged over him. After checking the safety measures and ensuring nothing was overlooked, Su Jin returned to his bedroom. Lying on his side in bed, watching the heavy rain outside, his thoughts floated. Having been tense and sleepless for an entire night, it was time to rest a little, otherwise he would find it hard to cope with any sudden situations. It seemed like people upstairs and downstairs were cursing. He wondered how widespread this rain was and hoped that areas unaffected by the rain would realize the problem sooner and provide rescue. Exhausted, Su Jin slowly fell asleep with his head resting on his gun. There were 2 radios on the bedside in the bedroom. One was an ordinary radio, and the other was also an ordinary radio. The only difference was that one was preset to the FM band, while the other was preset to the AM band. At this moment, the radio set to the FM band emitted a low-frequency buzzing sound. This is the broadcast station. Half dreaming and half awake, Su Jin suddenly sat up and grabbed the radio. Forcing himself to endure the soreness in his eyes, he began to adjust the dial. After a few simple turns, the sound from the radio became clearer. According to the latest announcement from the Meteorological Bureau and the Global Environmental Monitoring Center, starting from the early hours of today, an unusual rainfall phenomenon of the same magnitude has occurred globally, and the initial assessment indicates that this rainfall event is widespread, with its duration and specific causes still under research and analysis. The scientific community is currently conducting a joint investigation into the causes, and there are no definite conclusions yet. We urge the public to stay informed through official authoritative information. To ensure personal safety and maintain order in daily life, please take the following precautions when going out. Be sure to carry rain protection gear and seal items properly. All subsequent developments will be promptly released through radio and online platforms. We urge the public to remain calm, respond rationally, and refrain from spreading rumors. Su Jin held his head, feeling a sharp pain like needles. It turned out to be global rainfall. With no way to escape, Su Jin endured the headache and grabbed his phone. He had set an alarm before sleeping, but now he saw that less than 2 hours had passed. Sitting on the bed for a while, he gradually accepted reality. He then got up and walked towards the living room window, where he could still hear faint shouting and cursing from upstairs and downstairs. Standing by the window and looking down, Su Jin felt slightly reassured. As he had anticipated, no one had arrived yet. With the entire unit sealed inside the building, it was almost inevitable that the people inside would seek help. However, the intensity of their pleas for help would definitely not be too high, leaving him ample time. The building had a high proportion of elderly residents, most of whom were retired and wouldn't choose to go out on such a rainy day. As for those who needed to work outside, they would most likely think of taking a leave. Even a locksmith seeing the heavy rain would dismiss most thoughts of coming, not to mention the fire department. Moreover, the fake flyers claiming severe rain contamination would also have some effect, although anyone who called to verify would soon find inconsistencies in the flyer. However, for matters like this, most people tend to believe in the possibility rather than deny it, much like someone inexplicably receiving a note. The note read, "I have slithered into your cup." Any normal person would hesitate to drink from their cup, as it would become a case of the shadow of the cup resembling a snake. Additionally, now that the news of this strange rain had been broadcasted, people should be able to regain their composure upon receiving text messages, even if hypothetically firefighters did arrive to rescue them. The problems would not be significant. He had a gun in hand and was well prepared for violent resistance. Stalling was not an issue. With no problems within the community, Su Jin picked up his binoculars to observe the distant street. Upon looking, his brows furrowed involuntarily. On the street, apart from the occasional car, there were only 2 or 3 pedestrians, 2 in raincoats and 1 holding an umbrella. Suddenly, one of them tossed their umbrella onto the ground. The gait and pace of the 3 were too slow, unlike the normal behavior of people walking in the rain. A transformation into zombies. From the current situation, it could already be confirmed that a transformation had begun. Su Jin swallowed hard and aimed the binoculars at the opposite building. Most families hadn't drawn their curtains, allowing him to see people moving about inside. The first 2 households appeared normal until he reached the third. In the living room on the 5th floor across the street, a bare-chested, pot-bellied man stood stiffly by the window, his body a shade of blue and swaying slightly with no expression on his face. Seeing this, Su Jin withdrew the binoculars and silently drew the curtains. The transformation into zombies had already begun, and in less than a few hours he had been infected. The tap water had already been contaminated. Su Jin felt anxious and turned to the kitchen, where he collected some gray rainwater at another window. He then returned to the bathroom, grabbing a rough iron cage woven from thick wire which was divided into 2 sections. One half was a normal cage while the other half had been set up with a hamster wheel. The cage was specifically prepared for experiments. Now that signs of zombie transformation had begun to appear, it was urgent to understand this new life form and prepare in advance. Using tweezers, he placed 2 mice in the thickened cage on either side. Su Jin took a deep breath, put on thick gloves, and used a dropper to extract the gray water, applying the same amount to both mice. While waiting for the mice to show signs of mutation, he took out a toy 4-wheel drive car from his bag to disassemble. The developmental paths of the 2 worlds were largely similar, even with many similar toys. The 4-wheel drive car was just styled differently than those on Earth. The core technology was essentially the same. When he was younger, he had enjoyed 4-wheel drive cars, so he was somewhat familiar with it. He removed the outer shell and connected it simply to the linkage of the hamster wheel in the cage. With a power supply, it became an electric hamster treadmill, perfect for testing the mutant mice's endurance. Half an hour passed, and the mice still showed no reaction. Seeing this, Su Jin picked up the dropper and applied more gray water to one of the mice. 10 minutes later, the mouse, drenched in double the gray water, mutated first. Its instinct to scratch and touch its whiskers had vanished, replaced by abnormal behavior. The mutant mouse showed no visible changes, but it seemed to exhibit a strong desire to attack people. Unfortunately, being a mouse, it couldn't break free from the cage woven with thick wire. Watching the mutant mouse charge at him, Su Jin nervously stood up and slowly moved to the side. Sure enough, as he began to move, the direction of the mutant mouse's charge adjusted accordingly. Su Jin gripped his silver gun, watching closely to prevent any accidents. The mutant mouse clearly had a great interest in living creatures, but with another mouse beside it, why did it fixate on him? Thinking of this, Su Jin took out his phone, switched to video mode, and set it in front of the mouse cage before retreating to the bedroom. 2 minutes later, he returned to the living room to check the footage. In the video, the mutant mouse immediately changed its charge direction upon his disappearance, heading towards the mouse and the wheel. After a quick review, Su Jin had already drawn a rough conclusion. It exhibited a strong aggression towards living beings and would prioritize attacking larger entities. The mutant mouse seemed to still rely on its vision to navigate, but this couldn't be fully confirmed. He wondered about the effects of sound and smell on it. Just as he was preparing for an experiment, at that moment, a sudden mutation. 2 lines of large text abruptly appeared in his view. New sample detected, available for collection. The company will provide equivalent compensation after collection. Seeing this scene, Su Jin's pupils dilated and the tension in his heart eased significantly. The company is still operational. It can still provide assistance. The large text vanished and everything returned to calm. Company. Collection, how? Can you be more specific? I don't understand. Can someone come and talk to me? Su Jin shouted. No one responded. Su Jin held his head and took deep breaths. He should have known what kind of company this was. It wouldn't give him too many hints. However, at this critical moment, they said they would collect, which meant it could indeed be collected. Surely they wouldn't wait until the task was completed before collecting it. But how the hell do I collect it? Where do I send it? The briefcase. Su Jin's mind clicked, and he hurriedly grabbed the briefcase from the sofa, his eyes filled with excitement. That's right. This thing has a different space. If I put something in it, the company might receive it worth a shot. Licking his lips and rubbing his hands together, Su Jin excitedly rummaged through the bag. He pulled out a long screwdriver with a sharpened tip and poked it towards the mutant mouse. After a few stabs, the mutant mouse was completely killed. There was no time to marvel at the mouse's resilience. He used the screwdriver to pry around for a while to ensure it was truly dead.
Su Jin carefully extracted it and tossed it into a plastic bag. After wrapping it a few more times, he stuffed the bag containing the mutant mouse's corpse into the briefcase. Confirmed that the dead mouse has completely entered the bag space. Su Jin did not wait to regain his senses before he was engulfed in ecstasy. A new prompt had already appeared before his eyes. Recovery successful, equivalent items exchanged. Delightful. Although the company operated in a simple and crude manner, their efficiency was undeniably impressive. Su Jin felt a wave of satisfaction in his heart and quickly reached into the bag again. After a brief search, he pulled out a small black box. Looking at the petite box in his hand, he felt inexplicably nervous. Aside from the initial items provided by the company, this was the first time he had a formal interaction with them. One item appeared to be a mask that could communicate with the company and facilitate seamless translation. Another item was a backpack with an independent space. There was also a handgun that could not currently be tested and did not require a magazine change. Such newly emerged items were surely not ordinary. After taking a deep breath, Su Jin, filled with anticipation and a sense of ceremony, opened the black box in his hands. As the lid opened, a silver sheen caught his eye, revealing a smoothly curved metallic object. The metallic item with a streamlined titanium alloy texture came into view. The corners of Su Jin's mouth gradually drooped as he hesitantly extended his hand to examine the object. After just 2 glances, he suddenly lost his composure and furiously slammed the box onto the ground. What the hell? What is this? Su Jin grasped the metal plug in the box. A wave of anger surged through him. Damn, this is no joke. He was already anxious and flustered. In the apocalypse, what use was such a useless item sent by the company? After a bout of curses, Su Jin's emotions calmed down. Holding the newly exchanged item, he felt a wave of desolation. Being stuck with such an unreliable company, they clearly didn't care about his life or death. I shouldn't have gone drinking with clients in the first place if it weren't for that. As he wallowed in self-pity, Su Jin suddenly snapped back to reality, his gaze fixed on the ground. Next to the black box he had just thrown aside, a card popped out, seemingly a manual. Could it be a misunderstanding? The company was after all a transcendent entity. There must be some miscommunication. Seeing this, Su Jin hurriedly picked it up to check. Emergency plug contains emergency medicine that automatically releases upon detecting a drop in body temperature, can be reused until the medicine is exhausted. If a burning sensation occurs, it is normal. Please do not panic. If you must take risks, please place it in advance to avoid life-threatening situations and ensure timely use. Please do not forcibly open the outer shell, as the medicine may become ineffective and is only for plugging use. Oral ingestion carries a high risk of poisoning. Couldn't they just provide some actual medicine? Su Jin was furious and slammed the manual down onto the ground. So it turns out it's a plug. Mucosal absorption bypasses the liver's first pass effect, making it faster than oral administration and more stable than intravenous injection. But to think this thing could be made into an emergency product is absurd. After calming down for about 10 minutes, Su Jin found a nylon rope to tie the emergency plug around his waist. This was definitely not for his own use. Considering the potential dangers around him, it was better to have it ready at all times. Experiments still needed to be conducted. After regaining his composure, Su Jin took out 2 more mice for infection experiments. The mouse originally placed in the running wheel had already changed, though at that moment, it was continuously charging towards Su Jin in a suicidal manner. However, it could only keep running in place inside the wheel. After crouching down to observe for a long time, Su Jin picked up a pen to start taking notes. The gray substance in the rain was undoubtedly the source of the mutation, but the speed of infection was strongly correlated with the absorption of the gray substance. For now, it was evident that this substance had a very high infection rate. Given the rough and amateurish nature of the current experiment, it was impossible to determine the infection probability, and there weren't enough test mice. The movement ability of the infected mice had significantly decreased. Their limbs were somewhat mechanical, running slowly, but showing no signs of fatigue and lacking any pain. After making simple notes, Su Jin took out a battery and placed it in the remote-controlled car. The motor started, causing the wheel chamber to begin turning. The mutated mouse's speed was clearly unable to keep up. For a moment it was caught in the cage, rolling around continuously, yet its strong desire to adjust its posture and attack was still apparent. After more than 20 minutes the battery ran out, and he replaced it with a new set to continue running. It wasn't until he had gone through 5 sets of batteries that Su Jin finally stopped to switch to manual operation. As he rotated the wheel chamber, Su Jin's face could not hide his disappointment. The conclusion was very disheartening. The stamina of the mutated mice showed almost no depletion, and even seemed to have strengthened a bit, as if they were continuously adapting to their bodies. Another hour passed. After enduring experiments involving confinement, burning, flooding, and piercing, Su Jin's mood had completely sunk to the bottom. Not dying from suffocation, not dying from drowning, and still able to make slight movements even when their entire body was carbonized from the fire. The survival capability of the infected organisms was terrifyingly robust. Only piercing the torso would result in rapid death, and even decapitation would not kill them. He did not understand which position the piercing corresponded to due to his lack of knowledge of the mouse's physiological structure, but he suspected it was near the heart. For now, the only 2 experiments he hadn't conducted were on survival time and the ability of infected peers. At this point, Su Jin was already physically and mentally exhausted. He picked up the mouse cage and placed it in the glass aquarium he had previously bought, covered it with a wooden board, and headed straight to his bedroom. In the darkness, another radio tuned to the AM frequency began to sound. Su-jin forced his eyelids open and hurriedly adjusted the radio. FM is often used for local broadcasting covering small areas with strong entertainment value, while AM, due to its long transmission range and resistance to interference, is often used for national or emergency broadcasts, making it the preferred communication frequency during disasters. Though not Earth, the technological paths are similar, and the application of electromagnetic waves is no different in both worlds. He had done his homework in advance. Now that the radio was sounding, it must be that those in charge had detected anomalies and issued a warning to the entire nation. After a simple adjustment, the content of the radio began to gradually become clearer. Static, crackle. Currently broadcasting the latest announcement from the National Disaster Emergency Command Center. Please take this matter seriously. As of 1 p.m. today, most regions within the borders have been affected by unidentified rainfall with a wide range of precipitation. This type of rainfall has potential biological hazard characteristics, which may produce irreversible effects through skin, respiratory, and digestive systems. Multiple sudden mass control incidents have now been confirmed to be related to this rainfall, with individuals exhibiting abnormal behaviors. All citizens are immediately instructed to execute the following orders. 1. Do not directly contact any form of rainwater. 2. Only use bottled water or tightly sealed water sources for drinking and cleaning. 3. Immediately seal all doors, windows, ventilation openings, and drainage systems to prevent any external moisture from entering. The related instructions will take effect immediately upon broadcasting. Any refusal to comply will be regarded as a threat to public safety. Further updates will be synchronized through broadcasting and internet channels. After the broadcast ended, Su-jin's spirit was lifted, and he let out a long sigh of relief. Great. The violent machine is about to get into action. It was evident that the authorities had fully recognized the seriousness of the gray rain and had directly provided action guidelines highlighting the urgency of the situation. 5 days had passed in the blink of an eye. Rain continued to fall, though its intensity had visibly diminished since the first day, so much so that it seemed poised to cease at any moment. Su-jin stood by the window, his face ashen, as if stricken by a grave illness. 5 days of relentless psychological pressure and fragmented sleep had left him utterly drained. Nearly 20 zombies, origin unknown, had gathered downstairs. Over the past 3 days, both good and grim news had emerged. The gray residue inside the rain jars Su-jin had collected had fully dissipated within 5 days. The remaining water upon testing had lost all infective capacity. Moreover, the rainfall's evolving pattern bore no correlation to Fu Qingdai's dreams. This indicated that the company did not possess complete foresight into the future, rather it had merely predicted the onset of this catastrophe, many of its forecasts proving imprecise. Fu Qingdai's dreams were not spontaneous visions, but carefully curated, push notifications fabricated and transmitted by the company. Present reality, it appeared, was far less dire than what she had dreamed. The disaster's geographic scope vastly exceeded expectations, yet its severity fell short of worst-case projections. Yet across the way in the neighboring residential building, multiple bloodbaths had already erupted, witnessed firsthand by Su-jin. Some residents, confronted by zombies within their own homes, leapt from windows to their deaths, only to be torn apart and devoured below. Others succeeded in fighting back, only to hang themselves in despair. Tragedy unfolded in relentless succession. Cries of anguish echoed day and night, from floor to floor, each wail piercing the psyche of every ordinary soul. Su-jin's already frayed mental state, strained to its absolute breaking point, now deteriorated further. His sole remaining hope lay in the rain's cessation and the imminent arrival of military rescue. A turning point in this calamity could not be far off. Yet what haunted him most deeply was this: since the last broadcast, silence, absolute and suffocating, as if the entire nation had fallen mute. No public reassurance had been issued to the populace, a profoundly abnormal omission. Bearing exhaustion and desolation like leaden weights, Su-jin turned away from the window and walked slowly toward the bedroom. For now there was nothing left but to wait. He prayed for the rain to end swiftly, and for the army to appear without delay. A second such ordeal he vowed he would never endure. Time slipped silently to 5 o'clock in the afternoon. Under the pall of the gray rain, the sky hung darker than usual. Occasional zombie roars and frantic door battering pierced the hush from outside. Lying motionless on the bed, Su-jin stared blankly at the ceiling, his face devoid of expression. Suddenly the radio crackled to life. Its static-laced hum rang like celestial music. Su-jin jolted upright, snatched up the radio, and twisted the volume knob, already cranked to its maximum, with trembling urgency. He held his breath, ears straining with desperate hope. A voice burst forth, slightly distorted yet thick with sorrow and panic. Alert! All citizens, urban infrastructure has collapsed. Fight for yourselves. Survive as you can. Do not trust. A blood-curdling scream cut the transmission short. Su-jin's hopeful expression froze, then shattered. His mind went utterly blank, all sound vanished from his world. Whoa! An air raid siren shrieked, a mournful sky-rending wail. Su-jin recoiled, then bolted toward the living. What met his eyes caused his pupils to dilate violently, his legs trembling uncontrollably. On the distant horizon, toward the city's core,
10 or more unidentified projectiles resembling missiles streaked upward from beyond the city limits, trailing brilliant white contrails as they carved through the heavens like reversed meteors. The projectiles vanished and instantly unleashed a blinding shockwave. Then from the detonation site, storm clouds swelled outward with terrifying speed, rolling and churning like tidal waves. Vroom. A colossal detonation struck the sky like a hammer blow. Su Jin's entire building lurched violently, as if suspended midair and yanked sideways. Windows groaned in protest, glass trembled wildly. For a heartbeat, the world itself seemed to freeze, its systems crashing. Apocalypse was no longer abstract gray rain. It had arrived visceral and cataclysmic. The cloud mass churned violently, lightning flickering within its depths. Downbursts formed, towering columns of cloud spiraling downward like tornadoes slamming into the earth. Where the downburst struck, the ground flash froze. Su Jin's pupils trembled. Gripping the windowsill, he watched the devastation unfold, teeth chattering with cold and terror. The Huohuo missile system, its hallmark massive atmospheric disturbance and weaponized thermal airflow manipulation. The nation's ultimate deterrent. Without warning, it had been launched, not against an enemy, but directly upon its own central metropolis. Will I die? What in heaven's name is happening? The army should have arrived by tomorrow. Why this? A wave of overwhelming dread and nausea surged through him. Su Jin clapped a hand over his mouth and staggered toward the bathroom, only to collapse in the living room, vomiting a torrent of sour bile onto the floor. Acrid bitterness flooded his mouth. Coughing convulsively, tears streamed from his eyes. His heart felt crushed, pulverized by raw reality. How could a modern industrialized nation crumble so utterly? The state's fundamental logic is order preservation. To declare national extinction outright would trigger total societal collapse, resource wars, military mutiny. Even with widespread zombie infection, there was no justification for announcing national demise. And yet, merely confronting the outbreak, the highest command had opted for total annihilation of the capital. Not a single soldier had been seen in days. If a nation of such scale could shatter so completely, what then was he? A dual catastrophe, rendering every personal plan as fragile as tissue paper. Perhaps the highest echelons of leadership had failed, or perhaps their understanding of the infection remained fatally incomplete. But Su Jin had long ceased analyzing. His composure had dissolved, his thoughts spun in chaotic disarray. After standing frozen for minutes, he stumbled blindly into the bedroom, snatching up a radio and shouting, voice raw, "Do not trust what? Do not trust what? Speak up." In the next instant, he hurled the radio. It shattered into pieces. Apocalypse. He'd long sensed it inwardly. A company like theirs had already passed final judgment upon this world. No further proof was needed. Yet he had clung stubbornly to the fantasy of military salvation. A quiet, persistent hope had lived deep within him, now obliterated. All paths forward had vanished. He would perish far from home. Only stark, unvarnished reality remained. The city's core still buckled beneath the downburst's fury, while glacial winds swept across the entire metropolis, cloaking it in thunderous, roiling clouds. Piercing cries tore through the gale, piercing Su Jin's ears. Staggering to the living room window, he saw a neighbor standing on the opposite building's ledge, sobbing, then plunging headlong into the void. From adjacent apartment blocks, others wept hysterically before hurling themselves from upper floors. Their cries sounded like death's own summons, suicides cascading one after another before Su Jin's horrified gaze. Then on the 6th floor across the way, a woman stood at the sill, clutching an infant in her arms, shaking her head desperately at Su Jin, before leaping, child in tow. No, don't jump, don't jump. Su Jin stamped his feet, eyes wide, screaming hoarsely. As the mob of zombies closed in to tear mother and child apart, he acted without thought. He wrenched the window open and fired. Bang, bang, bang. 9 shots rang out. Then only the hollow click of an empty chamber. Mechanically, Su Jin kept pulling the trigger, watching helplessly as the pair was ripped limb from limb until only crimson ripples shimmered across the rain-slicked pavement. When witnessing another person receive an injection, one often flinches instinctively, as if the needle pricks one's own. Now trapped in shared extremity, confronted with mortal peril and unspeakable suffering, Su Jin experienced for the first time a pain so visceral, so intimate it felt carved into his very flesh. His finger finally stilled on the trigger. His stomach cramped violently, a metallic tang flooded his throat. He doubled over, dry heaving, retching nothing but air. After 2 seconds of stunned silence, he whirled, slamming the pistol onto the floor where it skittered, clattering against the wall. Where are the company agents? Su Jin collapsed to his knees, scanning wildly, then bellowed into the emptiness, tears streaming. What am I supposed to do? I'm just an ordinary man. Why me? I can't even save myself. How could I possibly save anyone else? Why don't you act? I came here for a job. What do you want from me? He raged, pounding the floor with fists now slick with blood. Each blow grew weaker than the last. Finally, he slumped against the wall, face buried in his hands, sobbing uncontrollably. Then only soft, broken whispers remained. Hope had been extinguished. Across the compound, suicides continued, one after another. Gales howled through the freezing air, carrying cries on their bitter breath. Zhongwan, wake up, quickly. In the Fu family bedroom, Fu, who reeled dizzily, forcing himself upright to shake Zhongwan awake, voice ragged with urgency. Since receiving the text message, the couple had been paralyzed with terror,
The subsequent Hanxiong detonation, and the spectacle of mass suicide, had sent Zhang Wan into immediate unconsciousness. Fu Qingdai stood frozen in the doorway, her delicate face pale, as parchment fingers digging white-knuckled into the doorframe. She dared not look outside, yet even the sounds alone left her unsteady on her feet. Fu Hu glanced back after two calls Qingdai. Fetch some water quickly. She hurriedly complied, scooping a bowl from the bucket and rushing it back to the bedroom. Seeing her father still performing emergency aid on her mother, Fu Qingdai's heart pounded with fear and grief, her terror mounting with each passing second. After a moment's hesitation, she quietly closed the bedroom door behind her. She strode into the living room, eyes locking onto a chair. Gritting her teeth, she seized it and slammed it hard. Qingdai, what are you doing? Fu Hu shouted from the bedroom. Ignoring him, she swung again, missed and slammed her knuckles hard against the metal, tearing skin from her finger. Blood welled from the wound. After several more blows, the doorknob loosened, just as Fu Hu emerged from the bedroom, staring at his daughter in shock and fury. What on earth are you doing? I'm leaving. You're not leaving, not now. Stay right here. Your mother's condition is critical. You'll only make things worse. Fu Qingdai lowered her head and nodded. As soon as Fu Hu turned and rushed back into the bedroom, she immediately grasped the doorknob and pulled. A faint metallic rattle echoed. Then the door creaked open just a sliver. A thick, acrid wave of smoke flooded in, stinging her nostrils. SSSSS, SSSSS, SSSSS. Lights flickered erratically, the power grid unstable and nearing total collapse. Outside, the wind still shrieked. Heart-pounding, Fu Qingdai edged past the entryway, intending to speak, yet froze mid-step, words choking in her throat. HSSSS, HSSSS, HSSSS. Blood stained the floor everywhere. Su Jin sat on a stool, both fists tightly bound in blood-soaked bandages, crimson seeping through the gauze. His bare, powerfully muscled torso glistened with sweat. Under the strobing light, his contours gleamed with a burnished gold edge. His gaze slid sideways. Fu Qingdai recoiled instantly, arms crossing protectively over her chest. She had never seen such an expression on his face, pure hatred and fury, wild and feral as a cornered beast. HSSSS, HSSSS. Their eyes locked. Trembling voice cracking with tears, Fu Qingdai whispered, brother, I'm scared. Clunk, don't be afraid. I'm here. The wind and snow howled throughout the night, but by morning the rain had ceased. Su Jin awoke from his dreams, sitting up. The indulgence of the previous night allowed him to sleep more soundly than ever, and his spirit felt greatly restored. Turning his head to glance out the window, his expression was complex. The regime announced its dissolution, and the cold sky missiles caused a sudden drop in temperature. The army had vanished without a trace. The current situation had deteriorated to an extent that could not worsen. There was no point in fantasizing, and no one could be relied upon for help, and everything depended solely on himself. The temperature outside was extremely low, possibly nearing -50 degrees, and indoors without heating, it was nearly the same as outside. He exhaled a long breath which formed a faint white mist in the air. Su Jin pushed aside the quilt and got out of bed dressed in a thick down jacket. He crouched down to look at the mouse cage in the corner of the bed, wrapped in layers of clothing and insulated with foam at the bottom. The candle had burned out, yet there was still movement in the cage. Seeing that the mouse was still alive, he felt a sense of relief. The source of infection remained a mystery. If this batch of experimental mice died from the cold, it would be a tremendous waste. Fortunately, he had barely managed to endure the night. Even with several layers of clothing and numerous insulating materials, after a night of sleep his limbs still felt somewhat stiff and cold. He had only one quilt, and his winter clothing was scant. If it weren't for the few alcohol stoves he had lit surrounded by bricks for warmth, he might have suffered from frostbite during the night. Su Qingdai had come last night, and he had given her a few alcohol stoves. The Su family situation was different from his own. They must have plenty of quilts at home, so getting through the night was not a problem. As for the other people in the building, they should also find it easy to endure. Every household had gas canisters, and there was enough combustible material. Su Jin inspected the room. Finding nothing unusual except for the completely frozen water bucket, he scooped out a few spoonfuls of lard for breakfast and directly stepped outside. He knocked on the door of the Su family, and almost immediately the door was opened. Su Qingdai's small face was frozen pale, and then Su Hu appeared looking dejected and forlorn. Upon seeing Su Jin, he was taken aback. Director, come in and talk. Su Jin raised his hand to interrupt, naturally stepping through the door. The room was a mess with ashes left from a campfire in the center of the living room. It was evident that they had dismantled the sofa to use as fuel. This family had spent the whole night in the living room. After observing, Su Jin looked at Su Hu and got straight to the point. I sealed your door. What? You? Let me finish, Su Jin said seriously. Allow me to introduce myself formally. My name is Li Haoqing, Director of the National Key Risk Intervention Execution Bureau. I know that, Su Hu stammered. Su Jin shook his head. You know who I am, but you don't truly understand what the Bureau is responsible for. It's different from what I previously told you. Our department is actually responsible for researching supernatural powers, and within the government it is looked down upon and has a small scale. 30 years ago, the country unearthed artifacts from 2,000 years ago in the Northwest. Later, based on research, we named it the Maya civilization. I don't know if they are aliens or possess any special abilities, but by deciphering the stone tablets left by the Maya, they predicted the trajectory of future developments, including this disaster.
The establishment of our department was precisely aimed at researching the Maya civilization. Su Qingdai and Su Hu's expressions froze on the spot. Su Jin continued. Initially, the government placed great importance on the discovery of the Maya civilization, but after 30 years our department has almost been forgotten. Even internally we are divided into two factions. Many have long regarded it as a side job, but I am different. What are you talking about? How can I not understand? Su Hu asked in surprise, are you okay? My mind is very clear right now, Su Jin said in a low voice. According to the prophecy left by the Maya, a savior will predict this disaster. I found you through this clue regarding your daughter. In fact, I deceived you before. I had already communicated with Qingdai before moving into your home. To put it simply, your daughter is the savior mentioned in the prophecy, and I am quite certain of it. Now that you have seen this disaster, I believe you must have formed your own judgment about whether to believe it or not. Wait a second. Su Hu held his forehead, looking somewhat pained. The zombie infection learning of the country's collapse yesterday, and now someone was telling him that his daughter was the future savior. A series of events added up, and his brain simply could not digest this information. Are you saying you knew this would happen? You not only didn't inform the country, but you came here to place hope on my daughter, right? Su Hu's tone carried a hint of anger. Su Jin remained calm in his heart. The country has long known this news. Do you think it would be useful for me to say it again? Why did I ask you to buy bows and arrows to buy batteries? Do you think I want to hide here and not rely on the power of the state? Our department doesn't even get a budget approved. Hearing Su Jin's last outburst, Su Hu was completely stunned. Indeed, after all, they hadn't even approved a budget. Do you know what the current situation of the country is? Su Hu asked, his voice trembling with a hint of expectation in his eyes. The country is no longer reliable. It's only us now. Su Hu's expression quickly darkened as he turned to look at his daughter, and his heart twisted in pain once more. Su Jin continued. Old Su, you have been a soldier and understand weapons. You have also seen the effects of the cold sky missiles. Do you have any expectations for when the temperature outside will warm up? I don't know. I'm not sure, maybe a week. It's summer now, so perhaps it won't even take a week. Su Hu said weakly. A week, huh? Su Jin pondered inwardly. The cold sky missiles had bought him a week's buffer time. The cold temperatures outside had already affected the zombies both indoors and outdoors. Conservatively estimating, he had 3 days to clean up the zombies in the community and gather supplies and personnel. Director Lee, please leave. I don't know what you intend to do, but I don't want to get involved with you right now, Su Hu said, his expression weary. My wife is still unconscious and hasn't woken up yet. I received the text message and heard the broadcast, but I believe the country won't collapse so easily. Oh, I want to wait for rescue. Old Su Jin said in a deep voice, what are you still fantasizing about? The country is no longer reliable. If it were, we wouldn't have reached a point where we haven't even seen a shadow of the army. If it were reliable, why would they launch missiles into the city? Alright, let's assume the armed forces are still intact. In this current situation, do you have any chance to save anyone? You, an ordinary citizen, what right do you have to be saved? How long can you wait for rescue? This time they were lucky the cold sky missiles didn't land on us. What if another wave of missiles comes? Can you survive? What do you expect me to do? What can I do? Fu Hu shouted in despair, get out of my house. If there's something, don't involve my daughter. I don't want to hear your nonsense. Dad. Fu Qingdai anxiously tugged at Fu Hu's shirt. As long as we can survive, we can do anything. Su Jin grabbed Fu Hu's shoulders, his eyes wide open. Without a nation, we will establish one. Without an army, we will form one. If we can't hide, we won't hide. We will fight against those damn zombies. In this neighborhood, everyone knows each other. Your daughter previously dreamed of the apocalypse and was sent to a mental hospital by you. Many must know about it, right? With this alone, we can rally people to join us. Qingdai is everyone's only hope. She can be an empress or a leader. I absolutely cannot let her be destroyed in your hands. Fu Hu was instantly stunned, staring blankly at Su Jin. The situation was already this dire. He wanted to form an army to counterattack. And he wanted to use Qingdai. Old Fu, I know you care for your daughter, but as long as she stays with you, she can only wait for death. Su Jin said coldly. I cannot stand by and watch you lead her to ruin. I have developed feelings for Qingdai during this time, but if you remain stubborn, it would be better for me to give her a quick end than let her be torn apart by those zombies. As Su Jin's words fell, he suddenly drew a silver gun, pointing it at Fu Qingdai. There's no time for you to consider. Do you want to stay and wait for death, or do you want to cooperate with me? It's just a matter of one word. Fu Qingdai stared at the dark muzzle, swallowed hard. Then she closed her eyes, pressed her forehead forward. No. Fu Hu reached out a trembling hand to stop her. I agree with you. Just tell me what to do. Su Jin took a step back, putting away the silver gun. Seeing this, Fu Hu hurriedly pulled his daughter behind him, watching Su Jin warily. Su Jin sighed and said, Old Fu, I never intended to harm you and your daughter. We really have no other choice. This is the only path we can take. You severely underestimate the dangers, and I must stimulate you to quickly recognize reality. Since you have already agreed to me, I will protect your daughter with my life. I hope you can protect her as well. I have stocked up supplies for Qingdai on the 4th floor, and the key has long been given to her. Fu Hu looked toward his daughter. Seeing Fu Qingdai nod gently, his tense expression relaxed a little. Su Jin continued, sister-in-law must have been frightened, right? In such an environment, it would be difficult for her to recover. I have stockpiled some honeycomb coal, and there's a coal stove on. There are also iron sheets and wooden boards.
We need to break the window to build a chimney. Take whatever you need from the rest. After saying this, Su Jin sat on a nearby intact sofa and waved his hand at Huohuo. Hurry up. I will wait for you here. After you set up the stove, we will talk again. Don't let sister-in-law freeze. Huohuo glanced at his unconscious wife, then at his daughter, hesitated for a moment, and turned to take Fu Qingdai downstairs. After 10 minutes, Huohuo returned with his daughter. He was stunned at the first glance after entering the room. Zhang Wan was still lying on the sofa, but Su Jin was currently standing in front of the living room window, painting it with black paint and a brush which he had somehow obtained. Director, what are you doing? You set up the stove first, Su Jin replied without turning around. The strange rain infected not only humans, but also animals. I have conducted experiments with rats, and birds might also be infected. Once animals are infected, they exhibit strong aggression towards other uninfected living beings. Hiding in the house is actually not safe. Painting the windows black at least can reduce some hidden dangers. After seeing the pile of supplies in the room earlier, Fu Qingdai kept praising Su Jin. At this moment, hearing this analysis, Huohuo felt a surge of admiration. After responding, he quickly started. He rolled the iron sheets into a tube, tied them with iron wire, and quickly assembled a simple chimney by patching the seams with aluminum tape. After breaking the window and replacing it with wooden boards, a safe heating system was built. The windows were painted black, but the light from the stove illuminated the room warmly. Fu Qingdai took a kettle to Su Jin's room to chip ice for water. Meanwhile, Su Jin sat across from Huohuo by the stove. The two stared at the fire in the stove and fell into silence. Until Huohuo spoke directly. Did you seal all the doors upstairs and downstairs on the day of the rain? Did you also turn off the main water valve? Yes. They won't die of thirst in there, right? It's been 6 or 7 days. They should be fine. They generally have enough to eat, and there is still water in the toilet tank. Huohuo felt slightly relieved, then asked, how did you find Qingdai? I have a colleague whose child goes to the same school as your daughter. I heard about it and went to find her. Director Lee, is there really no other hope in this matter? Does our National Bureau have no action at all? And what about the prophecy you mentioned regarding my daughter? What happens next? Frustrated by Huohuo's questions, Su Jin took out a cigarette, preparing to smoke. Just as he was about to light it, he turned to look at Zhang Wan, who was still unconscious, and put the cigarette back, speaking softly with resignation. There is no action. They are all a bunch of idle people. The prophecy said there would be a catastrophic disaster, and the Savior could foresee it in advance, but nothing came after that. But my daughter is still a child. What can she possibly be involved in because of a legend? Huohuo raised his voice slightly. Just because she is a child is precisely why we need to act now to help her bear the responsibility. Su Jin said solemnly. Old Fu, I beg you not to have any more fantasies. Even if there is an army to save us, we must also carry out self-rescue at this stage. The two matters are not contradictory. I will bear all responsibilities myself. Qingdai is just a talisman. She doesn't need to do anything or take any risks. Huohuo muttered in agreement and fell silent. Seeing the atmosphere turn cold again, Su Jin asked, Old Fu, do you have other family members? Huohuo trembled all over, his voice shaking. I have an old father. I haven't been able to reach him on the phone for the past few days. After saying this, the tower-like man could no longer hold back and tears streamed down his face. Until Fu Qingdai returned with a kettle full of ice. Huohuo hastily wiped his face and feigned calmness. Sitting between the two, Fu Qingdai looked left and right. Director, what should we do next? Next? Su Jin's gaze lingered on the stove. Next, of course, is to recruit talent and build a team. You are an old resident. You should know everyone in this building, right? Please draft a list with their backgrounds, and I will let them out one by one. By noon, all the steel pipe frames in the corridor had been dismantled. Su Jin stepped out of Huohuo's residence again. The content naturally consisted of the personnel information within the corridor. Generally, Huohuo was familiar with the residents of this unit, except for a few tenants. After a brief search of the list, Su Jin already had a rough idea. It seemed that a high proportion of the elderly in this neighborhood once worked in the military and political systems. What was most lacking now was force. There was a need to strengthen security. The resident directly across from his storage room had been a soldier. His name was Wang Song. He was slightly younger than Huohuo, in his early 40s. It is logical to infer that soldiers have high discipline and combat capability. At over 40, his physical strength should still be decent. It would be most suitable to recruit this person. Having taken the adhesive remover, Su Jin went directly to the 4th floor to spray. After waiting for 10 minutes, he knocked firmly on Wang Song's door. The possibility of a mutation inside could be detected by simple sounds. However, after knocking for quite a while, even the people downstairs started shouting for help, but there was no response from Wang Song's home. After a moment of thought, Su Jin took out his silver gun. He had already tested this gun last night. All 9 bullets had been fired, and it would automatically reload after half an hour. The props provided by the company were indeed extraordinary. This golden finger was incredibly powerful. He aimed the gun at the peephole and fired. The peephole was completely shattered, with debris splattering into the room. Su Jin stepped back, peering through the hole to observe inside. The ground was already a pool of dark blood, with 2 corpses lying on the floor, both covered with white cloth. Just as he was about to continue observing, a faint sound came from within the room. Who is it? I'm your neighbor. Are you Wang Song? Are you injured? Su Jin swiftly moved, stepping on the stairs, leaning against the door with both hands on the gun. Does it matter if I'm injured? Just go away. Su Jin frowned.
The two corpses inside should have been killed after infection if the bloodstains indicated they had died some time ago. The other party still had rationality. Even if suspected of infection, the current safety level was still quite high. With this in mind, Su Jin aimed the gun at the door lock. The power of the silver gun was significant, and there was no need to worry about ricochets. Just 2 shots shattered the lock structure. Gently pulling the door open, Su Jin mimicked actions from movies, slowly sidestepping inside, while sweeping the gun left and right. Wang Song, are you in there? Who are you? How do you have a gun? Hearing the voice from the bedroom, Su Jin slowed his steps and moved closer. Upon entering the bedroom, he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. A middle-aged man in his 40s was sitting by the window, seemingly hesitating about jumping down. Su Jin promptly closed the door and lowered the gun. Wang Song, calm down, don't jump yet. Wang Song turned around, his entire body almost frozen, his face pale and his teeth chattering. You have a gun. You're not my neighbor. Who are you? Who I am is not important. Get down immediately, close the window. Don't give up hope. Oh, let's talk slowly. What hope is there to speak of? The country is gone. The whole world is in chaos. Do you see any hope left in this? As long as there is family, there is a country. As long as we are alive, there is hope. Come down first, and we can talk about it. Su Jin continuously tried to persuade him. My family is gone, you must have seen that. My mother and my wife have turned into monsters. My son is away. There is probably no hope for him either. Wang Song's voice was weak, his expression vacant. I'm also close to the end, or just go away, and don't worry about me. I must care about you. Many people have lost their families just like you. I am one of them. Su Jin pressed himself against the wall, gazing at the other. Don't be so pessimistic. There is still hope for the future. Wang Song trembled as he turned back, lifting his shirt to reveal a chest bound with bandages. Looking down at the exposed gray skin on his abdomen, he forced a bitter smile. Look. Bang! A gunshot rang out, and Wang Song's bitter smile froze on his face as his body fell to the bottom of the building. Su Jin leaned against the wall, sitting down, covering his heart, gasping for breath. I killed someone. I killed someone. It's fine, but it's fine. I killed a zombie. My language ability broke down. He was already on the brink of a mutation. I guess I helped him a bit, right? After comforting himself for a while, Su Jin stood up, leaning against the wall, and apprehensively went forward to close the window. Then he moved to the living room, finding a mop handle to lift the shroud off the corpse. Looking at the wounds on the body, Su Jin's throat rolled as he jabbed the mop into the wounds a couple of times. The probability of being infected from a zombie attack might not be 100%, but now is certainly not the time for verification. Therefore, Wang Song had to die. These two corpses on the ground had definitely fought with Wang Song, their clothes torn to shreds. There were knife wounds all over their necks and chests. But the most significant was a deep wound on the chest. This was the fatal injury. Combining it with the earlier rat experiment, it turned out that zombies' weakness really was their hearts. This trip wasn't entirely fruitless. With this thought, Su Jin took a deep breath, found a quilt in the room. He picked up the corpse while holding the quilt and threw it out. After disposing of the two corpses, he returned to the corridor with lingering fear. Picking up the list again, Su Jin's gaze locked onto the 6th floor. This experience was indeed a bit frightening. He had not been cautious enough. Let's not look for the strong young ones for now. 2 elderly men lived on the 6th floor. According to Huohuo's description, they had previously engaged in research and had also served in the military. However, given their ages, they were nearing 70. Even in the event of a mutation, the danger level would not be too high. After all, their bone quality would still be there even after a mutation. Sunya, the resident of room 601, was an elderly man living alone. Let's check on him first. An elderly man in a mutant state would have no aggression. Upon reaching the 6th floor, it was still about removing the adhesive and knocking on doors. Su Jin held the gun and waited quietly. Soon a voice came from behind the door. Who are you? I'm the neighbor from downstairs. My door has been sealed. Do I hear that the people downstairs have also been sealed? How did you get out? Are you injured? Upon hearing this, Su Jin raised an eyebrow. This elderly man was not ordinary. His perception was high. I sealed the door. It can now be opened. I'm not injured. How about you? After asking this, there was a sound of the door being opened. The door seemed to be pushed from inside, slowly creaking open. Su Jin moved slowly, and as soon as he saw the situation behind the door, his entire body went rigid. In the darkness, a faint candlelight flickered. Behind the candlelight, a thin old man was holding a hunting rifle, glaring at him. Don't move, stand there. Don't shoot. Su Jin raised his hands, forcing himself to remain calm. I mean no harm. I am here to save you. There are many people in the building. I just want to gather everyone together to keep warm. I heard Huohuo downstairs say that you are Mr. Sunright, gathering together for warmth. Mr. Sunya gave a bitter smile which appeared especially chilling under the candlelight. The country is gone. This world is beyond saving. What warmth is there to gather? How do you know it's beyond saving? The most important thing for us right now is to organize and resist the external enemies. If we give up on ourselves now. Do not say any more. Sunya shouted sternly, then suddenly his tone turned suppressed. There is no chance of recovery. The rain infected not only people, but also animals. Infected creatures will be driven by instinct to attack the living. Most of the main military districts are in the wilderness where wild animals abound. The bright lights at night are also very conspicuous. On the rainy night, all military districts around the world must have been attacked by infected creatures. Small animals entered the indoors, and the military could not fight back effectively.
Once they went outside, they would only be soaked in the rain, making the situation even worse. The first to be impacted was not the cities, but the military. The military may have been annihilated in the first instance. After listening to Sun Ya's account, Su Jin was shocked and fell silent for a moment. According to Huohuo's description, this old man used to be involved in the manufacturing and research of medical devices, and he had a deep background. But now all the windows of the room were covered by him, and he held a hunting rifle. Coupled with his analysis, it indicated that this old man was not as simple as he seemed. "Old man, my name is Li Haoqing. Could you let me sit down and talk?" Sun Ya fixed his gaze on Su Jin, slowly lowering the rifle and nodding. Su Jin cautiously approached and pulled out a chair to sit across from him. "That rain could infect animals, how did you know? And the environment inside the house, the analysis regarding the military." "I used to work in the military industry," Sun Ya sighed, stroking the hunting rifle. "I noticed something unusual happening to people, so I collected some rainwater and used my dog for experiments. The dog went mad and I had to put it down. I was worried that birds and beasts would also be infected, which is why I covered all the windows. It wasn't until yesterday that the country announced the termination of functions. I realized that it was completely over. I could no longer rely on the military." "How do you know for certain that we can't rely? Even if the military were infected, they shouldn't have announced their failure directly, right? There should still be the capability to organize a counterattack in the city. Once the credit is ruined, organizing becomes much harder." Su Jin frowned and asked. Sun Ya pondered. "You are right. From the perspective of the military being widely infected, the country indeed has no reason to give up so easily, but I suspect there are two possibilities. The first possibility is that insects might also be infected. If insects are infected, humanity's extinction is just a matter of time. The higher-ups can only seek self-preservation. The second possibility is that the effects of this rain are far more complicated than they appear. There must be other characteristics. No virus in nature can cross species and mutate so rapidly. This is fundamentally not a virus. It is a supernatural disaster." Sun Ya finished speaking, covering his face and sighing deeply. Su Jin was left speechless, immersed in profound shock and worry. After taking a deep breath and wiping his face, Sun Ya looked up at Su Jin. "I have answered your questions. Now it is your turn to answer mine. Go ahead and ask. You locked down the residence in advance. You didn't just lock down my family, did you?" "I locked down the entire block." Sun Ya focused his gaze on Su Jin. "Why, a little girl on the 5th floor said the apocalypse is coming, and I believe her." "Huh, you really are out of your mind," Sun Ya said with sarcasm, but then his expression turned serious as he began to mutter, "That child Qing Dai. I know her situation. I thought she was having a mental breakdown, but now it seems more complicated. How did she know in advance? Do you believe in nature?" Su Jin asked quietly. "Nature? I believe in science, but I also believe that nature balances everything. Such a disaster has occurred. Although the organization has collapsed, there must be a solution." Su Jin looked at Sun Ya and said, "I believe this disaster will be counterbalanced by some force. Qing Dai has already indicated the problem. Old man, I see you sitting here with a gun and you don't want to die, do you? Come with me. It's the right time to organize a team and use people. I have a cage of rats. As a research expert, you can help me conduct more reliable experiments." Upon hearing this, Sun Ya's eyes lit up, and he began to scrutinize Su Jin. "Organize a team. Are you capable of that? Why should others trust you?" "Simply because I have a prophet with me, and I am the director of the National Key Risk Intervention." Sun Ya squinted. "Nonsense. The country doesn't even have that department." "Now it does." Sun Ya looked at Su Jin with suspicion, and then nodded in realization. All right. You are right, it can be done, and I can help you." Sun Ya then shifted the topic. "But you must know, I am nearly 70. I am not far from the grave. In a world as rotten as this, it makes no difference to me whether I live or die. If you want to be a leader and have me serve you, you must have the qualifications. If you were just a useless fool, I might as well put a bullet in my head right now. It would be quicker." "What do you want then?" Sun Ya pondered for a moment and directly tossed the hunting rifle to Su Jin. "This is a shotgun. I have 30 rounds left. Go downstairs and clear out those zombies. Their heart seems to be their weakness. They respond to sound, light, and smell. There are plenty of feral cats and dogs in the neighborhood, so be cautious. If you can do it, even if you are a madman, I will give you my life." "That's exactly what I intend to do. You just wait upstairs and watch." Taking the shotgun, a glint of cold light flashed in Su Jin's eyes. He picked up the bullets and walked outside, saying, "Old man, your neighbor is an expert, right? I have glued his door shut, and I left you the adhesive remover. If you can ensure safety, let him out. If not, wait for me to return. It's cold in here. Go to Huohuo's house and wait for me." "Got it." Su Jin nodded, suddenly stopping at the door. He turned back to Sun Ya and smiled awkwardly. "How do you use this gun?" Sun Ya, exasperated yet amused, said, "Oh, I thought you were quite capable. Come back, I'll teach you." Su Jin stood in the first-floor corridor, wearing a rough, self-sewn, zombie-proof suit under his down jacket. He wore gloves and a motorcycle helmet on his head. A silver pistol and a shotgun were both secured to his waist with ropes, and a machete was tucked in at his side. After all, he was a novice. If he got nervous and dropped the gun, retrieving it would be a hassle, so he made ample preparations. In the dim corridor, Su Jin lowered his head to adjust his breathing. Once his heartbeat calmed down, he raised his foot and kicked the unit door. A loud bang echoed outside. The zombies, which had originally been frozen due to the low temperature, moved at the sound. Their fragile, icy shells shattered as they stumbled toward Su Jin's position. Before long, a dozen zombies had approached the entrance to the unit. At that moment, a firecracker's bang echoed from a distance. The zombies that had gathered at the unit door turned and rushed toward the sound of the firecracker. Meanwhile, a series of urgent clanging sounds came from the handrails in the corridor. Without hesitation, Su Jin yanked the unit door open. As the door opened, a dozen zombies with their backs turned to him were revealed. Bang, 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 bang. 9 shots rang out, all 9 rounds expended. Su Jin slammed the unit door shut and retreated back into the corridor. Huff. After exhaling a breath of white mist, he turned and ran back to the 5th floor. Coming face to face with Fu Qingdai, who stood at the stairway holding a firecracker in one hand and a wrench in the other, her face lit up with joy. Bro, did it work? It seemed to work. I think I killed 3, but I didn't see clearly. They'll go for a few more rounds later. Su Jin affectionately ruffled Fu Qingdai's hair, saying, well done. Following the same method, he repeated the operation several times until the vast majority of zombies lay motionless and the residential compound fell into silence. The sun dipped low and dusk deepened. Zhang Wan had regained consciousness, though her expression remained listless. Inside the room now sat Sunya and another elderly man, gaunt, hollow-cheeked, his frame worn thin by hardship. They gathered around the hearth, warming themselves by the fire while a pot simmered atop the stove, bubbling softly with sour cabbage. Lard and thinly sliced sausage had been added to the stew, lending it a glistening rich sheen. Its savory aroma filled the room. Shaoli, let me introduce you. Sunya patted the shoulder of the elder beside him. Wei, call him Elder Wei. We've known each other for decades. We were colleagues once. Elder Wei, this is the young man I told you about. Shaoli. Elder Wei lifted his gaze towards Su Jin and managed a faint, strained smile. Su Jin quickly extended his hand. Sunya sighed deeply. Elder Wei, you know well enough about your wife's heart condition. Her passing, though tragic, spared her greater suffering. You must find strength, not just for yourself, but for the younger generation. We may be old bones, but we still have purpose to serve. And besides, our lives were saved by Shaoli himself. Elder Wei nodded slowly, brushing lightly at the corners of his eyes. The stew continued to bubble gently in the pot as Zhang Wan rose to fetch bowls and chopsticks. Su Jin turned to Sunya. Elder, does this mean you've agreed to help me? Sunya inclined his head. You possess both courage and strategy, though admittedly your thinking strikes me as somewhat unconventional. Still, you're not untrustworthy, and frankly we have few alternatives. Yet I don't understand. Why leave 2 zombies alive after clearing the rest? How many bullets does that handgun even hold? Ammunition is plentiful. Your shotgun is for survival, best conserved. As for those 2 zombies I spared, they're for target practice. You also keep bows and arrows indoors, and ammunition is no concern. Clearly your preparations are unusual. Sunya fell silent in thought, then spoke again with solemn gravity. Today you slew many zombies, but never grow complacent. Within this phenomenon, their bodies are encased in ice, ears, nose, and eyes sealed beneath frost. Yet they react with startling speed. Their movement matches that of an average person walking at a steady pace. Su Jin mused aloud. So if temperatures rise, their mobility could surge dramatically. A keen observation. You needn't worry me over much. Sunya added, but the issue runs deeper than surface freezing. With ambient temperatures this low, and having been drenched in rain, their internal tissues would have frozen solid within a day and night. By all logic, these zombies should be inert blocks of frozen flesh, utterly incapable of motion. Yet they move, a paradox beyond current scientific explanation. Sunya paused, then fixed Su Jin with a steady look. Tomorrow I'll need 2 corpses for dissection. Are you willing? There's risk of infection. Will you dare? Do you have confidence in your safety? Su Jin hesitated. Though he'd prepared protective gear and possessed the resolve to act, dissecting zombies still felt perilously uncertain. He couldn't guarantee what might happen. Tissue fluids seeping or splattering unpredictably. Sunya paused, then admitted, I have no certainty. This lies entirely beyond established knowledge. I understand medicine, but only as a practitioner, not a specialist. My aim is merely to deepen our understanding of the danger. I know the risks are grave. You may decline. But weighed against what lies ahead, this risk is worth taking. Understood. Tomorrow I'll retrieve 2 bodies and perform the dissection myself while you observe. Su Jin nodded, then added, Elder son, I also have a cage of lab mice. I'd like you to run experiments on them. Perhaps we can begin both tomorrow. Sunya nodded. Extracting ice carries splash risk. I still have half a bottle of rainwater collected earlier. That will suffice. Your rainwater is likely no longer viable. I'll collect fresh ice instead. After a moment's hesitation, Su Jin spoke plainly. What do you mean? Sunya's gaze sharpened instantly. How do you know the rainwater is useless? I can perceive the origin of infection. This substance dissipates entirely after roughly 5 days. HSS. Sunya drew a sharp breath. All in the room turned towards Su Jin. Even Elder Wei, long sunk in desolation, lifted his head. You possess such an ability. How? What is the nature of this infectious agent? Su Jin offered a wry smile. Perhaps it's innate, just as Qingdai sees glimpses of the future. Yet mine offers little utility. The pathogen manifests as gray mist. Without moisture it volatilizes, readily dispersing into air. Regrettably, I can only discern its initial form. Once infection takes hold in a living host, its signature vanishes from my sight. Then this is good news. So you too bear a unique gift. No wonder you believe in Qingdai. Sunya's face lit with cautious hope.
It fades after 5 days, and with the rain ceased won't the contamination source vanish soon? No. Elder Wei interjected, voice weary. Whether another downpour will fall remains unknown. But the infection's origin has already shifted, from rain to living hosts. Tell me, do any of those shambling corpses show signs of dying? His words cast a heavier pall upon the room. Su Jin sighed faintly. Friends, let go of illusions. Our only recourse is self-reliance. Prepare for battle, and first, let us eat. That night the wind outside softened to a hush. Within the room silence reigned. Only the faint steady hiss of burning honeycomb coal broke the stillness. Faint amber light bled through the cracks of the stove, casting warmth into the darkness. Fuhu, Sunya, and the others had settled into sleep, wrapped tightly in blankets. Su Jin curled in the corner restless. His eyes lingered on the stove's flickering glow, his thoughts churning. He'd slain many zombies today. Fear had receded, replaced by a quiet, unsettling exhilaration, the grim satisfaction of vengeance. Yet dissection, could he truly do it? Elder Sun needed data. The infection's nature remained elusive. Should he wait for results before recruiting others, or begin immediately? As he pondered, a small black shape darted low across the floor before the stove and landed softly beside him. Qing Dai. Su Jin lowered his gaze. Brother, may I sleep beside you? Fu Qing Dai, swaddled in her blanket, revealed only her delicate face. Su Jin gently stroked the top of her head. His fingers came away slick with oil. He hastily wiped them onto her blanket. What's wrong? Mother's condition hasn't improved. What should I do? Leaning against him, Qing Dai whispered, her voice trembling on the verge of tears. Su Jin looked upward and exhaled deeply. She was still so young. Having fought alongside him, endured thus far without breaking, was already extraordinary. She'll recover with rest. Safety will improve. Someday we'll live normally again, just as before. Qing Dai wept silently, saying nothing. Seeing her distress, Su Jin drew her close and let out a soft, awkward grunt. PFF. This oil could fry a whole dish. With you here, at least we'll never starve. Brother. Qing Dai's cheeks flushed crimson. With a muffled cry, she yanked her blanket up. She burrowed headfirst into Su Jin's chest, wrapping herself tightly like a cocoon. The next day the cold wind began to rise again. A few people got up early and had breakfast. With the addition of professionals, the level of research on infectious substances was undoubtedly elevated. In the morning, Su Jin took ice, divided it into containers of the same specifications to hold different quantities of ice cubes, and then heated them to melt into water. Each container was filled with a different concentration of gray substance, each numbered. This entirely relied on his vision to handle. Based on his naked eye observations of the gray mist concentration, he drew different shades of gray on white paper to create color cards for the two experts' reference. Afterward, under the guidance of Sunya and Wada, he made some simple error adjustments to fill in the gaps. The supernatural gray mist, which was unobservable, had already begun quantifiable experiments in a short time under expert guidance. By the time the experimental part was finished, it was already noon. The two elderly men were still observing, busy in the humble laboratory. Su Jin walked out from the side, feeling much more relaxed. The Fu family was sitting in the living room, unsure of what to do. After sitting idly for several hours, the faces of Fu Hu and his wife were visibly anxious. Su Jin glanced at them and immediately understood. Out of consideration for this family, he had not arranged anything for them. It was necessary to assign them some tasks. Whether to distract them or provide value to the team, continuing to rest would likely worsen their mental state. Perhaps being busy was a better form of rest. Before Su Jin could say anything, Fu Hu stood up and stammered, "Director, what can I do? Just wait." With that, Su Jin ran to the 4th floor. After several trips back and forth, the living room had accumulated quite a few items, various sizes and types of stones and rolls of fabric, and a bag of pig feed. Taking a few breaths, Su Jin put his hands on his hips and said, "Old Fu, the stones and the contents of that bag are all prepared for you and your daughter. For now, you don't need to do anything else, just train inside to improve strength and stamina. Focus mainly on arms and legs, and also on lung capacity. And for archery, we can open the doors between our two houses, remove the entranceway. Use blankets as targets to practice. Well, it will be useful later on." Su Jin pointed to the bag of pig feed on the ground. The contents inside can be consumed before and after training. This will help you gain muscle quickly and relieve fatigue. Fu Hu scratched his head. "Director, that's pig feed, isn't it?" "What pig feed?" "That's a specially prepared training drink for you, just in a large bag for convenience." Su Jin spoke nonchalantly. "If you're unclear on how to train, I can teach you." Although it was pig feed, it indeed contained quality ingredients. Pure whey protein. In today's world, the fitness market had not developed at all, and the value and awareness of whey protein, the protein powder consumed by gym enthusiasts, was once the leftover slop from rural pigsties. Initially, he was ecstatic when he discovered whey protein at the slaughterhouse. Perfect protein. There might even be precious veterinary medicines in it. Besides that, this thing had alerted him while at the he wanted to buy some strong medicines at the pharmacy, but they were all regulated. However, veterinary medicines had fewer restrictions. He soon acquired antibiotics easily. Although the standards and specifications certainly did not meet human use given the current state of the world, those minor impurities were insignificant. It was a pity that he couldn't obtain testosterone. If he had testosterone and administered a couple of injections to Fu Qingdai, her muscles would surely grow rapidly. There was no need to worry about side effects. If dangers arose, he didn't have to worry about hormones, sending Fu Qingdai to a steroid planet, as zombies would take her out first.
After listening to Su Jin Fu, who looked bewildered and hesitantly, said, Director, I have no problem training. But what can a girl achieve? What if she encounters something and feels weak? Not training will lead to weakness. Su Jin replied earnestly, Old Fu, at this moment, I won't be polite with you. You're simply uneducated and have outdated views. For the time being, we are safe. Although Qing Dai is a girl and builds muscle slowly, her muscle recruitment ability improves rapidly. Oh, what I just told you. After hearing this, Fu, who was still in the dark, but his expression certainly became serious. Director, although I didn't fully understand, I now know what to do. Very good, just like that. Su Jin turned to look at the somewhat awkward Zhang Wan, his voice softening. Sister-in-law. I know you're scared, but since I'm here as a national official, aside from Qing Dai's special situation, I have a responsibility. I will protect you until the end. Ooh, just put your heart at ease. Zhang Wan's eyes welled with tears as she nodded repeatedly. Adjust your mood. Ooh, I have a task to assign to you. Su Jin looked at the supplies on the ground. You can sew. I need you to redesign these clothes and fabrics, sewing pockets onto them, and cutting the aluminum rolls into pieces to insert into the pockets. 1, to ensure flexibility, and 2, to provide comprehensive protection without leaving any blind spots. With your professional skills, this shouldn't be too difficult for you. Zhang Wan nodded. This isn't hard. Oh, I should be able to manage it. Great. Sister-in-law, this is a crucial element of safety. Su Jin's expression was focused as he looked at Zhang Wan. Our lives depend on you. Don't worry. I guarantee there won't be any mistakes. By afternoon, after lunch, they regrouped and prepared tight protection. Su Jin hurried downstairs with a piece of thin iron sheet. They did not plan to search for new people inside the building today. The two experts were studying the infectious substance, and later, while it was still light, they would perform zombie dissections. With limited physical strength and energy, he needed to maintain a full state to recruit new people and prevent any unforeseen events. Additionally, delaying a bit longer would be beneficial. The longer people persisted, the stronger their minds would become. Hastily forming a team, it was better to avoid those with weak minds. Although this was the plan, when he reached the first floor, Su Jin still knocked on the doors of the two units. Hearing soft footsteps and the sound of a door being knocked, he sighed and stepped outside. The two units on the first floor had already been completely wiped out. Although rainwater had not flooded in, he saw zombies knocking on the windows the next morning. Both first-floor units had their windows opened, indicating they were completely gone. Outside the building, Su Jin had appeared, and someone immediately called for help from the upper floor. Ignoring them, Su Jin quickly drew his gun and shot the last two remaining zombies at a measured distance. He then found the zombie corpses nearby, covering them with iron sheets to drag them back. He didn't know if these things would rise again, so he covered them just in case, ready to react swiftly if they suddenly attacked. Fortunately, the anticipated vicious incidents did not occur. He dragged the two corpses back and placed them in Wang Song's house. An hour later, Sun Ya paused his experiment and descended to the ground floor. Su Jin stood beside the dining table, where a zombie lay sprawled and tightly bound at its limbs to the table legs and corners. Various tools were arranged neatly along the edge of the table. Another zombie, securely restrained, had been cast aside nearby. After a brief survey, Sun Ya nodded in approval. Excellent work, Shaoli. You're remarkably cautious, truly cut out for scientific research. Had circumstances been different, I'd have gladly taken you on as my student. For now, I'll guide your procedure while I document everything. No thanks. I never want to go through something like this again, in my entire life. Su Jin gasped heavily, swallowing repeatedly. By the way, Professor Sun, aren't you an expert in medical devices? Do you also perform dissections regularly? Not strictly, but I've observed several. Let's begin. Su Jin drew a deep breath, steadied his nerves, and said firmly, let's begin. Make the incision slowly. The internal cavity may contain pressurized gas. Guard against splatter. The heart is the vital weak point. We'll examine only the internal organs. Start 1 centimeter below the clavicles on both sides, cutting down to the sternal midline. Then continue along the intersection point down to the pubic symphysis. Su Jin held his breath, clenched his teeth, and guided the blade downward. The tactile resistance of flesh transmitting sharp, jarring sensations straight to his core. Even with full protective gear, the visceral visual impact, the acrid stench, and the gnawing dread of infection churned his stomach violently. As the skin parted, Su Jin's face drained of color. This is far harder to cut than I imagined. Has the zombie's dermis undergone some kind of mutation? No. It's your blade that's dull. The corpse is too cold, and you're far too tense, Sun Ya replied calmly. Phew. Professor Sun, tell me something else. Ugh. By the way, Professor Sun, you specialize in military hardware, don't you? How did you end up designing medical equipment? Heh. My temperament, as you've surely noticed, never sat well with my department colleagues. But I excel at whatever I turn my hand to. Tell me, do you know who developed China's first MRI scanner? Newton. Who's Newton? You've lost your wits. It was me. I built it. His hands slick with viscous fluid. Su Jin kept cutting, suppressing nausea. Never imagined I'd meet someone of your stature here. Why do you live in such a rundown place? Rundown. 20 years ago, this was an elite residential complex. Few could afford it. Later standards declined, but I've grown accustomed to it. No need to move. Sun Ya added, do you know what Lao Wei does? Elder Wei. Didn't you say he works in military hardware too? He's no ordinary defense engineer. He played a central role in developing the Hanxiong missile system. He is truly a weapons specialist. To secure our footing, we'll require heavy firepower, and mastering weapon systems demands profound technical mastery.
Only he can provide comprehensive guidance. Good heavens, this shabby neighborhood hides tigers and dragons. As he spoke, the S-shaped incision across the zombie's torso was complete. Sunya waved his hand, covering his nose and mouth. Lift the flaps. Su Jin pressed his lips together and peeled back the 2 lateral flaps, exposing the cadaver's interior to both men. Now split the sternum. We must check whether the skeletal structure has mutated. Su Jin held his breath, seized an axe, and gestured for Sunya to step back. Huh. Sunya retreated further. Su Jin brought the axe down with a forceful swing, sending bone fragments scattering. Ugh. Why shout so loudly? Sunya frowned sharply. This isn't human work. Even killing feels less harrowing than this. Cough. Grumbling under his breath, Su Jin cleaved through sternum and ribs. Beneath his helmet, his eyes burned crimson and sweat drenched his brow. Sunya stepped forward, examining the fractured bone edges before turning his gaze to the exposed viscera. No abnormalities in the bone structure. Now slice open the organs. Anywhere will do as long as internal structures are clearly visible. Which organ should I cut first? You've already opened the chest. Cut them all. Fine. Su Jin grabbed the scalpel and began hacking, then froze mid-motion. Hey, a sea urchin. Have you lost your sense of smell? That's no sea urchin. Stop stirring it. Step aside. Honestly, I can't tell if you're terrified or perverse. Chopping mincemeat. Even serial killers don't carve like this. Sunya approached, picked up a spare fruit knife, and began probing the internal tissues with meticulous precision. Liver and lungs normal. Intestines normal. Kidneys normal. Heart also normal. Sunya furrowed his brow, continuing to probe deeper with the blade. The heart, riddled by gunfire, was already shattered beyond recognition. After careful inspection, Sunya narrowed his eyes. Come take a look. This black patch. Is it charred tissue or naturally embedded? My vision isn't sharp enough to tell. Su Jin leaned in, squinting closely. Embedded in the mangled heart was a black speck roughly the size of half a thumbnail. Its native tissue appears to be connective in nature. Unusually dense, nearly osseous. Even in pathologically altered hearts, such tissue would never form spontaneously. So this gray substance appears to target cardiac tissue primarily. At that, Sunya's expression darkened. Open the other specimen, now. Wait. Su Jin's demeanor turned abruptly grave. Disregarding the cold, slimy viscera, he plunged his bare hand directly into the abdominal cavity. When he withdrew his hand, 2 fingers clutched a translucent jade-like stone. This is... Sunya stared stunned. Su Jin breathed heavily, eyes alight with fervor. Zombie crystal. What's a zombie crystal? Sunya, a crystalline anomaly formed inside zombies through mutation. Ingesting it grants extraordinary abilities. Where did you hear that? It's standard fare in novels. TCH, something's definitely off with you. Zombie crystal. Sunya grimaced in disgust. That's just a gallstone, for heaven's sake. Impossible. A gallstone wouldn't form like this. Su Jin reverently wiped the jade clean, only for Sunya to slap his wrist hard. The stone shattered on the floor, scattering into jagged shards, and Su Jin's heart shattered with it. The gallstones I extracted 2 years ago were far more elegant than this. Look, there's a whole cluster right here. Enough chatter. Dissect the next one immediately. Swallowing his grief, Su Jin lifted the second zombie and resumed the autopsy. With prior experience, the procedure progressed markedly faster this time. Both men focused intently on their ultimate objective, the heart. After several precise incisions, the same black connective tissue emerged once more before their eyes. Yet its size had clearly increased, now roughly the size of a thumb. Sunya probed it with his blade, then shifted position, stabbing at various sites before slicing open the zombie's forearm to inspect deeper musculature. After a flurry of activity, he crouched again to re-examine the first specimen discarded on the floor. When he rose, his expression carried a subtle undercurrent of alarm. What is it, Professor Sun? Su Jin tensed instinctively. After a pause, Sunya pointed to the second zombie. Its former host was notably thin, clearly untrained. The first specimen was considerably heavier. Its muscle density should logically exceed this one's. Yet the opposite holds true. Though the sample size is small, the sole plausible explanation lies in the relative size of the cardiac mutation zone. In other words, zombies are evolving. Su Jin felt a chill sweep through his entire body. Sunya exhaled a plume of frost-laden air. We should have anticipated this possibility earlier. Yet the black tissue in these 2 specimens occupies different locations within the heart. If its growth aims to encompass the entire organ, they remain far from reaching their limit. Wait, what is this? Sunya extended his knife and gently pricked the heart. Earlier, he had only focused on the front, completely overlooking a sharp protrusion on the side of the heart. As the tip of the knife pricked through, the object behind the heart was suddenly exposed to their eyes. It was a bright red, olive-shaped meatball. They leaned in to observe, and Su Jin's heartbeat accelerated unnaturally, his pupils constricting. What is this? Lymph. It's not lymph. Sunya looked up in shock at Su Jin, saying, there are indeed lymph capillaries in myocardial tissue. Even if there are lesions, they wouldn't grow like this, nor would they be located here. This thing isn't something the human body should possess. Are you feeling your heart racing and feeling very hungry? Yes. Su Jin nodded, tremulously looking at Sunya. You feel it too. How could this be? The sensation is getting stronger. Su Jin's expression twisted. The moment they clearly saw the entirety of the meatball, an unprecedentedly intense hunger erupted within them, as if the meatball possessed a tremendous allure that compelled them to consume it. Even amid a pile of disgusting entrails, they could hardly resist this impulse. Fortunately, both of them had strong wills and maintained a basic level of rationality. Sunya took a breath, his gaze fixated on the meatball as he murmured, "When a person is in extreme hunger, the physiological mechanism in the brain redefines taste. Organs which are high energy but have a foul smell become the first choice for the body. Of food that was originally difficult to swallow suddenly tastes delicious. Nutrition is the core." "What are you talking about, Sunla? Are you alright?" Su Jin hurriedly reached out and shook Sunya. Sunya gently shook his head, appearing thoughtful as he said, "I'm wondering, is this thing tempting us, or is our body crazy? That makes sense. I feel that eating it would grant me magical power. Can you stop thinking about your ridiculous novel? You're an adult, how can you still be so childish?" After saying this, Sunya used his knife to cut off the meatball. He then placed it on the countertop, preparing to slice it further. Su Jin reached out to stop him. "Wait a moment, let me do it. I'm wearing thick clothes. If it opens, and there's a corrosive liquid, that would be troublesome." Sunya nodded, giving way. "Go ahead, but be careful." The sharp blade touched the meatball. Upon contact, it felt like cutting through a resilient rubber. Feeling that if he pressed down too hard, whatever was inside might burst out all at once, Su Jin twisted the blade, and with a bit of pressure it felt like piercing through pigskin. Then he made a diagonal cut. The bottom of the meatball left some sinew, not completely severed. The intense hunger surging from their bodies began to multiply, akin to the torment of days without food. Su Jin gritted his teeth, slowly prying open the meatball. Sun Ya's pupils dilated as the contents within deeply captivated their gaze. Logically, the meatball should have split in two and the insides should have been divided as well. However, reality was not as such. Peeling back the two sides of the meat membrane was more akin to peeling a lychee. In the center appeared a complete, extremely clear, transparent water ball, showing no signs of having been cut. It was difficult to even perceive its existence without close inspection. After examining it for a moment and suppressing his discomfort, Sun Ya looked up at Su Jin and asked, "It looks like a water ball. Your vision is different from ordinary people. Can you see anything special?" "A water ball. To me it looks colorful and beautiful, like something precious." Su Jin's nerves were taut. Although he couldn't discern the details of the water ball that Sunya mentioned, the contents inside the meatball indeed appeared colorful to him, with glimmering hues swirling within the water ball. In stark contrast to the gray mist form, it was aesthetically pleasing and completely devoid of any ominous sense. "Pour it into this tray." Sunya flicked the prepared tray on the table. Su Jin nodded. Just as he tilted his hands, an unexpected change occurred. The elastic water ball first landed on his index finger, then slid down to the web of his hand, the light within the water ball disappearing through the glove. The water ball dispersed in his hand, evaporating into nothingness. "What is happening?" The sudden disappearance of the water ball made Sun Ya's hair stand on end. Su Jin's also bristled, his gaze blankly fixed on Sunya. "It seems I think I absorbed it." After he spoke, a surge of heat rushed to his head, his brain buzzing, and he fell into unconsciousness, vaguely hearing Sun Ya's anxious calls. Shaoli, Shaoli. Will the director wake up? It's already dawn. He's running a high fever. Don't touch him, it would be troublesome if he undergoes corpse transformation. From the current observations, it doesn't seem like corpse transformation. His eyes are moving quickly. Zombies shouldn't dream. He's awake. Huohuo steadied his gun. In the darkness, Su Jin struggled to open his eyes, his vision blurred. He tried to move, but found his limbs restrained. After a couple of minutes, Su Jin gradually regained his senses and shook his head hoarsely, asking, "What's going on?" "You can still speak, you're fine." Fu Qingdai's originally gloomy face burst into joy. Sunya crouched in front of Su Jin, poking his face with a small stick. "Shaoli, are you okay? Don't be so careless. Use a long spoon to feed him, keep your distance." Hearing Su Jin's low laughter, everyone in the room felt a chill run down their spines. Sunya's face turned serious. "What are you laughing at? Having an elder in the house is like having a treasure. It's better to be cautious. You brat. Even at this time you still have the heart to joke. You've scared everyone to death." Sunya cursed, taking the long spoon filled with water to feed Su Jin. "Do you remember what happened?" After a good drink, Su Jin recalled, "I remember I absorbed that water ball. I was in a half-dream state, feeling a stream of energy rushing around inside me." Sunya took notes and asked several more questions, prying open his eyelids for a look, and began to relax. "Your mind is clear, seems like there's no problem. Do you need to be untied?" Su Jin shook his head. "Not yet, let's observe a bit longer. I feel something is off with my body. I feel light, as if I'm about to float away. As long as your mind is clear, the rest are minor issues." "Untie him for observation," Sunya decisively ordered. Hearing this, Fu Qingdai didn't care about Fuhu's obstruction and hurried to help Su Jin untie the ropes. "Brother, are you feeling alright?" Fu Qingdai asked with concern. Su Jin patted her hand and stood up under every. As soon as his body stood upright, the sensation of lightness surged even more. Su Jin glanced at the wall to the side, an idea forming in his mind. "Don't be nervous, my body feels a bit abnormal. Ooh, I want to try something." After saying this, he lifted his foot and ran towards the wall, taking a few steps to ascend. He turned sideways and walked along the wall, his body nearly parallel to the ground. Until he reached the corner of the room, amidst everyone's stunned expressions, he fell to the ground with a thud. A superhero. The entire room fell silent in stunned disbelief as Su Jin rose slowly from the floor.
Though disheveled, his earlier movement had been nothing short of astonishing, indistinguishable from cinematic special effects. A simple motion, yet its weightlessness, midair suspension velocity, and seamless fluidity defied all human possibility. Su Jin stood crouched low and leapt, effortlessly brushing the ceiling with his fingertips. Then he stood still, lost in quiet contemplation. Such a miraculous transformation of his body could not fail to ignite elation, but beneath it stirred deep, unspoken apprehension. After all, this power originated from substances absorbed from a zombie's corpse. Though he felt no anomaly now, future mutations remained profoundly uncertain. Yet under these circumstances, voicing such concerns seemed unnecessary. Sunya stepped forward, trembling with excitement as he ran his hands over Su Jin's frame. Superhuman abilities. This is superhuman ability. You've evolved? Even Wei, normally reticent, brimmed with renewed vigor. For days they had endured suffocating tension, especially during Su Jin's coma when anxiety had peaked. Now, however, it appeared not a calamity, but a blessing. Su Jin clenched his fist and shifted his stance slightly. I'm not entirely sure what happened, but I feel no discomfort, only enhanced strength. An old saying holds true: within 7 paces lies the antidote. It seems the zombie outbreak is not merely crisis. It is also the catalyst for its own resolution. Absolutely right. Sunya nodded vigorously, reason long abandoned to exhilaration. Though he had maintained rational thought throughout, that very reason kept whispering an inescapable truth: the nation's collapse strongly suggested existing systems were incapable of confronting such sudden catastrophe. A hastily assembled unorthodox team struggled merely to survive. Now, a turning point had arrived. An extraordinary problem had yielded an extraordinary solution. Perhaps nature itself seeks equilibrium. This space is too confined. I'll test my abilities outside. Wait here. With those words, Su Jin turned and descended the stairs, all the while attuning himself to his body's novel sensations. His speed and agility had surged beyond measure. A mere exertion of force propelled him forward over astonishing distances. He acted without hesitation. Standing at the 3rd floor landing, he pushed off with one foot and launched himself toward the lower platform. Before touching ground, he struck the wall with his foot, twisted midair, and landed cleanly on the 2nd floor, without the faintest tremor of discomfort. It felt no different than descending a few ordinary steps. Glancing back up the stairwell, Su Jin suppressed his elation and continued downward. So the zombie's body truly concealed treasures. Even crystalline essence transformed into fleshy nodes. The vessel changed, but the essence remained. He paused before the ground floor entrance. He stretched lightly and sensed something unusual. His body had grown markedly lighter, more supple. Earlier, emerging from the room, he'd felt a subtle heaviness, but barely registered it. Yet now on the 1st floor, change surged anew. Within these few minutes, the sole variable was light. Indoors was dimmer than the hallway, and the ground floor corridor darkest of all. Was it light? Or was the transformation simply unfinished? Overthinking served no purpose. Su Jin thrust the door open and stepped outside. Dawn rose, sunlight bathed the world. Beyond the residential compound, morning light spilled across the landscape. Before even crossing the threshold, Su Jin's expression twisted in alarm. The lithe grace he'd just possessed vanished as if lead had flooded his limbs. Taking 2 steps, he confirmed he'd merely reverted to baseline human capacity. No deterioration, only stark contrast against prior lightness. He walked to the center of the open yard and gazed upward. Several faces clustered at windows above, watching intently. How is it, Director? Huohuo called down. Sunlight slanted across Su Jin's face as he squinted upward. His body continued to grow heavier, but within bearable limits, and otherwise felt perfectly sound. At that moment, a cry erupted from above. Fu Qingdai pointed urgently sideways. Watch out, a cat. Su Jin whirled his head, just as a feral cat exploded from the shrubbery, claws bared, jaws agape. Man and beast stood barely 2 meters apart. Without pause, Su Jin swung his leg in a lightning kick. His shin struck the zombie cat's lower abdomen with brutal precision. A muffled thud echoed. Then viscous blood, pus, and shredded organs erupted from the creature's ruptured hindquarters as its corpse spun away like a monstrous bamboo dragonfly, drenching Su Jin in gore. Shit, close the door now. Sunya shouted back, then leaned far over the balcony railing, roaring, don't come back yet. Wait in the stairwell for observation. Su Jin gagged violently, spitting repeatedly. Power. Under sunlight, his strength surged exponentially. Yet moments after gaining this ability, he'd been splattered with zombie blood. It's fine. Perhaps his condition was unique. He might already be immune to infection. He dashed back into the stairwell, crouching in the ground floor corner, pale-faced and watchful. An hour later, Fu Qingdai's voice drifted down from above. Brother, are you there? Yes, I'm unharmed. During the wait, Su Jin had regained composure. Aside from a pungent fetid odor clinging to his skin, his body showed no abnormality. Understood. Are you hungry? Are you cold? Don't worry about me. First report my condition to elder son. Fu Qingdai offered no reply. A minute later, Sun Ya's voice sounded. Xiaoli, aren't you cold at all? Not in the slightest. Su Jin glanced down at himself. In the rush of acquiring his new ability, he'd rushed out wearing only a long-sleeved shirt. Neither he nor anyone else had noticed. Outside temperatures were gradually rising, but still hovered near -20 or 30 degrees Celsius. Yet he felt utterly impervious to the cold.
His constitution had undeniably transformed. An hour has passed. You were exposed to considerable blood volume. Mice exposed under similar conditions would already show symptoms. Given your uniqueness, immunity seems likely. Tonight, remain isolated on the 4th floor for 24 hours. If no adverse reaction manifests, by tomorrow you may return. We've placed water, food, and clothing in your room. Thank you. All of you stay protected. With that, Su Jin rose, and in a single crouch and leap, soared up a flight of over a dozen steps. The next day dawned clear and radiant. Su Jin stood bare-chested before the window, gazing up at the sun. Though he'd slept only 3 hours, his vitality surged electric and unwavering. He had confirmed it definitively. Contact with zombie bodily fluids posed no infection risk. Through a full day's experimentation, he had also begun mapping the contours of his newfound abilities. Light was the pivotal variable governing his powers. Speed and strength fluctuated dynamically, with illumination. Daylight amplified raw power, darkness heightened velocity. The brighter the light, the more comprehensively his physical resilience and regenerative capacity intensified, while explosive bursts of speed became possible, albeit at steep metabolic cost. The brighter the light, the more comprehensively his physical resilience and regenerative capacity intensified, while explosive bursts of speed became possible, albeit at steep metabolic. Such seamless, dreamlike metamorphosis defied rational scrutiny. After hours of futile analysis, he abandoned the search for underlying principles. Basking in sunlight, he marveled at the sheer potency coiled within his muscles, until a knock sounded at the door. It's here. Su Jin adjusted his clothes and opened the door. Before him stood Sunya, his face somewhat puffy. Su Jin smiled. Old son, it seems I really can be immune to infection. That meatball is crucial for us. Last night, I studied my abilities. Both my strength and speed have improved, making self-defense against zombie attacks great. It seems there will be significant changes in the situation ahead. Surviving isn't as difficult as we imagined, but we still need to be a bit more cautious. Sunya forced a smile. Let's observe your condition a bit more closely later. Noticing the other's unusual demeanor, Su Jin frowned and asked, Old son, did something happen yesterday? Sun Ya's expression was uncomfortable, though after hesitating he said helplessly, Indeed, there was a bit of a problem. We made a low-level mistake. 2 lab rats are missing. We haven't found them yet, but I've relocated all the personnel to the 6th floor. Is it a significant impact? Were they infected rats? Su Jin's expression grew serious. No, Sunya denied, but then added, We have experimented. Not all organisms are fully infected. It relates to the quality of the rainwater absorbed. The higher the quality, the greater the likelihood of infection. The rats become infected quickly, and some that we confirmed to be fine were categorized into another cage. It was the rats in this cage that went missing, but how did they escape this cage? There was no possibility for the rats to escape, and we turned the room upside down, but found nothing. The strangest part is when the first rat went missing, we strengthened our defenses. While monitoring in real time, the rats showed no signs of wanting to escape, but after leaving for about an hour, one disappeared again upon my return. Where are the rats now? Still in the laboratory on the 5th floor. Old Wei has layered on several sets of clothes and is watching them inside, not daring to even blink. Take me there. Su Jin rushed out the door, leading Sunya back to the 5th floor. Upon entering the side lab, Wei Da was sitting on a chair, arms crossed, observing the rats. The rat cage was woven from thick iron wire with a glass tank nested outside, reinforced with thick wooden boards and stones on top. Though the conditions were crude from any angle, it was impossible for the rats to escape. Old Wei, have you found anything? Su Jin got straight to the point. Wei Da shook his head, saying helplessly, When people are here, there's no problem. When they're not, they disappear. I truly can't comprehend. If only we had electricity and a recording device. I have one. Where's my stuff? Su Jin asked. Sun Ya's face lit up. Your things haven't been touched. They've all been moved to the 6th floor. All right, wait a moment for me. 10 minutes later, Su Jin returned to the room. He deleted the inappropriate videos from his phone, connected it to a power bank, and set up the camera in front of the rat cage, adjusting its position. Wei Da and Sunya stood outside the door, their eyes filled with astonishment as they whispered to each other. What kind of device is that? It's so clear, but should be fingerprint unlocked, right? What technology is this? It's indeed incredible. Capacitive. Ultrasonic. But that's impossible, though it's too small. But the battery should be lithium. Its power consumption is considerable, and it needs an external battery. I saw the interface of that device and the shell design. It's definitely a civilian device. No country has the capability to produce something like this. Could this kid be an alien? Or perhaps he's acquired alien technology. Could this rain be related to him? Hiss, now that you mention it, he sometimes speaks in a formal tone, often using strange metaphors. It really feels quite abnormal. Let's not speculate too much. He's looking this way. What were you two discussing? Su Jin said as he adjusted his phone, and nothing. Sunya replied somewhat nervously. That literally, what model is that recording device of yours? Foreign goods, new model. Let's step outside and wait. We can observe again later. After Su Jin spoke, he added, Gentlemen, I see that we are seriously short-staffed. Besides, we've waited long enough. They'll go downstairs to dissect the bodies and recruit more personnel. We can come back and observe together later. You two should rest upstairs for now. If the door is locked, the rats won't be able to escape from this room. All right, you get busy. The two old men quickly made way for Su Jin. Su Jin looked around, asking, What's wrong? Sunya forced a pained expression. I'm sorry, little Leo, I messed things up. Sigh. Su Jin shook his head with a smile. Old Sun, you two are experts. At this point we share both joys and hardships. Minor issues are inevitable. As long as no one is hurt, everything else is secondary. I'm off now. As Su Jin left, the two old men stared at the empty doorway and swallowed in unison. Do you think he is really an alien? Huohuo immediately asked. I can't think of any other explanation besides aliens. The technology we can understand doesn't seem advanced enough for interstellar travel, right? Why not just ask him directly? Holding it in is uncomfortable. No way. Sunya pressed Wade's chest, speaking bitterly. There's no need. We've interacted with Little Lee for several days now. You can see what kind of person he is. He certainly does everything for our benefit. This rain is highly likely unrelated to him. He knows nothing about it. Our lives were saved by him. Oh, everyone in this large room is counting on him. To be honest, during these past 2 days when he was in trouble, I felt more distressed than when my late spouse passed away a few years back. What if we talk it out and he lifts his skin to reveal a monster beneath? Would you still let me live? I don't think that's possible. Wade analyzed. His device operation habits and dimensions seem to fit human anatomy, and the text above seems to be pictographs. It's probably similar to our species. Almost isn't good enough. As long as he looks like this, I won't accept him looking in. Sunya took a deep breath and said wearily, Old Wei. Let's just pretend we didn't see this. Let's sincerely help him. Everyone can't handle much more turmoil. Yes. Little Lee is a good person. I have nothing negative to say about him. Wade aside. Then he quickly changed the subject, asking, what about? That girl Qing Dai is special. Could it be that the tiger symbol has actually been greened by aliens, and the child isn't his? Tiscomai. At your age you usually don't even make a sound, yet now you're so lively. Whether or not he is an alien is still— At your age you usually don't even make a sound, yet now you're so lively. Whether or not he is an alien is still— Heads peered out from the 6th floor windows, each face contorted in terror. Su Jin moved among the zombie corpses, his blade flashing, up down up down. Some were decapitated, others dismembered, still others sliced into diamond-shaped chunks. Yet every single corpse had its heart excised. After watching for a moment, Fu Qingdai withdrew, clutching her mouth as Zhang Wan gently guided her away. 2 elderly men and Fu, who observed briefly before collectively retreating indoors and quietly closing the windows. The moment Su Jin appeared, those who had previously cried for help within the residential complex fell utterly silent, every curtain drawn tight. An eerie stillness blanketed the compound, broken only by the rhythmic thud of cleavers striking bone. After extracting the heart from the final corpse, Su Jin stood motionless, his expression heavy with grim reflection. Though endowed with superhuman abilities, he bore no risk of infection. This time he had intended to harvest flesh spheres from other zombies, not only to desensitize himself and conquer fear, but also to probe their vulnerabilities and refine his combat tactics. Indeed, the effort was not in vain. Even this brief sparring revealed a fatal flaw shared by nearly all zombies, a discovery that might yet save his life. Armed with fresh insights and vastly enhanced strength, his confidence surged. Having already dissected 2 corpses, and now honing his composure through deliberate practice, he felt certain he could remain steady when facing live threats, fully unleashing his combat prowess without flinching or trembling. Alas, the yield of flesh spheres proved exceedingly low. He slit open every corpse, yet found none. He had arrived full of hope and departed deeply disappointed. Returning home, he changed clothes and hurried back downstairs, straight to the 2nd floor. A simple knock echoed twice. A voice answered from within. He fired a shot to blast open the lock and entered. The occupant, still peering through the peephole, had no time to react before the barrel pressed cold against his temple. Recognizing Su Jin's face, the man collapsed onto the floor, scrambling backward, pupils dilated in shock. Brother, don't kill me. I'm Chengdu. We even smoke together. Chung Captain Su Jin glanced around the room, holstered his firearm, and smiled. I'm here to rescue you. No need to fear. Chengdu, head of the Rinkai residential complex security team, spent most days patrolling idly. Su Jin had previously coordinated with him to arrange nighttime deliveries of grain and oil, so they did have prior contact. In his early 30s, though his job was undemanding, Chengdu maintained strict self-discipline and possessed solid physical conditioning. Though reassured by Su Jin's lack of hostility, Chengdu remained visibly tense. Brotherly, what you just did downstairs. I was training on those zombies, building courage and reflexes. We'll inevitably face them again. Do I look like a monster? Get up. Ah, yes. Yes. Chengdu blinked, tears suddenly streaming down his cheeks, then lunged forward towards Su Jin. Brother, I was terrified. I've seen you so many times shouting until my voice cracked. Why did you take so long to save me? Su Jin raised his gun slightly and gestured backward. Don't come closer. I must first confirm whether you've been exposed to rainwater. Of course not. Chengdu wiped his eyes. Someone sealed my door and slipped in a flyer. Later I received a text. Rainwater's filthy. I'd never dare touch it. Then what have you been drinking? Soda during the first 2 days of rain, then toilet water. I even drank motor oil. When water ran out completely today, I drank urine. Chengdu sobbed uncontrollably. Why didn't you come one day earlier? Out of the corner of his eye, Su Jin noticed a half-filled glass of ice black tea sitting on the dining table. His unease eased slightly. This man was clearly vigilant, or after all he'd drunk his own urine. But motor oil, why didn't you ration it? Surely you could have held out longer. Who knew things would spiral like this? I assumed rescue would come any moment. Su Jin nodded. All right,
You'll join us upstairs shortly. Others will assist you. What about the neighbors across? I know them, Miss. Lu is a widow. We even spoke while you were dismembering corpses just now. She lives alone, has a water dispenser stocked with 2 jugs. Food and drink are no concern. Chengdu licked his parched lips. 3rd floor. The unit above me, 301. Something's definitely wrong there. I heard fighting and screams. 302 is a new tenant, a female university student. Her situation I don't know. His description was thorough and timely. Chengdu at least for now seemed reliable. 302 is a new tenant, a female university student. Her situation I don't know. His description was thorough and timely. Chengdu at least for now seemed reliable. Or we'll ascend together. Inside room 302, fire crackled over dry timber. Heat filled the space so thoroughly that even layered clothing induced sweat. Li Fong sat slumped on her bed, hollow-eyed and disheveled, breathing shallowly. 2 young men lay listlessly in opposite corners of the floor. Li Fong, truly, there's absolutely nothing left to eat. One boy whispered weakly. Li Fong turned her head slowly, her gaze dull and resentful as it swept over him. She'd invited Chao Qingping and Li Kai to complete a group assignment together. They'd shared a heavy dinner the night before, and the next morning the world locked itself shut. Only a few snacks remained, and these 2 had devoured half. Without them, she wouldn't have starved to this degree. Seeing her silence, Li Kai rasped, "You must be hiding something. You're hoarding food, aren't you? You've got to have some stashed, otherwise why are you more alert than me? Get out." Li Fong uttered a single word and fell silent. "Who are you telling to get out? If you hadn't insisted on doing this stupid group project, I'd never be in this mess." Li Kai snapped. "If you hadn't flushed the toilet, we'd never be trapped like this. Who told you to flush? How selfish can you be? Can't you think of anyone else? Enough. Stop talking." Chao Qingping staggered upright, began stripping off his clothes, and fixed his gaze on Li Fong. "We'll die of thirst, or starvation, or carbon monoxide poisoning. Outside monsters roam, and a killer stands guard at the gate. We're all doomed. He swallowed hard. "I have water. You have water." Hope blazed in Li Fong's eyes. "Wash, you really have water." Li Kai suddenly perked. Chao Qingping's features twisted with menace. "Yes. I collected rainwater the day the storm ended. I drank it myself, and felt perfectly fine. It's pointless to hide it anymore. Only a little remains, and drinking it won't save us. Li Fong, I'll give you the water. Where is it? Where is it? I need to drink it." Li Kai crawled forward and seized Chao Qingping's pant leg, only to be kicked aside effortlessly. "Get away from me." Chao Qingping's eyes burned crimson as he loomed over Li Fong. "I'll give you the water, before we die, let's." "What are you saying? Qingping, you're insane." Tears welled in Li Fong's eyes as she shook her head violently, shrinking back. "I'm not mad. We'll die anyway. Why perish pathetically?" His voice grew hoarse. "Li Fong, I'm giving you the water. Aren't you touched?" His parched lips twitched, his stare grew increasingly monstrous. Qingping, don't do this. Your mind isn't clear. Calm down. Didn't you always say you saw me as your younger sister? Yes, I always saw you as my stepsister. Li Kai, help me. Didn't you say you loved me? Li Fong's desperate gaze sought Li Kai. He strained to rise, bracing himself against the wall, suddenly galvanized, as if granted a final surge of vitality. Chao Qingping, what? You'd stop me, even now when death is certain. Chao Qingping's bloodshot eyes locked onto Li Kai. Li Kai's facial muscles convulsed, then erupted in fury. You despicable coward, preying upon the helpless. He's playing the hero now. Let me tell you, Li Kai, you're nothing but a lapdog. Still taking orders from her. Even now, you'll always be a lapdog. A single gunshot shattered the lock of room 301. Su Jin stood motionless, gun in hand, his gaze sharp. 2 consecutive shots dropped 2 zombies inside. Both struck precisely through the heart. Though his experience with firearms was limited, he trusted his aim within 5 meters to strike true. After waiting a moment with no response, Su Jin crouched to perform cardiac extraction, only for a child barely 1.3 meters tall and stark naked to dart out from the side. In the dim light, Su Jin's agility surged. Sensing the incoming attack, he instantly arched backward and rolled into the hallway. Then, still crouching, kicked off the floor and drove his shoulder hard against the door. A muffled thud echoed as the child's skull was crushed between the door and frame. One eye popped loose. Simultaneously, Su Jin slid the barrel through the crack and fired a final shot into its back. The family of 3 lay complete before him. Su Jin opened the door, gazed down at the corpses, and a bitter grimace crossed his face. Something was wrong. He'd overlooked a critical detail. The fleshy orb nestled just behind the heart. He'd been aiming solely at the heart each time. What if the orb ruptured? The fatal weak point and the treasure's location coincided, making retrieval perilously difficult. A blade would have been safer, but the die was cast. Su Jin knelt and performed cardiac extraction, yet none of the 3 zombies bore any trace of the fleshy orb. He shook his head helplessly and peeled off his gloves. Saving lives came first. The room's supplies could wait. Turning toward room 302, he knocked firmly on the door. For half a minute he knocked and called out. No reply came. Once again he breached the lock with gunfire. He waited 3 minutes in the corridor, still no movement. Pushing the door open, he entered cautiously. The living room was empty. The air felt unnaturally warm, as though a fire had recently burned and carried a foul stench. It wasn't until he stepped into the master bedroom that Su Jin lowered his weapon, weariness etched across his face. 3 young adults lay sprawled inside. A woman sat upright on the bed, her upper garments torn and disheveled.
as if violently wrestled, with only one sock remaining on her foot. Two men slumped lifelessly in opposite corners of the room, clad only in briefs, their expressions blank and hollow. Their chests bore fresh traces of vomit. They glanced at him. Then one curled inward silent and withdrawn, the other remained vacanted and unresponsive. Sujin shifted his gaze back toward the bed. Mud streaked the mattress in thick winding trails. Sujin drew a slow breath, wiped his face with both hands, and asked bewildered, "Did you three take a mud bath on this bed?" "Whoa." Li Fong burst into wails. "Just kill us already. What good are all these words?" Chao Qingping squeezed his eyes shut, his voice trembling with terror. "A serial killer has entered. I never imagined dying without ever becoming a man. But it wasn't my fault. The stench was unbearable. I simply couldn't rise." Sujin scratched his brow with his little finger, momentarily speechless. Nothing made sense. Their reactions were, even if they mistook him for a murderer, how could this scene possibly be explained? Their indifference was baffling. Fixing his cold gaze on the woman, he demanded, "Explain, now. Cry again, and I'll end you." Li Fong remained mute, sobbing dryly into the air. Sujin's tone hardened further. "Answer me." Chao Qingping scoffed and turned away. Sujin turned sharply toward Chao Qingping, his brow furrowing deeply. The situation grew more convoluted by the second. He needed clarity. What on earth had happened? As Sujin strained to decipher the chaos, Li Fong abruptly ceased her wailing, twisted her body, and fixed a venomous glare upon Chao Qingping and Li Kai. Pointing a trembling finger, she spat them. "They've gone mad. They tried to assault me. Kill them. Kill them. I'll do anything you ask." "Did it work? Did it work?" Chao Qingping thrust his neck forward, roaring back. "Just looking at you makes me sick." He spat contemptuously. "Go ahead, kill me. A whore and a dog belong together, and a dog eats shit. You two are perfectly matched." Sujin froze, his expression shifting rapidly across disbelief, confusion, and dawning comprehension. He finally understood. It was absurdly simple, yet they'd twisted it into something grotesquely convoluted. He'd come to save lives, and instead found himself cursed and scorned. Exhausted, he sighed, hands planted on his hips, then strode toward Li Kai, the nearest of the three. Just as he prepared to speak, his eyes caught two crumpled tissues discarded on the floor, and his gaze clouded once more. Kicking Li Kai lightly, he asked, "You were involved too, weren't you?" Li Kai said nothing, merely straightened his spine against the wall, assuming the posture of a condemned man awaiting execution. "Wasn't it supposed to be assault? Then why did you stop?" Sujin leaned in, voice edged with morbid curiosity. It was crude, pointless, morally dubious, and the alleged victim sat right there. Yet he couldn't resist. The urge was magnetic, like chasing whispers of UFOs. Li Kai's eyes flickered toward Li Fong. Beside him, Chao Qingping's mocking laughter rang out sharp and cutting. His heart tore anew. Under those conditions, holding one's breath was impossible. At the time, he'd been overwhelmed, driven by raw impulse and the desperate wish to leave no regrets behind. Now only remorse remained. He would not harm Li Fong again, not after loving her once. But a man's dignity, even in death, could not be surrendered. Li Kai turned his head aside, expressionless. "I get motion sickness with 3D. First-person mode is impossible for me. Get lost." Sujin laughed in exasperation, kicking Li Kai over. Then he whirled on Chao Qingping. "You two fools. This wrecked state you're in, and you still waste breath on nonsense. You haven't got a brain between you." Stepping back twice, he spoke with quiet gravity. "I have no patience left for your babbling. Perhaps you misunderstand me. But let me make this unequivocal. I am here to save you, not to harm you." At those words, all three stared at him stunned. Sujin continued, "Ideally, I'd relocate you to safety immediately. But given your conduct thus far, I believe it prudent to delay that decision. I'll deliver food and water shortly. Remain inside this room quietly until further instructions." These three were severely compromised, crude, amoral, unhygienic, and mentally fractured. Rushing them into the existing team would risk poisoning morale. How to proceed required consultation with Elder Sun and Elder Wei. One thing was certain, they would never join the core team. Turning toward the door, Sujin warned over his shoulder, "Let anyone step across this threshold, and I'll sever the limb myself." Chao Qingping instantly dropped to his knees before Sujin, pleading, "Brother, I was wrong. I beg your forgiveness. Obey me, and you'll suffer no harm. Now, back to your corner." With a kick, Sujin sent Chao Qingping sprawling and walked out. Halfway up the stairs, he paused, glancing back at the unlocked door, then pivoted and went straight to the apartment across the hall. Dragging out a sofa, he wedged it firmly against the entrance, sealing the trio inside before ascending. He realized he hadn't asked whether any of them had been exposed to rain. Better safe than sorry. The main door was sealed shut once more, and inside room 302, Li Fong seized her, sobbing, slumping motionless onto the bed to rest. Chao Qingping's heart pounded with unease, his eyes darted restlessly. He had never imagined it. The deranged killer who'd just arrived was no madman at all. He had come to save lives. Chao Qingping was still alive, yet he had also grievously offended the ringleader. What was he to do? He held no leverage whatsoever. If that man sought personal vengeance, there would be no recourse. In this world, even if he were killed, no one would take notice. The more he dwelled on it, the more panic seized him. His face paled, his gaze grew vacant and unfocused. Meanwhile, Li Kai had already pulled up his trousers and approached Li Fong with profound remorse. Li Fong recoiled instinctively. "What are you doing? Let me tell you. Big brother made it clear you're not to lay a hand on me. Touch me, and I'll tell him immediately." Li Kai's throat bobbed as he hesitated, then slowly reached into his pocket. and withdrew a damp yellowed stiff sock which he extended toward Li Fong. Li Fong, I acted rashly just now. Here, put this on quickly. Don't catch cold. Li Fong instantly contorted her face in anguish. Get away from me. Li Kai froze midair, the sock dangling limply from his outstretched hand, neither able to advance nor withdraw. At last he quietly slipped it back into his pocket and sank silently into his seat. He turned his head and saw Chao Changping huddled in a trembling ball in the corner, shuddering uncontrollably. Li Kai raised a weary hand toward him. Hey, what's wrong with you? Li Fong glanced over, her voice laced with venom. Now he's scared. Good. He deserves to die. 6th floor, Sun Ya's residence. Zhang Wan paused her work sewing a rudimentary suit of armor and moved to the kitchen to prepare dinner. Fu Hu squatted repeatedly, lifting heavy stones with both hands. Fu Qingdai balanced 2 bricks on her palms. After only a few squats, her slender legs began trembling violently. She persisted through several more cycles before ending the exercise. She walked to the pig feed sack, picked up the spoon hanging from its side, and scooped a spoonful of protein powder. But as she brought it toward her mouth, she stopped. Turning to Su Jin, she grimaced, Brother, can I skip this? It smells like pig manure. Eat it now. With tears streaming down her cheeks, Fu Qingdai gulped down the feed, spitting out clouds of powdered dust. Su Jin sat before the tea table reviewing notes on rat experiments. Across from him, the 2 elders sipped hot tea. Sun Yu took a slow sip. You've read the report. The infection exhibits latency and delay. Yet our sample size remains too small. Observed anomalies may simply reflect individual variation. Some subjects absorb only trace amounts of the gray substance and remain uninfected. For this reason, I've assigned Chengdu and Lu Min to live across the hall, not locked and merely sealed with tape. Though risks appear minimal for now, their circumstances differ markedly from ours. They lack our vigilance against rainwater, whereas you and the Fu family, or Old Wei, and I share absolute trust. For everyone else's safety, temporary isolation and observation remain the wisest course. As for those 3 you mentioned earlier, their willpower is alarmingly weak. Given their severe scarcity of supplies, I recommend cautious monitoring and extended indoor quarantine. Su Jin closed the notebook. Within another 2 or 3 days, the ambient gray substance outside may fully dissipate, leaving biological vectors as the sole contamination source. We must act swiftly. I plan to gather vehicles to encircle the residential compound, then gradually organize its residents. Will that even work? Waiter replied, rising temperatures heighten zombie mobility. Vehicles alone won't hold them back. Worse, the noise will attract far more. Nor can we remain trapped here indefinitely. That's merely waiting to die. I've weighed these concerns. Most people remain sealed indoors. Street-level zombies should be sparse. Even if vehicles fail to contain them, they'll buy us critical time and space. Su Jin continued, our immediate priority is securing time and space. That fleshy orb grants aberrant abilities. I propose dividing residents into teams, delivering supplies door to door, and instructing them to remain indoors until further notice. Meanwhile, I'll hunt down zombies trapped within apartments, seeking orbs and gathering vital resources. I'm confident some can be found. Once secured, we'll release and train the uninfected survivors, integrating them into organized units. A disciplined, well-structured force, with select members wielding unique abilities, will vastly enhance our security. Thereafter, we'll acquire firepower and secure an easily defensible stronghold for citywide search and rescue operations. What are your thoughts? Waita nodded in agreement. Sun Yu waved dismissively. I endorse full-scale reorganization, but establishing a permanent stronghold within the city. That I oppose. Zombie density is overwhelming. Firepower would be catastrophically insufficient. Su Jin listened intently. Instead, I recommend moving directly to the military base once reorganization is complete. Food, medicine, fuel, all abundant there. With Old Wei and my guidance, we can rapidly expand our fortified perimeter using heavy weapons. Your plan moves too slowly. Survivors in the city cannot wait that long, and prolonged urban occupation carries grave long-term risks. Su Jin frowned. The military base is perilous. You yourself speculated it likely suffered the first wave of assault. Zombies there must be densely concentrated. Moreover, wildlife populations will surge beyond the city, nearly all infected. And insects, their susceptibility remains unknown. Sun Yu pressed a calming hand downward. Infected organisms show no cold aversion, yet we've seen no insects emerge. Their infection probability is now negligible. Further observations indicate infected beings lack pack instincts. They wander aimlessly unless provoked by. Thus, zombies infected during the initial military collapse have likely scattered widely. Wild infected animals, their instincts warped, no longer congregate near human settlements. Zombie dispersion reduces overall density and severely limits sound propagation. By contrast, any large-scale operation within the city will generate noise that draws zombies, whose own cries may trigger cascading surges, potentially unleashing a full-blown horde. Without heavy weaponry, every defensive effort could crumble in a single onslaught. It does seem rather drastic, Su Jin murmured hesitantly. Extreme times demand extreme measures. Sun Yu's gaze carried quiet gravity. Old Wei and I were past our prime. A simple stair descent could prove fatal. What then becomes of you? Can you find another weapons expert? Heavy arms aren't like rifles. You can't just pick them up and fire. Don't dwell on such things, Su Jin smiled faintly. I'll protect both of you. Sun Yu shook his head, his expression stern.
Surely your character commands our deepest respect, and your loyalty moves us profoundly. Yet you cannot shield us forever, and perhaps not even effectively. Consider this old Wei suffers from heart disease. His imported medication lasts barely a month. Pharmacy sourced irreplaceable now. Securing more is impossible. Uncle Wei. Su Jin turned sharply toward Weida. Why didn't you say you needed refills? We must act now to solve this. Weida waved a placid hand, smiling. The medicine eases discomfort, but going without won't necessarily kill me. No need to risk precious resources on me. With that, he slapped his knees and rose. Enough, time to check on the rats. The three descended the stairs and headed straight for the laboratory on the 5th floor. Pushing open the door to the secondary bedroom, Sunya and Weida rushed in first to inspect the rat cages. Su Jin unplugged his phone from the power bank, its surface still warm to the touch. As he tapped commands on the screen, Sunya's voice rang out, laced with dread. Another one's gone. Rat no? 6 has vanished. The cage is intact, no gaps or breaches. Su Jin's brow furrowed as he opened the surveillance footage. Never mind that for now. Let's review the recording first. Both elderly men turned their gaze toward the phone, then exchanged a glance before refocusing intently on its screen. They activated playback at accelerated speed. In the video, the rats inside the cage behaved normally until the timestamp reached 35 minutes. Then the rodent marked with the number 3 began moving unervingly, tailing another rat with eerie, unwavering fixation. After 2 minutes of tense stillness, its mouth opened wide. Su Jin and the others felt every hair on their bodies stand on end. On screen, Rat No. 3's jaws parted as expected, yet its mouth stretched laterally, splitting its cheeks all the way to its midsection. A monstrous maw gaped open, and in one swift, grotesque motion it devoured its own kin. Having swallowed prey equal in size to itself, Rat No. 3 swelled to twice its original bulk. Only after more than 10 minutes did its body gradually shrink back to its original form. Su Jin lowered the phone, his limbs rigid with shock. Sunya and Weida simultaneously glanced at Rat No. 3, now placid and unremarkable in its cage, and a chill swept over them bone deep. Just as Su Jin opened his mouth to speak, a violent, thunderous pounding erupted from downstairs, accompanied by furious, unintelligible shouting. All three recoiled in alarm, turning toward the door. You two return upstairs, I'll go check. Without hesitation, Su Jin snatched up his briefcase and slipped the phone inside. He bolted down the stairs, leaping 3 flights in 2 strides, landing directly on the 3rd floor landing. Hearing the commotion emanate from apartment 302, he kicked aside the sofa and kicked the door open, pistol drawn. The moment the door burst inwardly, Kai and Chao Qingping were locked in a desperate, grunting struggle. At Su Jin's sudden appearance, both froze mid-motion. Before Su Jin could utter a word, Chao Qingping collapsed to his knees and pointed frantically at Li Kai, sobbing, "Brother, he's gone mad. He's become a monster. He killed Li Fong." "You're lying." Li Kai roared, veins bulging at his temples. "It was you. You choked her while I wasn't looking. You've lost your mind." "I know what you..." Before he could finish, Chao Qingping cut in. "He drank the rainwater. That's what drove him mad, brother. He's faking it. Kill him now." Su Jin delivered a sharp kick, sending Chao Qingping sprawling onto the floor. He stepped back outside, eyes glacial and unblinking. "Neither of you moves. Stand perfectly still." Both men felt utterly silent, frozen in place. "Step back." Trembling, they retreated. Su Jin strode into the apartment and paused at the bedroom doorway to glance inside. Li Fong lay sprawled across the bed, limbs splayed, utterly unresponsive. A pillow rested beside her, superficially suggesting suffocation. After a cursory inspection, Su Jin withdrew once more to the hallway. On the landing between the 3rd and 4th floors, Weida and Sunya crouched low behind the railing, peering downward toward Su Jin. Sunya whispered, "Shaoli, wasn't this entire unit cleared? Did an infected breach the perimeter? You may watch from there, but stay behind me. Do not cross this line," Su Jin said coldly. "One of the 3 is dead. Of these 2, one must be infected, just like that rat. We've arrived just in time." Weida and Sunya exchanged a sharp look, then hurried down several steps, determined to observe clearly. A wholly new strain of infection had just been discovered. The pathogen induces internal and cognitive mutation, triggering innate aggression toward living beings, yet allows perfect camouflage among unaffected peers. They hadn't anticipated human subjects would manifest so swiftly. This was a critical window for observation, and understanding was imperative. Su Jin clenched his jaw. His pistol swung toward Chao Qingping. "Start from the beginning. Tell me exactly what happened." Chao Qingping flinched, stammering, Just now." Li Kai suddenly collapsed. Su Jin and the others listened closely, scrutinizing each man's expression. When he finished, the barrel pivoted toward Li Kai. "Now it's your turn. Brother, don't believe his lies. He's the one who did it. He smothered Li Fong with that pillow." Li Kai gestured wildly, breathless. He woke from unconsciousness and flew into a frenzy. "I looked away for just a second, and he lunged." Their accounts aligned closely, and neither showed signs of deception. Su Jin glanced back at Sunya and Weida. Both shook their heads gravely. No telltale flaws. This imposter was masterful. Given such intelligence and restraint, it made no sense for him to commit murder here, especially after having already met Su Jin. The only plausible explanation: the killer had only recently undergone infection and transformation. His primal instincts had overwhelmed him the instant he regained consciousness, leaving no time for control. Su Jin narrowed his eyes, his piercing gaze darting relentlessly between the two men. Finally, he flicked the gun barrel toward them again. Strip. Both of you, completely. All of it. Brother. Chao Qingping wailed, shrinking back. It really wasn't me. This isn't necessary. Li Kai said nothing, only began removing his clothes. The two elders' eyes locked onto Li Kai. Within moments, both stood fully exposed, subject to Su Jin's relentless clinical scrutiny. Everything appeared normal, indistinguishable from any healthy human. Turn sideways, Su Jin commanded, tilting the barrel. Brother, is this enough? Chao Qingping quavered, glancing sideways to see Li Kai obediently complying. Brother, is it done? Chao Qingping turned his body. Face the wall. Su Jin barked. A thorough examination of their backs revealed nothing amiss. A thin sheen of sweat glistened on Su Jin's forehead. Kneel. Hands behind your back. Neither protested. They knelt, facing away from Su Jin, arms bound behind them. Chao Qingping stealing nervous glances over his shoulder. Don't move. Brother. Spare me. Please stop tormenting me. Chao Qingping pleaded, voice cracking. I shouldn't have insulted you earlier. I was wrong. Li Kai ground his teeth, turning his head just enough to fix Chao Qingping with a tear-streaked, murderous glare. Su Jin and the two elders observed them, silent, vigilant, unrelenting. A shrill scream pierced the air from the stairwell. Su Jin whirled around, and there stood Fu Qingdai, hands clamped tightly over her face. Qingdai? Who told you to come here? I saw nothing, she muffled into her palms. Who asked? What are you doing? Su Jin's voice rose in fury. Go back now. Dinner's ready. Mom sent me to call you. I saw no one down. Fu Qingdai continued explaining, when heavy, chaotic footsteps thundered down the stairs. Fu Hu appeared, bow and arrow in hand, urgency etched across his face. Zhang Wan close behind. Behind Zhang Wan came Cheng Du, clutching a liquor bottle, and Lu Dajia, flustered and uncertain. The narrow stairwell instantly became a claustrophobic bottleneck. But when the group looked down, they froze, struck dumb and paralyzed as if by lightning. Who authorized you to descend? And Cheng Du, you were ordered into isolation. Do you even want to stay here? Su Jin remained silent. But Sunya exploded. Fu Hu, explain yourself. Fu Hu swallowed hard. I heard my daughter scream. I panicked. Cheng Du's eyes darted repeatedly downward. He moistened his lips. I heard something too. Sounded wrong, so I ran out. But I didn't know. He coughed awkwardly. This is no time for recklessness. One of these two is infected. Everyone, return to your rooms immediately. Su Jin raised his hand sharply. Who's infected? Cheng Du demanded, bewildered. They both look perfectly fine. Su Jin's gaze locked onto Chao Qingping. He lifted the pistol. I know who it is. Details can wait. For now, get back to your rooms. Now. Having neutralized two suspects, Su Jin hurried back to the 6th floor. He glanced briefly at the isolation rooms where Cheng Du and Sister Lu were confined, confirmed they were both inside, and then returned to the apartment directly across the hall. At this juncture, no one had appetite for food. The others had already gathered, seated in a tight circle, awaiting Su Jin's return. The moment he appeared, Sunya leaned forward and asked urgently, well, who is the real killer? Both are killers, and both are dead, Su Jin replied coldly, pulling out his phone and holding it up for the others to see. On the screen, Chao Qingping and Li Kai writhed on the floor, clutching their throats like reanimated corpses. They convulsed a few times, then gunfire cracked, and both fell lifeless. Zhang Wan patted her chest, still trembling from shock. Fu Qingdai pressed her lips together, casting Su Jin a strange, searching glance. Slipping his phone away, Su Jin said, I need to speak privately with Elder Sun and Elder Wei. You may step aside for now, we'll need you later. Fu Hu quietly withdrew with his wife and daughter. Only 3 remained in the room. Sunya opened his mouth to ask, but Su Jin spoke first. The man on the left was the true killer. The other was not. Moreover, the killer was infected with a mutation, not affecting the heart, but the brain. This strain of infection, judging from the rat's behavior, likely induces profound physiological changes, even granting certain anomalous abilities. Yet in terms of injury tolerance, they differ sharply from zombies. They remain biologically vulnerable. Decapitation, hemorrhage, poison, all prove fatal. The two elders' faces instantly drained of color. Sunya's voice sank heavy with despair. So you poisoned them. You had no way to tell who was infected. But how did you know the infection resided in the head? Su Jin lowered his gaze, then lifted it again. Autopsy. I dissected them, head to toe. He lit a cigarette, then pulled a bottle of baijiu from his bag. He emptied a teacup, poured in the fiery liquor, and drank it down in one draught. Then filled another. In this alien world, he had always demanded absolute clarity of mind. Yet tonight marked the first time he chose intoxication. Sunya and Wei remained silent, their eyes shadowed with sorrow, watching wordlessly as Su Jin drank in silence and smoked in solitude. They were intelligent men. The moment they saw the rats' perfect mimicry, their flawless integration into the colony, they understood without explanation. This was a force nearly impossible to resist. It was not the contagion's reach that doomed humanity, nor the grotesque potency of its mutations. It was this very existence, shattering the foundational pillar upon which human civilization rested. Trust. Sunya's eyelids drooped, bitterness etched deep lines across his face. Now everything made sense. Beyond the army's collapse, the state had detected this anomaly early, so early that it had already infiltrated the highest echelons of leadership. The storm's devastation was too vast, human treachery too layered and insidious. There simply remained neither time resources nor capacity to identify the infected. The entire organizational structure, from top to bottom, had disintegrated. Chains of trust snapped in an instant. Perhaps some still fought desperately in their final hours launching the Hanxiong missiles toward the city. But against such overwhelming collapse, even weapons proved futile. The broadcast's warning, "Do not trust," was never about institutions. It meant do not trust anyone. Smoke curled through the air. Beneath the haze of mild inebriation, moisture shimmered in Su Jin's eyes. A single downpour had atomized the world, shattering every collective bond, severing all paths toward reorganization or civil rebirth. Strategies forged one moment dissolved the next, rendered hollow, meaningless. This despair echoed the very shock he'd felt when first witnessing the Hanxiong outbreak and the sudden total failure of the state. True apocalypse did not arrive with the loss of weapons or supplies. It arrived with the erosion of us. Yet he had just glimpsed hope. Each time hope emerged, it was instantly shattered, like a dull blade slicing flesh, slow, agonizing, inevitable. And the cruelest irony. He had been racing across this broken world for a company bordering on omniscience, transcending reason itself. Yet after offering him the barest sliver of aid, the company vanished, leaving him utterly abandoned. Time slipped away. The living room held only Su Jin, empty bottles piled at his feet, cigarette butts scattered across the floor. Outside, night had fallen. Sunya re-entered holding a candle and sat down opposite him. Seeing Su Jin reclined, he spoke softly. "Are you giving up? Giving up?" Su Jin sat upright, chuckling drunkenly. But beneath the haze, fury and anguish burned fiercely. A world rotting from within. A company that toyed with him at will. He had already endured the hardest beginning. How could he possibly surrender now? Revenge was due. He would survive, here in this world, and ensure Fu Qingdai survived beside him. Then he would hunt down and kill the contemptible wretch who cast him into this hellscape. "I will never give up, no matter how impossible it seems." The candlelight danced in Su Jin's eyes. "This time I fight not only men, but heaven itself." "I hope those aren't drunken words," Sunya said, gazing at Su Jin with unmistakable admiration. They aren't drunk words, but what have you?" Su Jin countered. "Can you still hold on?" Sunya smiled faintly. "You are the leader. You are the core. If you refuse to yield, none of us have the right to do so. Given our current predicament, assembling and expanding our team carries extreme difficulty and risk. Even acquiring heavy weaponry, we couldn't entrust it to others without grave hesitation. Yet solutions may yet exist. Today we witnessed infected humans, and we still possess the sample no. 3 Rat. Elder Wei and I will resume research tomorrow. Research it thoroughly, its traits, its mechanisms. We must devise a viable countermeasure. We cannot prevail alone. A survival demands the cooperation of the many." Su Jin sighed deeply. "One possible key may lie in those fleshy nodules. You've seen the rats. Their mutations are manifold. Perhaps heaven will grant us eyes capable of piercing deception, eyes that see the traitor within." "Precisely. We must still trust nature." Sunya smiled, picked up the half-empty bottle, and poured himself a bowl. "Truthfully, there's one thing I greatly admire about you. Oh, and your adaptability is unparalleled. From your first autopsy to your systematic, unflinching dissections, that shift alone reveals everything. Today, uncertain who the killer was, you killed both alive and tore them open with your bare hands." TCH. Sunya took a sharp swig of the burning liquor and winced. "Most people could never bear such acts. Were I not certain your intent was to protect everyone, to lead us toward survival, I'd keep far, far away from a man like you." "Is that praise or condemnation?" Su Jin tilted his head, squinting with a wry smile. "Call it praise, for in chaos heroes arise. And you're no hero. You're a warlord. And I am utterly certain you will succeed." Sunya nodded firmly, then shifted tone. "Though, a man like you succeeding might well become a tyrant." "A tyrant?" Su Jin scoffed, raised his bowl, and clinked it against Sunya's. He swallowed the fire, his gaze steady, calm as still water. "Yes, this world does need a tyrant. But it will not be me." Su Jin awoke with a pounding headache, groggy from last night's intoxication. Glancing outside, he saw it was already noon. He looked around, uncertain when or how he'd fallen asleep, only to find himself repositioned onto his side. Fu Qingdai sat on a small stool beside the bed, propping her chin in her palms as she studied him intently. The moment she noticed him stirring, she straightened up at once. Su Jin pushed himself halfway upright and turned his head toward her. "Why aren't you training? What are you doing here?" Fu Qingdai opened her mouth to reply, but upon hearing his words, her delicate face crumpled into a pout. "I just finished practicing. I wanted to check on you. Brother, did something serious happen? Were those 2 people yesterday really killed by chocolate poison you used?" Su Jin drew a slow, deep breath and nodded. "Yes, something did go wrong. But I'll handle it. Don't tell your parents, not a word. I haven't told anyone. If you say not to speak, I won't dare." Fu Qingdai hesitated, then asked softly, "Then, what did happen? Can you tell me? You're still too young. I'm afraid you'll blurt it out without thinking, so don't ask." He rubbed his face, feeling some clarity return, then added firmly, "But remember this, we won't stay cooped up in this building forever waiting to die. Sooner or later we will step outside, and when we do, trust no one you meet. And if someone near you is injured, remain utterly vigilant. If anyone makes you uneasy, or seems strange, kill them on sight." With that, Su Jin reached for the silver pistol resting on the nightstand and handed it to her. "This gun is yours now.
To protect yourself. Take it. Then what will you use? Fu Qingdai didn't reach for it. Instead, her gaze lingered on Sujin. I've awakened extraordinary abilities. I'm no longer vulnerable to infection, so firearms matter less to me now, Sujin replied gravely. Besides, I have another one, and I'll secure more soon. He tossed the silver pistol into her hand, strode to the window, threw it wide open, and pointed outward. Fire one round into the sky. Get a feel for it. Fu Qingdai lifted the handgun aimed outside and squeezed the trigger. Go on, shoot. What are you holding back for? I am shooting. I can't press it down. Push harder. Is it rusted shut? Her fair cheeks flushed crimson, her fingers locked rigid on the trigger, had gone bloodless. Sujin frowned, snatched the weapon, and fired a single shot into the open sky. Bang! The report rang sharp and clear. Staring thoughtfully at the pistol, Sujin paused, then bent and retrieved a leather satchel from beside the bed. He always carried this satchel, though everyone knew it was his, and no one dared touch it. Last night, clearly intoxicated, he must have been helped by Sunya. Opening the satchel, he aimed its mouth toward Fu Qingdai. Reach inside. See what's in there. What does that mean, brother? She asked, even as her hand darted in without pause. She rummaged briefly, withdrew it empty-handed, and gazed at him bewildered. There's nothing inside. Sujin sighed, exasperated. Clearly the company-issued office equipment remained bound exclusively to him. No one else could activate it. He could accept that the spatial briefcase was restricted, but the pistol being unusable by others was genuinely inconvenient. Though it held infinite ammunition, its operational window was strictly limited. With ample rounds, it proved less reliable than conventional firearms. This entire setup amounted to little more than an artificial bottleneck, crippling his ability to deploy even his scarce firepower. That wretched corporation. From the satchel, he withdrew a bar of chocolate and placed it in her palm. Equipment from our homeworld won't respond to you, brother. I'll find proper weapons for you soon. Until then, focus on mastering the bow and arrow. Here, this chocolate bar. If someone threatens you, find a way to get them to eat it. Don't indulge yourself. And keep close watch. Fu Qingdai turned the chocolate over in her hands, tucked it into her pocket, and nodded. Understood, brother. Good. You're dismissed. Go fetch me a glass of water. She hummed an acknowledgement and rose from the stool. Then the instant she turned away, collapsed to her knees with a heavy thud. Struggling to rise, she dropped again, knees striking the floor once more. Slowly she twisted back, casting Sujin an embarrassed glance, before finally rising shakily, gripping the wardrobe for support, her face burning scarlet. Fine, you can rest. I don't need the water anymore. Sujin chuckled. No, I do need it. I'll bring it myself. She answered stubbornly, her long legs trembling violently as she braced herself against the wall and limped out of the bedroom. Soon after, Sujin rose and stood before the living room window, its panes thrown wide, golden sunlight spilling across his broad, powerfully sculpted frame. Under the influence of photonic energy, fatigue and the throbbing ache of his hangover swiftly receded. Unconsciously, Sujin clenched his fist. His mood too lifted, just as Sunya's voice sounded behind him. Shaoli. Sujin turned. Sunya smiled. You haven't forgotten what we discussed yesterday. How could I? Excellent. Then come downstairs. We've made new discoveries in Old Way, and I wish to consult. In a Spartan fifth-floor laboratory, the three settled around a cage. Inside, subject No. 3, a mutated rat, had split cleanly down its torso and was gnawing relentlessly at the iron bars. Sujin stared astonished. How did this happen? We prodded it with skewers. It likely realized it had been exposed and stopped pretending entirely. Now it only thinks of attacking us, Wada said with a wry smile. Enough. Let's share our findings. Sunya clapped lightly. Old Way and I barely slept last night, working straight through until now, and we've uncovered something meaningful. Combined with your observations yesterday, these latent mutant organisms differ profoundly from our earlier assumptions. Sujin listened in silence. Sunya continued, broadly speaking, rain-infected life forms fall into two categories: the undead, zombies, and the camouflaged mutants. Yet they are not aligned. Camouflaged mutants carry no contagion, and zombies themselves attack them instinctively. Moi. Sujin's eyes flared with sudden intensity. Don't celebrate yet. Sunya gently pressed his right hand downward. Zombies assault them purely out of predatory instinct, but camouflaged mutants show no interest in zombies. They retaliate only when attacked. Conversely, while retaining normal biological habits, they harbor an overwhelming innate drive to slaughter uninfected life. Sujin exhaled, crestfallen. Could this infection enhance intelligence? Subject No. 3's disguise is exceptionally sophisticated. I believe it's possible. I disagree. Wada interjected. Rats are naturally intelligent creatures. Its ability to detect our threat and immediately feign normalcy is unsurprising. Yet it cannot suppress its murderous impulse, ambushing and devouring other rats the moment vigilance slips. This suggests its cognitive capacity remains unchanged. Ultimately, the intellect of a camouflaged mutant may depend on the original host's baseline cognition. Further, based on 2 observed cases, infection-driven mutation manifests in 3 potential pathways. First, psychological distortion, heightened aggression, yet retaining fully human physiology. Second, awakening extraordinary abilities, like yours, without overt physical alteration. And third, results in structural anatomical transformation, as seen in subject No. 3. Were its fur absent, its grotesque physiological mutations would be glaringly apparent. As he spoke, subject No. 3 yawned wide.
its maw stretching nearly half its body length, and resumed its frenzied gnawing and battering against the cage, emitting soft hollow thuds. Sunya glanced at the creature and said, "Last night, Old Wei, and I reached a provisional conclusion. Regardless of their cunning, these camouflaged mutants suffer severe degradation in one critical human faculty." "Which strength?" Sujin asked. Both elders lifted their heads in unison. "Delayed gratification." "Delayed gratification." Sujin's eyes showed doubt. "Yes, their urge to slaughter is intense. When they find an opportunity, they strike. The moment the person who died yesterday displayed the trait instinctively, they began choosing victims." Sunya smiled and pointed at the number 3 rat with a turn of his hand. "And it too, once it realized it could not hide, its assaults have not stopped. It tires and needs to feed, yet after resting it still launches endless attacks. Shally, do you understand?" Sujin frowned then relaxed. "You mean, we can design a scheme to lure them into revealing their bloodlust, thereby identifying them?" "Exactly. That's the idea." Sunya slapped his thigh and leaned forward. "We worked out the entire plan last night. It should be feasible. There are still many survivors in the neighborhood." Shortly after the rain, they were sent broadcast messages and texts advising them not to touch rainwater or tap water. Ordinary people generally avoid such contact. The concentration of the gray substance in tap water isn't high, and the warning came early, so only some were infected. Among those infected, the chance of corpse transformation is far higher than the chance of becoming a camouflaged infected. By assessing the condition of the buildings, we can reinforce this conclusion. That forms the first screening net. As for camouflaged infected who remain indoors when they find other living people, they do not stay motionless, but either leave or go hunt others. They are not contagious. Thus, those currently alive are most likely healthy. A full body examination can further eliminate risk. That is the second screening net. They also fear zombie attacks and need supplies to survive, so staying indoors is a possibility way to add it. Indeed, that cannot be denied, Sunya continued. But judging by the first 2 lines of defense alone, the risk in recruiting team members has already been greatly reduced. So if we can construct a 3rd line of defense, we should be able to minimize risk and boldly form a team. Afterward, we can arrange team divisions to further guarantee safety. Keeping people tightly grouped so no one is left alone can suppress a camouflaged infected's urge to create internal chaos. Even if some prove hostile, as long as we can control them, they can still serve our purposes. Sujin pondered. "You mean the 3rd line is to bait out their homicidal nature for identification, right? But how could we do that? We can't possibly lock living people up with them as an experiment, can we? Camouflaged infected are people, not rats. They're not that stupid, are they?" "You're right. We cannot afford the time or risk of testing on humans, and the test mustn't appear deliberate." "Then there's only one way: use small animals for testing, son," you said, pointing at the rat. "They have the urge to kill other species as well. Testing with rats best meets our requirements. We will use the authority of the state and the pretext of meal delivery to slip rats inside and ideally order them to remain sealed in their bedrooms with tape, so detection is easier and escape prevented. Then we track afterwards. That completes the 3rd line of defense." "There are only 2 or 3 intact rats left," Sujin said, frowning. "And how would we track them if they've been eaten? How would I know where to look?" "Exactly." Sun Ya's expression darkened. "So we must obtain a large number of rats, and in addition acquire sodium fluorescein and a developer to trace anyone who has killed the rats." "This sudden freeze and outbreak. Where are we supposed to find rats?" Sujin asked with a grimace. "And where would we get that reagent you mentioned?" "We've already thought of that. Beneath Longshan Medical University, there is a laboratory. One of the nation's top facilities with independent emergency power and constant temperature and humidity. Laboratory rats inside must still be alive. Even if food is scarce, they will cannibalize, and some will survive. The lab also stores sodium fluorescein and portable ultraviolet lamps. Once we secure those, our toolkit will be complete. A university has such an advanced lab. Universities are research institutions. Their labs are often better than hospitals. And you know Longshan Medical University, don't you?" Of course I know it." Sunya and Wei Da exchanged a glance and quickly looked away. Wei Da removed his glasses, wiped them on his sleeve, and muttered, "Yes. Shally certainly knows. Why are you two acting so odd?" Sujin's gaze flicked between them. "Ahem, nothing." Sunya changed the subject. "I thought of something, Shally. Can you use that flesh orb? Could others use it?" "What are you saying?" "We talked about this last night. The substance inside that flesh orb is not the same as the gray mist. I can use it and be altered without becoming infected. The same likely applies to you. What are my organs different from yours?" No. Sunya waved his hands and immediately pulled a notebook from his pocket. "This is the detailed plan we wrote this morning. Take a look." Sujin hurriedly accepted the notebook and read, but his brow remained furrowed. He looked up and said, "I have no objection to this plan. It may well be the best solution available. But adopting it means we must abandon the path of urban development and instead choose the military district." "Exactly. We must confine safe recruitment to the neighborhood. The people we gather should be sufficient to form an enhanced company. Expanding beyond that would jeopardize everything." Sunya said, "You're worried the camouflaged infected might set their sights on the military district?" "Yes. There are already signs of infiltration at higher levels. They are intelligent and might well target this area. You shouldn't judge mutated creatures by normal human logic. I think they'll slaughter close by. Long-term strategies don't and the upper ranks may not be as clever as you imagine. There are many fools among them.
They simply possess more information than ordinary people. Su Jin mulled this over and closed the notebook. But all of it is still conjecture. Every link carries risk. This is a gamble. Indeed. Wait aside, but our greatest worry is you. It's 6 kilometers to Longshan Medical University from here. 12 kilometers round trip, and only Chengdu and Fu who can accompany you. That's the distance between life and death. Shally, whether we do this rests on your single word. If not, well, think of another way. Su Jin turned his gaze to the mutated rat gnawing the wire in its cage. Malice showed plainly on his face as he murmured, I think you've considered this, but didn't tell me. The new mutated creatures possess minds, which likely means the continuously evolving zombies may also develop minds. Perhaps one day the two may converge, and mutated beings capable of controlling hordes of the dead could emerge. The two elders lowered their heads, struck dumb with dread. So what is there left to hesitate over? If fear of risk keeps us from laying problems open before us, nothing in the world would ever be done. Su Jin withdrew his gaze and smiled. We must seize this slender chance. A map of Longshan City lay spread across the table. 3 people gathered around it. Su Jin pressed both hands onto the table, glancing left and right. Only the 3 of us know about disguising the infected. It is inconvenient to tell the others for now. Then let us make a brief plan. You two will flesh out the details later, and I will handle the tasks concerning Fu, Hu, and Chengdu. The 2 men nodded. Su Jin said, there is a crucial question. Before we begin to travel such a distance, we must use a car. What if there is a vehicle, but no key? What sort of question is that? Do you take Old Way and me for fools? Do you still need a key to start an engine? All right, Su Jin smiled. There is one more question. I do not know how to drive. You will need to teach me, though I should pick it up quickly. When he said he could not drive, he meant he could not operate the vehicle. Although the structure may not be vastly different, when risking one's life, the slightest misstep is unforgivable. That is a minor matter. Let us get straight to the point. Waita picked up a pen and said Longshan Medical University was established long ago and lies closer to the city center. When the cold dome erupted there, the freezing was even more severe, and the ice has certainly not thawed. The greatest obstacle is the downburst that accompanied the cold dome must have destroyed many fragile buildings. Even many floor tiles may have been ripped. Therefore, my earlier statement was not entirely accurate. The nearest distance from here is 6 kilometers, but the small paths are likely still blocked by debris and ice. So you cannot take those. You will have to detour along the central avenue where obstacles will be far fewer, but the one-way distance will increase by 2 kilometers. After speaking, Waita searched the map and drew a route, then circled a point midway. This is Longshan No. 3 Middle School. When passing here, you must be quick. The downpour kept most people at home, but here there may be a large number of zombies exposed outdoors. Why? Su Jin asked, bewildered. Waita paused. That day, a colleague called me and said his grandson was at the school's anniversary celebration. The students should all have been on the playground. A torrential rain, and yet a school celebration. Su Jin exclaimed, eyes widening. There was a leader to open the ceremony, but it was pouring. They still opened it. Have schools become so heartless? Su Jin slapped his palm with his other hand. Wasn't the podium sheltered from the rain? No. No what no? Sunya snapped impatiently. The leaders came by car in the rain. Is it unnatural for the students to get wet? Is that important? Just listen, and remember there may be a large-scale zombie presence here. Fine. Waita continued to draw. About another kilometer ahead, I recalled dense greenery on both sides that the downburst could easily rip out by the roots and hurl onto the street. If the road is heavily obstructed, you will need to replan the route starting from here. Mid-sentence, Sunya reached out and jabbed a finger at the map. He turned to Waita. Old Way, do you usually buy your heart medicine here? Did you pick up the last batch you ordered? Do not worry about that. There is no need to delay on route and increase risk. No, it is necessary. It's just a quick... Su Jin interjected. Old Way, what is the pharmacy called? Which medicine? Seeing Su Jin's resolute gaze, Waita. Longshan Pharmacy. It is large and stands out on the street. I always have them reserve my medicine separately. Every time I collect it from the second floor entrance, I take the lowest shelf of the first row of cabinets. I will give you the medicine box later. Do not strain yourself. If you cannot find it, leave immediately. Su Jin nodded. Then let us continue from here. Moving forward, you will reach Longshan Medical University. If you must enter the interior, there are many students in the school. Once someone is infected, there will be no escape routes. You must be extremely cautious. As for this part of the map, Sunya is the most suitable to guide you. Sunya took over the thread. I helped introduce a couple of devices into Longshan Medical University's laboratories, and I have given lectures there a few times, so I am somewhat familiar with it. I will draw you a schematic of the interior later, and note the sodium fluorescein and the portable ultraviolet light. I will write it out for you in detail. Besides that, is there anything else you need us to prepare? Gazing at the Longshan map, Su Jin fell into deep thought. Vehicles are loud by nature. If the streets are cluttered with debris, it is almost inevitable the car will strike something. I am afraid that would trigger a chain reaction among the zombies. But once driving, you can usually put distance between you. I worry that if such an accident occurs, it could draw a large number of zombies. So I need a device capable of producing a tremendous noise, such as a bomb. Are you two able to make one? A bomb? Waita fell into thought. Sunya asked, do you still have the shotgun shells I gave you? Yes. Then it is simple. Waita said bluntly, you can salvage parts from a microwave and a washing machine to build a timed circuit. Resistor heating coils are simple. With gunpowder, you can fabricate a basic detonator roughly equivalent to a time bomb.
But the device will not be very stable. You will need to increase the number of time detonators to improve reliability, which will make it more troublesome to use. Such crude bombs have negligible lethality in open areas, given the nature of the zombies' effective killing is unlikely. However, they are entirely adequate for simple obstruction and drawing attention. That's simple. Su Jin's eyes lit up. Then can you make a gun? Rough is fine. Are you wishing for miracles now? Sunya rolled his eyes. Anything else to add? Not for now. I will mentally rehearse. I leave the remaining detailed arrangements to you two. I do not go there often, you know it better than I do. What are you pretending? You have scarcely been. Perhaps never. The two elders grumbled inwardly. When do you plan to set out? Wada asked. After a moment's thought, Su Jin said, I will depart in 5 days. 5 days should be ample time to prepare. Starting today, I will lead a team to hunt zombies throughout the compound, tally the survivors, and conduct a basic distribution of supplies. There are many zombies in the building. I believe it is possible we will discover more flesh orbs. If Huohuo and Chengdu have used it and gained special abilities as I have, our security will be greatly enhanced. Moreover, the others in the other buildings cannot wait long. Even if food is sufficient, they will not endure without water. No, delaying too long is unacceptable. Sunya retorted. Temperatures are rising rapidly. Once the ice layers and the crusts encasing the zombies fully thaw, their mobility will surge. The danger level of your operation will increase sharply. You can complete the mission in half a day. A quick round trip is the No. Hunting indoor zombies to obtain the flesh orbs must come first. Developing new abilities and immunities is of vital importance. Su Jin analyzed. In fact, when driving the zombies, restored activity would not affect us much. If the ice is not melted, vehicles will skid dangerously. The greatest risk lies in indoor fighting. That is where the danger is highest. If inside Longshan Medical University, Chengdu or Huohuo is grazed or becomes a casualty, I cannot bear such losses. There are very few core members I can trust completely. There is no need to argue further. Cold weather demands its own tactics, and warming weather brings its own advantages. 2 days later, the temperature had climbed into the teens above zero. The gray mist that had lain hidden in the water, the very culprit of the apocalypse, had dissipated into nothing. In its place hung a faint, pervasive stench. With no water to flush toilets, the sewers lay largely unused. The survivors could only fling their excrement from high windows. Plastic bags plummeted and splattered in rings on the ground below. But not everyone behaved that way. A few gentlemen trying to reduce plastic waste preferred to relieve themselves without bags. If a neighbor remained downstairs, they all tacitly chose to toss their messes upward. Combined with disemboweled zombies and the corpses of those who had taken their own lives, the world had become a vast latrine. A glimpse through the pipe revealed the apocalypse's cruelty. In those 2 days, Su Jin had swept ceaselessly between buildings, evading the Strawberry Tower and hunting the undead. The Fu family's 3 and Chengdu and Lu Dajie trailed behind, watching Su Jin work. One reason was to prepare, to desensitize these ordinary people who had never known killing and get them used to brutality quickly. A second reason was practical. With them along, they could haul more goods. Many households had lost their owners. Supplies needed to be regrouped and redistributed. A third was to register and number the survivors who seemed temporarily stable. Chengdu and Lu Dajie had technically been under observation, but in truth, there was little left to observe. One household's supplies were extravagantly abundant. The other was so cautious its occupant would rather drink lubricant and urine with half a cup still left at home. Evidence enough of the problem. And now, when manpower was needed, they had to be released early. On the third morning, a gunshot shattered the neighborhood silence. Su Jin burst through a door to confront an elderly zombie with a larger figure looming behind it. Fu Qingdai and the others watched from the doorway. Su Jin drew an elongated screwdriver from his waist and plunged it directly into the old man's heart, then swept the body aside with a kick. He executed a hawk-like flip and landed on the tall zombie's shoulder. As he hovered, Fu Qingdai tossed him a fishbowl. He caught it and clapped it over the undead head like a helmet. He spread both legs to pin the zombie's arms. Su Jin reached behind and pulled out a long strip of cloth, swinging it toward one of the creature's arms. He wound the fabric into several neat loops, swiftly encasing the zombie's right fist, and repeated the trick on the other. He dropped from the shoulder and, moving with nimble efficiency, bound both of the creature's fists until the cloth bundles were secure. Finally, he produced a coarse dog leash, fastened it around the zombie's neck, and waved toward the door. Fu Qingdai and the others hurried downstairs. The zombie shuffled behind leash in Su Jin's hand. They led it to the ground floor and tethered it to a security grill. Su Jin stepped forward, hands on his hips. Qingdai, you and your father don't do anything else today. Stay here and practice archery. We used to use quilts. Today we're doing actual combat. No sloppiness allowed. Fu Qingdai licked her lips, nerves tightening in her chest. She had watched the slaughter of zombies days before and could tolerate the blood in a distant way, but being asked to participate herself still made her skin crawl. Brother, what if the grill falls? What if the fishbowl shatters? Don't worry, I've thought of everything. Hand me your pack. Su Jin waved at Fu Qingdai. She hurriedly removed her backpack and threw it to him. He rummaged inside and pulled out a can of expanding foam, salvaged from the presumed hardware store of a zombified neighbor. Su Jin held the zombie's head down with one hand, letting its fists batter him, and injected foam through the gap into the fishbowl. Then he poured a large bottle of glue over its top. Finally, he fitted a rough makeshift chest guard over the creature. Su Jin turned, pointing back. Go up and observe nearby. First get used to it. We'll practice archery when the glue dries. If the grill falls and it drags the grill with it, you won't outrun that. Even I won't be able to save you. Old Fu, keep the sprayer. You watch your daughter. Got it, director. With that confirmation, Su Jin waved and led the others back inside. They resumed knocking and searching. Where there was a response, Zhang Wan and Lu Dajie stood behind the door to handle registration. After a brief questioning and reassurance, they left supplies at the doorway, while Su Jin stood to one side with his gun guarding against surprises. The occupants opened the door in tears like the others, but when they saw the barrel pointed at them, they could only accept the goods pushed through the crack and retreat back inside. At the threshold, Zhang Wan repeated herself as before, keep the water bottles, don't throw them away. We'll collect them now. The containers for water were scavenged plastic bottles from the complex's trash. Sealed vessels were essential for distributing liquid, and such items were for now scarce. One household attended till they moved on to the next. This time there was no answer, only the sound of a zombie battering the door. Su Jin broke the lock and struck the target down. 2 zombies inside were felled. Su Jin, expressionless, picked up a knife and slit one open. The process had been repeated so often it had dulled him to some degree. He had been desensitized to gore. He sliced open the undead chest and searched for the heart. Then his hand froze. The numbness on his face suddenly gave way to something more vivid. As he plucked a rounded meat mass from behind the heart, his heart leapt with joy. Chengdu, seeing Su Jin pause, hurried forward to inspect. Seeing the smooth, spherical chunk in his hand, Chengdu's eyes widened, and he exclaimed, Director, this is the meatball. To be honest, Chengdu had been envious of Su Jin's prowess against zombies these past 2 days. He had been told that this little meatball was what made someone special, and Su Jin had promised to let him use it. He had long coveted it. Now that he saw it with his own eyes, an intense, almost ravenous desire to eat it surged within him. Yes, this is it. Su Jin closed his eyes and exhaled, relief settling over him. He had feared it would take an extraordinary stroke of luck to find one. Now a great weight seemed lifted. There were still many households to check. At this discovery rate, they had a real chance of finding another within 3 days. With Huohuo and Chengdu's abilities, their odds of raiding Longshan Medical University for supplies would improve greatly. Enough staring, get back to work. Su Jin cut off the gawking and rose, slicing the meatball free before returning to his tasks. Night fell, and the city plunged into absolute darkness. Not a single light remained. A lone, featureless zombie, its face sealed and fists bandaged into lumps, looking like a humanoid doryman, hung tied up downstairs. The 6th-floor living room, however, buzzed with activity. Around a large table, 8 people had gathered. Though there were chairs, no one sat. Everyone leaned forward, eyes fixed on the bloody chunk of flesh set on a napkin at the center of the table. 5 candles trembled in the faint draft, their red glow bathing the faces in an uncanny light. Each person stared, wide-eyed, mouths slightly agape, faint drool at their lips. It resembled some perverse cult ritual. Oh, Director. Chengdu breathed heavily. This thing looks like a tumor. Does it really have the effects you said? It's not an ordinary tumor. Have you ever seen a growth on a heart? Eat it, and you gain uncanny strength. Begin. Chengdu, you go first. Cup it with the paper. Su Jin signaled. Only he had used the meatball before, its safety could not be guaranteed. In terms of trust, Su Jin trusted Huohuo more than Chengdu and dared not let Huohuo try first. Chengdu hesitated, then reached out to cradle the napkin and the meatball. He wrestled with himself for a moment, then lifted it to his mouth. The 2 old men's faces pinched in disgust and ugh, Director, it stinks so bad. It's rotten and tempting. Can you really eat this? Did you eat it like this before? Chengdu's face contorted with both revulsion and expectancy. You're eager enough. Who said you could eat it? Just hold it. Su Jin snapped angrily. Put it down. With a thud, Fu Qingdai was forcefully ushered back into the room by Zhang Wan. Su Jin took a long breath and stabbed the tip of his knife into the meatball. As the blade pierced, Su Jin's pupils dilated. He once more glimpsed that alluring, iridescent halo and felt his appetite spike again. The meatball split open, and Su Jin lifted a bead of liquid suffused with rainbow light onto Chengdu's wrist. The bead dissolved the light, sinking into flesh. Everyone else's gaze snapped to Chengdu's face. How do you feel? Su Jin asked hastily. I feel a bit hot. Before he finished, Chengdu's legs buckled, and he collapsed forward onto the table. A bit hot. Sunya blurted to Su Jin. Shally, was it like this for you at first? Su Jin shrugged. I didn't feel heat at all. Observe first. Night passed, and the sun rose. In the dimness, Chengdu slowly opened his eyes, and nearly jumped at what 7 faces crowded before him. Oh, what are you doing? How do you feel? Any special changes? Su Jin asked seriously. Chengdu sat up, feeling his face. Last night, I felt like I was going to ignite. Now there's a stream of heat running. Can you control it? I'll try. Everyone stepped back. Chengdu trembled with excitement as he rose. He truly felt something changing, a possible superpower, an instinctive force within him. The others backed away as Chengdu lifted his hands, looking as if he were holding his breath. With a boom, both his arms were wreathed in fierce flames. Holy! Chengdu shouted in shock. The entire room fell into stunned silence. My God, it's magic! Sunya clutched his chest, conflicted. Weidou wore a similar expression. He could accept Xiao Li's changes in strength and speed, but a human bursting into flames. What had he spent his life learning? Would any of it matter now? Chengdu continued testing his ability. The fire around his arms faded, then he opened his mouth and unleashed a massive fireball. The recoil was fierce, the blast sent him sprawling backward. A great fireball technique. Su Jin's eye twitched as he steadied Chengdu. Incredible Chengdu. Can you spray it from anywhere but your mouth? Can you fly? Hovering would be useful. Show me more. Chengdu looked one glanced around and leaned towards Su Jin to whisper in his ear. I think this ability is quite versatile. Director, I'll show you privately, okay? 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. The work repeated itself, cleaning up zombies, counting residents, and distributing supplies. In between, Sun Wei and the others took the opportunity to learn some car theft techniques and driving skills. The task of hunting zombies had been handed over from Su Jin to Chengdu. With the time they had being so short, it was the best choice to let Chengdu engage in practical zombie hunting. His fire control abilities were indeed formidable. Zombies could only be mortally wounded by a piercing attack to the heart. Although Chengdu's fire attacks might not kill them instantly, they seemed to greatly affect the zombies' mobility. Ordinary flames could scorch zombies, but had little immediate effect on their mobility. However, the flames ignited by special abilities appeared to have an attack enhancement, significantly provoking the zombies' pain responses. When the time came, a finishing blow could take them down with one strike. Currently, 2 methods have been discovered. The first involved wrapping fire around the body, which could even extend to weapons for close combat. The other method was to breathe fire, allowing for direct long-range attacks. Both were quite powerful, but Chengdu's combat endurance was indeed lackluster compared to Su Jin. However, it seemed that this fire-breathing ability was not limited to just the mouth. It appeared that any part of the body with an exhaust vent could also produce flames. Chengdu eagerly invited Su Jin to observe a demonstration, but Su Jin declined politely, fearing that Chengdu might accidentally spray himself with something unpleasant. Another zombie fell to the ground. Chengdu stepped aside to make room for the others. Su Jin quickly dealt with the zombie. He was the most efficient at this task, although it was disgusting. Someone had to take responsibility to save time. As the zombie's chest was opened, Su Jin, feeling nervous, reached for the heart. Upon seeing a half-spherical mass beneath the heart, his pupils constricted as he clenched his fist tightly. Good. He finally found it. Before taking action, all 3 were fully equipped just in time for their departure the day after tomorrow, allowing Huohuo a day to awaken and adapt his abilities. After securing the mass, Su Jin stood and looked at the others. All right, let's get back to work. There aren't many households left, and we need to finish processing them all today. By evening, the 8 gathered once more for the cult ritual. This time, there was little conversation as Huohuo swallowed hard and directly reached out to hold the mass. Su Jin struck with his knife, piercing the mass. Huohuo immediately fell into a coma, but fortunately Chengdu was there to catch him and drag him onto the sofa to sleep peacefully. Su Jin waved the others away, leaving only Sunya and Weida. After pondering for a while, Su Jin said, "We are leaving the day after tomorrow. Is there anything else that needs to be addressed?" Sunya handed over a folded piece of paper and a medicine box. Here are the action details, an Old Weiss medicine box. Just take a look at it. While you were out today, I checked the car with Old Wei. The fuel tank has been filled for you. I made 2 simple time bombs, both on the 4th floor. You can carry them down yourself, or we both have old limbs and can't manage it. By the way, just tie the gas canister in the trunk. I've broken the back window for you. When the time comes, just have someone in the back seat toss the bomb. Oh, and I wanted to ask you, Shaoli, how are you explaining this to them? They don't seem to have any sense of urgency. I just told them it was a matter of gathering supplies and some medicine nearby, or we wouldn't be going far. As for Old Fu and Chengdu, I told them we were going to the medical university to get some things which might involve risks, but would be very useful in the future. Old Fu had little to say, after all his wife and child were relying on him. Chengdu, now with new abilities, was eager to try them out. Chengdu seems a bit restless. You need to keep him in check to avoid any accidents. I've been thinking these past few days it's not right to keep this from everyone. We don't have anyone in this room who doesn't understand the stakes. They need to be alerted. Once you successfully retrieve the items tomorrow, let's find a chance to tell them. After all, we will need to divide many households for experiments, and they should be informed and prepared. To take a step back, once we form a larger organization, if news leaks out, having 3 powerful ability users should be enough to maintain control of the situation. Su Jin nodded. I think so too. The more people who develop abilities, the more stable our foundation will be. Regardless, let's discuss further when I return from the mission the day after tomorrow. Remember to keep our supplies in mind and be cautious. Everyone is counting on you. Don't worry, you all should get some rest. Just as dawn broke, Fu, who rose from the sofa in a daze. Seeing 7 people staring at him, he was not startled, having had 2 previous experiences. Rubbing his eyes, he asked, how long did I sleep? What time is it? Don't worry about the time. Hurry up and see what ability. Upon hearing this, Fu, who immediately perked up and sat up straight. He blinked continuously, sensing the unusual situation. After a dozen seconds, Fu, who suddenly exclaimed, Yes, I can definitely feel something. It's like a force and I can control it. Try to direct that force to different parts of your body, Chengdu said, guiding him. Su Jin remained silent. He was different from these 2, being in a purely passive state, where the changes affected only the base values. Fu, who extended his arms to inspect. The others gathered around to observe. There doesn't seem to be any change, Chengdu said, puzzled. No, there is a change. Try touching it, someone replied. Chengdu reached out and pressed on Fuhu's arm, instantly exclaiming, wow, what a solid arm. Seeing this, Su Jin picked up a cup from the table and tapped it against Fuhu's arm, producing a crisp sound. Hardened. Fu Hu pondered his physical state and reached for Su Jin's cup. With a gentle squeeze, the cup shattered into several pieces. Not satisfied with just crushing the cup, he stood up and walked to the corner of the room to grab a rarely used 90-pound compound bow. Like pulling a slingshot, he repeatedly drew the bowstring a dozen times before setting it down and returning to the sofa. Joy shone in Su Jin's eyes. This bow couldn't measure his limits, and pulling it felt so effortless, indicating a significant increase in strength. Not only has it hardened, but my strength has also greatly increased, Fu Hu said as he moved his body. But besides that, I don't feel anything else. Can this hardening ability only be used on your arms? Su Jin asked. Fu Hu shook his head, saying, it can be used all over my body, but it's difficult to cover the entire body. The area I can cover each time is limited, roughly, just my 2 arms. Oh, that's more than enough, Chengdu said, biting his lip. Upon hearing this, Su Jin and the other men instantly shifted their gazes to a particular part of Fu Hu. Lucky you. Wan's sister Lu whispered to Zhang Wan's ear. Go away, Zhang Wan said, pushing her daughter aside and pressing her lips down with a wild smile. Ha 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 ha, not bad at all. Fu Hu stood with hands on hips, laughing heartily. How do you like this ability of mine? Well, we're certainly no ordinary folk anymore. Yes, truly impressive. Su Jin cleared his throat lightly, inwardly elated. With this power, our safety margin just soared. You have 1 day to practice and test it. We depart for the mission tomorrow. At dawn the next day, outside the residential compound, Su Jin and his 2 companions inspected their gear together. Rudimentary armor, helmets, firearms, arrows. Everything was assembled and ready. 20-odd bola cords were piled onto the rear seat. A bola was a crude entanglement device, 2 stones tied to either end of a rope. When thrown, it could ensnare an enemy's feet. Its materials were easily sourced and swiftly fabricated, yet its efficacy was undeniable. Zombies, mindless creatures devoid of intellect, posed far less threat once tripped and immobilized. Of course, it worked only against single targets, not against swarms. Midway through inspection, Su Jin looked up. Several women peered down from a nearby window. Su Jin waved and called out, go back inside. Don't distract us. Finish whatever tasks you have. We'll be back in an hour. Stay safe. Fu Qingdai cupped her hands around her mouth to amplify her voice, then closed the window. Once certain no one else was watching, Su Jin walked to the side of the building and began loading homemade Gaskin bombs into the trunk. Once preparations were complete, Su Jin turned to Sunya and Weida, who had been assisting with equipment checks. Gentlemen, please return upstairs. No one is to leave the building until we return. Don't worry. We'll guard this home well. And do hurry back. Don't waste time. By the way, Sunya pointed at Su Jin's chest. You carry that satchel everywhere, now even stitched into your coat. It looks cumbersome. What precious treasure lies within? A family heirloom, the last thing tying me to my past. Off you go. Both elders patted Su Jin's shoulders, one before the other, then turned and ascended the stairs. Only 3 men remained gazing silently at one another. After a pause, Fu Hu asked, who's driving? Since you asked, guess it's you. Fine. They climbed into the vehicle. Fu Hu took the driver's seat, Su Jin the front passenger seat, while Chengdu sat alone in the rear. As Fu Hu turned the ignition, Chengdu's gaze drifted towards Su Jin. After a moment's hesitation, he withdrew something from his inner pocket and slowly extended it towards Su Jin. Sensing movement near his ear, Su Jin flinched sharply and whirled around. What are you doing? Director. Chengdu offered an awkward smile, eyes darting nervously. Well, the Hanxiong missile detonated over there. The ice hasn't fully melted yet, has it? I figured it'd be cold there, so I brought you 2 pairs of socks. Go ahead and change into them. Su Jin accepted the socks and opened the package. White high-calf socks. He glanced back skeptically and snorted. Chengdu, you really are something else. Worried I'll freeze, yet you bring socks instead of clothes or trousers. Seriously, you already have plenty of clothes. I chose these for warmth and ankle support. Chengdu raised his eyebrows animatedly, almost gleeful. Director, try them on. Nonsense. Su Jin tossed the socks onto the rear seat and gave Fu Hu's shoulder a light mocking pat. Hey Lao Fu, don't you think he's lost his mind? Haha, socks, for me. The engine roared to life. Fu Hu gripped the steering wheel, his expression grave. After a quiet pause, he murmured, Director, is this mission truly as straightforward as it seems? I know the danger, but lately Old Man Sun and Old Man Wei have behaved strangely, as if concealing something momentous. Since we're risking our lives together, why keep secrets? Huh, I hadn't noticed. Chengdu blinked, bewildered. Su Jin stared ahead, deep in thought, then sighed, a wry, helpless smile playing on his lips. Fine. Since you've asked, I'll speak plainly. The infected aren't limited to zombies alone. Another type exists, indistinguishable from ordinary humans, lurking unseen among the populace. Our survival, and the expansion of our group, depends on overcoming this invisible barrier. We withheld this truth earlier, fearing mutual suspicion would fracture our fledgling team before it even coalesced. But rest assured, Old Man Sun and Old Man Wei have devised an experimental method to detect these hidden carriers. Our mission today is to retrieve the necessary materials for their tests. We go into battle together. Med School's interior will surely teem with zombies. I won't have doubt fester among you. Say nothing of this to the women back home. Not yet. Wait until we've solidified our team first. If a solution exists, then all is well. I understand now. Fu Hu's face relaxed with relief. I don't understand. Chengdu suddenly reached out and clapped a hand onto Su Jin's shoulder, voice charged with emotion. Why recruit anyone at all? What for? Are we trying to save the world? We already possess self-defense capability. We could simply find an uninhabited place and live in safety. The gray rain's effects have faded. We could even farm. Why risk our lives like this? Hiding away offers only the difference between dying sooner or later. Su Jin seized Chengdu's wrist, his gaze unflinching and severe. There is no safe place left on this earth. Haven't you grasped that yet? Very well. Suppose you do find somewhere to hide for life. Do you wish to spend every day trembling in fear, like a pig? Like a dog? We have no choice but to fight back. Must fight back. The greater the responsibility, the more hands we must rely on the many, even at the peril of mistrust. In times like these, helping others is helping ourselves. No one is foolish enough to believe pure selfishness leads anywhere but death or sacrifice at another's hands. Old Man Sun and Old Man Wei, two men who've buried their entire families prepared to end their own lives. Why do they rush about day and night? For us, do you truly think we can retreat? Chengdu swallowed hard, withdrew his hand, and nodded solemnly. Huohuo spoke bitterly. Indeed, Director, you're right. I have a wife and child. Qingdai is still so young. I refuse to let her future vanish or watch her endure this broken world. So saying, he removed his helmet and drew out a photograph, his right hand tenderly tracing the surface a portrait of his family. Su Jin's expression darkened instantly. Huohuo studied the photo, then turned to Su Jin. Director, if anything happens to me on this mission, I'd beg you to protect Zhang Wan and Qingdai. Qingdai depends on you. I see it clearly. Truth be told, I wholeheartedly support you. At her age, it's only natural. Hey, hey, hey. Chengdu lunged forward from the back seat, slapping Huohuo repeatedly. Lao Fu, how dare you force match people like that? Aren't you morally blackmailing the director? I loathe your kind. Are you insane? What's it got to do with you? Huohuo whirled around, roaring. What's it got to do with? You're sabotaging team harmony. You're pressuring the director by shoving your daughter at him. You're despicable. Chengdu sneered, theatrically removing his helmet and pulling out a photograph of his own. How amusing. You think you're special. Just a photo. I have one too. I brought it along. Su Jin's face went utterly black. Director, this is my younger brother. What are you two doing? Do you both want to kill me, eh? Su Jin bellowed and delivered two sharp punches, one to each man. Drive. The engine roared. The vehicle rolled smoothly out of the compound. Central Avenue, Welcome Restaurant. The roll-up door of the restaurant is tightly shut, with the only light coming from the cracks in the blinds. Inside the restaurant's hall, 23 people dressed in heavy clothing and wrapped in blankets sit on chairs. Each face is clouded with worry. They are local residents, all of whom have come out in search of food and drink, feeling stifled and desperate. However, they did not expect the zombies outside to be so alert, chasing them as soon as they showed themselves. Fortunately, the zombies are not too fast, and with the restaurant manager at the door helping to rescue people, otherwise none of the 23 would have survived. Hot water is here, everyone have some hot tea. The restaurant manager Tan Hui lifts a kettle to pour hot water into the cups of the crowd. After a few low murmurs of thanks, the restaurant hall falls silent once more. Life seems hopeless with days passing without sunlight. Although there is enough food and drink in the restaurant, the vitality of the people has been mostly worn away. In the midst of the silence, a thin man quietly leans closer to the person next to him, who is tall and muscular with tattooed wrists, clearly sporting a floral tattoo sleeve. The thin man, weak and dispirited, says in a mournful voice, "Big brother, I really feel like I can't go on. I might as well die. Just give me the gun for a moment. Stop talking nonsense. How can I have any bullets left? You might as well drink rat poison and die. There's plenty of that around." The tattooed man, irritated, added, "Damn it, you really are useless. Once the weather warms up, come with me to chop down those rotten corpses. We'll find some guns from the brothers and break out of the city. Can living people really die from holding their urine? What brothers are left? It's just the two of us, big brother." The thin man wipes his tears. "Big brother, I really can't take it anymore. Drinking rat poison might be fine, but I feel it's a loss. What brothers are left? It's just the two of us, big brother." The thin man wipes his tears. "Big brother, I really can't take it anymore. Drinking rat poison might be fine. No, I mean, that crazy girl over there." The thin man turned his direction and pointed to a table behind where a woman is taking care of her mother. "I've been watching her for 2 days. She's not bad looking. Big brother, there are too many people here. I want to get her into the kitchen. Moi." The tattooed man looked bewildered. He knew his little brother was a useless lecher, but he didn't expect him to be this. He actually thinks like this and even dares to order me around. Hiss. Have you never seen a woman? Can't live without a... The tattooed man grabbed the thin man's neck, tilting his head angrily and asking, "What's it like outside? Your relatives and brothers are dead, and you're still thinking about that little thing down there. You did a donkey kick your brain." After cursing, the tattooed man stood up and delivered a heavy slap, knocking the thin man to the ground. When he looked up, everyone in the hall was staring at him. The tattooed man paid no mind and sat down to drink tea. Useless. Suddenly, the tattooed man paused while holding his teacup, his gaze shooting towards a bespectacled man who had just spoken. Narrowing his eyes, he sneered. "Kid, I remember your name is Huohuo, right? I say, who were you talking back to just now?" Huohuo shot him a sideways glance and replied, "We're all here for refuge. Do I need you to manage me? You came in shooting from outside. You must have been a soldier before, huh?" The tattooed man stood up with a grim expression, cracking his knuckles, and said, "What does it have to do with you whether I was a soldier or not? Oomph. If you want to show off, go fight the zombies. The zombies have wreaked havoc in the city. You ate the food from the country, but haven't seen you charge into battle. What's it to you? The tattooed man laughed in anger, rolled up his sleeves, and walked around the table towards the bespectacled man. First, don't worry about whether I dare to fight zombies, so I'll deal with you first. If I can't fight zombies, can I fight you? What's it to you? Huohuo stood up to confront him, showing no fear. Don't fight it. The restaurant manager Tan Hui decisively stepped in his face, filled with anger. Making such a big commotion, look how scared that mother and daughter are. There are zombies outside. Everyone followed the direction Tan Hui was pointing. A young woman was holding her trembling old mother mixed with a hint of crying, continuously comforting her. It's okay. Mom, it's okay. Once we get through this, I'll take you to find aliens, and we'll be saved. She's already gone crazy, is that what I scared her with? The tattooed man crossed his arms and sneered. I'm not crazy. Ding Jia looked up, tears shimmering in her eyes as she gazed at the crowd. I beg you all to believe me. I truly saw aliens. The Mike aliens came to save us, and there are alien spaceships. If we find a car and go out, the aliens live in the residential area. Living in a residential area, I really can't take it anymore. The tattooed man strode to Ding Jia, grabbing her by the neck and pulling her to the curtain gap, fiercely saying, Fine, I'll pretend you have aliens, show me good evidence. If aliens haven't come, and we're fine, then what the hell are aliens doing to us? Wake up. It's not like that. The things outside were done by the Trisolaran people. It's the Trisolarans who poisoned us. Ding Jia cried out. She's playing you, big brother. The thin man who had been knocked down crawled back up from the ground. Trisolaran. You made that up really fast. The tattooed man threw Ding Jia back into her seat. He then followed up with a kick, toppling the thin man. Even a crazy person thinks about survival. You're truly useless. Oh, just find a deserted place to die. You're getting on my nerves right now. With that throw, Ding Jia's thick coat was torn open, revealing the clothes underneath. The tattooed man caught a glimpse, and his expression changed. Is that a mental hospital uniform? Goodness, I thought you had gone crazy. Turns out you escaped from a psychiatric hospital. Ding Jia's wrong, tears finally could not be held back any longer. She had escaped to seek help from the Mike aliens, and since they hadn't called her, she wore this outfit for fear of being unrecognizable. Seeing the tattooed man misunderstood, Ding Jia hurriedly opened her coat to reveal all the text on her uniform. No, I'm not. This is my work uniform. Still stealing someone's clothes. Wah! Ding Jia covered her face and cried loudly. At that moment, she deeply felt the same grievance as when she was with Fu Qingdai. At this moment, Tan Hui walked over again, standing in front of the tattooed man, angrily stating, Enough already. I brought everyone in at this critical moment to ensure we can unite for survival. You're bullying even a mentally ill person with her elderly mother. Are you even human? I'm not mentally ill. Fine. The tattooed man replied angrily. Tan Hui, you're a good person. Ooh, I want to argue with you. I know you look down on me, but I also have principles in this world. I'm giving you face. But if it happens again, if someone provokes me, don't blame me for being rude. Mom. Ding Jia flung herself to her mother's side and hastily checked her over. She then looked up with urgency. My mother is unwell and needs blood pressure medicine. Manager Tin, do we have any here? Tan Hui sighed helplessly. This is a restaurant. We don't keep that sort of medicine. Tell me what else she needs, and I'll try to provide it. Ding Jia kept checking her mother, her body shivering with cold. Medicine. We have to have medicine. She muttered. Ding Jia turned to Huohuo and pleaded, Big brother, may I ask you for a favor? Right across is Longxing Pharmacy. There has to be medicine in there. If you can help me get it ill, they'll do whatever you want. Huohuo turned his head, pushed Ding Jia away, and silently sat at a table some distance off. Can someone help me? I beg you. Ding Jia knelt and implored, but everyone in the hall kept their heads bowed, unwilling. A few minutes later, Ding Jia rose with hoarse sobs, wiped her tears, and every muscle stiff, made for the rolling door. Heads in the room lifted and watched her move. As she neared the doorway and bent over, trembling, a hand seized her arm and pulled her back. When she turned, Huohuo's face. Oh, go, you're too slow. Thank you. Ding Jia wept with joy and attempted to kneel in gratitude, but someone lifted her back up. Huohuo glanced around. I don't know how many days we'll be stuck guarding this place. The state has abandoned us. We must say, one day we'll leave this place, and then we'll surely need all manner of medicine. This time I'm planning to take enough at once. The more people, the better our chances. Who will come with me? A chorus of bowed heads answered in silence. Only Tan Hui stepped forward. He'll go with you. Good. Huohuo replied, then moved to the window and cracked the curtain to observe the street. It isn't that dangerous. Only one street away. Grab a few knives and 2 long poles for defense. We'll go quickly and come right back. Wait a moment. Thank you. Ding Jia kept thanking them between the two, fearing any hint of neglect. Go back and tend your mother first. Write down what medicines she needs. List anything that might be used. Tan Hui patted his shoulder and headed toward the kitchen. As Tan Hui reached the corner, Huohuo called out, Tan Hui. Tan Hui stopped and turned. Huohuo said bluntly, there are things I shouldn't say, but you saved my life. In warning you, don't wade into this mess. That old woman will be a burden sooner or later. If she were to go, it might even be a mercy. And that woman is mad. Can you trust the words of a lunatic? Huohuo raised his eyes and stared at Tan Hui. Don't be the kind of fool who wants to save everyone. In times like these, people like you die fastest. Tan Hui pondered for a moment and smiled in an odd way. If the world decays and I happen to die, then it's a release. At least I would die having been a human being. Thanks.
Huohuo snapped back. I warned you. You're asking for death. He fell silent after that. A few minutes later the two men finished equipping themselves. They opened the ground lock of the rolling door, and Tan Hui tossed the keys behind him. Huohuo wanted to stop him, but he was a beat too slow. Someone already grabbed the keys. Clenching his fist, Huohuo shouted, listen up. If the two of us go out and can't get back through this door, it'll lure all the zombies outside here. You deal with it yourselves. After speaking, Huohuo stepped toward Ding Jia and spoke softly into her ear. The rolling door is noisy. Go to the kitchen, take 5 iron basins up to the 3rd floor, and throw them toward the alley behind the restaurant. 1 every second. When we hear the sounds, we'll move immediately. When we return, use the same method to pick us up. Understand? Understood. Ding Jia nodded nervously. Huohuo forced a bitter smile. At that moment, he could only choose to trust a madwoman, how everyone else proved unreliable. Returning to Tan Hu's side, Huohuo said in a low voice, I have a general sense of the outside. It isn't especially dangerous. Stay right behind me, and we'll run across in one go. Got it. 3 minutes later, a dull clatter of iron basins hit the ground behind the restaurant. A few wandering zombies on the street heard the noise and shuffled toward that direction. Watching through the curtain slit, Huohuo judged the moment had come. He crouched, and together with Tan Hui pried the rolling door open just a crack. They rolled out, and the street lay before them. At the same moment, frantic shouts sounded from behind, close the door. Director Yu once said disguised infected could hide among the crowd. If we head to the military base to set up camp, we'll be issued firearms. What if Sun and Weiss methods can't verify everyone 100%? If a disguised infected gets a gun and fires at our backs, what then? On the vehicle, Fu, who stared at the road ahead, brows creased with worry. The ruined city outside made Su Jin say, it's not that big a problem. You have to trust the elders' tests. Excessive suspicion is this group's greatest threat right now. He added, besides, everyone's ability differs. Perhaps one person's power will reveal a disguised infected. Old Fu, you know Qingdai is special. I suspect she might have that kind of ability, Su Jin said. Fu, who fell silent, he did not want his daughter dragged into such matters. Sensing the tension, Cheng Du spoke up from the back. If there really is a saboteur, issuing guns isn't the biggest problem. I have an idea that could reduce that risk. Oh, Su Jin's eyes brightened. Tell us. Set all the guns ballistics to the left. If someone tries to do harm, their first shots will be inaccurate, which gives everyone else time to react. Genius, the others echoed. The convoy drove on at speed. The zombies on the streets were few and, given their velocity, posed little immediate threat. But as they pushed further, the light-hearted mood inside the vehicle vanished. Trees lay toppled, bricks littered the roads, buildings were scarred, and zombies prowled amid the filth. What had once been an orderly society was now utterly different. Fu Hu and Cheng Du's jaws clenched like stone, a sorrow flowed in their eyes. A fresh wound tore open in their hearts. The city they had lived in for half their lives had become this in so short a time. The nation was gone, homes were gone, and many people were gone. Su Jin propped his chin on his fist and stared blankly. He had spoken with Sunya and Wei De about the Hanxiong missile strike. The blast inside the city was only a partial release. Yet even that had wrought such dreadful consequences, and they were not even standing in the strike's most devastated core. That night had felt like the end of the world, in reality and in sight. A couple 100 meters on a towering skyscraper glittering like gold rose ahead, standing alone among its surroundings. Su Jin's blank expression finally shifted. Longlin Tower, Longshan City's landmark skyscraper. Even compared to the rest of the planet, it would be a structure of great standing. Longlin Tower is solid, Cheng Du marveled. At that height, the top 3 floors' glass panes remain unbroken. Fu Hu added, Longlin Tower was originally a commercial building, but its top 3 floors were never leased. Rumor says they were reserved for people of eminent status. Even the wealthy couldn't live there. Director, did you know that? Of course, Su Jin smiled. The glass there is clearly of a different specification. Keep an eye ahead. About a kilometer more and we'll reach Longxing Pharmacy. We'll go there first to get medicine. Huh. In Longxing Pharmacy, Tan Hu's chest rose and fell heavily. After catching his breath twice, he glanced at Huohuo beside him. I didn't expect it to be this simple. Far simpler than I imagined. Emerging from Engbin Hotel, they had paused only briefly behind 2 cover points before sprinting nearly non-stop all the way to Longxing Pharmacy. Only near the pharmacy's entrance did 2 zombies give chase, otherwise the run had gone remarkably smoothly. Moreover, Huohuo's evasive maneuvers were strikingly agile, almost professional. Huohuo took several deep breaths and gave a bitter smile. Don't be too optimistic. Those things outside may lack intellect, but their vision and hearing are unnervingly acute. If their numbers swell, it won't be this easy. Hey, what did you do before all this? Your movements are incredibly sharp, trained in the military. Stay behind me on guard and shine your flashlight to light my way. The interior of this pharmacy may not be safe. With that brief instruction, Huohuo led Tan Hui inside. Longxing Pharmacy occupied a vast floor area. Rows of shelves brimmed with medicines and health supplements, while a sizable section displayed medical equipment. They advanced cautiously one after the other. After circling the entire ground floor, they found no trace of human presence, and only then did they finally exhale in relief. Tan Hui pulled several plastic bags from his pocket and began gathering medicine from the shelves. Huohuo remained vigilant, yet asked Tan Hui, do you want to die? Tan Hui's hands paused for a moment before resuming their task. Why would you ask that? It's just, among everyone here you seem the healthiest. rushing about helping others without pause. I can see your kindness, but it borders on excess. This feels more like an overcompensatory stress response. I don't want to die. I just don't know how to live. A glisten of moisture welled in Tan Huey's eyes, yet his hands never ceased gathering medicine. Everyone's gone. I've lost contact with my family and friends. The nation itself has collapsed. What do we do now? I truly don't know. I can't bear seeing more death. I can't survive alone. At this, tears spilled uncontrollably down Tan Huey's cheeks. Huohuo rubbed his temples, his voice heavy with sorrow. It will get better. The state will come to rescue us. This catastrophe struck suddenly, and on a massive scale, yet those shambling corpses pose little threat to modern armed forces. Many military units operate within sealed self-contained installations untouched by the rain-borne outbreak. Once they receive external intelligence, they'll launch counteroffensives to reclaim the cities. Longshan will surely be among their top priorities. As long as we hold out, we still have hope. Tan Hui nodded, choking back a sob. They quickly gathered all necessary medicines from the first floor, then hurried upstairs, with Huohuo leading knife drawn. Just as Huohuo stepped onto the final stair of the second floor, his expression turned stark. He shot out an arm, halting Tan Hui behind him. Don't move. What is it? I just saw a black shadow flash past. Did you see it? No, I didn't. Tan Hui instantly tensed, sweeping his flashlight frantically across the surroundings. Fall back. Abandon the mission. Return immediately. Without hesitation, Huohuo spun around and yanked Tan Hui downward. But just as they descended 2 steps, both froze utterly rigid. A faint trembling cry drifted down from above. It's a child, Tan Hui murmured, glancing at Huohuo. After a moment's silent deliberation, Huohuo nodded and turned back toward the stairs. Pressing close to one side of the room, they swept their flashlight beams rapidly along row after row of shelves. Near the center, they spotted a small figure crouched over a corpse, weeping softly. Huohuo bypassed the child without pause, continuing his systematic inspection of every aisle. Only after confirming, beyond doubt, that no other living beings remained did he finally relax his guard. So it was this child after all, alone. Let's go take a closer look. They approached, and at last saw clearly. Indeed, it was a child, dressed in children's clothing, crying softly atop what appeared to be a pharmacy staff member's body. No danger here, zombies do not weep. Both knelt simultaneously. Tan Hui reached out toward the child. Kid, PFF. His words died midair as catastrophe erupted. A slender arm shot forward, straight into Tan Huey's heart. Before Huohuo could react, the tiny figure lunged, jaws snapping toward his throat. Though small, its teeth were razor sharp. Cough. Huohuo's eyes bulged, blood erupted from his throat. Then came a sickening squelch of flesh tearing, followed by the brittle snap of bone. The child's entire face vanished into Huohuo's neck, biting clean through the cervical vertebrae. Tan Hui, still clinging to life, watched helplessly as Huohuo's throat was devoured, his head held aloft only by a sliver of skin at the nape. When Huohuo's severed head lolled backward onto his spine, the last flicker of light faded from Tan Huey's eyes, and silence swallowed the pharmacy once more. Back at Ingbin Hotel, Ding Jia peered anxiously through a narrow window gap. More than 10 minutes had passed. By all logic, they should have returned with medicine by now. Yet there was no sign, not a whisper of movement. Could something have gone wrong? Ding Jia scanned the desolate street, then glanced back at her mother, still unconscious. Each passing second was agony. Then, her pupils flared. A car rolled into view and halted directly before the pharmacy entrance. 3 figures emerged, fully armed. One bore a bow, 2 carried rifles. The leader turned slightly, his face blurred, yet unmistakable. Ding Jia's heart hammered violently. Almost involuntarily, she whirled and cried out. Aliens have come to save us. Aliens, woof. Shut your damn mouth. You're drawing every zombie within a mile with that racket. Tattooed arm lunged forward, clamping a hand over her mouth. Crazy woman. Do you lose your mind every single day? MMPH. Ding Jia wrenched his hand away with desperate strength. They're right outside. Look for yourself. Tattooed arm leaned out the window, then shot Ding Jia a disdainful glance. Who? There's no one. Don't think being a delusional woman gives you license to act like a fool. One more outburst, and I'll slap you senseless. Put your helmets on. Why leave them off after grabbing them? Su Jin's voice carried clear displeasure from inside the pharmacy. You're not wearing one either, are you? Cheng Du smirked. That thing's suffocating and ruins your field of view. I can't even aim properly. Risk is low now. We'll wear them once we reach the hospital, okay? Yeah, Chief, don't fuss. We're not like you. Only you need that helmet. Damn right. You're all just trying to turn on your flashlights. Straight to the second floor for medicine. Grab what we need and leave. Shouldn't we grab some stand? We already scavenged more than enough from the residential complex. No need to waste time or space. You two lead. They moved out, Chengdu and Huohuo in front, Su Jin following. With his left hand, he unzipped the satchel slung across his chest. With his right, he swept a cascade of unlabeled pharmaceuticals into it. He deliberately cleared space in the bag before entering. Hearing a rustle behind him, Chengdu and Huohuo turned, puzzled, to Su Jin. Just scraped myself. Nothing serious. Let's go. They ascended toward the second floor, stopping instinctively halfway up the staircase, heads tilting upward in unison. A child's crying. There's a survivor. Huohuo bounded upward 3 steps at a time. Su Jin frowned, launched himself skyward, and vaulted sideways off the wall, landing squarely on the second floor, landing blocking Huohuo's path. What's your rush? I'll assess first.
But it's a child, Chief. What danger could there possibly be? Show risk. They pressed themselves against one side of the room, sweeping flashlights rapidly along shelf after shelf. At last they halted at the center. 3 beams converging upon a small sobbing child huddled on the floor. Only here lay 3 corpses. Blood pooled thickly around them, fresh and glistening. This kid's got incredible luck. Thank the heavens we found him. Huohuo marveled, turning to Su Jin. Chief, shall we take him? Should fit fine in the trunk. Su Jin stepped forward, gaze locked onto the child, his other hand resting firmly on his holstered pistol. Having eliminated the suspicious entity, Su Jin turned to face Huohuo and Chengdu. The two stood frozen in place, speechless. After a pause of 1 or 2 seconds, they simultaneously twisted their stiff necks toward him. The child was still crying. And you shot him dead in an instant. Director, that was a child. Why did you kill him? Huohuo finally blurted out, stunned. Yes, why? Chengdu's face paled. Su Jin furrowed his brows into a tight knot and narrowed his eyes as he leaned in close. A child. What is wrong with you two? How could you possibly miss something so glaring? Leaving aside whether that child might be a latent infected, consider this 3 corpses and 1 child. So where is the zombie? Zombies lacking a target rarely roam far unless provoked by unusual circumstances. We've checked every floor above and below. Have you seen even a shadow of a zombie? Have your heads been stuffed with candles? The moment you see a child, you instinctively rush to save it. The two blinked, then exchanged glances. Hesitantly, Chengdu raised a finger toward the pile of corpses. Well, isn't the zombie right there? One corpse has a wound through its heart, the other 2, a man and a woman, fought the zombie to the death. The child hid while his parents sacrificed themselves. Only then did he emerge. Exactly, I thought the same. Even if the child might be infected, he shows no symptoms yet. There was no need to execute. Su Jin turned bewildered. A closer look confirmed it. A corpse lay on the ground, heart, pierced mouth. Another corpse had its neck torn open, clearly bitten by the first. The third lay sprawled face down, long hair fanning across the floor. Unmistakably a woman. Su Jin scratched his cheek, lost in confusion. So, he'd simply failed to observe carefully enough. Director, was this a case of mistaken killing? Mistaken killing? What mistaken killing? There is no such thing. Su Jin's gaze hardened as he fixed it upon them. We lack the means to reliably identify disguised infected. Remember this well. Under any circumstances, any solitary individual you encounter is to be treated as a zombie, by default. Without waiting for their reaction, Su Jin strode forward to inspect the scene. He lifted the child's corpse and drew a sharp breath. Both of you, come here now. His voice rose sharply. Huohuo and Chengdu rushed over immediately. Look closely, what do you see? They stared, and their expressions shifted, instantly chilled by sudden dread. The child's mouth bristled with needle-sharp fangs flecked with shreds of flesh and fresh blood. Clearly, he was the true predator. This is a disguised infected. Body temperature is off. It's a zombie. Su Jin pressed 2 fingers to the creature's neck, his face darkening. Zombies are evolving. They're beginning to develop intelligence. Only days have passed since the apocalypse erupted. At this rate, the convergence of disguised infected and zombies is all but inevitable. This intelligence must be relayed immediately. We must accelerate our efforts to secure a firm foothold. He lowered his gaze and continued observing. Su Jin separated the 3 corpses. The woman died longest ago. These 2 men perished recently. Yes, they were likely retrieving medicine. They belonged to a group, perhaps including elders. Staring at the 2 male corpses, Su Jin sighed and gently closed their wide-open eyes. Fell victim to a zombie's ambush, yet they ventured out alone for their team. Their character may well have been commendable. Such people will grow increasingly rare. Huohuo and Chengdu exchanged somber glances. You two stay sharp. My earlier order stands beyond the residential compound. Treat every stranger as the highest possible threat. After issuing the warning, Su Jin still felt it insufficient. He looked up at them and exhaled sharply. Honestly, how on earth did you two serve as soldiers? Your risk awareness is worse than mine. Well, Huohuo muttered. How could we compare to you, Director? You've operated overseas. As for me, I served 2 years but was discharged after a lumbar injury during training. And what about you? Surely you're unblemished. Su Jin turned to Chengdu. Chengdu stiffened. I never saw combat either. Truth is, I dropped out halfway through my service. Why? Nothing. I was asleep one midnight when someone dragged me from bed, and the next day I was dismissed. Huohuo leaned in, puzzled. Are you joking? Just sleeping got you kicked out. Exactly. My comrade was dismissed too. Maybe our emotional intelligence offended someone. Chengdu stammered. Enough, no more chatter. Find the medicine. We depart immediately. Medicine secured, the 3 climbed into the vehicle and resumed their journey. Su Jin pointed ahead. Just beyond lies Longshan Middle School, likely swarming with zombies. Stay alert, avoid obstacles, and accelerate through. Understood. Huohuo gripped the steering wheel and slammed the accelerator, surging forward. Within less than a kilometer, they entered Longshan Middle School's vicinity. As the scene unfolded before them, Su Jin and his companions felt their scalps prickle with dread. Zombies, far more numerous than anticipated. Over 100 stranded on the street beneath the torrential downpour. Umbrellas littered the pavement everywhere. Their attire bore no resemblance to students. At the vehicle's appearance, the zombies ahead collectively pivoted and charged down the road, converging upon the car. Huohuo wrenched the steering wheel, veering toward the thinnest part of the horde. In this downpour, why would so many people be outdoors? Are they parents picking up their children? Chengdu clutched the side handle, face contorted in shock and fury. Damn it. This is outrageous. Su Jin's expression darkened. Steady, we'll push straight through. The sidewalk isn't narrow, drive over it. Right. Gritting his teeth, Huohuo swerved sharply, dodging the main horde and mounting the sidewalk. Within moments, the zombie horde receded dozens of meters behind them. Su Jin glanced back, committing their distribution. The horde moved swiftly, nearly 20 kilometers per hour, but without external stimulus their positional shifts remained. They would need to retrace this route later. Memorizing zombie locations now would allow precise route planning. To the side within the school grounds, visible through the iron fence, dense clusters of zombies stirred restlessly. Watch out! Chengdu suddenly roared. A heavy thud reverberated from the hood. A zombie in school uniform, clutching a fake flower, was already clinging to the windshield. Judging by its attire, it must have been a student assigned to welcome officials, now transformed, wandering aimlessly outside. Holy hell, an usher zombie. Brake, now! Su Jin bellowed. Huohuo slammed the brakes. The student zombie flew several meters through the air. Go, go now. The engine roared back to life, leaving the horde far behind. Still shaken, Su Jin glanced sideways at Huohuo's ashen face. Old Fu, just how reliable is your driving? There were barely any zombies ahead, yet you still hit one. That zombie was still some distance away when I first saw it. It's not old Fu's fault. The creature ran abnormally fast, far surpassing ordinary zombies. It must have been a track and field athlete in life. Chengdu interjected. How can you tell it was an athlete? Su Jin turned back. I just know. Enough talk. Don't distract old Fu. The journey ahead went smoothly as the vehicle came to a slow stop at the entrance of Longshan Medical University. The gate was tightly shut. After a brief observation inside the car, he confirmed that there were no zombies in the vicinity. Su Jin exited the vehicle and quickly ran to the front gate. He shattered the lock with a gunshot and pulled open the iron doors on either side. Successfully entering the campus, the vehicle parked on the playground as the three of them disembarked. Looking around, Su Jin took out the map given by Sunya and said the situation seems fairly good, better than I expected. However, according to the intel from Old Sun, student activities inside are quite frequent. The interior is relatively dark. Old Fu, you lead the way and be mindful of your protection. I'll provide cover from behind. He continued, once we enter the teaching building, it's less than 200 meters to the stairs leading underground. Although we have guns, it's better to use them sparingly. The noise from gunfire is too loud, and I fear it might attract zombies from other floors. If possible, let's use bows as much as we can. That's all I have to say. Do you have any questions or concerns? None, the two replied in unison. Alright, let's set off soon. Oh, just wait a moment. Su Jin looked up at the sky. What are we waiting for, Director? Waiting for the three of them lined up, observing cautiously as they approached the teaching building. Upon reaching the entrance, Su Jin took a deep breath and quickly slipped inside. Directly in front of the main entrance was a wide staircase. The three of them concealed themselves at the corner of the staircase, peering around to observe the right corridor. About 10 zombies were standing crookedly in the hallway. This route was the only way to the underground laboratory. Director, how do we get past? It's impossible without a confrontation, and any movement will create noise. Should we go upstairs to observe first? Sure. The more actions we take, the more unpredictable things become. Su Jin placed a finger to his lips, tilting his head to observe the corridor. They'll take the lead this time. You two support with bows, and if necessary use flashlights to draw the zombies' attention. As he spoke, Su Jin took off his shoes. Chengdu glanced down, his expression filled with confusion. 3 layers of socks. The director actually wore 3 layers of socks. Moreover, he had a rubber pad similar to an anti-slip mat affixed to the balls of his feet. Su Jin suppressed his breathing and gently placed his shoes on the ground. He slowly removed any small items that might make noise and handed them to Huohuo. Director, what are you planning to do? Huohuo asked in a hushed tone. I'll sneak around. Let's flank these zombies, who ideally I can handle them all myself. Finishing his words, Su Jin stepped up and swiftly climbed. He placed his foot against the wall and surprisingly ascended directly to the top. Then like a gecko he glided around the corners, skillfully moving along the walls, until 2 zombies appeared beneath him. Su Jin landed lightly, drew out 2 finely sharpened screwdrivers from his waist, and accurately plunged them into the zombies' hearts. Thanks to extensive experience in dissecting and hunting zombies coupled with the speed boost in the dim environment, this strike was nearly impossible to miss. The 2 zombies fell instantly, and Su Jin once again returned to the roof. The sounds of the 2 fallen zombies had clearly attracted the attention of other zombies. Su Jin maneuvered atop the roof, directly jumping to the rear of a small group of zombies. Once again descending, he swiftly assassinated 2 more zombies. Chengdu hid in a corner, watching the shadow move in 3 dimensions, continually reaping zombie lives, his face stiffening. My goodness. The director is really this strong. No doubt about it. The director is stronger than the 2 of us combined, and considering it's still relatively bright out, this isn't even his strongest state. You don't know, the director only sleeps 3 to 4 hours a day. The rest of the time, he's either hunting zombies or practicing skills. He seems quite energetic. He seems to recharge quickly from sunbathing during the day. I think his strongest state might even surpass mine, but he likely can't take hits as well as I can. While they were talking, about 10 zombies had already fallen.
Chengdu and Huohuo exchanged glances and emerged from the corner. Su Jin steadied himself, a slight sheen of sweat appearing on his forehead. This corridor faced the shade, and although clouds obscured the sky, the brightness was still adequate. This series of operations was indeed a bit strenuous. If it were pitch black at night, he shouldn't have been this exhausted. Director, amazing. Chengdu still kept his voice low, giving a thumbs up. Su Jin nodded, saying these ordinary zombies no longer pose a threat to us, but the main issue is their numbers. 2 fists can't fight 4 hands. Don't let your guard down. Our abilities come from the zombies, and no one knows if similarly powered zombies will appear. That said, Su Jin lowered his figure. I saw ahead that there are only a few small cats. They'll take care of them. However, the situation inside isn't too good. Crouch as we pass the windows and avoid being spotted. Once we reach the end, we'll be good. Everything went smoothly, and they arrived directly at the laboratory door. Looking at the tightly shut door, Su Jin reached out and tried to pull it. Feeling that he couldn't pull it open, he was suddenly startled. The steel door in front of him was of high quality, equipped with a small explosion-proof window. According to Old Sun's guidance, although there was a backup power source here, it should have run out of electricity by now at this time. The outer door would automatically unlock when there was a power outage. If it couldn't be pulled open now, then there was basically no chance of breaking in. What's wrong, Director? I don't know, the door won't open. It shouldn't be like this. Su Jin's face showed anxiety as he looked up at the explosion-proof window. Inside was a chaotic scene. After a moment of thought, Su Jin raised his hand and knocked on the window. Seconds later, an overjoyed face appeared behind the glass. Su Jin's expression suddenly froze. He turned to look back at Huohuo and the others. You two guard the staircase, don't let any zombies in. He then turned back, using his lips to explain to the person inside. I'm here to rescue you. Soon 2 more faces appeared behind the explosion-proof window, 1 elderly and 2 students. The 3 hurriedly began to busy themselves behind the door to remove the blockade. The door was soon opened, and Su Jin quickly slipped inside, promptly closing the door behind him. The 3 people inside immediately surrounded him, their eyes shimmering with excitement and tears. Are you from the military? Here to rescue us? What's going on outside? The elderly man fired questions rapidly. Su Jin nodded. Let's not rush. How many of you are there? Just the 3 of us. Luckily, we have food and water inside to last until today, but in 2 days, we probably won't make it. One of the students choked out. Are the laboratory mice still alive? Do you have sodium fluorescent and portable ultraviolet lights? We've already lost a batch of mice used for experiments. Now there are only over 80 left, and the others are all gone. Gather all of them, we'll set off immediately. The 3 showed no hesitation and joyfully began to gather their things. Just a few minutes later, they stood before Su Jin with their items. Hand the items to me, my teammates are outside, you go first. After confirming the supplies were correct, Su Jin pointed toward the outside world. The 3 hurriedly thanked him and walked towards the door. In the next second, 3 gunshots rang out and 3 corpses fell to the ground. Blood spread. Su Jin's figure swayed slightly as he sighed and grabbed the items, darting out the door. Su Jin placed sodium fluorescent and the portable ultraviolet lamp into the document case strapped across his chest, then carried the cage out of the laboratory. Huohuo and Chengdu immediately stepped forward, their expressions grave. Chengdu spoke first. Director, there were survivors inside. Did you kill them? Though the lab door was thick, the 3 gunshots had been unmistakable. Su Jin remained silent for a moment, then nodded in acknowledgement. At first glance, the 3 individuals appeared entirely unremarkable. Even in his professional judgment, they had seemed fundamentally safe. Yet the laboratory should not have contained large quantities of food, meaning these 3 had taken refuge there only after the disaster began. What transpired in between remained utterly unknowable. All were medical students, even if one had been exposed to rain or sustained a minor injury. Survival instinct would compel them to deny it outright. Moreover, infection and mutation followed a latent course. And even if they truly posed no threat, he lacked the capacity to rescue them. For there loomed another critical problem: insufficient seating. The vehicle accommodated only 3 passengers. The rest of its interior was crammed with equipment, leaving no space for 3 additional people. They could force themselves in, but doing so would severely hinder Chengdu's mobility and effectiveness in the rear seat. Procuring an extra vehicle would multiply risk. Placing them atop the car might provoke panic-induced screams. With himself, Huohuo, and Chengdu entrusted with the lives of over 100 residents, he could not afford even the slightest added danger during the return journey. When rescue is impossible, survival instinct justifies any action. A pronounced uncontrollable variable must be eliminated before it escalates. This was the greatest mercy I could offer them, dying hopeful, unburdened by suffering. One of them was injured. I had no choice but to act decisively. And as I've already made clear before returning home, any living thing we encounter is to be eliminated without exception. If you find yourselves unable to strike openly, use subtlety. Assassinate from behind. That just now was your example. Follow my lead precisely. No hesitation, no misplaced compassion. The fate of more than 100 souls rests upon our shoulders. Let's go. Su Jin glanced down at the small rodents inside the cage. 80 mice filled the sizable cage. Excessive movement risked noise, potentially drawing the attention of nearby zombies. Yet retreat was inevitable. Exiting the teaching building meant 90% mission success. They descended the stairs to the ground floor and retraced their original path. Su Jin's gaze drifted repeatedly toward the caged mice.
Fortunately malnourished and lethargic, they huddled quietly in tight, motionless clusters. Just past the midpoint of their descent, a muffled thud echoed downward from the central staircase directly ahead, followed by a jangling cascade of metal and wood. The trio froze mid-stride, turning their eyes forward, watching helplessly as a guitar-wielding zombie slipped on the stairs and tumbled headlong to the ground floor. The final impact crushed the instrument, its sharp, resonant burst instantly triggering nearby zombies. Su-jin snapped his head toward the window. Zombies inside adjacent classrooms were already surging toward the main entrance, battering the doors. The door battering set off a chain reaction, rousing other zombies throughout the corridor. In moments, the entire hallway erupted in cacophony. Out the windows, Su-jin gritted his teeth, drove his elbow through the adjacent pane, and leapt outward. Huohuo and Chengdu followed, instantly scrambling through the shattered frame, glass shattering in rapid succession. Su-jin led the flight, glancing back, and recoiled inwardly. Dozens of zombies from upper floors had smashed through windows and plummeted onto the courtyard below. Several wore uniforms, moved with uncanny speed, and exhibited abnormal agility. Clearly evolved very. Rough assessment suggested the three of them might not even outrun these mutated creatures. Shit. Student council zombies. How the hell did they get here so fast? Chengdu shouted in alarm, while sprinting simultaneously, hurling his leg restraint cord backward. But momentum and urgency prevented him from halting to aim properly. None of the three cords found purchase. Damn it. Even dead, they're repulsive. A fire burned in Su-jin's chest. Though they still had dozens of meters to cover, a margin that barely qualified as safe, they risked being overtaken. Their vehicle required acceleration time. Becoming entangled mid-approach would be disastrous. He needed to preserve sufficient buffer for the engine to surge. Without hesitation, Su-jin thrust the rodent cage into Chengdu's hands and roared at Fu, old Fu. You take point. I'll launch you forward. What? Before Fu could react, Su-jin lunged forward, rolled, and braced his palms against the ground, shoulders arched, arms locked. His core coiled back and waist lifting powerfully as his knees bent sharply, ready to explode upward. Fu instantly grasped the intent, vaulted high, and dropped knees first onto Su-jin's upraised soles. Two men famed for raw strength pushed off in unison, 4 feet meeting with explosive force. Fu shot forward like a cannonball, skidding violently across the pavement until he slammed to a halt directly before the vehicle. Without pause, he drew his bow and loosed arrows at the advancing horde. Earlier, Su-jin had insisted he purchase every available accessory, including a rapid-fire mechanism. This compound bow held 7 arrows at once. Though none fell dead, the 2 leading zombies collapsed under the barrage. By then, Su-jin had sprung upright, matching Chengdu's pace. Chengdu, turn around. Instantly comprehending, Chengdu pivoted, and Su-jin seized his collar, hurling him toward the car. At that exact instant, Chengdu activated his ability, and the sight left Su-jin utterly staggered. Though Chengdu was indeed gliding backward at low altitude, the anticipated fiery propulsion never ignited. Instead, his posture was preposterously elegant, leg extended backward in perfect line, the other raised high behind him, like a wuxiao master executing a gravity-defying reverse somersault. Director, I'll hold them off. No problem. Mid-glide, Chengdu clutched the rodent cage tightly while flinging another restraint cord at the zombies with his free hand. This time facing them squarely, his aim improved dramatically. 2 more zombies crashed to the ground. Seeing his comrades closing in, Fu swiftly stowed his bow and slid into the driver's seat. In the next breath, Su-jin and Fu dove into the vehicle. The engine roared to life, leaving the pursuing horde far behind. Inside, all 3 gasped, raggedly hollow-eyed and spent. After a moment's recovery, Chengdu twisted towards Su-jin. Director, was that cool? Wasn't that move absolutely epic? I never told you. I'd been practicing it secretly. Cool, though it'd have been cooler without the nasal flame. You've got blackened crust right up your nostrils. Impossible. I cleaned them thoroughly before we left. Then wipe your chin. Shit. Why is it half dry, half slimy? It should have fully carbonized by now. Drop the nonsense. Check on the mice. Su-jin snatched the cage and inspected its occupants, relief flooding his chest as he confirmed all 80 mice remained alive. This expedition yielded immense value, but the city's condition is far graver than we imagined. Zombie evolution is accelerating beyond comprehension, and our encounters are occurring with alarming frequency. We cannot linger here. Upon returning, we must accelerate preparations, aiming to assemble and depart with a convoy for the military base within 1 week. Old Fu, exercise extreme caution when passing the campus on our way back. I suspect that may be our final, most perilous threshold. What do you think, Director? Fu focused on driving. Su-jin replied, just now when we arrived, the horde of zombies in the school began to move. I'm worried that we might encounter issues with the cars outside the school gate. There are many parents picking up their children, and there are also numerous cars by the roadside. That place has too many zombies in the open air. If any noise is made, the zombies within the school could swarm out. If it were just ordinary zombies chasing us, it would be fine. However, based on our current observations of the evolved zombies, with the number of zombies in the schoolyard, there are bound to be a few special varieties that pose the greatest potential threat to us. Don't we have an alternate route? Yes, let's assess the situation then, but the risks are hard to gauge. From what we saw on Central Street, the debris along the minor roads must be quite serious, making any noise while driving inevitable. Su-jin sighed and said, Initially, I discussed with Old Sun about whether we should develop a base in the city or head to the military zone to establish a stronghold. It was only because I later discovered potential carriers of infection that I agreed to Old Sun's plan. But looking at it now, I was wrong from the very beginning. The unknown risks in the city are too numerous, and we could not predict them at all. What a dilemma. Fuhu sighed. The vehicle returned along the same route. Approaching Longshan Middle School, all three in the car were tense, their gazes fixed ahead. Fuhu unconsciously pursed his lips, gripping the steering wheel tightly. The situation ahead was not looking good indeed. As Su Jin had predicted, some of the zombies inside the school had been drawn out. A number of welcoming zombies holding flowers and wearing hats poured out at the school gate, swaying awkwardly as they searched for targets. However, there was still a side route to pass through quickly. Utilizing the vehicle's speed, they managed to get through successfully, and shaking off the horde was not difficult. The situation is acceptable. It seems we need to take the minor road. Old Fu, be careful of the athletic zombies. Don't get caught again. I know. Fuhu responded and slammed on the gas pedal. The vehicle accelerated towards the horde. The welcome squad at the school gate saw a vehicle approaching from a distance, and the zombies piled up, waving their fake flowers as they rushed over. The noise and chaos among the zombies suddenly escalated. The zombies inside the school suddenly went into a frenzy, collectively rushing towards the outside, with many even climbing over the iron railing. What's happening? Su Jin's expression changed dramatically. This isn't right. The sound of the vehicle alone shouldn't incite such violent behavior from the zombies. Moreover, it had been verified earlier. Even if the vehicle's noise increased, the zombies inside the school shouldn't react so drastically. They had already missed the minor road for quite a distance. Ahead was the horde, and it was too late to brake and change paths. In a state of panic, Su Jin was still contemplating strategies while Chung had already rolled down the window, his head not sticking out yet as he began to curse loudly. Damn it. This group of zombies was all attracted by those welcoming zombies. Su Jin's expression changed instantly, realizing the root of the problem. Welcome, welcome. A warm welcome. Welcome, welcome. A warm welcome. A local jingle accompanied by cheerful cheers pierced the air. It was exceedingly jarring and clear on the desolate street. Su Jin caught a glimpse from the corner of his eye and suddenly spotted a few welcoming zombies with loudspeakers at their waists. It seemed that the collision among the zombies had activated the loudspeakers, and they were even thoughtfully wrapped in plastic bags. Otherwise, they shouldn't still be operational now. Su Jin gripped his gun, his facial muscles twitching incessantly, filled with rage. How could this happen? This is truly insane. That bastard who called the students for a meeting in the rain. He better not have gotten into trouble. Crash through them. Su Jin commanded, and Fuhu floored the gas pedal. The horde's early and abnormal movement had already caused several to reach the sidewalk. Although it would affect the vehicle's movement, fortunately, there weren't many. Only a few. As the car sped through, it instantly knocked two zombies aside. The other debris on the ground couldn't even dodge. The three inside the car were jolted by the bumps, their heads banging against each other. Su Jin tightly held the cage with his right hand, doing his best to protect the little mouse. Fuhu's hands gripping the steering wheel turned pale. After a few breaths, he shouted, "We did it." Up ahead. Just as he finished, a piercing sound erupted. The entire vehicle started to skid rapidly, causing it to veer uncontrollably. Fortunately, Fuhu still held onto the steering wheel tightly, and the vehicle gradually stabilized. A large number of zombies continued to pursue them from behind. Chung, with a pale face, asked, "What's wrong, old Fu? Is there a problem with the car? It seems something is stuck in the wheel hub. If we keep going, the car might get stuck." Fuhu grimaced. "Slow down." Su Jin turned to observe and ordered in a deep voice, "We can't slow down, it's too dangerous now. There are fast ones among those zombies, and if they catch up and try to climb on the car." "I told you to slow down, so slow down," Su Jin shouted. Fuhu, feeling helpless, steadied his emotions and gradually eased off the gas. The vehicle's speed decreased, and the zombies behind were still chasing. Although considering the current situation, it was unrealistic for them to catch the car, given the vehicle's condition. The situation behind was uncertain. Fuhu and Chung were anxious, but didn't dare to refute Su Jin's decision. After a moment, Su Jin issued another order. "Chung, go to the back and activate the bomb. Set a 1-minute timer. Do you remember how to operate it?" "I remember," Chung replied, and half of his body leaned out of the rear window, starting to set the timer on the gas canister. After a simple operation with the timer set, Chung drew a small knife from his waist and cut the rope binding the gas canister bomb. Boom, boom, boom. The gas canister rolled towards the horde and was soon submerged by the zombies disappearing from seeing the bomb placed. Su Jin turned his head, squinting his eyes to watch the rearview mirror. Originally, a group of parent zombies should have been in the front row, but under the call of the welcoming zombies, the zombies that had climbed over the wall had already taken the lead. Although they were all sprinting at high speeds, the speed of the student zombies was evidently higher than that of the parent zombies. Fuhu and Chung were already sweating nervously from their foreheads. At that moment, a glint flashed in Su Jin's pupils, and he clenched his fist tightly. "Down!" With the word "down" escaping his lips, the horde staggered, and the zombies tumbled over in a mass. The originally fast-moving horde suddenly slowed down. In an instant, the crisis was greatly reduced. Holy crap! Fuhu and Chung both fell into shock. "Director, how did you do that? Do you have other abilities? Is it telekinesis?" Chung asked eagerly. Fuhu's previously stiff face regained a smile. "Such a strong ability, no wonder you're the director. How could you keep such a trump card hidden until now? It's not an ability, it's just that the zombies' pants fell off. The greatest weakness of zombies lies in their trousers. Having lost the capacity to adjust them, their mobility deteriorates in direct proportion to how far their pants have slipped. This peculiarity proved exceptionally advantageous for Su Jin, whose nocturnal agility and speed had undergone a dramatic enhancement due to his unique ability. Back then, Sun Ya had advised him to act swiftly while the weather remained cold. He flatly refused, not only to ensure the safety of Fu Hu and Chengdu, but also because of this very consideration. Frozen corpses meant frozen trousers, less likely to slip. Now the pursuing horde consisted largely of students, amplifying this vulnerability manifold. School uniforms, after all, were notoriously oversized. A few strides, and those trousers would already be slumping past the groin. At their frenzied sprinting pace, they might even fling their shoes off entirely. His earlier observation had now been validated with chilling perfection. The vehicle continued moving, yet its body swayed unsteadily. Accelerating further was out of the question. No one could possibly disembark now to assess the damage. The cause might be severed limbs or tattered clothing jammed into the wheel hubs, or perhaps debris from the sidewalk inflicting unseen damage. From any perspective, the situation was dire. The car was on the verge of stalling at any moment. Fu Hu gripped the wheel with white-knuckled tension and asked Director, "What do we do if the car breaks down?" "We abandon the vehicle and proceed on foot, taking shelter inside buildings and navigating through them. For now, run. Shrink the distance to home as much as possible. If severed limbs are grinding against the chassis, continuing forward may wear away muscle tissue." Su Jin had barely finished speaking when a thunderous explosion erupted behind them. The preset time bomb had detonated. The zombie swarm was hurled backward, those still in hot pursuit instantly diverted toward the colossal sound source. "Brilliant!" Chengdu exclaimed, punching the air in exhilaration. A faint smile flickered across Su Jin's lips. Carrying a secondary sound lure in advance had indeed been the right call. "Director, there's trouble." Fu Hu cried out in panic and slammed the accelerator to the floor. "What the hell are you?" Both Su Jin and Chengdu whirled around and beheld a vision straight from hell. Perhaps triggered by the deafening blast of the propane tank, hordes of zombies began smashing through windows, residential and commercial alike, and plummeted downward in chaotic cascades. A chain reaction ignited instantly, glass shattered in every direction, zombies rained from above like black hail. With no competing sound lure to distract them, those leaping from upper floors locked onto the speeding car as their first target. A catastrophic miscalculation. Su Jin's mind reeled. Only 3 words echoed miscalculation. Catastrophic. Chengdu, set the second bomb. 10-minute timer now. Chengdu's hands trembled violently as he paled, leaning precariously out the window to arm the device. Zombies kept bursting from both flanking buildings. The noise resembled an exploding glass factory. The clamor spread rapidly. Zombies soon began leaping from buildings ahead as well. Most crashed down, bones snapping, tendons tearing, yet still crawled relentless in pursuit of the car. A few, however, appeared unervingly different, launching themselves directly from upper floors and landing squarely in the center of the street. The convergence had begun. A massive zombie tide was coalescing. From above, side streets, once quiet and empty, now teemed with shambling figures. That lone car fled like a speck escaping the shadow of an encroaching storm cloud. Dozens of abnormally swift zombies still trailed behind. Su Jin clutched the handrail tightly. The vehicle pushed beyond its limits, shuddered violently, and began decelerating involuntarily. At this rate, compounded by the debris-choked streets, mechanical failure was inevitable. Even if it held, some of those enhanced zombies would surely overtake them. That was the true threat. If even one of those aberrant zombies seized them, the tide would flood in, and all 3 would perish without a trace. Su Jin scanned the surroundings until his gaze locked onto a shopping mall. Without hesitation, he commanded full speed ahead. "Park at the mall. You two grab your gear and head on foot back to the residential compound. If returning proves impossible, improvise." He then withdrew sodium fluorescent and a portable UV lamp from his chest pocket and handed them to Chengdu in the rear seat. "What about you, Director?" Chengdu demanded urgently. "I'll drive and draw the zombies away while the car still runs. Once I reach indoor cover, I'm safe." Su Jin spoke with urgent conviction. "Trust me. These zombies are clumsy in darkness. They cannot harm me. I'll hide until nightfall, then return home unscathed. No more questions. Execute the plan now." Fu Hu said nothing more, floored the accelerator straight for the mall. In half a minute, they screeched to a halt before its entrance. Without a word exchanged, Chengdu and Fu Hu vanished inside. Su Jin slid into the driver's seat. Glancing back at the surging tide of undead, Su Jin wrenched the steering wheel, rejoining the main road. The blaring horn reverberated endlessly along the desolate avenue. Su Jin split his focus, steering with one hand, scanning the rearview mirror with the other. The tide pursued relentlessly. Mutated zombies leapt in erratic succession, closing in. A suitable side street. Then he'd veer in and vanish into a building. His eyes swept the flanking facades. Suddenly he stiffened, blinking hard several times. On the rooftop of a commercial building ahead, 4 silhouettes had flickered into view. 3 adults, 1 child. Then vanished in the blink of an eye. Had he imagined it? But there was no time for doubt. Spotting a side street with relatively clear pavement, he wrenched the wheel and swung. Both sides were residential complexes. Scarcely 100 meters in, the vehicle lurched violently to a halt.
Squinting into the rearview mirror, he saw 3 zombies hurtling through the air, less than 100 meters behind. With a single glance, Su Jin snatched a steel pipe from his chest and jammed it against the horn. Then he threw open the door and bolted, vanishing into the left side apartment complex. Inside the Ingbin restaurant, silence hung thick and suffocating. The zombie tide swept past the front entrance, freezing everyone inside in stunned terror. Each person clamped a hand tightly over their mouth, terrified even to breathe. At one table, Ding Jia sat bound and gagged, writhing helplessly in her chair. After a long, heavy silence, Huohuo rose slowly and crept to the window, peering cautiously outside. At the sight of the street, he shut his eyes in anguish. Every inch teemed with shambling figures. A mere handful of zombies had once been enough to paralyze the city with fear. Now the entire thoroughfare had become a living inferno. Escape was impossible, from every angle, every vantage point. How had this happened? Who the hell was racing down the street and blaring that horn? That damned fool. A sudden thud made everyone in the room jolt. Turning hearts pounding toward the source, Ding Jia had toppled from her chair and was squirming desperately toward her mother. After several agonizing inches of friction, she reached her, pressing her cheek against her mother's face. A chilling, lifeless cold seeped into her skin. Tears streamed down her cheeks instantly. Huohuo exploded in fury, lunging forward to grip Ding Jia's throat, his voice a guttural snarl. Make another sound, and I'll kill you first. Understood? No. Ding Jia sobbed, shaking her head wildly, her tear-filled eyes darting toward her mother. Huohuo followed her gaze, and his jaw tightened, his eyelid twitching, a sharp pang piercing his chest. HRRGH. I'll untie you, but not a whisper, not a single sound. Can you promise me that? Ding Jia nodded. Huohuo stepped forward and untied her restraints. No sooner had the ropes fallen away than Ding Jia slapped Huohuo across the face with a sharp, stinging crack, so hard his vision blurred. Huohuo froze in stunned disbelief. Everyone else in the room stood paralyzed. You wretched bastard. I saw an alien. If not for you, my mother would never have died. I'll kill you. Frenzied, Ding Jia lunged forward and sank her teeth into Huohuo's flesh, biting and tearing wildly. Shut her up now. Someone hissed from within the room. You've already gotten 2 people killed. I let you go, and now you dare escalate. Enraged, Huohuo seized Ding Jia and hurled her violently to the floor, then raised his boot to crush her face. His foot never descended. It halted midair. Every person in the room turned as one toward the rear of the room. A moment earlier, the sharp, splintering shatter of glass had echoed through the space. The upstairs window had inexplicably shattered. Huohuo swallowed hard, his gaze locking onto the staircase. Then, slowly, unmistakably, the steady rhythm of approaching footsteps filled the silence. At the stairwell entrance, 4 figures emerged, ascending from below. 3 women and 1 man. One woman was breathtakingly beautiful, her attire immaculate and refined. The second woman appeared ordinary at first glance, yet possessed an uncanny magnetic allure. The man stood tall and broad-shouldered, his features rugged and fierce. And the girl appeared no more than 5 or 6 years old, ordinary, unremarkable, except that she idly toyed with a palm-sized, grotesquely shaped insect in her small hands. Relief washed over the room. They were not zombies. Yet an unsettling dissonance lingered. These 4 bore no marks of the apocalypse, no grime, no exhaustion. Their clothes were pristine, their complexions flushed with vitality. The thin man crawled forward on his belly, pressing himself against Huohuo's boot, tears streaming from his eyes. Brother, this time, we're truly finished. Those 2 women, they're absolute masterpieces. Let's split them, 1 each. I can't hold on. I'm burning for it. My body's reacting. I need to take one now, then die right after. Huohuo's face twisted, terror dawning in his eyes. In this place, his own body suddenly felt alien, unresponsive, disobedient. And it wasn't the most stunning woman who stirred him. It was the seemingly plain one beside her. She radiated something like aliens. Where are these aliens? The towering man turned toward Ding Jia, speaking first. Speak softer. What kind of idiotic question is that? Where the hell did you 4 come from? Huohuo demanded, voice low and furious. Seeing the man advance, Ding Jia cried out desperately. It's true. I've seen him before. And the little girl. They knew the apocalypse was coming. They're here to save us. They just drove past here. I saw them myself, before everything collapsed. They're real. They're not survivors. They're rescuers. The man halted, then glanced back at the 3 women. The beautiful woman descended the final steps, her smile radiant as she asked, oh, then tell us, where is he now? He should be living in Rinkai residential complex, but whether he's still there I don't know. I'm talking to you. Did you not hear me, eh? Huohuo's sentence shattered mid-word. His skull exploded outward in a gory burst. The man withdrew his fist, shaking off thick, viscous blood clinging to his knuckles. The sudden violence froze every breath in the room. Then, screams erupted. With a casual flick of her finger, the beautiful woman pierced the screamer's throat from afar. Scream again, and you die first. Silence fell like a suffocating shroud. People collapsed, limbs gone slack, weeping in utter despair. These newcomers were no saviors. They were predators. Far more terrifying than any zombie. What was happening? Why did humanity devour itself? The room settled into a dreadful hush. The 4 surrounded Ding Jia. Tell us, exactly, about that little girl and the aliens. Leave nothing out. Ding Jia stared wide-eyed, trembling uncontrollably, her gaze lost in raw, hollow terror. Sounds intriguing. Those two might be exceptionally nourishing. The girl spoke with playful curiosity. That driver just now, I could feel him. His aura, I'll tell you. Shaking violently, she recounted every detail, from beginning to end. When she finished, the four exchanged glances. Sounds intriguing. Those two might be exceptionally nourishing. The girl spoke with playful curiosity. That driver just now, I could feel him. His aura is potent and delicious. A single one of him outweighs countless ordinary humans. Shall we head to Rinkai Residential Complex now? I know exactly where it is, just 3 or 4 kilometers away. Too far. I'd rather cleanse this entire area first. The man mused aloud. Fair enough, but if I choose to go ahead, I won't wait for you. I'm going to. The four ignored everyone else, entirely immersed in their discussion. Minutes later, the girl pointed at Ding Jia, finished questioning. You're done with her? No one replied. A smile bloomed on the girl's lips. She wrapped her arms around Ding Jia's head and bit down. Ding Jia's eyes bulged outward, her skull fractured. Then she slumped lifeless. At that very instant, the plain-faced woman moved, darting into the crowd, cutting down all in her path. With each step, arterial spray arced through the air, life extinguished in an instant. The beautiful woman stooped and lifted the rigid, petrified, thin man from the floor, her full, luscious lips drawing slowly, deliberately toward his face. Urine soaked his trousers. Before he could utter a sound, her palm punched straight through his chest, her teeth then clamping down on his throat. His corpse crumpled to the ground. Blood streamed from her mouth. The man grinned, approving, and drew her close, his hand settling possessively upon her waist. Within moments, the hotel lobby lay carpeted in corpses, crimson pooling across the floor. In the pitch-black stairwell, Su Jin gasped softly as he sprinted upward. 2 mutated zombies had caught up but the corridor was utterly dark, and though they were faster, he held absolute superiority in agility. With one swift maneuver, he turned the tide and killed them both. The car horn still blared downstairs, luring swarms of zombies. Soon the vehicle would be torn apart. First, he'd reach the rooftop, bask in sunlight to recover. By midnight, he'd make it back to Rinkai Residential Complex. A faint smile returned to Su Jin's face. This outing had been anything but smooth, but so far the outcome remained. As long as Chengdu and Fu Hu remained unharmed, all would be well. Chengdu and Fu Hu posed no cause for concern. Their abilities were formidable, and the remaining route held few zombies. Reaching the 5th floor, he prepared to ascend to the 6th, when disaster struck without warning. His hand had barely brushed the security door beside him. When bang, the entire door exploded inward as if struck by a battering ram. The door frame and all slammed directly into Su Jin, hurling him backward into the opposite security door. Agony ripped through his body. His vision spun, a blood surged hot and metallic in his mouth, and he vomited a torrent of crimson. Instinctively, he shoved the heavy door off himself, drew his sidearm, and fired, blazing rounds into the darkness. Only between shots did he glimpse his attacker. A massive, muscle-bound zombie, wearing only a sleeveless top and athletic pants, was coiling its body, preparing to charge again. 2 black blossoms of blood erupted on its torso, yet it didn't flinch, didn't slow. The zombie charged. Su Jin dropped low, braced his feet against the door behind him, and shot sideways, slipping beneath the creature's legs and vanishing into the apartment across the hall. Sneaking into the room, Su Jin hurried to the window and quickly pulled the curtains shut. Fortunately, it seemed that the curtains in the other rooms were also drawn. As the living room curtains closed, the room was plunged into near total darkness. In absolute blackness, his speed and agility would reach their peak. Logically, in dealing with such zombies, he should rely on illumination to enhance his strength for effective damage. However, in this environment, the brightness of the light could not be increased significantly. It would be better to switch to night mode, entirely maximizing speed and agility. Leaping onto the roof, Su Jin grasped the chandelier's pole, holding his breath to observe below. The living room was quite high, and the muscle zombie had already turned back from the doorway, continuously rotating in search of a target. Su Jin's heart tightened. This behavior was extremely abnormal. Common zombies would wander slightly in the absence of external stimuli, and without a target. They would never display such agile movements. This zombie had a strong awareness of seeking out its prey. With his breath fully exhaled, Su Jin flicked his right hand, throwing a small object he had picked up from the table towards the distance. The muscle zombie reacted to the sound, running toward the bedroom. Just as it turned its back to Su Jin, he raised his gun and fired. The shot hit the area corresponding to the heart in its back, but it sounded like it struck bone. The zombie suddenly turned around, ripping apart the wooden door of the bedroom, and hurled the doorknob fiercely toward the chandelier. The chandelier crashed down to the ground. At the moment the zombie grasped the door, Su Jin had already released his grip and swiftly dropped down. Using the sound of the chandelier crashing to the floor, he rolled sideways and hid behind the sofa. Once he landed steadily, he was shocked by the sight before him. The zombie was still searching for its target in the darkness, but one of its hands was already clutching its heart, actively seeking out its prey, using tools, and even understanding how to protect its weaknesses. This was the most evolved zombie he had ever encountered. As the muscle zombie continued to search, Su Jin gritted his teeth and raised his gun, aiming at its waist. A shot severed the elastic band of the zombie's sweatpants. Putting away the gun, he walked along the wall, directly running toward the diagonal position. It was at the corner of the wall, and Su Jin spread his legs, bracing himself against the corner. The zombie lunged at the sofa, but missed, losing its target again.
Su Jin slowly reached for the briefcase at his chest, casually pulling out a box of medicine and throwing it to the ground. The zombie rushed toward the source of the sound, raising its fist to attack the medicine box. Subsequently, one medicine box after another began to fall. The zombie leaped left and right, pounding so forcefully that the entire room shook. By the time the 15th medicine box was thrown down, the zombie's enormous backside was exposed before Su Jin. After 3 more medicine boxes fell, the zombie's sweatpants finally began to slide down rapidly. During the attack on the 3rd medicine box, the muscle zombie tripped, falling gracefully to the ground and landing on one arm. An opportunity arose, and Su Jin did not hesitate. Holding his breath, he kicked off the wall and shot toward the zombie. At the same time, he drew the screwdriver from his waist, using the weight of his falling body to thrust the screwdriver forcefully into the zombie's back. With one successful strike, the muscle zombie collapsed to the ground motionless. Su Jin showed no joy in his expression, kneeling on the zombie's back and spitting out a mouthful of blood. Then his body tilted, sliding to the side, and he started coughing. Blood splattered his face as Su Jin raised his hand to cover his face, feeling a more profound bitterness in his heart than physical pain. Infected individuals masquerading as zombies, rapidly evolving zombies, and a horde of undead that almost occupied the entire world. How could such a war ever achieve? Infected individuals masquerading as zombies, rapidly evolving zombies, and a horde of undead that almost occupied the entire world. How could such a war ever achieve victory? Firearms are still effective and very effective, but can humanity rebuild industry in the future? Any modern product relies on global collaboration for production. The endless zombies have interrupted all production chains. Even if there are existing armories to seize, what about the raw material? With industry hard to restore, humanity's evolution will also require hunting down creatures stronger than themselves. In a moment of chaotic thoughts that seemed to last an eternity, Su Jin picked up the silver gun and examined it before murmuring to himself. Company, I'm at least working for you. Give me some help. How can an internship be this difficult? Do not ask what the company has done for you, but rather what you have done for the company. Damn. Suddenly a line of large words flashed before him, and disregarding his pain, Su Jin stood up straight. At that moment, all distracting thoughts vanished from his mind, leaving only a spark of fierce determination surging to his heart. Searching around, Su Jin cursed loudly. Have you all been watching this whole time? Even when I'm taking a shit? The scene before him was empty, and Su Jin blinked, falling into a daze. Something wasn't right. Notifications from the company might disappear, but they never vanish in a flash. Moreover, the kind of questioning he just heard was something the company would never respond to. He often muttered about the company when he had nothing to do. Even in his most desperate moments, there was never any response from them. The key point is the tone of speech. The company has always been cold and detached, never in this style. Could it be that I lost too much blood just now and desperately wanted the company to help? And imagined it. A hallucination producing such content, that's too absurd. A wave of dizziness washed over him, and Su Jin covered his head, shaking it before beginning to take deep breaths. A hallucination? It might really be a hallucination. His physical condition was too poor. After this diversion, Su Jin completely cleared his mind, looking down at the corpse on the ground. He took a sharp knife from his briefcase and crouched down, beginning to slice into the back of the muscle zombie, skillfully cutting through tendons and prying open bones. The heart was exposed, and Su Jin reached in to scoop it out, pulling out 2 flesh orbs. As he examined the 2 orbs held between his fingers, he couldn't help but marvel. No wonder this muscle zombie was so strong. It could grow 2 flesh orbs from a single corpse. However, these 2 flesh orbs looked just like. Cutting through the connective tissue between the 2 orbs, Su Jin raised one and fell into deep thought. His current condition was poor, and using another orb would definitely bring about some extraordinary change. Most likely it would be beneficial and his strength would increase. But if a strange mutation occurred physically, then he might not even remain human. Moreover, there was a possibility of falling into a coma for an entire night. However, he couldn't afford to wait. Given his current state, it would be challenging to return to the neighborhood. Soon decision made. Su Jin pocketed one flesh orb, gripping the other as he walked toward the window. He pulled open the window, and the dying sun blazed like fire. Had so much time passed already? Su Jin looked down at the flesh orb in his palm, then clenched it tightly. The flesh orb burst apart, and searing energy surged into his body. Su Jin's eyes widened as he knelt on the ground, blood vessels rapidly filling his eyes with red. Every fiber of flesh felt as if ignited by flames. Su Jin tore at his clothes, which ripped apart, revealing a powerful torso. The second transformation was entirely different from the first. It was clear and intense, and his spirit was completely free from any haze. As he was astonished, Su Jin's back suddenly bulged. The blazing sun slanted across his bulging back muscles, casting a fierce shadow, resembling the face of some ferocious beast roaring among the muscles. Ugh! Su Jin let out a low growl, throwing a punch and striking the wall. The tiles shattered and slowly peeled away, leaving behind a deep fist imprint on the wall. On the 6th floor of the Talent residential area, the atmosphere inside was oppressive. Huohuo had returned and successfully brought back the needed supplies. However, the mainstay had not yet come back. Fu Qingdai anxiously glanced toward the door repeatedly. It was already late at night, yet Su Jin had not shown. Logically, this shouldn't be the case. Huohuo shot a glance at his daughter, slapped his thigh, and stood up, saying, "How about I go out and look for the director? Are you crazy?
Sunya coldly reprimanded, you have no brains at all. Just because Shaoli is missing you can't go on living. Going out now? It's pitch dark outside, what can you do other than be a meal for the zombies? Sit down. Do you think? The director might be dead. Chengdu mumbled, covering his face. No one in the room dared to respond. If he hadn't shown up by now, it felt like death was not far off. But no one wanted to admit such a reality. Ultimately, it was Sunya who spoke up, if he is dead, we must continue on the remaining path. The supplies have been brought back, let's not waste his effort. You all should get some rest, conserving energy is more important than anything right now. Old Sun is right. I still have some experiments to arrange with him. If you have nothing to do, you all should rest early. Wait, said Shaoli, you don't need to worry too much. He is not an ordinary person, he is different from us. He must have some special means to ensure he won't die easily out there. Perhaps when you wake up you'll see him the next day, as soon as you— Just as the words fell, there was a knock at the door. The pupils of everyone in the room brightened instantly, and Fu Qingdai even jumped up and ran to the door. Upon opening it and seeing the person in front of her, her eyes instantly welled up with tears as she lunged forward. Brother. Su Jin smiled slightly, gently stroking Fu Qingdai's hair, then looked at everyone. You're still awake? There were some unexpected twists, but everything is fine. Saying this, Su Jin raised his hand holding a plastic bag. On my way back I saw a cake shop that looked quite upscale, and they had vacuum-packed cakes inside, so I brought you some. Everyone's gaze shifted to the plastic bag, and Sun Ya's mouth curled into a smile, you little rascal. Still in the mood for cake? Hurry up and come in. Director, you even took the time to change your clothes. Chengdu looked at Su Jin in disbelief, scanning him from head to toe. He had changed into a pure white tracksuit along with white socks. You must have picked it up from some clothing store, you look quite energetic. Alright, let's eat something to relax first. On the 6th floor the candlelight was bright, and 8 people sat around the table. One person had a plate of cake in front of them, and each of them was enjoying it with cream filling their mouths, sweetness filling their hearts. No one spoke, only occasionally exchanging glances. Eating cake under the candlelight, a brief and rare sense of happiness rippled through this small space. Sunya was also happily eating, turning to look at Su Jin, who was smiling and observing everyone. Fu Qingdai had nearly finished the cake on her plate, and Su Jin casually pushed his untouched piece towards her. Brother, why aren't you eating? Fu Qingdai asked, her mouth smeared with cream as she looked up. I don't like eating hydrogenated vegetable oil. Cough, cough. I'm not full either. Chengdu lowered his head and sniffed. Sunya shot Chengdu a sidelong glance. You think you can get— There are noodles in the kitchen, go help yourself. Chengdu pouted and fell silent. Su Jin said, once everyone finishes eating, let's clean up. I found another meatball, and this time I plan to let Qingdai use it first. Upon hearing this, everyone immediately began to tidy up the plates. Soon the round meatball was placed in the center of the table. Su Jin looked at Fu Qingdai, his heart racing with tension. A client designated by the company, or rather she could very well be the savior. Although there was currently no visible sign of Fu Qingdai being special. But he believed that as long as she absorbed this meatball, her extraordinary nature would surely be revealed. Fu Qingdai pressed her lips tightly together, but her breathing was already quickening. She reached out to hold the meatball, and Su Jin swiftly pierced it. Fu, who had already prepared at the back, catching his daughter, who fainted as expected, and carried her to the bedroom. The rest of the people collectively let out a sigh of relief. Let's wait until tomorrow. Everyone should rest if they need to. I still have some matters to discuss with Old Sun and Old Wei. Su Jin waved his hand to dismiss them. Shortly after, the living room was tidied up, leaving only 3 people. Shaoli, you should have made some important discoveries. Sunya inquired. Well, were there any issues with the experimental equipment? Are you all clear on the situation before I got separated from Fu Hu and the others? Su Jin countered. The experiment has no problems, it can commence tomorrow. Just tell us your findings. All right. Su Jin nodded. After I separated from Fu Hu and the others, I made 2 strange discoveries. While on the road, I saw 4 dark shadows from a rooftop. At that moment, I thought it was an illusion due to the urgency of the situation. However, upon reflection, I believe that in my state at that time, such an illusion shouldn't have occurred. Were they survivors? Wei asked. If they were survivors, there would be nothing to discuss. Su Jin said those 4 were clearly standing on the edge of the rooftop right above a horde of corpses, and they vanished in the blink of an eye. It was impossible for them to have jumped. This is definitely not something an ordinary survivor could do, so I suspect they might be disguised infected individuals, and these 4 could even possess special abilities. Zombies would also attack disguised infected individuals. Without a bit of courage or backing, they wouldn't boldly stand. I think it's possible that disguised infected individuals have formed a group indicating a certain level of teamwork. But how high is that cooperation? This remains a question. Sunya frowned. Is there anything else? I also encountered a zombie that was consciously protecting its heart. The level of intelligence it exhibited was beyond my imagination. It evolved too quickly. Su Jin sighed as he spoke. We must accelerate our actions, immediately organize personnel into groups, and establish a convoy to firmly take root in the military district. Once we successfully establish a foothold in the military district, I believe we should promptly organize a squad with heavy. Then using sound to create a horde of zombies, we could annihilate a group of them, and at that time we might be able to form a superpowered army. We can gradually plan the subsequent matters later. Do either of you have any plans you would like to share? This time the bad news has come one after another, it's too difficult. Sunya sighed, but quickly adjusted his emotions and said, I don't think that way. I was thinking of first regrouping in the military district and then trying to modify the radio to broadcast. The electromagnetic environment is quite clean now. Signals are easy to receive. Underwater troops and troops inside shelters should still be safe, and we can act once we communicate with the professional troops. No way. Waita shook his head. Old son, your idea is simply not feasible. The military district in the suburbs doesn't have those conditions to achieve the desired broadcast range. We would need to set up towers again, and we lack experts in that area. If marine life can be infected, then the mutations happen the fastest, and the underwater troops must have already been completely wiped out. Stopping underwater, the massive energy from the propeller would definitely attract countless zombies, and pump jet propellers would be clogged by corpses. As for small ground troops, it's needless to mention lacking supplies, and having no experiments, we can't dare to touch the meatball. There's also a high probability of encountering animal zombies. I think the prospects are not great, rather the city is the safest. Right now I fully support Xiao Li's plan, we have no other path to take. Advanced evolution leads to backward evolution, achieving group evolution, and then restarting industry. Sonya let out a long sigh. Since we've already spoken so plainly, there's little more I can add. Yet the thought of us mere scattered stragglers being pressed into service as elite operatives truly unsettles me. I have no confidence in this at all. We have no choice. We must press forward however daunting it seems. Su Jin slammed his palm on the table. You two rest well tonight. At first light tomorrow we begin our experiments across the buildings. Within 3 days at most we'll have completed the full assessment, and finally forged a true team we can rely upon. Afterward the team will be in your hands. It'll head out to hunt zombies, and if fortune favors us, it'll secure a camouflaged infected. Their motives and behavioral patterns remain critically elusive. We must understand them far more deeply. Sonya and Waita nodded in unison. Then Sonya turned and said, Xiao Li, all equipment is ready. The experiments begin tomorrow. After all, the women will be joining our movements. Everyone's temperament and their attitudes toward you and the team is already clear. It's high time we revealed the full truth to them. Agreed. I'll inform everyone tomorrow. Su Jin nodded. The two elders rose and walked toward the sofa, glancing tenderly at Fu Qingdai, who slept soundly, eyes brimming with quiet hope. A prophet in the apocalypse. May she once again perform a miracle. At dawn the next day, sunlight flooded the sky. Su Jin stood on the balcony, eyes closed, arms outstretched to bathe in the golden warmth. His muscles pulsed with intense vitality. Even the fabric across his back stirred faintly. As he savored the exhilarating surge of newfound strength, Fu, whose startled cry rang out behind him. She's awake. Su Jin whirled around and knelt beside the sofa. Fu Qingdai stirred slowly, blinking awake, then flinched instinctively under the weight of so many watching eyes. Daughter, how do you feel? Have you awakened any special ability? Fuhu asked urgently. Fu Qingdai rubbed her tousled hair and blinked repeatedly. I don't quite know. That chi sensation you mentioned, I don't seem to feel it. Dad, bring me the bow. I want to try. Fuhu hurried off and returned with 3 bows. Fu Qingdai picked up the 50-pound bow and drew it effortlessly. Smiles blossomed across the onlookers' faces. 70 pounds, still drawn without strain. Their grins widened further. When she casually drew the 90-pound bow, Fu, who could no longer contain himself, excellent. Her strength has increased dramatically, and she's not even near her limit. Fu Qingdai's lips twitched involuntarily. At last, she was no longer a waste mist. Yet almost immediately her smile faltered and fell. Then what exactly had she been eating all those years? Pig feed. Su Jin's face stiffened. He stepped forward, voice tight with anxiety. Qingdai, besides strength, is there nothing else? Enhanced strength was the standard effect following consumption of the flesh sphere, only varying in degree. But raw strength alone offered little advantage, a unique ability. That was the true key. No, I feel nothing else. Fu Qingdai whispered softly. Meeting a circle of disappointed gazes, a dawning realization settled over her. Even strangers, and her own parents, had pinned their hopes upon her, waiting for her to manifest something extraordinary. Yet now, she appeared utterly ordinary. Even the weakest among all who had consumed the flesh sphere. The fleeting joy of newfound power vanished completely. Fu Qingdai's face paled. She turned slowly towards Su Jin. Brother, am I useless? No, not at all. Su Jin drew her gently into an embrace, his voice low and soothing, though bitterness lingered unmistakably at the corners of his mouth. Perhaps your ability simply requires time to awaken to be discovered. Right now your strength already surpasses that of ordinary people by a vast margin. Remember this, what you can do matters less than the fact that you are here. Crushed by despair, Fu Qingdai was about to nod, when suddenly her gaze locked onto Chengdu, sharp and fierce. Her stare was razor-edged. Chengdu shuddered violently, clutching his chest. Qingdai, are you all right? Slowly her expression softened, replaced by a flicker of bewildered uncertainty. Just now she'd sensed a chilling, icy aura emanating from Chengdu, but the moment she looked directly at him, it vanished. Su Jin released her and asked, Nothing. I'd like some time alone. The others quietly dispersed, hearts heavy with disappointment. An hour later, breakfast concluded. Su Jin's gaze swept deliberately across each person before he rose. Everyone's finished eating. There's something vital I must formally address with all of you. This concerns our female companions primarily, though the rest of you are already informed. I know you've surely wondered privately, why did I, along with old Fu and the others, spend an entire day outside, only to return with a cage full of rats. In truth, this matter bears profound consequences. Su Jin proceeded to recount everything about the camouflaged infected. The women's expressions cycled through shock, disbelief, and dread, until finally settling into grim resolve. That is the situation. Elder Sun and Elder Wei have devised a solution. Once we endure this final trial, we shall forge a unified team and establish a new home. I tell you this because you are worthy of trust, and because your safety demands it. You are required to uphold absolute secrecy. Should this information leak, it would severely undermine our efforts to organize and consolidate the team. Su Jin struck the table with a fist, eyes fixed firmly on the three women. Have you all understood? Zhang Wan nodded solemnly. Director, rest assured. I'll ensure their silence. If anything slips, hold me accountable. Su Jin nodded in approval. Since the apocalypse erupted, Zhang Wan had grown increasingly reserved. Yet she remained the undisputed steward of every household chore and resource allocation within the residence. Fu Qingdai was of course her daughter, while Lu Dajialong, overlooked and unassuming, had long since fallen wholly under her quiet authority. Excellent. Rest briefly. We move out shortly. Beginning with Building 1, Su Jin led the group to apartment 201. According to Zhang Wan's notebook, when the door opened, a bare-chested man peered out elated. Seeing Su Jin and the others, he exclaimed eagerly, "Is it finally time to leave? Has the government sent aid?" Su Jin raised a hand, pressing the man firmly back inside. "Step back. Into the bathroom now." Trembling, the man stumbled backward and collapsed against the sink. Zhang Wan and the others swiftly moved in, clearing potential hiding spots for rats, especially shadowed or hard-to-observe corners, and sealed the toilet drain. What exactly are you doing?" the man stammered nervously. Su Jin smiled faintly. "You were partly right. The state is coming to rescue you. But per official directive, you must remain confined in this space for 24 hours for observation. First, to preserve order and stability within our nascent team, to assess both your obedience to command and your psychological resilience. Second, to observe one additional day. Infection carries a latency period after all. Until we return tomorrow, you are confined solely to this bathroom. No exceptions. Use plastic bags for sanitation. The drain is sealed to prevent entry by infected small animals or toxic gases. Such incidents have already occurred elsewhere in the compound. You must not reopen it. During confinement, avoid contact with any snakes, insects, or rodents, not even to strike them. Doing so risks infection or secondary disease transmission. We'll seal the door with official tape and leave you water and rations for 1 day. Heed this: should the seal be broken, the organization will deem you to have voluntarily forfeited your rescue opportunity. Thank you. Thank you, country. I will definitely obey the orders." The man repeatedly expressed his gratitude as he accepted the water and food handed to him by Su Jin. Zhang Wan, taking advantage of the man's distraction, placed the small mouse hidden in her sleeve in the corner of the toilet. Having taken the door key of room 201, several individuals left the room and locked the outer door. Su Jin handed the key to Zhang Wan with a smile and said, "This isn't that difficult, right? We'll continue to do this. Make sure not to mix up the keys. The rest can be handled by Chengdu and Fu, who while I go outside to hunt zombies, trying to find meatballs to enhance your abilities. Do you have confidence, big sister?" Zhang Wan smiled and said, "Don't worry, director, it will be fine." As dusk fell, Zhang Wan and the others walked out of the building. Going back and forth to gather supplies is too time-consuming, and there are still 2 buildings left to deal with. However, if we rest for a bit and then work overtime tonight, we should be fine. Just as they were heading home, Su Jin appeared with a huge backpack. He looked equally exhausted, his white clothes already stained with blood and covered in dirt. Unexpectedly bumping into them, Su Jin took off his outer coat and the plastic gloves on his hands, tossing them aside. "You're just in time. I found some good stuff today." Saying this, Su Jin opened the briefcase hanging in front of him and pulled out several handguns, giving one to each person. Holding the handgun, Chengdu was stunned and asked, "Director, where did you get these guns?" Su Jin smiled, mischievously pointing a thumb over his shoulder. "I made a score at the station, 1 gun per person for self-defense. I have quite a bit of equipment in my backpack, so we won't be short on firepower for a while. We'll deal with the rest later." Reuniting on the 6th floor, Su Jin changed into a fresh outfit and sat down at the dining table. Zhang Wan was reporting the situation one by one, while Sister Lu occasionally added comments. The 2 elders listened quietly. Fuhu and Chengdu were distracted constantly, trying to circulate the power within their bodies. The 2 had essentially accepted their roles as muscle, not participating in any intellectual activities. The only one looking sluggish and in poor condition was Fu Qingdai. At this pace, we should be able to arrange all the residents by tomorrow morning. However, considering the limited number of mice, we need to extract the unaffected mice and continue distributing them for the next. Zhang Wan finished speaking, and Sunya chimed in. The toilet is a confined space where mice can hardly hide. Based on our previous assumptions, the bloodthirsty characteristics of the disguised infectors are quite strong, and they wouldn't be able to resist attacking in such a private and enclosed space for an entire night. This means we can select some individuals tomorrow. The total number of test subjects is 238, and those selected will be arranged at the Community Activity Center, which has ample space. We'll centrally coordinate resources arranged for collective living and dining. After a simple calming training, we'll send a group to the street to find vehicles. We aim to gather enough vehicles and fuel in the shortest time possible. Su Jin clapped his hands. "Thank you, old son. He'll accompany you to screen and examine tomorrow. Once this matter is settled, they'll go score some more guns." We'll distribute guns only to those we deem reliable. If there's nothing else to add, everyone can rest. With no objections, the crowd dispersed to rest. Only Fu Qingdai hesitated to stay in her seat, lowering her head in silence. Su Jin asked, "What's wrong, Qingdai? What should I do? Am I just supposed to watch and accompany you all everywhere?" At this point, Fu Qingdai looked up and pleaded, "Brother, find me something to do." Su Jin sighed lightly, putting his arm around Fu Qingdai's shoulder, gently comforting her. "Qingdai, it's just that you don't have any special abilities. Don't put too much pressure on yourself. Having responsibility and intelligence is far better than anything else. There are very important tasks ahead that will be entrusted to you, and only you can handle them." "What task?" Fu Qingdai's eyes sparkled. Su Jin said seriously, "You have predicted the future, and since the community consists of familiar faces, many people will certainly recognize you. Once the team is formed, you can take a shower and change into new clothes. From now on, you will be the savior, the hope that everyone clings to. Isn't that just being a puppet? There's no substance to it." Fu Qingdai said, feeling wronged. "That's wrong. Whatever you do has to have faith. A country needs a flag, and a company needs a trademark. You are the faith of the people. How can you say you are a puppet?" Su Jin continuously reassured her, "Without you, it would be like going to war without a target, and life would lose its direction. Nothing is more important than that. I feel like I'm just a vase." Fu Qingdai said in a muffled voice. Just as she finished speaking, Fu Qingdai suddenly turned her head, her gaze shooting toward the corner. Half a head quickly retracted in the corner. "Isn't that Chengdu?" Su Jin glanced curiously and turned back to ask what. Fu Qingdai furrowed her brows, feeling puzzled. "Brother, I have a strange feeling. Do you think I might have superpowers, just different from yours?" "Feeling? What superpowers?" Su Jin immediately tensed. "Whenever Chunga looks at me, I always feel a chill, as if something is off. But I can't pinpoint what the problem is." "Ah." Su Jin was greatly disappointed and whispered to Fu Qingdai, "To be honest, I sometimes feel a chill when he looks at me. This guy has some issues, I always feel something is not right with him, and it's been like this for quite a while. This morning, he threw a pair of socks at my bedside, acting as if he were sick. Your dad thinks he has problems too, but he definitely doesn't have any serious issues, otherwise I would have been done for long ago." "Oh." Fu Qingdai pouted, counting on her fingers. She thought she might have superpowers, but it turned out Chengdu was the abnormal one, and everyone could see that. The next day, everyone went out again together, starting from room 201 in Building 1. Upon entering 201, the seal on the toilet was intact. As the door opened, a man was sitting obediently in the corner. Upon seeing someone arrive, he immediately stood up excitedly, exclaiming, "You finally came. There's been a mouse problem here right in that corner. I haven't slept all night fearing it would get to me. There shouldn't be any issues, right? We won't know until we check. Extend your hand." Su Jin took a portable ultraviolet light and examined the man's hands, feet, and mouth. There was no glowing phenomenon. He waved his hand and said, "All right, you're qualified. Take your bedding to the Community Activity Center and wait for arrangements. Here's your hand tag." After saying this, Su Jin handed over a tag with the number 001 written on it. The man happily hugged his personal belongings, looking back 3 times as he walked out. After checking the first household and collecting the mice, they continued with the same method. The second, third, and fourth households. Everything was normal until the 25th household. Thank you. You finally came to save me." A man with an excited face continuously thanked Su Jin and the others. Su Jin raised the ultraviolet light and shone it on the man's mouth, momentarily stunned. The light around the man's mouth had turned into a blurred mass, clearly indicating that he had eaten a mouse. Su Jin's mouth twitched as he began to look him up and down. In the blink of an eye, Su Jin shattered the man's 4 limbs and stuffed a light bulb into his mouth. Sun Lao and Wei Lao, observing closely, exchanged a glance. Complex emotions flickering in their eyes, elation mingled with deep concern. They rejoiced that the previously devised protocol had proven effective, and that they had captured a live disguised infected, offering invaluable opportunity for advanced study. Yet their worry ran deep. The creature showed no outward anomaly whatsoever. Any oversight during mass screening could prove catastrophic. Gazing down at the man sprawled on the floor, Su Jin declared, "Lao Fu, take the others and continue the sweep. If another disguised infected is found, execute them on the spot. If there are other people inside a residence, kill them all immediately. Anyone sharing a room with a disguised infected shall be treated as infected without exception. Chengdu, stay behind. You'll accompany me to safeguard Sun Lao and Wei Lao while we personally interrogate this infected." "Understood." After a swift handover of duties, Su Jin dragged 4 chairs into a semicircle before the man. Tears trembled in the man's eyes as he muffled, desperate pleas escaped his throat. A dull, sickening crack echoed. The sole of Su Jin's boot struck upward, shattering the light bulb beneath the man's skin. Cough. Shards of glass lacerated his mouth. Writhing in agony, he rolled across the floor, spitting blood. "I ask, then you answer. One wrong word and you die." Su Jin spoke impassively, words stripped bare of ornament. The 2 elders and Chengdu flinched as one, their bodies stiff with dread. "Why? Ugh, what did I do?" The man wailed, glass fragments spilling from his lips. A gunshot rang out. His right ankle exploded. Bone splinters flew as his foot tore free, skidding across the floor in a thick, gory arc. Fortunately, the wound lay just below the tightly knotted rope binding his ankle. Bleeding remained surprisingly contained. "I haven't even begun questioning you. Do not interrupt." Su Jin's voice dropped low, icy, and unyielding. Chengdu and the 2 elders swallowed hard in unison.
Raising a single finger, he intoned first question, why do you eat people? Oh, perhaps you haven't yet. Then let me rephrase, why do you wish to kill? I've never eaten anyone. Nor have I ever. The man sobbed uncontrollably. Humph, still defiant. Su Jin turned to Chengdu and pointed sharply at the man. Strip him. Then castrate him. 8 precise cuts. Chengdu faltered for a heartbeat. But meeting Su Jin's chilling gaze, utterly devoid of jest, he clenched his jaw and stepped forward, wrenching the man's trousers down. At that very moment, Su Jin let a short blade clatter onto the floor. Cut. Trembling Chengdu picked it up, stared blankly ahead, and poked hesitantly at the exposed flesh twice. He glanced back at Su Jin, forcing a strained smile. Director, this length makes 8 pieces impossible. 3 at most, maybe 2. Perhaps we should reconsider. Then slice vertically first, then horizontally. Fail to understand, and I'll mince him into meat paste. What exactly do you intend to do to me? The man thrashed violently, screaming curses. Sunya fixed his gaze upon the man's pupils, then murmured quietly, to wade to pupillary constriction is abnormal. He exhibits genuine fear. Not feigned. Yet such a pronounced reaction only surfaced now, suggests his capacity for fear remained shallow. A faint, inscrutable smile curled Su Jin's lips. How fortunate. So you only feel fear now? Would a normal person devour a live rat? We know everything. You needn't pretend further. Answer truthfully, and death will be swift. Speak plainly, why do you crave murder, and why consume living flesh? At those words, the man's convulsing body froze mid-spasm. His eyes burned with feral malice as he glared at Su Jin. Do you require justification every time you're hungry? Do you need reasons to eat? Do you still consider yourself human? Wada interjected. Human. The man's gaze darted sideways, his face twisting grotesquely. Would I stoop to being such a base creature? When did these thoughts first arise, and why? Wada pressed. How should I know? In your hands, do with me as you will. Kill me, torture me. As he began biting through his own tongue, half severed and dangling from his mouth, Su Jin raised his pistol and fired. The man's testicles burst. Yolk-like fluid splattered across Chengdu's face. TCH. Ugh, warn me before shooting. You blasted it all over my face. Wiping the viscous pale yellow substance from his cheeks, Chengdu recoiled in shock and fury. My apologies, Su Jin offered, turning to the elders. It appears he can no longer speak. Do you believe further study holds value? After a hushed exchange, Sunya and Wada shook their heads in unison, faces grim. Ferociously aggressive, survival-driven, diminished fear response, overwhelming urge to kill, yet cognitively warped beyond scientific explanation. They are walking zombies retaining full human intellect. There is nothing left to ask. I'll take my leave now. Wada covered his mouth and rose. Sunya stood immediately beside him and lightly patted Su Jin's shoulder. Shally, I know your hatred for these monsters runs deep, but your mental well-being matters just as much. Su Jin met Sunya's gaze with quiet reassurance. Chengdu, escort the elders out. I'll conduct further examination. The 3 departed, pausing before the sealed security door, ears straining inward. Foolish dog. You think biting your tongue ensures death. No need to rush. Now it's just you and me. I'll personally instruct you how to die. Ugh. Ow. From within came a shriek, so harrowing it froze their blood and prickled their scalps. Exchanging uneasy glances, Wada rasped, I never imagined Xiao Li was this ruthless. Could he one day turn that fury upon us? No. He has more than enough zombies roaming the streets to slaughter. Though, we truly must monitor his psychological state. Still, doesn't director inspire tremendous confidence? Chengdu stroked his chin, sighing appreciatively. The 2 elders locked eyes. Sunya spat contemptuously onto the floor, glaring at Chengdu. Huh, you're unhinged too. This morning you stole Xiao Li's socks. Do you lack socks to wear? Hey, did you see that? I was delivering them. Don't misunderstand. That night, the 8-member team reconvened at base camp. Zhang Wan held her notebook ready to report. Today we screened 176 individuals. Aside from the latent infected discovered by Director Su, we identified 2 additional cases, both executed on site. The remaining 173 have been relocated to the Community Activity Center. All untested individuals will be screened by tomorrow's end. As for what follows, Su Jin continued, our foremost priority is organizing personnel into supervised units. Mutual accountability is essential. We will mobilize transport convoys as swiftly as possible. And Qing Dai, your most critical assignment begins immediately. You will rally and inspire every survivor. Mobilization. Fu Qingdai instantly panicked. Brother, I don't know how. Then what can you do? Chengdu interjected with a raised brow. I. Fu Qingdai faltered, flustered and tongue-tied before finally stammering. I can collect class fees. Chengdu, do you have any sense of propriety? My daughter is still a child. Fu Hu roared in fury. Su Jin's smile faded. Qingdai, listen carefully. Tomorrow you need do nothing else. All you must do is bathe thoroughly, don a fresh set of clothes, and stand before the crowd, gazing down upon them all. Do not shrink back, show no expression whatsoever. Everything else rests with me. Afterward you will have further tasks, but none will be difficult. I shall teach you myself step by step. Fu Qingdai nodded slowly. Su Jin continued, ladies and gentlemen, our efforts have now reached a critical juncture. This moment may well determine our collective fate. Treat it with utmost gravity. Carry out every assignment I issue to completion, and report immediately any anomalies you observe. Fu Hu and Chengdu, you 2 begin practicing your abilities. Elder sister, please escort Qingdai and sister Lu back to organize the archives. With that command, the group responded in unison and dispersed to their respective rooms. Sunya and Wei watched Su Jin in silence, eyes half-flitted awaiting his words. After a brief pause, Su Jin asked, "Gentlemen, having observed the process more closely than I did, this screening reveal any oversights?" "None," Sunya shook his head. "Yet Wei Lao and I have compiled a list of persons of interest. We will monitor them closely. Additionally, we discovered a stethoscope inside a resident's home. I intend to interview each person individually, to probe them, verbally assess their cardiac rhythm via the stethoscope, and observe pupillary responses, thereby drawing far more precise conclusions." Wei lifted his gaze towards Su Jin, whose expression held a quiet disappointment. "Shally, reaching this point is already an extraordinary feat. We will strive relentlessly to refine our inspection accuracy and eliminate latent risks. The matter stands as it does. Do not burden yourself unduly. Proceed boldly and decisively." "Understood. Thank you both. I wish you a restful evening." The following day brought another grueling half-day of labor, until every individual had been fully screened. No additional disguised infected were detected. All remaining residents who had survived in isolation within the residential complex were now gathered at the Community Activity Center, exactly 235 souls. Talent Community had originally been built as an elite enclave for society's most accomplished professionals. Its activity center, too, was once exceptionally well appointed, though exceptional here refers strictly to standards of that era. By today's measure, the space now appears markedly dated and obsolete. Yet one virtue remains indisputable: its sheer scale. All tables and chairs were cleared away, replaced by floor mats, easily accommodating the entire 200-strong assembly with ample room to spare. Perhaps the thick glacial layer at the heart of the Hanxiong impact zone had yet to thaw completely. Though temperatures had risen, sudden cold fronts still swept through the air without warning. The volatile interplay of heat and chill left many fearing colds and dreading misidentification as symptomatic. Some clung stubbornly to heavy winter coats and down jackets. Others wore only light, airy garments. Within the activity center, bodies pressed shoulder to shoulder, a riot of clashing colors and chaotic patterns. No one dared raise their voice, but hushed murmurs flowed ceaselessly like subterranean currents. Having endured prolonged isolation within cramped apartments cut off from all external contact. Even setting aside the apocalyptic horror of widespread zombification, the sheer deprivation, no water, no electricity, no foreseeable future, and above all crushing solitude, had long since eroded mental resilience. Now beneath the shadow of annihilation, these ordinary people, rescued by military forces and reunited with familiar faces, finally tasted something rare and precious: the simple, unburdened act of breathing and the long-forgotten warmth of safety. By 3:30 in the afternoon, a distinct zone stood empty in the northernmost corner of the hall, adjacent to the wall, unoccupied by bedding. Instead, an unusual low platform had been erected there. When Su Jin entered the activity center flanked by his team, absolute silence descended upon the room. Huohuo and Chengdu immediately stationed themselves at the entrance, locking the doors behind them. Every eye fixed upon Su Jin. Most present had encountered him before, though few knew his true identity. Yet even brief observation had sufficed for nearly all to grasp one undeniable truth. This man was the undisputed leader of the rescue operation. Ignoring the sea of gazes, Su Jin strode directly northward and mounted the platform. All eyes followed in unison. Su Jin cast a slow, sweeping glance downward, then tapped the loudspeaker twice. Testing, testing, testing. The amplified echo reverberated through the cavernous hall. He lifted his gaze once more. Ordinarily, he delivered speeches often, briefings to project teams or reports to superiors, but never before had he convened a gathering of this magnitude. Still, it posed no real difficulty. Focus on emotional resonance, not technical detail. Employ the classic rhetorical arc. First lower expectations, then lift spirits. After a moment's quiet preparation, Su Jin raised the loudspeaker and spoke, voice steady and resonant. "Good afternoon, everyone. Most of you, perhaps 8 or 9 in 10, have already seen me. Yet my identity remains unknown to you. Let me introduce myself. I am Li Haoqing, Director of the National Critical Risk Intervention Executive Bureau, commonly abbreviated as the NCRIEB." A ripple of confusion passed across the crowd. Glances exchanged, murmured questions rising like mist. Su Jin cleared his throat and continued. "I understand this bureau means little to you. It operates under strict confidentiality, reporting solely to the highest echelons, and has never appeared publicly. Its missions remain classified, disclosed to no civilian audience. Hence, only a select few possess even passing familiarity." Su Jin stepped aside and gestured towards Sunya and Wei standing nearby. "These two venerable elders, Master Sun and Master Wei, are undoubtedly known to many among you. Both served briefly as technical consultants to the NCRIEB and stand ready to attest to its legitimacy." "Yes, we did serve the NCRIEB in advisory capacity. There is no reason to doubt this claim." Sunya stepped forward, delivered his statement, and retreated. The restless murmur subsided. Indeed, many recognized the two elders, and though not every resident knew their full stature, their reputation for wisdom and integrity was unquestioned throughout the community. Su Jin drew a deep, measured breath. "Before I elaborate further on our bureau's mandate, there is something I must confess, openly and unequivocally. You have presumed us to be a national rescue force, yet earlier you all received text declaring the nation's own dissolution. This contradiction cannot be ignored. Let me state it plainly, the nation has fallen. The catastrophe struck with terrifying swiftness, inflicting indiscriminate devastation upon every sovereign state. The institutions you trusted, the pillars of national authority, have collapsed entirely. A collective gasp froze in 200 throats. Stunned disbelief radiated from every face, turned towards Su Jin, many already clutching their chests, grief rising like a tide. Having witnessed the shattering of country and home, they had then glimpsed salvation, arriving under the banner of the very state they mourned. Night after night, hope and bewilderment warred within them, until now. The figure who arrived cloaked in the nation's name declares that hope itself was an illusion. But this matter is not as simple as it seems. We are not just waiting here for death. What we are organizing is not a hasty rescue, but a well-planned assembly of all of you here. This is an entirely new world war, and we still have a great chance to win. That's enough. A young man overwhelmed stood up in tears and shouted, "Liar. You are all liars. It's over, all is lost. Without a country, what can we do? The whole world is filled with monsters. Hey, tell me, how can we win? Listen to me finish my words." Su Jin tapped the horn. "What is there to say? I don't want to hear it. What more do you have to say?" Su Jin immediately straightened his face, looked at Huohuo and pointed at the young man, angrily saying, "Go give him 2 slaps." Huohuo strode towards the crowd. The people around wanted to rise to stop him, but seeing his fierce demeanor, no one dared to step forward. Huohuo glared at the young man and slapped him twice across the face, cursing loudly. "If you don't want to win, then get lost." The young man was slapped, his eyes filled with stars, and he was thrown to the ground by Huohuo. The violence silenced the entire crowd. Su Jin said coldly, "What I am about to say concerns everyone present, including myself, and even the future fate of all humanity. This is no exaggeration. If we truly had no hope, I would not go to such trouble to rescue you all." He continued, returning to the main point, "The country has fallen, but not completely. This goes back to the national administration I serve, which was established specifically to address scientifically unexplainable issues and risks. We have been established for over 30 years, continuously searching for relics around the world and deciphering mysteries. Through years of accumulation, we have unearthed a critically important ancient civilization, the Mayan civilization. The ancient Mayan civilization was incredibly advanced, with astronomical calendars thousands of years ago that rival our current development levels. Most importantly, the Mayan civilization's fall mirrored the process we are experiencing now." The crowd widened their eyes, a sense of suffocation washing over them. The Mayan civilization, an ancient civilization, also faced such disasters. If this were said in peaceful times, others would only scoff and regard the speaker as a liar. But after experiencing the mysterious disasters that destroyed our country and the transformation of the living into monsters, the Mayan civilization does not sound unreasonable. You must be wondering, the Mayan civilization has already been destroyed. What does that have to do with our survival? Su Jin's expression was serious, his tone rising. Although the Mayans perished, the world did not fall into the hands of those zombies, and we certainly cannot be their descendants. This clearly indicates that the Mayans brought hope to future generations and won that war, although we have yet to clarify why the Mayan civilization fell afterward. Moreover, we have excavated devices left by the Mayans in the ruins and have decrypted their contents. Su Jin raised his hand, constantly showcasing the device. This device is small, but from our perspective it is closer to a supercomputer. According to the National Administration's research, its technological route is completely different from ours. Based on the excavation site, we call it the Huohuo technology. This device contains an important recording left by the Mayans before their demise. Now that the country no longer exists, I would like to formally present it to everyone. Oh, please listen carefully. Those who have been living with Su Jin every day have already been dumbfounded, especially Sunya and Weida, who were whispering to each other. Is Maya his country, or is it the name of a planet? That's Huohuo. I don't know, I can't figure out which of his words are true, but he must be an alien for sure. Su Jin fiddled with his phone, feeling anxious. Much of the fabricated content seemed useless, but adding complex, obscure details could serve a significant purpose in the current unstable atmosphere. More importantly, everything was laying the groundwork for Fu Qingdai's prophecy of the Savior's identity, enhancing its authenticity. But why is it so difficult to find a suitable voice to play right now? The music isn't suitable, and videos with background music aren't suitable either. A random speaking video will do. Oh, after all, no one in this world can understand what comes out of the phone. But he had forgotten that in the initial deletion, he also removed the proper movies from his phone. Furrowing his brow, Su Jin suddenly had a flash of inspiration. Douyin cache. There are video caches in Douyin. Opening Douyin and fiddling for a bit, he instantly locked onto a suitable video. Over 200 people held their breath, blinking in anticipation of Su Jin revealing the ancient mysterious data. Under everyone's expectant gaze, Su Jin lifted his phone towards the horn. Please listen carefully to this audio. It is an important message left by the Mayans before their death. The language may be incomprehensible, but the emotions are universal. I will provide a detailed interpretation afterward. After a moment, a strange language recording echoed in the ears of the crowd. Hey brothers, there's nothing you can't imagine that I old 8 can't do. Although not at the same time, but in the same withdrawal. I challenge eating poop again. Aoli, give it a go. I After the recording ended, Su Jin observed the crowd's reactions. His face flushed as he gritted his teeth and slowly closed his eyes. The entire crowd felt a surge of empathy, collectively wiping tears. Although they could not understand the content of the recording, nearly everyone felt a deep resonance. The emotions conveyed in the recording perfectly restored the scene at that time. The owner of this recording must have been prepared to fight to the death against the zombies, and after leaving his last words, he was still rallying himself with shouts. However, it was evident that the desperate struggle had failed. Oh, perhaps his throat had been bitten through. It was too tragic. Su Jin put down his phone, cleared his throat, and said, "The recording has finished. I believe everyone has felt the emotions. But your understanding is still insufficient. This was a sacrifice made by the Mayan warriors to protect a critically important figure within the Mayan tribe. Based on numerous other Mayan records we have referenced, it has been determined that the protected individual is none other than the prophesied child and savior of the Mayan tribe, the core figure who will end this disaster. Our national administration had already formulated a doomsday plan based on this information a decade ago, but due to rapid scientific advancements in recent years, the country did not take it seriously. However, this does not mean that our national administration has been idle in the past decade. We have made extensive preparations for the plan and are now just waiting to activate it. The apocalypse has arrived, and the prophesied child and savior mentioned by the Mayans has already appeared in our world. Many of you present should have seen or even know her." At these words, everyone in the chamber instantly exchanged glances. Some wore puzzled expressions, others sudden enlightenment, a few even cried out in excitement. "I know her. Isn't she the daughter of the Fu family? She had been warning everyone the apocalypse was coming, until they committed her to a psychiatric hospital. I've heard that too. I spoke with her myself." A clamor erupted throughout the hall. Seeing his initial effect take hold, Su Jin felt a measure of calm settle within him. He tapped his phone twice, then raised the megaphone. "Please be quiet. Please be quiet." Repeated firmly several times, the command restored silence. Many faces once haggard and despondent now shimmered with renewed vitality. Su Jin smiled faintly, preparing to address the crowd, but a crisp ringtone chimed from his hand. In an instant, over 100 pairs of eyes locked onto the device. Calm and composed, Su Jin answered the call. His voice, amplified through the megaphone, resonated clearly in every ear. Identity verification required. Designation 9527, Ali Houching. Director Lee, this is the Emergency Command Center. The Doomsday Contingency Protocol Dawn Zero has been activated. Assemble your unit within 3 days, fully armed and equipped, and proceed immediately to the first military base in the northern suburbs for consolidation. Local division forces have already initiated clearance operations. Upon completion, they will rendezvous with your unit. Acknowledge and repeat. Over. Su Jin lifted his gaze across the assembly, then brought the phone close to the megaphone. Please inform the command center personnel have been preliminarily organized on site, but conditions are dire. Civilian physical readiness is low, equipment is scarce, and reaching the northern base within 3 days is unfeasible. We will maintain continuous updates to the center. Over. A pause lingered on the line before the reply came. Once this pre-recorded call, orchestrated in advance by Chengdu, ended, audible gulps echoed through the crowd and bodies trembled faintly. A working phone. And the military has already launched large-scale suppression operations. There truly is a national doomsday contingency, and it's already in motion. Su Jin raised the phone and spoke with unruffled composure. You've all just heard the transmission. I won't waste time reiterating its significance. As for why my phone remains functional, it's simple. The Maya communication device operates not via cellular infrastructure, but through direct point-to-point transmission. The state possesses one other such unit. Now to the crux. Many of you have already deduced who the savior foretold in the Maya legacy is, so I'll dispense with further suspense. That person stands among us, in this very residential compound. Su Jin extended a finger toward the main entrance. Huohuo and Chengdu exchanged a glance, then swung the doors wide open. Fu Qingdai stepped in, gracefully clad in a flowing white gown, her face delicately made up. Amidst a crowd long deprived of bathing or grooming, Fu Qingdai's ethereal beauty radiated like moonlight, her skirt fluttering softly, a subtle fragrance trailing behind her, as if a celestial being had descended into their midst. Over 200 pairs of eyes fixed upon her, tears brimming. The savior, she's real. And her bearing, Fu Qingdai's gaze met Su Jin's. She acknowledged no one else. As she walked steadily toward the dais, Su Jin offered a gentle smile and extended his hand. Fu Qingdai's pulse quickened inexplicably. Then, with a soft, knowing smile, she took his hand and ascended the platform. TCH, holding a wedding ceremony now. Chengdu muttered under his breath. Can't you keep your mouth shut? Someone might hear. Fu Hu hissed low, scowling. What do you have some grudge against my daughter? One more word, and I'll strangle you. Oh, me? Dare? Never. On the dais, Su Jin and Fu Qingdai stood side by side. Su Jin turned to the crowd. Let me introduce her, Fu Qingdai. Confirmed by the National Directorate of Affairs as the prophesied savior, her extraordinary aptitude manifested even before the cataclysm. Our nation, and I personally, believe she will guide us and our country through this calamity. Moreover, I can state unequivocally, she has already glimpsed the future once more beyond the onset of the apocalypse. Under the weight of so many fervent gazes, Fu Qingdai's throat tightened, yet she summoned her courage and parted her lips. I have seen the future. This disaster will pass.
Our nation will be reborn, but only through our collective resolve and effort. Clap, 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 clap. Su Jin led the applause. The core team from the 6th floor joined in unison, and with that spark, thunderous clapping surged across the entire hall. Some especially emotional souls burst into unrestrained cheers. The community center had become a sea of applause. Su Jin's face flushed crimson. He dropped the megaphone outright. He raised his voice urgent and commanding. I know you're elated, but if only Qingdai's prophecy were our proof, it would still lack true conviction. Miracles surrounding her have already begun to manifest. Under her guidance, we've already attained abilities beyond mortal comprehension. This is a crisis. But every peril carries opportunity. Next, we shall demonstrate the profound transformations the Savior has bestowed upon us. Chengdu. At Su Jin's call, Chengdu sprinted onto the stage, arms outstretched, and unleashed his ability. Blazing fire erupted along his limbs, dazzling the entire hall with overwhelming visual force. Gasps tore through the crowd. Then another wave of exhilaration crashed over them. In that moment, fear had nearly vanished from every heart. The path of evolution has begun. Su Jin's voice soared intense and electrifying. Each of you may soon awaken such extraordinary powers, under Qingdai's guidance. We are no longer ordinary mortals. And with the firepower of the military behind us, our odds of victory surged dramatically. Every one of you will survive and become architects of a new world. Now tell me, do you have the confidence to win this war? Yes, yes, yes. Arms rose high in unison, voices roaring. Can you protect Qingdai? Yes, yes, yes. Can we? Will we win this war? Su Jin roared, incandescent with passion. Win, win, win. The rally had reached its zenith. The community center trembled beneath the tidal wave of cheers. Su Jin stepped back 2 paces, gazing at Fu Qingdai's silhouette, while his peripheral vision swept the crowd below. Fu Hu and the others remained unmoved by the collective euphoria, yet tears glistened in each of their eyes, fixed intently upon him. At last, Su Jin's own tears spilled silently down his cheeks. It wasn't merely successful mobilization, it was shared catharsis. He had suppressed his grief for too long, witnessed too many deaths. This world, rotting fetid, had long curdled his soul with revulsion. Yet this rare, fragile hope pierced the darkness like a single sunbeam. Even if born of artifice, even if survival remained improbable, still he would rather perish bathed in hope than be crushed again by despair. Even as a moth drawn to flame, he embraced the burn willingly. As the cheers gradually subsided, Su Jin guided Fu Qingdai down from the dais and wiped the lingering tears from his face. He addressed the assembly, voice grave and resolute. From this moment onward, we reorganize. You will conduct yourselves as professional soldiers. Report your skills and expertise. We will reassign roles and tasks accordingly. Anyone violating orders will be expelled from the group without exception. We urge your full cooperation as we expedite vehicle assembly and depart for the military district. A jade-like delicate hand released the corpse's withered neck. With a thud, the body fell to the ground. Jiang Yu looked down at her bloodstained collar. A voice of disdain escaped her lips as she tore away the bloodstained part, revealing a beautiful spring scene. Oh. When will you change your obsessive cleanliness? A mocking voice came from the side. You didn't mind getting dirty when rolling around in blood with a man. Jiang Yu turned to see a little girl leaning against the shop door, squinting her eyes, and saying, Ding Ling, are you done? What do you want with me? Of course. Ding Ling casually responded, while walking toward Jiang Yu with a smile on her face. I want to discuss something with you. What is it? The people we've been looking for lately are all just ordinary folks. It's not interesting. That man who drove by on the street the other day, he's the alien the nurse mentioned, and there's also that girl who can predict the future. I can't forget about them, so I want to discuss it with you and see if we can check them out together. You want to go with me, eh? Jiang Yu laughed lightly. Then what about Liang Shui and Gao Tianfang? We're a team. Huh. Everyone coming together is just a coincidence. When has it ever counted as a team? If we find something good, you won't hesitate to take it, will you? Ding Ling moved closer. Though she had the stature of a child, her presence was overwhelmingly imposing, especially with the strange worm-like creature of similar length to her forearm wriggling on her arm. Since we're a team, why did you scout the talent community ahead of time? No need to lie, you can't hide it from me. Ding Ling said, weighing the strange worm in her hand. You were tracking me. Jiang Ye's expression suddenly turned very gloomy. I wasn't stalking you. Good things aren't meant for you to enjoy alone. Ding Ling was unyielding and continued, but I don't understand. You've already scouted the situation, so why didn't you take action and instead came back directly? If I'm not mistaken, the situation must be tricky and you can't handle it right. But with me it would be different. Can we not handle that one man together? With that said, Jiang Yu no longer held back and sneered. If it were just that one man, do you think I would return empty-handed? He's not an ordinary person, he's already gathered a large group, over 200 people. And among them, there should be 2 others with special abilities. Over 200 people. Aren't there any of the same kind? Ding Ling asked curiously. With so many people, there should be some, right? Jiang Yu slowly shook her head. No, I didn't detect any. I didn't dare to get too close, and my observation time was short. That's great. Ding Ling exclaimed with a bright smile, clapping her hands. Now they can have them. Anyway, you can't handle this tough nut alone, so why don't we cooperate? Let's infiltrate together and take down this. You don't need to inform Lao Gao about this. If he goes, we can only have the leftovers.
And as for that flirt Liang Shui, it's even less necessary. You've never liked her, right? Gao Tianfang is far away, he might not return for a day or two, and that bitch Liang Shui isn't around either. How about just the two of us acting? With your identity and abilities, plus me. Breaking apart this group and having a feast shouldn't be a problem. Who knows, we might even grow stronger. That man is mine, and the girl who can predict the future is also mine. Everything else belongs to you. Why should it be that way? Ding Ling frowned, clearly displeased. Just because I have the identity, you can't get in alone. The two confronted each other, and Ding Ling ultimately conceded with a sneer. Being a star is impressive, huh? Let's do it this way. But if you can't handle it, don't blame me for acting first. Then stop talking nonsense, there's no time to waste. Let's set off now. Wait a moment. Ding Ling called out to her, looking her up and down. You're too clean. It's better to disguise yourself a bit, so that you don't reveal your true self. If anything happens, I won't take responsibility for you. You'd better not drag me down. The Talent Community's activity center was bustling with people. 2 days had passed, and the teams had already been organized, and were preparing for action. The smallest unit consisted of 5 people operating in batches, with each person submitting reports daily to monitor and supervise each other's actions, minimizing potential threats from hidden infections within the team. So far, no issues had arisen, and things were progressing rapidly. A portion of the team had been dispatched to search vehicles around the community. In one day, over 20 vehicles with decent configurations were parked outside the community, along with several large cargo trucks. A significant amount of fuel was extracted from other inferior vehicles for backup. Inside the activity center, work on reorganizing and transforming supplies along with sewing clothes continued. Su Jin was also busy, having set up several operations in quick succession, acquiring a large batch of weaponry. These weapons were not yet distributed to the team, but a relatively safe method of use had been devised. When the convoy set out, they would distribute the guns, installing crude firearm limiters on each vehicle, so the guns could only be. This way, both firepower and safety would be guaranteed. Additionally, during the preparations, a meatball was obtained. However, this meatball was temporarily kept in his spatial briefcase. Initially, it was intended for Old Sun and Old Wei, but they both directly refused. The reason was simple: due to their age, the effectiveness might be unstable, and even if they gained strength, it would be less than that of younger individuals. As for Zhang Wan and Sister Lu, they weren't skilled in combat, and were not suitable for the battlefield. The cost-effectiveness of using the meatball would be low. This opportunity was left for others who could make better use of it. After discussions with Old Sun and Old Wei, it was decided to keep it. Once sufficient observation had been made, a strong and reliable young person would be chosen to use it. As for Fu Qingdai's work, it was simple yet busy. Her only task was to prepare meals for everyone in the activities. Every day, dressed in new clothes, she moved through the crowd, exuding a fragrant aura, her gentle words and smiles bringing motivation and hope to those around her. After 2 days, no one could treat her as an ordinary girl. At this moment, Su Jin was sitting beside the high platform in the hall, diligently polishing the weapons needed for battle. From time to time, he would lift his head to observe the lively scene before him, feeling highly motivated. Days ago, there were only 8 people in the small team, but now it had expanded into a large group of over 200. Orders were followed, and everything was well organized. Everything was full of vitality. Although the living conditions were still incredibly harsh, the old world's vibrant energy and the realm of flourishing life remained vivid. To protect the client's safety during the early days of the apocalypse. Once the client possesses independent survival abilities in the apocalypse, the mission will be considered complete. Once they successfully set up camp at the military district, my task might just be fulfilled. If this doesn't count as completing the mission, then I can't wait until I break through the apocalypse to consider it complete, right? Thinking of this, Su Jin felt even more motivated. At that moment, 3 team members walked into the activity center. They stood directly in front of Su Jin and saluted with a crisp sound. Report, Director. We discovered 2 female survivors, 1 child and 1 adult, while monitoring the community. Please give instructions. Found 2 women. Su Jin's hand stilled. He turned his head toward Chengdu, who was likewise sharpening a blade. Chengdu blinked and said, I've already informed the director and told them not to let outsiders in. After speaking, Chengdu looked at the 3 men who had brought the news. What is wrong with you 3? Did I not say to drive away any strangers who appear? One of the team members gaped and stammered. It's Captain Cheng, but these 2 are a bit special. Special how? Su Jin's brow immediately knitted. The little girl isn't special, but the elder one. The man made a face and winked. Though she doesn't look exactly like on television we checked. It's definitely her. Who is Jiang Yu? Su Jin looked at Chengdu. Chengdu was surprised at first, then puzzled at Su Jin's question. Director, you don't know Jiang Yu? The famous singer. She's so famous, every man's dream. But I think her singing is nothing special. She's mostly famous for her looks. Maybe she rose by trading favors. After a brief thought, Su Jin moved to his feet. Let's go see. He led Chengdu and the 3 teammates to the door. Jiang Yu cradled Ding Ling in her arms. Both wore tattered clothes and huddled together on the steps. The 2 accompanying men, their faces a tangle of pity and excitement, kept soothing them with gentle words. Lift your head, Su Jin said. Jiang Yu obeyed at once. The sight made his heart skip. Despite the grime and disarray, her beauty remained undeniable. Her looks were beautiful to a rare degree, not the fresh-faced Fu Qingdai type at all. Far above those small stars on earth who rode filters and favors to fame. Combined with that widow-like bearing, it tugged at a certain weakness in him. Yet he had neither the mood nor the nerve to involve himself with women here. Who knew what alien contagions they might carry? Their arrival was too suspicious. How had they gotten here with the outside being so dangerous? You are Jiangyu, Su Jin asked the singing star. Jiangyu nodded through her misery. Brother, my sister and I fled here by accident. Could you take us in? We can work. Oh, just give us a bowl of food. Su Jin studied them intently. Seeing no immediate answer, Jiangyu knelt and clutched Ding Ling, sobbing. Brother, please have mercy on us. We don't eat much and we won't bring you any trouble. Director, it's too pitiful. Let's take them in. 2 more mouths won't hurt. The 2 men flanking Jiangyu urged in chorus. Su Jin's temper flared. Do you 2 want to keep your positions? Back to duty. Remember who you are, soldiers. Without my order, no one acts on their own or interferes with decisions. There will be no second chance next time you're out of the team. The 2 men blanched, saluted, and returned to their posts. The remaining 3 swallowed and straightened their chests. Su Jin took a deep breath and turned his gaze to Ding Ling. What is your name? Ding. Ding Ling, she answered timidly. She is surnamed Jiang, and you are Ding. Are you 2 sisters? Not by blood. Su Jin watched Ding Ling coldly. An uneasy feeling rose in his chest. He recalled the day on the street when he had seen 3 large figures and 1 small shadow racing past. That small shape had felt like a child. With zombies roaming, 2 women and a child winding up in a residential compound. What were the odds? Whether by chance or not, the safest option would be to eliminate them outright. But outright execution had its complications. This woman was a celebrity. If someone saw her, word might spread and morale could be shaken. Besides, there were still lab rats available for sealed tests to determine their safety. Su Jin's gaze softened unconsciously as it fell upon Jiang Ye's face, then shifted downward to her chest. Chengdu glanced at Su Jin, then at Jiangyu. His eyelids twitched and his jaw itched. Damn it. A petty charm had been annoying enough before. Now there's a bust to showgirl too, and one who used to be a star? Won't the director be completely bewitched? He has no time to be entangled with women. The team's cohesion would be ruined. Impossible. I won't allow it. Everything must serve the greater good. With that resolve, Chengdu pointed at the team and said in a stern voice, no outsiders are to be recruited. Who knows what diseases they might carry? Military orders stand like a mountain. Kick those 2 women out at once. Su Jin unexpectedly glanced at Chengdu and was inwardly impressed. Chengdu, who often seemed unreliable, had shown surprising caution in this critical moment. Not bad. An admirable performance. Jiangyu burst into tears and clung to Ding Ling. Brother, even if you only take my sister, please spare us. Think of it as keeping a small cat or dog. Not yet. First tell me exactly how you came here, Su Jin asked. Be precise. Which street, what happened along the way, tell it all, every detail. We came from Wushan Road. Jiangyu related the events one by one, while Ding Ling wiped her tears at her side. After their account, Su Jin nodded. He knew every nearby road intimately. This was a matter of life and death. From Jiang Ye's description, the story was coherent. The fall of family members was filled in plausibly. On the whole, there was nothing obviously inconsistent. How many days since you ate? Su Jin asked. 5 days without a proper meal. We ate a little, but very little. We didn't dare drink the water, only sipped bottled water when we could. Jiangyu sobbed and wiped her face, invoking pity. Brother, could you spare us some food first, she pleaded. Su Jin glanced toward the interior where it was mealtime. The scent of food wafted from inside. Jiangyu and Ding Ling swallowed their saliva. Seeing Su Jin hesitate, Chengdu stepped forward with a grim face. Director, what are you still considering? These 2 are untrustworthy and filthy. They'll only be a burden. Oh, kick them out. Leaning closer, he hissed, don't ever get involved with such women. The entertainment circle is chaotic. Who knows how many they've slept with? They could be riddled with disease. Touch them, and you'll be ruined. I'm not lying to you. Enough, Su Jin cut him off. His gaze swept over Jiang Ye's graceful form, then he waved his hand and said, cook 2 bowls of weak meat noodles. Take those 2 women outside and let them watch me eat. A small table was set up at the doorway. Su Jin sat nearby, waiting, his gaze sidelong upon Fu Qingdai bustling inside the room to serve meals. Before long, Chengdu carried 3 bowls of noodles and placed them neatly on the table. He glanced disdainfully at the 2 sisters still waiting at the entrance. After arranging the bowls, Chengdu said with eager deference, Director, I cooked these noodles myself. Added beef from a canned ration. Please taste and tell me how they are. Su Jin nodded and picked up his chopsticks, devouring the noodles with hearty appetite. Chengdu beamed as he sat across from him and began eating too. Between mouthfuls, Su Jin occasionally turned his head to observe the 2 sisters. The sisters stared at him with ravenous eyes, their throats convulsing repeatedly. It seemed they had not only gone without food for an extended time, but also scarcely sipped water. Their lips were parched, saliva, it appeared, had all but dried up. With 2 large bowls of noodles slurped down in quick succession, Su Jin exhaled deeply. Ah, what relief. In this environment, even noodles with meat conferred profound contentment, though they were hardly gourmet fare. Moreover, his appetite had grown markedly since before. 2 bowls barely left him half satisfied. The neighborhood's stockpiled food and water were dwindling, but would suffice for another 2 days. After all, they would not remain here long. With just a bit more preparation, departure would be imminent. Glancing sideways once more at the 2 sisters hunched low in hunger, Chengdu exclaimed in admiration, Director, you eat so fast. No wonder you're so capable. Su Jin curled his lip, then reached across with his chopsticks and plucked a single strand from Chengdu's bowl. With a sharp plop, he flung it unceremoniously before the sisters, as if tossing scraps to stray dogs. Noodles rained from the sky. Jiang Yu lunged onto the ground, snatched up the solitary strand, and fed it tremblingly to Ding Ling. Truly sisterly devotion, Su Jin remarked, arching a brow. Showboating again. Director, let me tell you. Actors are masters of pretense. Chengdu scoffed. Chengdu, I never realized before how cold-hearted you truly are. After this barb, Su Jin rose and strode toward the sisters. Director, I'm not heartless. I'm weighing the greater good. Chengdu hurried after him. They stood side by side before the sisters. Surveying Jiang Yu, Su Jin pointed with his finger toward a nearby ornamental tree. Chengdu, take the younger one into the grove and bind her tightly there. Guard her without ever stepping away. What a... Chengdu's gaze darted wildly between Jiang Yu and Su Jin. Director, is this really necessary? Let me handle the interrogation instead. Trust me, I have a gift for dealing with women. Chengdu never hesitates. Silence. Do as you're told, not question why. Su Jin shot him a sidelong glance, then crooked a finger at Jiang Yu. Rise. Come with me. So saying, he led Jiang Yu toward the residential building. Watching Su Jin's retreating figure, Chengdu stamped his foot hard. Damn it. Could the director actually be smitten? That woman has fame, and her looks are undeniable. It's possible the director truly feels something. No. Impossible. He isn't that kind of man. Surely nothing will come of it. Yet, if this is truly an interrogation, won't the director soon be manipulated at her whim? Big brother. As Chengdu wrestled with conflicting thoughts, Ding Ling lifted her head and pleaded pitifully. Her glistening wide eyes seemed to emit sparks. Chengdu looked down, and his cheek muscles twitched. Slap. Lightning fast, he delivered a stinging backhand across Ding Ling's face, then seized her braid. Big brother. My ass. Not one of you is easy to manage. Come with me now. Holy hell. Ding Ling clutched her swollen right cheek, gritted her teeth, and allowed Chengdu to drag her away. Damn it. This situation isn't going as planned. Why is she so difficult to handle? I'll bide my time. Once I'm fully integrated, I'll eliminate this bastard for good. Inside the derelict apartment building, Jiang Yu walked ahead. Su Jin followed behind. After surveying the interior, Su Jin guided the woman into a bedroom and closed the door. Jiang Yu sat uneasily on the bed, one hand pressed protectively over her chest. Su Jin leaned against the wall, watching her with a faint, knowing smile. Brother. Jiang Yu's voice trembled thick with suppressed tears. What exactly do you intend to do? Su Jin smiled, gently stepped toward the bed, and tenderly brushed his fingers through her hair, letting out a soft, contemplative sigh. Such chaotic times. How can fragile women like you possibly survive? Jiang Yu's body quivered violently. His broad palm slid slowly from her crown downward, tracing her cheek following the elegant line of her jaw, and continued lower. A woman, no matter the era, must always find a man to rely upon. Isn't that right? Even as he spoke, his hand had already reached the collar of her blouse. Jiang Yu recoiled sharply, arms crossing tightly over her chest. Brother, please don't. Su Jin withdrew his hand and regarded her with a half smile. You work in entertainment. You surely understand what I mean. Bear in mind, I'm sustaining an entire household. Resources are scarce. Adding even 2 more mouths places immense strain upon our reserves. We function as a unit. Any new member must be assessed for impact upon the whole. If you wish to join us, you must offer something of value. Su Jin paused, then gave a quiet, derisive chuckle. And bringing along a useless younger sister makes matters doubly complicated. I'm trying to solve your problems. You must at least show me sincerity. And surely you wouldn't want your sister to starve to death on the street. Despair washed over Jiang Yu. She closed her eyes slowly. Wash first. There's no excess water to waste, and I haven't the time to wait. Undress now. Arms crossed, Su Jin's eyes flickered with nervous intensity. After prolonged hesitation, Jiang Yu clenched her teeth and unfastened her top. As garment after garment slipped silently to the floor, Su Jin's breathing quickened, and his pupils contracted sharply. Perfect, utterly perfect. This was no ordinary crimson bean. This was the very crimson bean immortalized in Wang Wei's poetry. In his former life, he'd never touched a celebrity, yet here he was about to claim a top-tier star. Jiang Yu remained trembling, eyes tightly shut, awaiting whatever came next. Su Jin, meanwhile, unslung the briefcase from his chest and set it on the floor. With swift, practiced motions, he rummaged inside and retrieved a box of lubricated synthetic products. Beneath the tree, Chengdu squatted on the ground, eyes fixed on the stairwell where Su Jin had vanished into the apartment building. Behind him, Ding Ling sat bound like a mummy in coarse rope, tied firmly to the trunk. The scorching sun beat down. Chengdu waved his hands frantically, sweat already beading on his forehead. He moistened his lips, his nerves fraying. How long has it been? Why does this interrogation take so long? Could it really be happening? Jiang Yu is a professional. Won't she drain the director's very soul? After agonizing deliberation, Chengdu slapped his knee and sprang upright. His gaze swept left and right, then landed on a patrol team moving through the neighborhood. He immediately waved them over. You 5, guard this girl with your lives. She's highly dangerous, full of hidden threats. If any of you step away, even for a moment, you're dismissed on the spot. Yes, sir. The 5 soldiers snapped to attention and encircled Ding Ling tightly. Chengdu nodded curtly, then strode purposefully toward the apartment building. No, I must go and see for myself. For the sake of the greater good, the director must face no risk whatsoever. He broke into a light jog, rushing toward the building. Chengdu nervously entered the stairwell. Seeing the ground floor security door wide open, he crept inside on tiptoe. The moment his foot crossed the threshold and his gaze fell upon the entryway, Chengdu froze, rigid as if struck by lightning. A distinct moan drifted clearly from inside the apartment. How? His face paled to an ashen gray. He blinked hard, then advanced stiffly deeper into the unit. The sound was unmistakable, emanating directly from the master bedroom. In 10 hesitant steps, he drew so close that he stood pressed against the wall beside the master bedroom door. The sounds grew louder in his ears, now layered with a trembling, tear-choked tremor. He swallowed hard and tilted his head upward. A small window adorned the bedroom door, once draped with a fabric curtain, but half the curtain had slipped away. Peering through the opening would grant an unobstructed view of the room within. Chengdu steadied his breath again and again. Just one glance. It can't be what it seems. There must be some hidden truth. I must not rush to judgment. Not. After all, Director Jiang was no lecherous glutton incapable of resisting a woman's presence. I'd never sensed such inclinations in him before. How could he suddenly erupt with such savage abandon? Could it be that his thoughts ran far deeper than I ever perceived? His mind warring within, Chengdu edged along the wall and slowly, cautiously leaned his head toward the window. Inside the room, Jiang Yu lay motionless on the bed, eyes tightly shut. Su Jin loomed above her, face twisted in grimace, bare torso glistening with sweat, muscles taut and straining with each movement. A bath towel lay discarded beside the bed. What else could it possibly be? They had long since jointly pursued life's ultimate fulfillment. Ugh! A bolt of agony pierced Chengdu's chest. All color drained from his face, his lips trembled twice, then he recoiled, sliding helplessly down the wall. Finally, he stumbled out of the residential building, hollow-eyed and unmoored. Beneath the blazing sun, he halted mid-step, chilled to the bone despite the heat. He held his breath, then unable to bear it any longer, buried his face in his hands. Never imagined the director truly was that kind of man. My unwavering devotion, wasted like feeding love to a stray dog. A brute, nothing less than a damned beast. Rubbing her down with a towel and diving straight in, no regard for hygiene whatsoever. Having served the last meal, Fu Qingdai smiled warmly at the profuse gratitude. She lifted her small notebook and marked off one more name. Turning to Fu Hu, who had accompanied her throughout, she asked, Father, 5 people still haven't collected their rations. They're likely on patrol outside, not yet returned. Let's step outside, Fu Hu added casually. The air in there has grown unbearable. Time for a change. Fu Qingdai nodded and followed him out. Father, there are too many people crammed inside. With temperatures rising, won't new illnesses spread? Absolutely. Packed in like this, trouble is inevitable. But the director assured us it'll only be another day or two. Our vehicles are fully prepared. We'll depart shortly. Father and daughter stood at the doorway, breathing deeply of the fresh air. 200 souls, none having bathed, eating, sleeping, and relieving themselves in a single hall. The stench was overwhelming. And Fu Qingdai, who required regular bathing, found the environment especially intolerable. Fu Hu raised a hand to shield his eyes, scanning the surroundings, then paused, his gaze locking onto 5 figures nearby. He called out loudly, What are you doing over there? Have you eaten yet? Reporting Captain Fu. Captain Chengdu assigned us to guard this child. He says she's extremely dangerous and must be watched without fail. The reply carried faintly across the distance. Fu Hu studied the child bound tightly to the tree. His expression flickered with surprise. Not at the binding itself. After all, she might be a disguised infected, but at how such a young girl had even reached the compound. Father, let me take the meals to them, Fu Qingdai offered. Fu Hu nodded. Go fetch the rations, but stay behind me. We don't know whether the director is aware of this child's condition. The severity of her restraints suggests Chengdu detected something unusual. Moments later, Fu Qingdai returned with 5 portions of food and water, walking beside Fu Hu to the small tree. At her approach, the 5 guards' discomfort, brought on by the scorching heat, vanished, instantly replaced by radiant smiles. They instinctively straightened their postures and accepted the meals and water with effusive thanks. Fu Hu stood with hands on hips, scrutinizing Ding Ling closely before addressing the guards. What's the situation with this child? Do any of you know the details? One guard replied, reporting Captain Fu. We don't know. Captain Chengdu simply ordered. Still, she appears severely weakened. Exposed to the sun like this, she'll collapse if left bound much longer. Fu Hu observed carefully. Ding Ling's lips were cracked and flaking, her eyelids drooped heavily. She hovered on the edge of consciousness. Sensing Fu Hu draw near, she slowly opened her eyes and whispered weakly, Uncle. She stays bound. Chengdu's orders are the director's orders, and the director's commands demand absolute, unconditional obedience. Fu Hu straightened up, voice stern. Remember this, your trustworthiness stems from rigorous testing and observation. An outsider may carry the virus unknowingly. The incubation period is treacherous. One infection could doom. I speak from experience. Take this to heart. Still, yes, the child is pitiful. Once verified safe by the director, we will save her without hesitation. But if she doesn't survive, well, that is her fate. Sigh, sometimes passing is no tragedy. This world makes living far crueler than dying, especially for a child. That's sound reasoning, Captain Fu. The 5 guards exchanged glances and nodded in agreement. Damn it,
What is wrong? Not a shred of compassion. Ding Ling's scara flushed crimson as she bowed her head, cursing inwardly. No, these monsters are revolting. If I remain bound much longer, I won't be able to hold back. Just then a delicate fragrance wafted to her nose. Ding Ling inhaled deeply twice, then lifted her gaze, past Fu Hu's broad frame, to fix upon Fu Qingdai behind him. A flash of raw hunger ignited in her eyes. This girl? Hiss. Her scent is extraordinary, unlike anything else. Delicious, utterly delectable. And her status, evidently high, makes her astonishingly easy to manipulate. Fu Qingdai lingered just behind her father, observing Ding Ling covertly. The instant Ding Ling lifted her eyes, and their gazes locked, Fu Qingdai jolted rigid. Goose flesh erupted across her skin, every hair on her body stood on end. The ambient light seemed to recede, swallowed by a chilling, malevolent aura of murderous intent. Under such overwhelming pressure, even Ding Ling's innocent cherubic face warped grotesquely before Fu Qingdai's eyes. This was no ordinary sensation. It had taken tangible visceral form. No ordinary person could evoke such terror. Fu Qingdai trembled uncontrollably, joy warring with profound dread. Even the slowest mind would grasp the truth. Now she possessed genuine ability. It was perception, pure, unfiltered perception. Chengdu's earlier impression had not been illusion. Though she couldn't fathom why he harbored ill will toward her, the aura emanating from this girl was entirely alien, vastly superior in scale and intensity. She wants me dead. She's a disguised infected. Miss, I'm hungry. Ding Ling lifted her head, weakly gazing at Fu Qingdai. Fu Hu gently patted his daughter's shoulder and murmured, Qingdai, the director will handle this matter. Let's go. Fu Qingdai pressed her lips together and shook her head, her brows knotted with anxiety. No, this disguised infected is far too dangerous. She deliberately infiltrated from outside, and she might possess extraordinary abilities. Where her cousin was, she didn't know, but the longer they delayed, the more perilous it would become. Fu Qingdai's breathing quickened as Su Jin's face flashed repeatedly through her mind. If anyone made her feel uneasy, she should kill them. She'd already tested killing zombies, but she'd never killed a human before. This one looked utterly ordinary. Could she really do it? It wouldn't be right to ask her father to act personally. 5 people stood nearby, and many more remained inside the activity center. Acting openly could cause chaos. Fu Qingdai clenched her lower lip, lost in thought, when suddenly Ding Ling whispered again, voice frail, Miss. Please save me. I want water. She's still pretending. Fu Qingdai tightened her fist, and then inspiration struck. Her small hand slipped into the pocket of her dress and withdrew a handkerchief-wrapped bar of chocolate. Anything Su Jin gave her, she always carried on her person. Breaking off a softened piece through the handkerchief, she handed it to a team member. Give her 1 piece. You've been out on duty, your hands aren't clean. Handle it only through the cloth. This alien chocolate was highly toxic. Skin contact triggered violent allergic reactions, a fact she had already witnessed firsthand. The team member hastily accepted the handkerchief and offered the chocolate to Ding Ling. Thank you, elder sister. Ding Ling's eyes crinkled into crescent moons as she took a bite, the smooth, soft morsel sliding effortlessly down her throat. Gough. Ugh. Cough. Within 2 seconds of swallowing, Ding Ling's eyes bulged wildly, as if a searing coal had plunged straight down her throat and detonated inside her stomach. Overwhelmed by excruciating pain, her body convulsed violently beyond control. The sudden transformation stunned everyone present. What's wrong with you? Speak. One team member cried out. Just as Fu Qingdai snapped, she's infected. Her right hand darted beneath her skirt, drawing the pistol strapped to her pale thigh, and fired point-blank at Ding Ling's forehead. Gunfire erupted. Direct hit to the center of her brow. Ding Ling's head snapped backward, slamming hard against the tree trunk, stars exploding before her eyes. The shocking violence froze everyone in place. Even Fu Qingdai herself trembled with shock. The bullet lodged itself, stuck fast in her forehead, glinting sharply under the sun. She wasn't dead. Bang, bang, bang. Fu Qingdai squeezed her eyes shut and emptied the entire magazine. Blood bloomed across Ding Ling's chest and abdomen, crimson wounds pulsing open. Visceral agony tore through her. Life bled away at terrifying speed. Ding Ling stared at Fu Qingdai with wide, bloodshot eyes, lips trembling, disbelief etched deep into her face. She poisoned me on purpose. What the hell did I do wrong? Where did I slip up? Gah, damn. You. Cough. Before she could finish, Ding Ling spat a mouthful of blood, her head lolled sideways. Dead. As her breath ceased, all 5 witnesses turned their gazes simultaneously toward Fu Qingdai. Fu Qingdai's face paled to ghostly white. She swallowed hard, then hardened her expression. Facing the 5 team members, she declared, she was infected. Some strains have stealthy, nearly undetectable incubation periods. But not to my eyes. From now on, any stranger who appears must be restrained immediately and brought before me for inspection. Only after my confirmation may further action be taken. Understood. Awe mingled with profound gratitude welled within the 5 team members. How extraordinary. Truly the savior, the prophesied one. She detected the infection instantly. They'd observed Ding Ling for so long and seen nothing. Yet the moment Fu Qingdai arrived, the anomaly revealed itself. And her response had been swift, decisive, flawless. Had she not acted, disaster might well have struck them instead. You may return now. Leave the body here. No need to attend to it. Inform those indoors about the gunfire. Tell them not to panic and maintain order. At Fu Qingdai's command, the five saluted and hurried back toward the hall. Once they vanished inside the activity center, her knees buckled. She collapsed into her father's arms, shuddering uncontrollably. Dad, I killed someone. Fu Hu held his daughter tightly, heart pounding with aftershock. After soothing her, he asked gently, Qingdai, how did you know she was infected? I can see it. I can see it. Fu Qingdai lifted her gaze, locking eyes with her father, fear warring with exhilaration. It's my ability. We no longer need fear missing an infected individual. The moment malice surfaces, I sense it. Our current team is immaculately clean. Otherwise, I'd have sensed something long ago. I have this power now. My heavens, you possess such a gift. Fu Hu murmured, holding his daughter close. Joy swelled within him. Yet so too did gravity. Her ability marked her irrevocably as the linchpin of every soul around her. She was no longer a carefully curated saint, but a living beacon of hope, the very eyes of all who depended on her. Yet she remained undeniably a child. Such responsibility weighed unbearably heavy and carried mortal danger. We must tell brother at once, Fu Qingdai said at last, regaining composure. She pulled away from her father and asked, where is he now? I don't know, let's search. Fu Hu sighed, a pang of sorrow tightening his chest. Always calling him brother. And yet moments after taking a life, she trembled like a frightened sparrow. Her father was right there, and already her thoughts raced toward finding her brother. Fu Qingdai glanced at Ding Ling's corpse and instinctively stepped back, twice tense and wary. She unholstered the pistol, swapped in a fresh magazine, and resecured it against her thigh. Dad, let's go. Hurry. That gunfire. Something's gone wrong at the center. In the residential compound, Sunya broke into a brisk jog while Wei Da puffed and stumbled behind him. Just as they reached the main road, Sunya halted abruptly. A figure crouched nearby on the ground. He hurried over and tapped the man twice. Chengdu. What happened? Why are you crying? She cheated. She cheated. Chengdu mumbled thickly. What nonsense are you spouting? Who cheated? Sunya roared. Explain yourself, clearly. Chengdu raised his tear-streaked face. The director. It's the director. Some flashy woman from outside has bewitched him. He's gone inside with her right now. I told you we should have thrown her out. Our team's falling apart. Morale shattered, discipline crumbling. Stop that wailing. Shut your mouth. Sunya glared, furious. Have you been drinking? Is he really that kind of man? Does he even have the time or mood for this? And what business is his private life to you? You're acting like a widow. Are you insane? Tell me, what was that gunfire? Gunfire? I heard nothing. Chengdu blinked blankly. Forget it. You're utterly useless. Where's Shaoli? Didn't I just say? He's with that woman. In the building right now. Is that true? Did you lie just now? Sunya recoiled in disbelief and turned sharply to Wei Da. Wei Da too stared in stunned silence. Chengdu rose slowly, grief-stricken, and said to the two elders, I saw it myself. Clear as day. A lone man and a lone woman. I can't believe he'd sink so low. I came first after all. Enough nonsense. Where is he? Take us there. Seeing Sunya's fury, Chengdu dared not delay and hurriedly led the way. If Su Jin was the pillar sustaining the entire team, then Sun, yet it was its other unshakable support. Though advanced in age and quick-tempered, his erudition and decisive action were peerless. Chengdu sprinted ahead, while the two elders called out behind him, urging him to slow down. Halfway there, a voice rang out from behind Elder Sun. The three halted and turned simultaneously. Their racing toward them were Fu Hu and Fu Qingdai. The five reunited. Fu Hu wasted no time. Where is Director Su? We have urgent news to report. What urgent news? Was it the gunshots just now? Sunya pressed immediately. Fu Hu nodded gravely. Yes, exactly. We've identified a disguised infected, but it has already been neutralized. Qingdai. Qingdai's ability has manifested. She can sense the malice of disguised infected. What? Sunya and the others erupted into stunned elation. Their fervent gaze made Fu Qingdai instinctively shrink her neck. Oh my heavens. Two women. One young, one older. If the younger is compromised, the elder surely is too. Chengdu slapped his thigh in despair. Director Su's locked in combat with a zombie. This is truly catastrophic. Fu Hu's face paled. He whirled toward Chengdu. What nonsense are you spouting? Chengdu didn't reply. He simply bolted headlong toward the residential building. Sunya and Wei Da exchanged a glance. Alarm flared instantly. Their brief surge of hope vanished like mist. Fu Hu dashed after Chengdu, leaving Fu Qingdai standing frozen alone in the sunlight. Chengdu and Fu Hu burst into the residential building first. She's in the bedroom. I'll kill that woman myself. No sooner had Chengdu spoken than Fu Hu yanked him back. Are you insane? If she is a disguised infected and Director Su is unprepared, your reckless charge will get him killed. Fu Hu dragged Chengdu back into the hallway. Director Su is no ordinary man. He's far more vigilant than any of us. I'm still utterly baffled. Tell me exactly what happened now. Chengdu nervously peered toward the inner room, then clenched his teeth. Two women entered the compound. One older, one younger. Director Su took a liking to the elder and brought her inside. And proceeded with her. Preposterous. Would Director Su ever behave so? The elder is Jiangyu. What? Jiangyu truly? Indeed, it's her. But Director Sui? Absolutely true. I witnessed it all. I've never gripped a fish's gills with such force, and both were completely unclothed. Chengdu spoke through gritted teeth. I never imagined he'd be capable of this. What on earth are you two doing? Where's Shaoli? By then Sunya and Wei Da had staggered breathlessly into the hallway. Director Su is inside, alone with the disguised infected. I feared barging in would alert her. Fuhu turned voice tight. What do we do, elder son? What else? Observe. Draw your weapons, aim and fire without hesitation. Sunya drew his pistol and strode forward. At the bedroom door he crouched low beside a small window and gestured sharply for silence. Muffled sounds still drifted from within. Heart-pounding Sunya edged his head toward the window and instantly recoiled, overwhelmed by a violent wave of nausea that nearly sent him retching onto the floor. The bedroom was awash in crimson, blood splattered across every surface. Upon the bed lay a woman's corpse, lithe-waisted, yet horrifically mutilated. Her upper back had been hollowed out entirely. Her stark white spine and scapulae jutted grotesquely from raw exposed flesh. Piles of minced flesh littered the floor beside the bed alongside several loofah sponges saturated dark red and severed fingers. Sunya's pupils trembled violently. Had she truly been scrubbed to death? Su Jin knelt naked upon the blood-soaked mattress, drenched in gore, turning the corpse onto its back. A knife protruded from the woman's throat. Her torso had been split open. Su Jin plunged both hands deep into her chest cavity, grunted, and ripped out her entire viscera in one brutal motion, intestines and organs spilling across the bed. Su Jin withdrew the knife from the corpse and began methodically inspecting the gory heap. Ugh! Sunya doubled over, vomiting violently, emptying his stomach completely. The others rushed forward to peer through the narrow window. Wada vomited uncontrollably. Fuhu and Chengdu stood paralyzed, faces ashen. Is this what you meant by proceeding with her? Fuhu hissed, voice low with fury. I don't know. I saw them together, yes. But how did it devolve into this? A chill seeped into Chengdu's bones. Who's there? Su Jin whirled around inside the room, leapt from the bed, and wrenched open the bedroom door. Recognizing the four familiar faces crouched at his threshold, his expression softened slightly. What brings you here? Sunya, pale and trembling, averted his eyes and waved weakly. Let's speak outside. Please get dressed first. Chengdu, why are you here? Where's that little girl? Su Jin's gaze snapped toward him, voice sharp and urgent. Go. Kill that brat immediately. She's a disguised infected. Director, rest assured. She's already dead. Ugh. Fuhu suppressed his revulsion. We'll explain later. We'll wait for you outside. Just dress, please. Hearing the girl was dead, Su Jin exhaled deeply. He glanced down at himself, then turned and re-entered the room. Outside, the four men squatted silently on the ground. Chengdu idly traced lines in the dirt with a twig. Fuhu hugged his knees, staring blankly at the gravel beneath him. After a long pause, Sunya spoke, voice heavy. Xiao Li is terrifying. We must intervene. His stress has been unbearable. How has he deteriorated to this? In a few days he may well turn into a zombie himself. Truly, he frightens me more than any zombie. Wada grimaced, turning to Fuhu. Keep Qingdai away from him. She clings too closely. I fear disaster. Fuhu nodded slowly. Then perhaps Director Su acted for reasons we don't yet grasp. Let's hear his explanation before drawing conclusions. Chengdu muttered under his breath. Just then Fu Qingdai came running up. Fuhu rose swiftly. Qingdai, return to the center and wait for us. Father, what's truly happening? She asked, urgently, glancing anxiously toward the stairwell entrance. Is brother No. Your brother eliminated the infected long ago. It's far too gruesome inside. You're not suited to witness it. Do as I say, go home now. Ah, I see. Her eyes brightened. But I can't go back yet. I must deliver the good news to brother. Good news. When adults speak, children don't interrupt. Or have my words lost all authority? Fuhu thundered. Return home now? Intimidated by her father's wrath, Fu Qingdai shivered inwardly. She stole one last glance toward the stairwell entrance, then left reluctantly, pausing repeatedly to look back. Moments later, Su Jin emerged from the building, clothed neatly, face wiped clean, though his neck and lower body remained vividly stained crimson. The four rose instantly and closed in around him. Sunya immediately prepared to speak. Su Jin raised a hand to halt him and turned to Chengdu. That little girl is indeed dead, correct? Fuhu interjected. She is certainly dead. I witnessed it myself. She was struck by 7 gunshots. Su Jin felt a flicker of curiosity, but suppressed it and continued. We'll discuss this later. I've made a critical... Senior son, earlier, I mentioned seeing 4 individuals on a rooftop downtown. Suspected imposter infected. Sunya nodded solemnly. Su Jin said, I've already interrogated this woman, and she is one of those 4. The little girl was also among them. We've been under surveillance all along. 2 others remain unseen. How did you extract that information? Sunya demanded, eyes wide. Inside, Su Jin felt profound exasperation. How else? By scraping away layers of flesh with a loofah until her agony overwhelmed her resistance. Naturally, I subjected her to intense torment until she broke and confessed. I examined her corpse closely. Her musculature is extraordinarily developed, and she possesses a unique ability. As he spoke, Su Jin retrieved a plastic bag from his pocket. He opened the bag to reveal several severed fingers. He withdrew one and held it up. Gently pressing the fingertip, a small skin-like cap at its tip retracted inward, exposing a hollow tubular interior. Her fingers have undergone mutation, a tubular structure. I theorize she may launch concentrated bursts of air or biofluids for ranged assault. Moreover, I found a desiccated fleshy nodule embedded in her heart, suggesting the imposter infected's anomalous physiology may absorb or metabolize such nodules. Su Jin continued his analysis. 4 individuals are tracking us. That they moved as a unit implies the remaining two also possessed distinct abilities. They are not united. These two women ventured out prematurely to hunt, strongly indicating deep fear of the other two. Their capabilities likely surpass those of the pair we've encountered. What abilities do the two unobserved individuals possess? Did you ascertain that? Sunya asked. Su Jin shook his head. She died the moment her confession ended. She didn't survive long enough for the next question. Director, had you already deduced she was an imposter infected? Chengdu suddenly interjected. Only then did he recall the blood-smeared loofah, and realize something was deeply amiss. Dry scrubbing yielded no results. Now it was clear that loofah wasn't for exfoliation. It was a torture instrument. Indeed, Su Jin nodded. I became reasonably certain she was an imposter infected while we were eating noodles. I noticed nothing at all. Chengdu exclaimed in disbelief. Did you strip her bare and confirm the grime was artificial? No. She was exceptionally slender. Even unclothed, her body bore filth and emitted a foul odor. If that were mere disguise, it would be flawless. Yet they overlooked one vital detail. After 5 days without food or water, and under relentless physical duress, we all displayed ravenous hunger during the noodle meal. So did they. But in normal human physiology, breasts sag under such strain. Every woman at our center exhibits varying degrees of ptosis. Unless exceptionally petite, no one maintains perky taut contours. That single inconsistency revealed her for what she truly was, an abomination. Later full undressing confirmed my certainty, beyond any doubt. Then, could they have been implants? Chengdu pressed skeptically. I've heard the wealthy undergo elite cosmetic procedures, silicone for instance. Such a possibility cannot be entirely ruled out. Thus I undertook personal verification, rigorous, direct, and definitive. They are not artificial. All four fell into stunned silence. After a pause, Chengdu's expression twisted with suspicion. I see now. You'd known all along. So why proceed with that act? How do you explain it? Aside from seeking intimacy, I can conceive of no other motive. You spied on me. What precisely did I do? Su Jin frowned. Chengdu stammered incoherently, then abruptly clapped a hand over his mouth. Kobe, Huohuo and the others exchanged incredulous sideways glances. Su Jin laughed sharply, then instantly sobered, fixing his gaze on Sunya and Weida. Sirs, this constitutes another pivotal revelation, one deliberately orchestrated. I've confirmed imposter infected experience desire, raising a dire possibility they may retain reproductive capacity. Here are collected biological samples from infected subjects' senior son. Please examine them thoroughly. As Su Jin withdrew a sealed pouch of infected bodily fluid, Sunya inhaled deeply, then instinctively swatted it aside. This cascade of events defied human reason. Surely your findings are undeniably monumental. I acknowledge their immense value. Yet right now I'm far more concerned about you. You've pushed boundaries so far. Could this be a post-evolutionary side effect? Are you not afraid of unique pathogenic exposure? Or worse, contracting a virulent infection? Under their collective scrutiny, Su Jin felt bitter sorrow. Was he not revolted by himself? Was he not repulsed by his own descent? Yet there was no alternative. Only through intimate knowledge of the enemy could one prevail. When the foe is monstrous, one must become more ruthless, more formidable, to ensure survival for others. In the cataclysm of extinction, no hardship is too great to endure, no sacrifice too profound, even if it demands surrendering one's very humanity. Rest assured, every action is preceded by rigorous psychological preparation and meticulous material safeguards. The four stood speechless, exchanging uneasy glances. Sensing the silence deepen, Su Jin cleared his throat and declared gravely, a minor personal sacrifice pales before the fate of mankind. I embrace it willingly. Truly noble, Director Lee, Weida intoned flatly, offering slow, expressionless applause. Utterly indispensable. No, wait. Chengdu shook his head, repeatedly scrutinizing Su Jin anew. Then how do you explain the undressing? Simple. After confirming her identity and physiological anomalies, I intended immediate interrogation and subsequent dissection. Blood spray was inevitable. Su Jin shrugged. Must I change clothes daily? I stored spare garments in advance to avoid contamination. And, truth be told, I hadn't bathed in quite some time. It doubled as hygiene. A collective shadow fell across Chengdu's and the others' faces. He'd truly crossed into madness, yet remained oblivious to it himself. Gentlemen, you now understand my situation fully. Now, what transpired on your end? What anomaly did that child exhibit that warranted termination? Su Jin asked the group. Huohuo instantly perked up, eyes gleaming as he fixed them on Su Jin. Director, I've discovered my daughter's unique ability. She perceives malice in others. What a... Su Jin's heart leapt violently as he leaned in eagerly toward Huohuo. Is it true? Huohuo's voice rose with mounting intensity. Absolutely true. At first I couldn't believe it either. The child was shot dead on the spot by Qingdai herself, and she instantly recognized the boy as a disguised infected. Moreover, Qingdai confirmed our current team is clean. No one harbors ill will toward her. We can now confidently arm and equip everyone. This is truly wonderful, truly wonderful. Su Jin bowed his head, dazed, murmuring to himself. Days passed, yet bad news far outnumbered good. Though our understanding of disguised infected and zombies remains incomplete, each encounter deepens the suffocating weight of despair. At last, a stable, dependable team, a future worth hoping for. Dawn has broken. Hope truly resides in Qingdai. The company's choice was no mere coincidence. Su Jin jerked his head up sharply. The remaining 2 disguised infected are highly likely to appear, and we know nothing of their abilities. A hidden crisis looms, especially where Qingdai's safety is concerned. Though our preparations aren't flawless, they're sufficient. I've decided, we wait no longer. Tonight we load all supplies onto the vehicles. At first light tomorrow we depart immediately for the military base. Any objections? None. Excellent. Let's first check on Qingdai and the little girl. Then implement the plan without delay. The group returned to the small tree beside the community activity center. Fu Qingdai was summoned from inside. Su Jin beamed as he gazed at her. Qingdai, do you truly possess this ability now? Qingdai nodded vigorously, her smile radiant. Brother, I sensed it clearly. Unmistakable malice. The moment I saw her, even her facial features seemed to twist. HSS. Now I recall you mentioned something felt off about Chengdu earlier. At the time I dismissed it entirely. Su Jin's gaze flickered toward Chengdu. All eyes followed his. Chengdu instinctively shrank back. Hey, don't look at me. Qingdai's just new to her power. She must have misjudged. Qingdai, take another look. Examine me closely. Do I pose any threat? Qingdai studied Chengdu intently, then shook her head. No threat whatsoever. Even my earlier impression held no sense of danger. Perhaps it truly was a mistake. Su Jin pointed sharply at Chengdu. You stay far away from Qingdai from now on. If I detect even a hint of irregularity, don't expect mercy. Director, that stings. Deeply. Just moments ago, I was genuinely concerned for you. I swear, I'm perfectly fine. I believe you're harmless, which is precisely why I've only observed cautiously. Anyone else would have been shot on the spot. Chengdu's face fell, retreating into silent mortification. Su Jin approached Ding Ling and drew a small blade, saying aloud, I'll make a minor incision to assess her muscle density. Those who find this unbearable may step away. Though we cannot fully discern the capabilities of these 2 premeditated, disguised infected, analyzing their musculature still holds immense value. This girl's physique is abnormally formidable. Her skull halted a bullet outright. She is no ordinary human, and must never be underestimated. As Su Jin raised the blade to cut into Ding Ling's upper arm, Qingdai instantly covered her eyes, peering through the narrowest gap between her fingers. The instant the blade pierced Ding Ling's flesh, Qingdai's pupils contracted sharply. That chilling, icy sensation surged again, clearer than before, emanating unmistakably from Ding Ling, though markedly weaker than the first time. Without hesitation, Qingdai cried out, Careful, she. Before her warning could finish, Su Jin shifted his right hand mid-motion. A single thrust shattered her cervical vertebrae, piercing straight through Ding Ling's throat. His left palm slashed like a blade, plunging through the abdominal wound to seize her spine, crack, and yank it free. Simultaneously, his right knee drove forward with brutal force, shattering her hip bone. Ding Ling convulsed violently, her upper, middle, and lower skeletal structure utterly destroyed. A torrent of blood gushed beneath her as she expired. In under a second, Su Jin's ruthless, lightning-fast assault stunned every onlooker into silence. Awestruck gazes converged upon him. What kind of reflexes, what kind of strength was this? Huohuo stared upward, startled, toward the blazing sun overhead. He had witnessed firsthand how unyieldingly hard that girl's bones were, yet the director had shattered them with a single knee strike. With the sun at its zenith, was this truly the director's peak state? Having neutralized his foe, Su Jin turned his gaze to Qingdai. What happened? I'm not sure, Qingdai replied after several slow, deep breaths. I fired 7 rounds, I watched her fall dead, and I felt no malice from her whatsoever. But the moment you pierced her with your blade, that sensation returned. Perhaps she wasn't truly dead, only unconscious. Perhaps. Your ability's boundaries require extensive testing before you can wield it reliably. Later I'll locate a zombie for you to experiment on. If that fails, we'll capture a live infected instead. Su Jin swept his gaze across the group. This wasn't all bad. It served as a sobering lesson. These disguised infected possess extraordinary abilities, defying conventional logic. Henceforth, for absolute safety, always deliver a finishing blow once an adversary is incapacitated. Stab the heart, sever the head, and verify death beyond doubt. Record this incident explicitly in our operational manual for all future team members. The finishing blow protocol must be strictly enforced. It's not over yet. Sunya suddenly shouted. Shaoli, her arm. Su Jin whirled around, locking his gaze onto Ding Ling's left forearm. Her previously smooth, normal forearm abruptly extruded a fleshy worm-like creature, nearly the length of a human forearm. It moved with terrifying speed. Before anyone could fully register it, the thing had hit the ground and scuttled into shadow, 8 clawed limbs a blur. Su Jin drew his pistol and fired 5 rapid shots, all missed. The creature vanished into the distance. Elder Son, Elder Wei, take Qingdai back to the center, seal every window and door gap immediately. Old Fu, Chengdu, come with me. Fury blazing in his chest, Su Jin sprinted after the creature, barking orders even as he ran. Just when hope had begun to rise, things refused to go smoothly. Problem followed problem, relentless, unending. This infection entity could survive via fragmentation. What exactly was that worm? If it were merely a parasitic growth on the infected, the risk might remain manageable. But if it retained the host's consciousness, the implications would be catastrophic. All 3 drew their weapons and gave chase, sprinting 100 meters in one breath.
The worm slithered through shadows with serpentine agility, its fleshy hide subtly shifting hue beneath dappled sunlight, filtering through leaves. 10 meters further, and it vanished from sight, swallowed by the ground. Su Jin halted, his brow furrowed in seething rage. Lost. Utterly lost. That worm must possess camouflage, or mimicry, abilities otherwise it could not have evaded pursuit so completely. Director, what do we do? Fuhu demanded urgently. Return to the center immediately. Tell Elder Sun and Elder Wei once all gaps are sealed no one must touch the walls. Sprinkle flour evenly across the floor. If anything moves, Elder Sun fires the shotgun without delay. Fuhu spun and bolted toward the activity center. Chengdu, you come with me. Su Jin's sentence broke off mid-word as his gaze snapped upward, from the ground to the rooftop. Chengdu followed his line of sight. There, poised at the edge of the roof, stood a lithe, elegant silhouette, her skirt fluttering in the wind beneath the golden sun. Su Jin's jaw tightened, his features twisting into a snarl. Another one, issuing a challenge. You see, another fool approaches. Chengdu's gaze turned icy and sharp as he locked onto his target, standing ready. Without breaking focus, he asked, Director, what do we do? Su Jin was about to reply, when suddenly his eyes narrowed. Above them, a slender figure had already begun to plummet from the rooftop. Her motion defied gravity, light, fluid, utterly unlike a suicide leap. A second later, she adjusted midair, her toes tapping effortlessly upon the iron-framed flower bed jutting from the 5th floor exterior, then flipped with feline grace, landing cleanly on the 3rd floor. She stepped off the 3rd floor wall and dropped straight toward the ground. As her silhouette vanished from view, Su Jin sprinted forward, then coiled his legs and launched himself into a soaring leap. His leg muscles swelled taut, then, tum. A thunderous detonation erupted beneath him. A concussive shockwave rippled outward, shattering tiles into jagged shards. Before Chengdu's stunned eyes, Su Jin soared upward, his right arm sweeping through the air, and crashed down with seismic force onto the rooftop platform of the Community Activity Center's 2nd floor. My heavens! Is Director Su this formidable? Chengdu blinked dazed, then bolted toward the building. On the rooftop, Su Jin gazed downward, calm and watchful. The woman from the rooftop hadn't vanished. She was now hurtling toward him at blinding speed. In mere seconds, she vaulted from one ornamental tree to another across the courtyard and landed lightly upon the platform. She halted at the platform's edge, 20 meters from Su Jin, and smiled at him, serene and amused. Su Jin studied her closely. Her features were unremarkable, yet her demeanor radiated unnatural ease. No ordinary person could carry such composure. Even an evolved esper from beyond the quarantine zone would never display such detached nonchalance. She was undoubtedly an infected imposter. He himself could cushion a 6-story fall, but not with such ethereal lightness. Her raw strength paled beside his own. Hers was clearly a talent rooted in speed and agility. A firearm would be ideal, but his silver-tipped pistol was empty, its ammunition spent. All other confiscated weapons had been entrusted to Elder Sun for tactical deployment. He carried no spare gun. This would be difficult. Closing in and subduing her barehanded was the optimal strategy. Within 2 or 3 seconds, Su Jin had reached his decision. You're 4 in total, 3 have arrived. Where's the 4th? Su Jin probed cautiously. The woman's brows arched playfully. Oh, you know more than expected. Your scent reeks of blood. Did you kill those 2 worthless fools? So you're truly allied. You all spawn atop that building, don't you? That woman isn't dead. She mentioned you to me. Su Jin's right hand tensed subtly, crushing fragments of shattered bricks scattered at his feet. Just as the woman leaned and listening intently, he flung the shards toward her face like a storm of shrapnel. The hail of stones struck with shotgun intensity, while simultaneously Su Jin exploded forward, legs driving him like a battering ram. Without hesitation, she engaged, startled the instant Su Jin moved. She recoiled, but too slowly and in the wrong direction. A barrage of stones slammed into her torso. Her clothes tore, deep, bloody craters bloomed across her skin. She shrieked, a stone piercing her right eye, blinding it instantly. Yet the impact's recoil accelerated her retreat. Half her body already slipped over the platform's edge, tilting backward into open air. But before she could flee downward, Su Jin descended like a vengeful tempest, lunging low, seizing her slender ankle in an iron grip. With brutal torque, he swung her backward, crunch, smashing her skull first into the concrete, sending her rebounding like a broken doll. She coughed up a gout of crimson, splattering her own face. When she forced her eyes open again, Su Jin's right hand still clamped her calf, unyielding, relentless, bending her body into a rigid, agonizing split. His left fist, wreathed in lethal intent, already streaked toward her face. In her widening pupils, his forearm muscles erupted, ripping through the fabric of his sleeve. At the very brink of annihilation, primal instinct surged. She wrenched her head aside. She evaded the killing blow, but blood spattered sideways as her ear was pulverized into raw pulp. Seeing her evade, Su Jin recoiled, his right arm preparing to swing again. Then, suddenly, a fragrant breeze rippled across her body. Su Jin's expression flickered, dazed, and his grip slackened just for an instant. She seized the opening, knees drawn, she kicked hard into his chest. He skidded backward, several meters, distance restored. No sooner had she risen to her feet than something thick and viscous slapped onto her face, blinding her completely. Su Jin advanced once more, coiled with murderous intent. But after only a few steps, the same sweet fragrance wafted past. leaving him momentarily frozen vacanted. Blind, she staggered back frantically and wiped the substance from her face. When she saw what clung to her palm, her remaining eye convulsed violently, her teeth grinding audibly. Her ear, it was her own ear. The bastard had scooped it up and hurled it back at her. In less than 2 exchanges, one eye lost, one ear obliterated, her spine fractured across multiple vertebrae, and her trousers torn at the crotch. Was this beast a wolf in its past life? Twice deceived, Su Jin's nerves tightened like drawn steel. He watched her, motionless, wary, refusing to advance rashly. His initial assessment had been flawed. Her ability ran far deeper than mere speed or agility. It likely targeted the mind itself. If he could sustain peak output without faltering, he could end her in an instant. But now she was prepared, and armed with this mental interference, even a single misstep could cost him his life. Even beneath the blazing sun, where his physical enhancements reached their zenith, those boosts remained anchored in human physiology. A strike to a vital point would still prove fatal. This was no game. He possessed no bizarre mutations, only a body honed and mortal, bearing all its inherent vulnerabilities. A tense standoff settled between them. The woman laughed, low, venomous. Very well, very well. You are ruthless. I'd intended to flee, but now it seems unnecessary. Remember my name, Liang Chui. From this day forward, you are my dog. Su Jin met her glare with cold silence. Beaten near senseless, she dared utter such arrogance. Her advantage must be extraordinary. Ha ha ha. You're wondering what power I wield. Very well, I'll tell you. It's simple. Every man kneels before me, especially one like you. You'll understand, soon enough. Liang Chui circled warily, maintaining distance. A faint, intoxicating fragrance drifted through the air. I see, Su Jin murmured. It's olfactory, triggered by scent. Calmly, he withdrew a pair of socks, unwashed for over 10 days, from the briefcase, strapped across his chest, tore them in half, and stuffed both strips deep into his nostrils. Liang Chui froze, then burst into furious, incredulous laughter. You're utterly deranged. Naive. Su Jin ignored her, stepping forward ready to deliver a swift, brutal end, when his foot halted mid-stride. Before him, Liang Chui's face began to shift, soften, glow. A sudden visceral wave of longing surged from his core. His lips parted slightly, his murderous resolve ebbing, his muscles relaxing. Then, glancing downward, he realized the one part of him that should have relaxed had not. Director. The door of the small rooftop corridor was suddenly pushed open, and Chengdu barged in. The scene of the two confronting each other came into full view. The woman was bruised and battered, evidently no match for the director. Following Chengdu was Huohuo. Behind Huohuo were Fu Qingdai, Zhangwan's sister Lu, an old son, and old Wei. Chengdu immediately rushed to stand beside Su Jin. Huohuo closed the door of the small corridor, reminding them before shutting it, don't interfere. It's dangerous here, go back down and guard the area. He said, then also ran to Su Jin's side. Roar. I thought it was another idiot, but it turns out to be a hideous cripple. Chengdu spat disdainfully, lacking any decorum. But when he looked down, his gaze froze, and he slowly raised his head to face the flushed Su Jin. His heart ached, astonished, as he exclaimed, Director, you can't be serious. How could you possibly be attracted to this kind of trash? Or did Jiang Yu just ignite something in you? Your reaction is way too delayed. Chengdu said, what's up with that sock? With that, he reached out and pulled the sock out of Su Jin's nostrils. Stop the nonsense. Don't move recklessly. Be careful of that woman. Huohuo stepped in front of Chengdu, and Su Jin, his gaze fixed on Liang Chui. Director, what exactly is going on? I've fallen under her spell. Don't make eye contact with her. Her ability is to seduce men. Su Jin struggled to speak, caught in a battle for mental control. I can't do it. I can't act against her. Mental control, I don't know what the principle is. Smell. Vision might all be affected. What fragrance? How can she seduce men? Chengdu was momentarily confused, then looked at Liang Chui with disdain. But the more I look at this woman, the more disgusting she becomes. I get it. Are you alright, Director? Huohuo asked. Why is Chengdu fine? Did he bring a gun? Kill. Damn. Don't mind me. Su Jin growled, fiercely crouching as he ran towards the distance. It's over. It seems the director has a big problem. We're no match for him. We must be careful. Huohuo said in a low voice. That woman hasn't approached, yet she must be plotting something. I forgot to reload my handgun. What about? Came in a hurry. I don't have one either. Chengdu replied quietly, but it looks like the director took the initiative and severely injured her. She's bleeding. Surely we can't lose to a half-blind cripple. As they spoke, Liang Chui observed them from a distance, frowning. The two newcomers seemed to have some skills, but that wasn't the main. Within their capabilities, why were they unaffected? The one they called director was already out of it. If they left now, they would be at a huge disadvantage. Having been dealt such a heavy blow, finding another opportunity for revenge would be difficult. They would observe for a bit longer. If it didn't work out, they would have to retreat. Go. Chengdu shouted as he charged forward. Flames began to ignite around him, with Huohuo closely following, hardening his heart and fists. Seeing the two rush forward, Liang Chui scoffed and actively approached. These two useless ones were already far slower than that man. Even if she were injured, she was still above them. Split up. With the enemy coming in, Huohuo whispered, and the two divided to prepare for a pincer attack. Liang Chui was right in the middle, her slender arm striking directly at Huohuo. Dodging the iron fist, she struck at his solar plexus. Huohuo grunted, but only staggered slightly before continuing to swing his fist at Liang Chui. Meanwhile, Chengdu also began his attack. His fiery arm swung in a hook, emitting flames nearly 10 inches long. This sudden strike caught Liang Shui off guard, singeing her bangs. A smell like burnt pig hair. Ugly freak. Chengdu shouted mockingly, launching a furious assault. Fu Hu, having missed 2 strikes, began to grow anxious. That woman was too fast, making it difficult for him to achieve an effective result. Rather than continuing this way, it was better to let Chengdu take the lead. With that thought, Fu Hu completely abandoned the idea of injuring Liang Shui and focused on containment. Liang Shui continually defended, occasionally counterattacking, angrily observing their assaults. These two appeared to have trained in cooperation, as she had originally thought it would be an easy win. However, they now seemed more troublesome than she had expected. The older man appeared to be merely enhancing his strength with some defensive capabilities, lacking any other special skills. But that fire controller could spray fire from both nostrils, his head and body swaying left and right, making him quite challenging to deal with, especially with that old man assisting. Moreover, he might have other tricks up his sleeve. Why had the other two not been affected until now? Generally, every man has different tolerances to their abilities. The stronger and more robust a man is, the quicker he is affected. These two seemed quite normal, but why had they not reacted yet? Especially the younger one, who kept running his mouth. After nearly half a minute of continuous fighting, Chengdu seized an opportunity and opened his mouth to deliver a lethal blow. Just as the flames in his chest were about to erupt, Liang Shui struck, first landing a blow to Chengdu's chin. The flames that were about to spew forth were instantly suppressed. Liang Shui let out a cold snort. I knew it. You two are only this capable. With these words, Liang Shui quickly withdrew, running in the direction Su Jin had disappeared. She was injured, unable to deal with both of them in the short term. Dragging it out would create serious problems. The strongest director had already been affected, and his identity was unusual. Disrupting the formation of these two was the best choice. Seeing Liang Shui flee in the direction Su Jin had disappeared, Fu Hu and Chengdu immediately understood what was happening, their faces filled with shock. Without a moment of hesitation, they swiftly followed. However, Liang Shui was faster than both of them. Seeing that she was about to escape, Chengdu let out a loud shout. With a whoosh, flames erupted from his rear, tearing through his pants as he propelled himself forward, quickly surpassing Liang Shui by a body length. What? Glancing sideways at Chengdu, who had inexplicably overtaken her by half a body length, Liang Shui was greatly alarmed. In the next second, Chengdu's hook was already aimed at her face. Liang Shui raised her arm to block, but the flames burned through her sleeve, scorching a patch of charred skin on her fair arm. Where do you think you're going? Fu Hu shouted in pursuit, once again blocking Liang Shui's escape. The three of them quickly became entangled in battle again. After several moments, Chengdu could no longer contain himself and shouted, Director, are you okay? Where are you? Fu Hu's heart sank, quickly realizing the problem. Chengdu's abilities were quite unique and flexible, but they were also, having fought for so long, he had been continuously using fire and could hardly last much longer. If the director could join the fray now, a little assistance would be enough to overcome this woman. He was the key to victory or defeat. As Chengdu called out for Su Jin, all three of them couldn't help but start searching for Su Jin's figure. After experiencing several exchanges as the three moved, Su Jin's figure finally appeared before their eyes. In the shadows beside the small rooftop corridor, Su Jin was hunched over, anxiously busy. The three of them simultaneously gaped in shock. In the shadows, Su Jin was hunched over, combating the chaos in the most primitive way. Hurry up, hurry! Su Jin's eyes blazed with fury. His consciousness, clouded by the opponent's strange ability, slipped beyond his control. Yet the blazing sun hung high overhead. His body had undergone full enhancement, and now only the adverse effects remained. Seeking shade should theoretically ease the affliction, but even now it proved utterly ineffective. Sensing three figures approaching from the flank, Su Jin panicked, dropping into a half-crouch and shouting sideways, Draw that woman away, now! Get out of my sight, or you'll be ruined forever. Chengdu and Fu Hu instantly swapped positions, stepping before Su Jin as shields. At that moment, Liang Shui's eyes finally flared with raw terror. No, it was impossible. With such a fierce battle raging, how dare he attempt that? He knew his own ability, well, its potency hinged entirely on the target's physiological state. Not everyone could be affected. If he succeeded in suppressing it, fully controlling him again would become nearly impossible. And then, Su Jin, you two worthless fools, get out of my way. Liang Shui shrieked, ignoring her grievous wounds as she lunged forward, determined to close in and strike Su Jin down. But the two men before her had already shifted tactics. Fu Hu surged ahead as the sole aggressor, an ironclad tower blocking her path. Above, the sun shifted across the sky. Su Jin, breath ragged, kept glancing upward while forcing himself onward, shadow chasing step by desperate step, until at last he slammed his back against the metal corridor door. Su Jin's eyes bulged with desperation, sweat drenched his brow. Another 100 breaths passed. He gasped twice, then violently shook his head, struggling to shake off Liang Shui's invasive ability. He reached into the pouch strapped across his chest and withdrew his phone. Panting heavily, he unlocked it with one hand, opened a hidden folder, and launched the app. What a... Staring at the empty list, Su Jin nearly choked on his own frustration. He took several deep, steadying breaths, then began scrolling again. It's fine, completely fine. Nothing can stop me. I still have options. Inside the stairwell of the small building, Zhang Wan guided the woman forward. Lu Dajia and Sun Ye stood beside Wei Da, all waiting anxiously. Did you hear that noise? My hearing's not what it used to be, Sun Ye murmured, his face clouded with worry.
I heard it too. The sound grew louder just now. Someone must be drawing near. Fu Qingdai frowned. No gunshots. None of them are armed. Perhaps we should send a firearm over. Wait, whispered low. The moment the words left his lips, two sharp thuds echoed from the metal door. No, we can't go in. They're fighting right at the entrance. At this range would only become dead weight. Sunya rejected the idea outright. Just hold on a little longer. They'll be ready any second. Su Jin's frantic voice pierced through the door. Fu Qingdai's eyes lit up. Her mind snapped into focus. Brothers at the door. So father and brother Chung must be elsewhere. Grab a gun. Sunya hurriedly thrust a shotgun forward. Fu Qingdai seized it and shouted through the door, Brother, I'm bringing you a gun. What a... Su Jin jerked his head up, cold sweat streaking down his temples. In haste, he launched the audiobook app, stuffed the phone into his pocket, and braced one arm against the door. Brother, don't come in. We're in the thick of fire. Did you catch what he said? Sunya asked urgently. Not clearly. Just now it sounded like Brother Chung was unleashing flames. The roar drowned everything else out. Fu Qingdai pressed her lips together. But I heard father perfectly. The other two are farther away. Brother is right here at the door. It's just him. Then there's no more to discuss. Push the door open, toss him the gun, and retreat immediately. Fu Qingdai nodded, and reached for the door handle. She pushed twice. No movement. Glancing back at Sunya, he snapped. Why are you looking at me? This old door's rusted shut. Push harder. Together. Ram it open. With a thunderous crash, the door burst inward behind them. Damn. Su Jin jolted violently, knees buckling as he dropped to the floor, clutching the shotgun. Slowly he turned, bloodshot eyes locking onto the figures behind him. His phone still played the audiobook aloud. Bing's academic performance was far from stellar. 5 pairs of eyes froze, transfixed first upon the floor, then rising slowly to his face. Su Jin's lips trembled uncontrollably as shame and fury flooded his veins, overwhelming every other sensation, then erupted in a deafening roar. What in hell do you think you're doing? Are you trying to kill me? I told you, we're in combat. Who gave you permission to barge in? Fu Qingdai flushed crimson and dropped the shotgun as if it burned her hands. Brother, hey, raise your gun. Before the words fully left her mouth, Zhang Wan snatched it away. In chaotic haste, they scrambled backward into the corridor and slammed the metal door shut with a final echoing bang. Su Jin rose, jaw clenched, adjusting his clothes, veins pulsing hotly across his face. He shook his head sharply once more, then lifted his gaze, eyes burning with lethal intent, toward Liang Cui. That sudden commotion had cleared his head considerably. Truth be told, her ability wasn't absolute domination. His own failing willpower had made him vulnerable. He'd likely succumb again soon. This had to end now. Seizing the shotgun from the floor, Su Jin charged Liang Cui without hesitation. Step aside, both of you. His voice cut through the chaos like celestial music, piercing Fu Hus and Chung Du's ears. Liang Cui whirled, her gaze locking onto Su Jin's advance, and instantly closed distance with Fu Hu, entangling him in close combat. The flame spitter was already spent. This hulking brute was slow, perfect for absorbing bullets. Liang Cui sneered at Su Jin. You've got guts. I've never lost to a man before. Today I yield. But even in death, I'll take one of you with me. Go on, fire. Let's see if your aim holds true. Director, ignore this wretched woman. Fire the gun. I'll wager my life against hers. Let's see whose body proves harder. Fu Hu roared. In the corridor, the 5 stared at one another, still reeling from the earlier shock. At Fu Hus' bellow, Zhang Wan paled. Lu Dajia stepped forward soothingly. When you've chosen a man of true courage and resolve, old Fu has great fortune. He'll survive this unscathed. Hey, what kind of man are you pretending to be? Liang Cui spat contemptuously. I saw it the moment I laid eyes on you. You're utterly immune because you're worthless. And you pervert. Even amid life and death struggle, you're distracted by someone else's rewards. What a... Chengdu you. Director, I swear I didn't. Chengdu shouted in defense. Amid her grapple with Fu Hu, Liang Cui hissed at Su Jin, voice dripping with venom. I've known countless men. This boy adores you. Though today you ought to thank me. He'll fall under my influence sooner or later. Pull the trigger now. You still stand. Wait too long, and you'll lose your chance. Your little boyfriend will help me slay you instead. Ha ha. Want, it's alright. Men reach that age, they all behave this way. Honestly, it's not even that thrilling. Lu Dajia continued gently. Sister Lu, please don't say another word. Zhang Wan mumbled, face buried in her palms. Meanwhile, Su Jin broke into a cold sweat, gun trembling in his grip, indecision paralyzing him. A shotgun blast covered too wide an area. Could Fu Hus' hardening ability react in time? Even if it did, its coverage was insufficient. Firing risked catastrophic collateral damage. Worse, the woman was luring him to pull the trigger, confident Fu, who would serve as her living shield. Su Jin dared not close in. Though his clarity had partially returned, the fog hadn't fully lifted. Her power radiated from her core. The closer he drew, the stronger its effect. Yet even at this distance, prolonging the standoff meant inevitable relapse. What on earth should he do? As Su Jin teetered on the edge of despair, Chengdu suddenly cried out, voice laced with panic. Director, I smell something. Ha ha, yes, it's coming. Liang Cui kept Fu Hu entangled, her taunts weaving through the air like poisoned silk, still hesitating. Too late. Your chance is slipping away. Su Jin's gaze snapped to Chengdu. whose expression had already dulled, eyes glazed, completely withdrawn from the fight. A chill shot through Su Jin's spine. He hesitated no longer. With a roar that shook the heavens, he bellowed, "Chengdu, don't fall for this hideous witch's tricks. I can do it too." At the shout, Chengdu whipped his head around, his eyes clearing, instantly sharp and focused once more. Su Jin gripped the shotgun, sleeves long discarded, shirt flung aside. Liang Cui's eyes widened in disbelief. "So this is the extent of your power? Pathetic. Give up, beauty. You couldn't possibly best me." With that, Su Jin swiftly ejected the shells and hurled them straight at Liang Cui's face. "Qingdai, it's all right. Director had no choice. He certainly doesn't favor men." Lu Dajie spoke softly in reassurance. The two elderly men watched the three women silently, faces unreadable. Fu Qingdai's expression flickered, then hardened. Clenching her teeth, she spun and fled down the stairs. As Su Jin heaved and fired, the shotgun slugs flew toward Liang Cui. Yet her keen eyes had read his prelude to the maneuver. She had braced herself long before the bullets came. Su Jin's motion was anticipated. He dodged in time and dove behind Fu Hu. Having missed once, attempting the same trick again became far more perilous. Chengdu, shaken back to awareness, rejoined the skirmish between Fu Hu and Liang Cui. The battle settled into a desperate stalemate. Su Jin's brow knit tightly as his vision began to blur. Liang Cui's seductive presence surged through his mind again. Panting and ignoring the swelling welt on his body, Su Jin gripped his thigh with fierce, almost frantic pressure. Impossible, impossible, impossible. This particular adversary, far weaker on paper, yet devastating in practice, was uniquely effective against him. If Fu Hu and Chengdu could not be killed, was emasculation the only recourse? Caught between the torment of whether to mutilate or not, the rooftop corridor's little room was smashed open once more. Shouts from Zhang Wan and the others reached their ears. "Qingdai, you're insane, don't make things worse." Su Jin broke out in a cold sweat and spun around. Fu Qingdai barreled toward them with her head down, clutching two bulging plastic bags. At roughly 10 meters away, she began to whirl like a small top as she advanced. Panic rose in Su Jin. He barked, "What are you doing? Go back." Fu Qingdai answered nothing and kept spinning forward. Faster and faster the little top twirled until she was suddenly at Su Jin's side. As Su Jin moved to stop her, Fu Qingdai cried out, "Dad! Brother Chung, get aside." With that shout, she hurled the two swollen plastic bags like shot put straight at Liang Cui. The rotation had made the bags heavier, their velocity rivaled bullets. At the sound of Fu Qingdai's voice, Fu Hu and Chengdu instinctively stepped back to evade. Liang Cui glanced at the incoming objects, snorted at the sight of mere bags, and continued to grapple Fu Hu. When the bag struck, she reached out and punched clean through both of them. With a wet rupture, the bags burst. An avalanche of filth rained down like a violent storm, drenching Liang Cui and Fu Hu from head to toe and splattering Chengdu all over. The three of them stood dumbfounded. Su Jin was suddenly delirious with delight, staring in astonishment at Fu Qingdai. The center's member had used those bags of filth with such quick wit. Brilliant. Now Liang Cui would surely be thrown off her game. Even if she were some sort of succubus, it would be wasted. Well done. Su Jin roared, surging forward to beat Liang Cui until blood and urine mixed. "Serves you right. How dare you?" Fu Qingdai hissed, viciously muttering under her breath before turning and dashing back into the stairwell. After a brief stunned pause, Fu Hu was the first to recover. He swung, sending a wet, messy blow toward Liang Cui. She raised filthy hands to block. Their sticky arms slid past one another. The usually clumsy Fu Hu, aided by their collective effort, finally connected a sliding punch to Liang Cui's jaw. In slow motion, his retracted fist left behind viscous strings, sprays of liquid, and bits of debris. Liang Cui's face contorted grotesquely, her small mouth opened in shock, then snapped shut as reason returned in an instant. Mud and filth clung to her face. Her motions were so exaggerated, she nearly swallowed some. Though infected, she still retained the majority of human habits. After all, even the undead would not eat that stuff. Sickened and threatened with death, Liang Cui's alertness spiked to the maximum. Through the dim sight, she immediately fixed on Su Jin. Wasting no time, Liang Cui shoved Fu Hu away, spat a spray of filth at Chengdu, and forced him back. At the same time, she kicked, savagely splattering filth as it surged toward Su Jin. She was cunning and vicious. The filthy wave roared toward him before he could stop it. Su Jin's eyes brimmed with fury as he raised both arms to shield his face, but his body was soaked through. Worse, his foot slipped on the muck, and he staggered, sliding uncontrollably forward. Within a single breath, amid the stench and chaos, Liang Cui's obscene tactic transformed disadvantage into dominance. She forced the three seasoned fighters back and carved a narrow path to escape from death's edge. As the three paused, Liang Cui fixed Fu Qingdai with a hate-filled, one-eyed glare, then exploded into motion and leapt for the stairwell. Pushing off the activity center's wall, she fell toward the distance and skittered away beyond the neighborhood. By the time Su Jin steadied himself and lowered his arms, his eyes were bloodshot and the muscles of his face twitched wildly. He saw the direction Liang Cui had fled, summoned every ounce of strength, chased after the splashes on the curb, and vaulted forward in pursuit. Those in the stairwell watched the scene like statues. Seeing her man in such a pitiful state, Zhang Wan seized Fu Qingdai by the ear and snapped, "You little brat. What were you meddling in? Look at what you've done to your father and the others. Can't you see your brother is furious?"
Fu Qingdai's face went ashen as she kept shrinking back and mumbled, "Mom, I'm sorry. I didn't mean for this to happen." Lu Dajia hurried forward to smooth things over. It's all right. The child's intentions were good, the execution was flawed. Just wash up, and I'll be fine. 10 minutes later, Su Jin returned to the center's rooftop platform carrying a sour mood and flakes clinging to his. The others had already gone downstairs. Fu Hu and Cheng Du remained on the roof, their bodies beginning to harden into crude armor. They turned towards Su Jin as he arrived. Su Jin shook his head and spat. She let that wretch get away. Damn it. Fu Hu sighed helplessly. This opponent was just too vicious. There was no other choice. Lu Dajia has gone to fetch water. She'll be up soon. In short order, Lu Dajia reappeared carrying 3 wash basins under her arms, a plastic bag of towels, and a large bucket of water. She set the 3 basins down, arranged them, and filled each with water. Lu Dajia stared at the 3 bedraggled men, swallowed, then took a step back. Hurry and clean up. There's not much water, but a wipe should do. We have plenty of perfume. Use lots of it. She hesitated, then added about the director. Su Jin sank discouraged. Lu, you're one of us. Just say it straight. All right, I'll say it plainly, Lu Dajia blurted after a pause. Director, you should strip down to your underpants. You'll really need to. Aye. Su Jin's face burned with anger and embarrassment. Lu, please, just bring us a change of clothes, will you? I'd be grateful. Ah, okay. Lu Dajia forced an awkward smile and trotted downstairs. Only the 3 men remained on the platform, each slumped, and carried a basin off to find somewhere to wash. Su Jin glanced at the clothes and briefcase he had discarded on the ground and felt a small relief. He had prepared well. There were plenty of sodas in the briefcase. If water ran short, cola would do. Cola cleans a toilet superbly, it would surely work. With a basin in hand, he crept behind the little room to make sure no one watched, and set the basin down like a thief. He stripped completely naked, then leaned over the basin and began doing one-handed push-ups with a wild intensity. Half an hour later, 3 masters, Ren Xinlu Yang Wei and Tongshu and Lu, sat side by side on the rooftop ledge, their expressions hollow as they gazed blankly into the distance. After a long silence, Fu Hu, the one seated in the center, spoke dully. Cheng, you just poured a bucket of water over yourself. Why don't you smell at all? I roasted myself with fire. Sterilized. Then what about you, director? Why do you still carry a faint fragrance? I washed thoroughly, Su Jin replied, face impassive. So why am I the only one reeking? Cheng Du hesitated for a long moment, leaning forward towards Su Jin and asking tentatively, Director, what you mentioned earlier. Get lost. Su Jin exploded. Just obliterate everything. All of us. Just die already. Cheng Du recoiled instantly, too frightened to utter another word. Fu Hu sighed deeply. Cheng Du, when did you catch this affliction? Why haven't you gone to the hospital for treatment? Ever since I was a child. Is that even an illness? Honestly, no education whatsoever. Isn't that just unnatural? Su Jin shook his head wearily. Go to the hospital. Healthy people walk out with diseases. Director, you truly understand me. A spark flickered in Cheng Du's eyes. Get lost. Su Jin snapped again, then turned sharply to Fu Hu. Old Fu, you're barely over 40. How did you contract this? Why haven't you sought medical help? Aren't you capable of hardening? Can't your superpower even fix this? Hardening requires form. I can't solidify something shapeless. I'd just encase myself in a silkworm cocoon. Fu Hu's face darkened. What if you hung from parallel bars until it drooped, then hardened? You want me to strip naked outside, hunt down parallel bars, then walk home? And even then hardening would cover only a third. Director, please, stop asking. Fu Hu paused, then abruptly realized what he'd implied, his voice tightening with indignation. My body is perfectly rigid, no flaw at all. It's just that my condition has declined recently. Rest will restore it. Then swap your wife for Jiangyu. My body is perfectly rigid, no flaw at all. It's just that my condition has declined recently. Rest will restore it. Su Jin scratched his chin thoughtfully. Silence fell upon all 3 once more. After a long pause, he exhaled deeply. Enough. Let's discuss the real matter. Things have grown perilously dire. We don't know how many disguised infected remain in the city. For targeted us, we lost 2 wounded, 1 and 1 escaped. That woman likely won't reappear soon, but I fear she'll seek aid from the survivor. Both of you issue immediate orders. Load all supplies onto vehicles now. We depart at dawn tomorrow. Director, the giant fleshworm remains unlocated. Sending people outdoors poses grave risk. Su Jin pressed his palm to his forehead, overwhelmed by pain. He'd forgotten entirely. The fleshworm had vanished somewhere. Then here's the plan. Zhang 1 holds 2 rosters. Assign those without specialized skills to these tasks. Those with vital abilities stay indoors guarding the premises. When Su Jin finished speaking, neither Fu Hu nor Cheng Du responded. They simply remained silent. I know this is cruel. I wish it weren't necessary, but necessity demands sacrifice. This world has fractured beyond repair. We must choose and act decisively. To speak of equality or peace is futile. Our adversaries grant no such grace. Survival is our sole imperative, and not merely our own, but that of as many as possible. All right, let's move. I'll stay outside for now. Leave interior operations to you. I'll breathe fresh air and oversee. With a sharp rap on his knee, Su Jin rose and leapt down to the first floor. For now the crisis had eased. While daylight lingered, mobilization began swiftly. 70-odd individuals were selected and led en masse from the center to haul cargo outdoors. The rest gathered tightly in the central hall,
its periphery freshly dusted with a thin layer of flour. Under Su Jin's direction, external operations proceeded with disciplined precision. The center itself was cramped. Most supplies had been stored on the ground floors of nearby residential buildings. Thus, retrieval proved relatively convenient. Before sunset, the bulk of the work was nearly complete. Seeing only minor finishing tasks remaining, Su Jin returned to the activity center. Peering through the glass door's narrow gap, his gaze met Fu Qingdai's, her eyes filled with quiet remorse. Su Jin offered a gentle wave, then shifted his glance toward Fu Hu and pointed upward. Fu Hu understood instantly and rose to ascend the stairs. On the rooftop, Fu Hu approached Su Jin's side and reported, "All clear here. Evacuees and vehicle assignments are finalized. Remaining supplies will be loaded in one final sweep before departure. Director, one critical detail you must know. That woman's ability exceeds our expectations. Her influence spans vast distances and penetrates walls. While we stood atop the roof, every man below succumbed. But due to distance and intervening barriers, the effect was compared. Chaos erupted briefly downstairs, but Elder Sun has since restored order. Elder Wei suggests current data is insufficient for analysis. He recommends wearing iron pots on one's head, perhaps as rudimentary shielding. A succubus crossed with Professor X. Su Jin muttered, massaging his temples, then raised his voice, noted. Proceed with extreme caution. The elders are our foremost authorities. Follow their guidance without exception. Also, there's something else. As Su Jin spoke, a sudden shriek pierced the hall. Both Su Jin and Fu Hu paled, then sprinted toward the central chamber, one descending, one ascending. Su Jin wrenched the door open and froze. His heart lurched, his pupils contracted sharply. Elder Wei stood amid the crowd, contorted in agony, locked in desperate internal struggle, while Sunya clutched his trembling frame, panic etched across his face. What happened? Su Jin strode into the crowd, parted instinctively. Sunya gritted his teeth. Take him to the isolation room, immediately. Su Jin lifted Elder Wei without hesitation and carried him up to his makeshift office on the second floor. Fu Qingdai and others close to him followed swiftly. Only Zhang Wan remained behind, holding the line. Inside the room, a Spartan space furnished only with a simple desk chair and mattress, Su Jin laid Elder Wei gently upon the mat. What occurred? He demanded urgently. The worm. Sunya gasped, still shaken. It appeared, burrowed straight into Elder Wei's body. Impossible. The floor was dusted with flour. Distance should have granted ample reaction time. It entered unseen, from above. Dropped from the ceiling, striking someone below. Sunya's voice cracked with regret. It didn't land directly on Elder Wei, but the impact jostled it onto him. I watched, saw it pierce his chest. Qingdai. Su Jin turned sharply to Fu Qingdai. Did you sense nothing? Fu Qingdai's expression hardened. I sensed it, but only as it struck. Its presence was fleeting, faint. By the time I reacted, it was already too late. Without another word, Su Jin tore open Elder Wei's shirt. Beneath it lay a fist-sized wound, crimson and raw, and across his upper torso blood-red traceries spread like a grotesque web. The sight struck Su Jin like ice. His pulse quickened, dread surging. This was beyond modern medicine's reach, and Elder Wei was advanced in years. Elder Wei, how do you feel? Pain. Tears streamed unchecked down Elder Wei's face. He seized Sunya's sleeve, shaking it frantically, then pointed fingers trembling toward a distant direction. Ugh. What does he mean? Su Jin pressed urgently. I know. I understand. Sunya gripped Elder Wei's hand, tears streaming as he met Su Jin's gaze. Elder Wei feared the worst. He left notes in advance. Every weapon's operation manual. He wrote them all down. They're at his home. Elder Wei's lips moved soundlessly. Then his grip slackened, his hand slipping from Sunya's sleeve. Tears welled up in the eyes of everyone in the room. Su Jin was tense, all over, filled with resentment. He hadn't acted decisively enough. Too slow. So weak. If only I had been more careful back then, such loopholes wouldn't have appeared. Old Wei is crucial and absolute contributor to the team, yet he is still thinking about solving the problem in such a situation. I can't just give up like this. I can see Wei Des' groans growing weaker. Su Jin suddenly widened, his eyes moved quickly, and began rummaging through his briefcase. In the blink of an eye, a small meatball had appeared in his hand. He stuffed the meatball into Wei Des' hand, and took out a small knife to pierce it. The light merged into Wei Des' palm, and soon after he fell into a deep sleep. Sunya exclaimed anxiously, what are you doing? Will using this on him have any effect at this time? The strange bug is still inside him. What if something else goes wrong? What else can I do? A dead horse is treated as a live one. This is the only method we have, Su Jin said solemnly. Sunya's lips moved, finally lowering his gaze helplessly and saying, what I mean is, you shouldn't waste such resources on him. It's a gamble, and he will slow down our progress. Neither of us has much time left anyway. There's no need to hold back the young ones. He left notes, but who knows if anyone can understand them. He must teach Hansen. Su Jin sighed and said, I understand what you mean, but human emotions are complex. I can't be completely rational in every situation. If he were a stranger, I might not save him. Old Wei has been with me from the start until now. Oh, I cannot just watch him die, and neither can you. Sunya sighed, as well. There's no need to guard against the bugs now. You all should go out first. We need people to handle things down below. Someone should also go get Old Weiss notes. He'll call you whenever he wakes up, or if he needs anything. Time flew by, and night fell. All personnel were arranged and firearms had been distributed to a reliable group according to the daily report. All supplies were loaded onto the vehicle waiting to depart at dawn. In the room next to where Wei De's supplies were stored, Su Jin simply made a bed on the ground and examined the notes left by Wei De by candlelight. The door creaked open slightly. Fu Qingdai slipped and quickly closed the door and laid down beside Su Jin. Su Jin put down the notes and looked at Fu Qingdai, forcing a smile. Why aren't you with your parents? What brings you here? Fu Qingdai gently leaned against Su Jin's shoulder and after a long pause asked, will Grandpa Wei be okay? He will be, Su Jin replied succinctly. You need to have faith. He will be fine and even better than before. Even if problems arise, we can still resolve them for him. Fu Qingdai's eyes glistened with unshed tears. Brother, I'm sorry for today. Oh, I didn't mean to. Su Jin smiled, gently reaching out to stroke Fu Qingdai's hair. You actually saved my life today. Everything else is a minor issue. You did nothing wrong and did very well. Fu Qingdai's petite nose twitched slightly. Today, I killed someone. I knew she was infected, but she looked just like an ordinary child, and As she spoke, her voice began to choke up. Su Jin's gaze deepened, and after gently patting her back twice, he said, you had to do it. You must abandon mercy towards your enemies. Qingdai, your identity is exceptional. You can't just cry at every little problem. How can you carry the banner if you keep crying? Fu Qingdai looked up, her sparkling eyes fixed on Su Jin as she slowly began to speak. If you weren't here, I wouldn't cry. Their eyes met, and Su Jin said sternly, but what if one day I'm no longer here? Where could you go? Fu Qingdai stubbornly looked at him, her hand clenching his clothing tightly. You said the spaceship crashed. Maybe someone will come to pick me up, or perhaps I will die. What will you do then? Su Jin countered. Fu Qingdai was about to respond, but was silenced by Su Jin pressing his lips to hers. It's not that I don't care about you. But you must be able to endure to become the pillar of the team. Sometimes you need to use mercy, and sometimes you must abandon it. Managing such matters isn't difficult. To deal with clever people, you must use interests to bind them. As for those foolish individuals, you must never tell them the truth. Instead, you should hypnotize them through a form of religion, making them believe what you have them do is right. The rest is simple. Befriend the capable and distance yourself from the petty, then appoint only those you trust. There will always be someone in the team who goes hungry. If someone is useful, give them food and develop them as confidants. If they are useless, throw the problem back at them. Just say that their hunger is due to their own lack of effort and blame them. Let them continue to compete to serve you. What I'm saying is very important. You need to remember it, as it may come in handy in the future. However, this is not comprehensive, and there's also. Su Jin lowered his head, once again locking eyes with Fu Qingdai. The girl's gaze flowed, not shifting an inch. Continuing to look down, Su Jin reached out and pushed aside the long legs that had unknowingly draped over him. And the most critical point is, you must not have inappropriate thoughts about your brother. I am an alien, and this is love of the seventh form. I don't. Fu Qingdai angrily lowered her head, her hands gripping the edge of her clothing, trembling and turning pale. At the moment she looked down, Su Jin tightened his fingers and then smiled slightly. Brother has experience. Speaking of this might make you not believe me. A career elite like me is clean and refined, confident and generous, with graceful manners and gentle speech, always making young girls feel relaxed, warm, and comfortable. What about the boys in your age group? They are unrefined in appearance, financially strapped, impulsive, and disorderly. Their words and actions are unpredictable, often provoking anger. They are far behind me. Brother is like opium. It may bring you physical and mental comfort, but for the sake of future happiness, you must quit it. You have no shame. Fu Qingdai bumped her head against Su Jin's ribs. After the teasing, the smile on Su Jin's face gradually faded, and he looked at the ceiling and murmured, to be honest, I have many girlfriends. Fu Qingdai quickly looked up, staring intently at Su Jin. I'm not lying to you. On our planet Mexstar, we practice polygamy. I have a whole building of women. As soon as I walk in, they line up in groups to see me. If I don't find anyone I like on that day, I switch for another batch. Sometimes I change several batches before finding one. I only accompany one person at a time. Sometimes when friends come over, I even bring a few girlfriends to accompany them. Fu Qingdai's complexion paled, her lips pressed together as she carefully scrutinized Su Jin's eyes, searching for a flaw. Is that true? I don't believe it. Of course it's true. Have you forgotten that we Mextarians never lie? After finishing, Su Jin dared not look directly at her, immediately pushed Fu Qingdai away and said, you should sleep first. I'll go check on old Y's situation. Fu Qingdai stood there in a daze as she watched Su Jin leave. After a long while, she furrowed her brows, clenched her delicate fist, and struck the wall forcefully. He lied to me. Mextarians never lie. He hasn't spoken a single truth. Entering the room where Sunya and Wei De were, Su Jin gently closed the door and approached. Wei De was still deeply unconscious, and Su Jin whispered, Old son, how is the situation? Any changes? Sunya shook his head and sighed. Based on the previous mutation timeline, it should still take some time before he is likely. The absence of any special phenomena is a good thing. I have checked his heartbeat and pulse, they seem normal. It is very likely that the creature inside him is also in a deep slumber with him. However, that is precisely the problem. If the creature were to strengthen itself, Old Wei might have no chance of survival at all. Then let's wait a bit longer, it's still far from dawn. After saying this, Su Jin sat down on the edge of the mattress. Looking at the untouched food on the floor, he turned to Sunya and said, Old son, you should eat. If you don't finish it, I truly can't take it anymore. Although he had no appetite since Su Jin had said, so son, you did not refuse. He He picked up the bowl and began to eat. Halfway through the meal, Sunya paused and said softly, "Shally, there are some things I didn't want to say, but I'm afraid I might end up like Old Wei one day, so I'll just ask you directly. What is it?" The two locked eyes and Sunya enunciated each word. "Are you an alien?" Su Jin was taken aback and forced a smile. "Old son, you're really quite strange. Why do you ask that? Your way of speaking is very unique, oh perhaps even you haven't noticed it. When communicating with me you speak in the long shot. But during our investigation, we interacted with many residents in the building, some spoke dialects, and your accent would also carry dialect influences. Moreover, sometimes you use formal language unexpectedly, and you explain certain common things in a rather strange way. It's as if you have a universal translator within you." Su Jin's expression froze. He had never considered that Sunya could be so perceptive. Moreover, no one had ever mentioned this to him, and he himself would never have noticed. The company's translation really is. Su Jin hadn't yet gathered his thoughts when Sunya continued, "I didn't start suspecting you from here, but rather when I saw that communication device of yours. That device from its appearance based on our observations should be a civilian device, and its entertaining icons only further corroborate this judgment. Old Wei and I have come into contact with cutting-edge technology that doesn't exist in the market. The device in your hand cannot possibly be manufactured in this world, and it doesn't even possess the capability for production. If you are not an alien or have not encountered any alien technology, these things cannot be explained. Old Wei and I have long had our doubts, but seeing you busy with everything we have not dared to speak up. So can you give me an answer now?" After a long silence and with beads of sweat forming in the palm of his hand, Su Jin finally spoke. "You guessed correctly, I am indeed an alien. We are not beings of the same planet, but the species should be similar." Upon receiving a confirming answer, Sun Ya's heart began to race. "Then you. I know what you want to ask. I don't know how I came to this world, and yet I have become proficient in your language. Just consider it an unforeseen cosmic event. The technology in my world is not much more advanced than here. Perhaps in another 20 years this world will be just like my hometown. As for the disasters in this world, I have no clues at all. I am trapped here and only wish to survive and help you all survive, nothing more." "Then why did you come into contact with Fu Qingdai?" Sunya continued to ask. "It's a kind of resonance. I can see the essence of the gray rain, and she can foresee the future. Perhaps a higher dimensional civilization hopes to save this world, which is why they brought me here." Su Jin lowered his head, feeling bitter. "If there truly is a civilization that wants to help us, then why don't they intervene themselves?" Sunya sighed deeply. "Who knows? Perhaps I misunderstood and they might not have any good intentions. I could have been set up by aliens. If you were set up by aliens, then your previous identity must have been unusual, right? I'm just a salesman living decently with some prospects." Sigh. Su Jin helplessly closed his eyes. "Let's not talk about it." Sensing Su Jin's low mood, Sun, you changed the subject. "Then tell me what your side is like, okay?" "All right." Su Jin smiled, and then took out his phone, beginning to speak slowly. "I want to talk about the distant past. It's all just primitive people fighting, not much different from here, so I'll focus on the recent events. Who knows what tomorrow will bring? Perhaps I might die tomorrow, or perhaps the two old men will no longer be in front of me. Secrets and identities, everything has become insignificant in the face of survival." Sunya listened quietly, his expression alternating between dazedness, admiration, and regret. Just as he was about to ask a question, an unexpected voice interjected. "It sounds like the future development is quite promising, but there's not much happiness. Haha, with rapid development desires, Old Wei." Su Jin was startled and immediately lowered his head to look at Weida. He did not know when Weida had already awoken, but lay still on the bed, unmoving. He was simply smiling and looking at him. "Shally, you really are an alien. Old Wei, don't say useless things." Sunya hurriedly helped him check his condition. The dense red blood web on Weida's chest still existed, and on the surface it seemed there was no change. Weida exhaled and stared at the ceiling, saying, "I don't know, my body doesn't hurt anymore. But that creature is definitely not dead, but still inside me. I don't know if it's asleep or what, and I can't sense its location. If it wakes up, I probably won't survive." "What about your abilities? Can you still move?" Su Jin asked. Weida blinked. "I don't know what abilities I have. I don't have the chi sense you all talk about. I can't move at all right now. It seems my body is trying to regain strength, but it also feels like it's being drained, which is why I'm like this. Shouldn't we get going? Just take me along. My notes aren't finished, but I'll dictate and you find someone to record it." Su Jin exchanged glances with Sunya. "Old Sun, you understand medicine well. Is there a way to resolve this kind of situation? Considering a parasite has entered the body and is quite large, logically speaking, removing the parasite should suffice. But without a sterile environment, even if we operated to check, we might awaken the creature inside him, and then there would truly be life and death are fated. Oh, don't force anything for me. I also don't have long to live," Weida said. "Find someone to help me continue copying my notes. You all have gotten that notebook, right? Read it to me, and I'll continue dictating." Sunya directly ignored what Weida said, and suddenly looked at Su Jin, raising his head. "There is a method that can save him, and the feasibility is very high." "What can we do?" Su Jin braced himself. "Nuclear magnetic resonance. That creature is no small thing. An MRI will definitely detect it, pinpoint its location, and allow a single fatal strike." Sunya swung his fist hard. Su Jin's gaze quickly dulled. "Don't be foolish, old son. Where on earth would we get an MRI?" Weida shouted at the top of his lungs. "Don't waste time. The notes are important. Do you want my death to be for nothing?" Sunya was about to speak when Su Jin's low voice sounded at his ear. Old son. I know you are desperate to save him, but using an MRI is simply impossible. There is no power, and it has been out for too long. Even if I could find a machine, would it still work? The hospital is certainly heavily contaminated now. No. You're wrong. I'm urgent, but not so stupid as to ignore the constraints of reality. Sun Ya's eyes flashed. The hospital won't work, but there is one place that certainly will. Where? Su Jin demanded at once. Longlin Dasha, the tallest skyscraper in the city. The top 3 floors are not ordinary residences. The 99th is a living quarter, the 98th is the medical level, and the 97th handles logistics. Sunya said on the 98th floor there is a medical environment ranked among the nation's, even the world's, finest. The nuclear magnetic resonance equipment there is custom built. What? Su Jin was startled and pressed on. But with the power cut so long, even under the best conditions, a restart would take at least a week or 2, right? The machine needs liquid helium replenishment, and we have no way to do that now. You know quite a lot, Sunya said with mild surprise. I used to sell medical equipment, so I know a bit. Old son, tell us quickly. Su Jin urged. Sunya nodded. The MRI units in Longlin Dasha are bespoke. I personally went there to tune them. Their temperature control architecture far exceeds military standards. Those machines also have power loss protections, dual helium tanks, and off-grid thermal stabilization systems. With top medical staff, maintaining them, their condition should be preserved and very likely remain superconducting. After the Hanxiong fired outside, temperatures dropped below -50 degrees at one point. The top of Longlin Dasha would be even colder, so liquid helium would evaporate far more slowly than normal. Crucially, the building has local helium reserves and backup power. Under ideal conditions, it would take only 3 hours to reboot and make the MRI usable. Sunya said in a low voice, we could even perform surgery on site, though major operations are out of the question. Old Y's physical state must have improved significantly, otherwise with such a large foreign body inside him, he would not be responding so normally. If we find that creature and stab it with a needle to kill it, even if Wada only barely survives, it's worth it. My God, who lives up there? Su Jin marveled. What kind of magnate is that? Sunya looked at him and raised an eyebrow. That is nothing, it's for the very wealthy. How wealthy? The wealthiest. Good. Su Jin rose at once. What are we waiting for? Let's go. We don't know the exact condition of the creature inside Old Way, and we can't afford delay. He'll drive out first to scout, lure the zombies off the streets, and then return immediately to pick you up for Longlin Dasha. You two are insane. Wada shouted furiously. Not now. Don't waste time on me. You cannot base plans on ideal scenarios. What if it ends up a wasted trip? Old Way, can't you see Shaoli clearly yet? He won't stop if you don't cooperate. Sunya's side. Stay alive, you still have. Having said that, son, you turn to Su Jin. Shaoli, we have all seen your ability. Scouting must come first, but you should go to Longlin Dasha ahead of time. We can pass safely through the fire stairwells, and the top 3 floors are idle, but I estimate there may be about 20 people there for maintenance. If they have become zombies, we must clear them out first. I understand. I'm going now. Su Jin rushed out. On the first floor lobby, many had already fallen asleep. Fu, who stood guard with several others. Seeing Su Jin burst in, Fu immediately sensed something amiss and asked director what's happening. Old Wei has woken, but he needs treatment at Longlin Dasha. They have the facilities. I will go out to draw the zombies away, and then come back. Prepare a few working loudspeakers, and bring several cans of gas. Su Jin spoke as he headed for the door. At this hour, if we turn on car lights, won't the zombies all be attracted? Will Fu asked urgently. Su Jin had already reached the car, opened the door, and called back, I have night vision now. There's no need to turn on the lights. Wait for me. Once I lead the zombies away, I'll return immediately to fetch the 2 elders. I must care for both and climb stairs, so bringing Chengdu along is safer. Have them wait for me on the first floor. Leave the defense here entirely to you. Just a few hours. Don't let anything go wrong. When this is over, it will almost be dawn, and we may return a little later. The nearby streets are already cleared. Move the convoy onto the street and be ready to depart at any moment. This is the final trial to establish our new home. We will all reach the military district intact. Fu licked his lips and nodded vigorously. Good. Wonderful. Give me 2 minutes, and I'll fetch the loudspeakers. By the way, what's the gasoline for? Don't worry about it, just go. Old son, you truly are mad. What is the difference between this and gambling? Wada muttered his complaint. It's not worth it. I would have no regrets even if I died, but if we fail, do you want me to go down? Sunya replied calmly, if you can still shine and contribute, you must live. Your notes do not even finish the weapons operating instructions. When the weapons are gone, what will others do? Let them fumble through books and teach themselves. You understand military industry and even production. In the future, we must restart factories. We cannot do without you. I am not just a little worse than you in that area, so you must live. Wada fell silent. Sunya continued, we are both old, and our families are all gone. Death is nothing. A final breath, and it's over. But what of the next generation? Shaoli came to our planet from light, an alien with no selfish motive who treats our lives as his own. What kind of spirit is that? He risked his life to save you, and you refuse to live. Are you worthy of him? Listen to me, your most important duty now is to learn to keep quiet and stop interfering with our operations. Wei De's expression changed, and he finally gave a wry smile. An alien? He really is an alien. We were truly saved by an alien. Indeed. I can see that everything he says is true. He himself does not understand how he arrived here. Perhaps he is our savior. He must be. Wei De's face finally softened, and his eyes turned to Sunya. Old son, I did not catch what you were saying before. Tell me again. I was about to tell you they have developed nuclear bombs. Many nations possess them. But astonishingly, they have nothing like the Han weather weapon. Their environment must differ greatly from ours. Amazing. What about Fu Qingdai? Did Fu Hu really get cuckolded by the alien? Is his early decline the alien? Goddamn. That old bitch. You truly deserve to die. 40 minutes later, Su Jin drove back to the activity center. Chengdu had already received the news and was waiting alone at the entrance. Upon seeing the car return, he immediately walked over. Su Jin did not get out of the car, but leaned out to say, I've cleared the way ahead. Hurry and get the 2 elders into the car and bring 2 spare guns as well. Director, I am truly moved. I didn't expect you would dare to come alone with me. Cut the crap and hurry up. Chengdu quickly jogged back inside to carry Wei De out, joining Sunya in the car. The vehicle only stopped for 3 minutes before setting off again. Su Jin and Sunya sat in the front seat. Sunya asked, was there any problem on the way? If there was a problem, would I have returned so quickly? Su Jin chuckled. Everything went smoothly. I checked the Longlin building. There were only a dozen ordinary zombies inside, and I dealt with them all. The environment was very clean, and the equipment looked intact, but I didn't dare to check the finer details. Sun Lao, do you know where the emergency power supply is? I know. When I went to check the equipment, the owner proudly showed me around everything. Sunya sighed. I've been to quite a few nice places, but the top floor of Longlin building was truly impressive. That's why everyone wants to climb higher. Su Jin chuckled helplessly. I just took a wrong turn and ended up muddling through the market. If I had pursued something else back then, I could have benefited so many people. How then your brain would be following your ass? Don't you want a big house? I'm not greedy. Oh, I just need a place to live. I can do without the house. It's clear you really are cut out for this. Chengdu in the back seat was watching over Wei De, and as the vehicle turned, Wei De's limp body began to tilt awkwardly. Wei Lao, is that position comfortable for you? Do you want me to adjust it? Don't touch me. Pervert. Wei De shouted angrily. At your age, if you have an illness, you should go to the hospital. Hey, I didn't say you had an illness. Oh, why are you taking it out on me? He was just trying to help and got scolded for it. Chengdu rolled his eyes in frustration, folding his arms and looking out the window. Sunya snorted coldly and added, if you don't treat illness as illness, how can that be right? What's wrong with a big man liking something? If you like men, can you face your parents? That's unfilial. Hey, alright, you 2 old men. Chengdu is here to help, and you talk like that. Is that even a problem? What backward thinking? Su Jin mocked while driving. When we go upstairs later, we still have to carry you too. Can you make it up 100 floors by yourselves? Do you still look down on me? Chengdu smiled, reaching out to pat the front seat. You're still considerate, director, very open-minded. Shut up and don't talk to me. They drove to the base of Longlin building. Su Jin and Chengdu got out simultaneously, carrying Sunya and waded quickly into the building. Having already scouted the route, they proceeded directly to the 99th floor. After placing Wei De on the bed in the luxury ward, Sunya quickly ran to activate the power supply. Chengdu suddenly exclaimed while looking out the window, what's going on? That building across the way is on fire and the lower floors are burning. Such a huge fire. Is there someone else there? Stop shouting, I set the fire myself, Su Jin replied while adjusting the bed. Why? Chengdu didn't finish his sentence before the backup power kicked in and the entire floor lit up with a bright light. Su Jin pointed upward. Why else? Zombies are also attracted to light sources. If they gather downstairs, it'll be trouble. You come with me to turn off the lights on the upper and lower floors, or just leave one on. Once Sun Lao returns, we'll act. The director is cautious. I didn't even think of that. Shut up. Before long, Sunya returned and entered the ward saying, I'm going to the MRI scanning room. Whoever wants to come along can, and those who don't can stay here with Old Wei. Su Jin accompanied Sunya to the MRI scanning room. The intact machine was set up inside, and the surroundings were also very tidy. After checking the area, Sunya immediately began inspecting the machine. Su Jin waited anxiously while observing the environment, unable to help but marvel. This private MRI scanning room was much larger than that of a hospital. It was impressively spacious. Truly amazing. After a busy period, Sunya clapped his hands emphatically. Great. The magnet is not exceeding limits, and the liquid helium level is still at 36. As long as the temperature control remains stable, we can restart within 3 hours. Fantastic. The person who ordered the launch of the Cold Sky missile has really helped us tremendously. The situation is better than I imagined. Su Jin completely relaxed, saying, that's good. Sun Lao, you stay here for a while. Oh, Chengdu, and I will go turn off the lights on the other floors. Alright, you 2 hurry up. Don't mind me. At the top floor, Su Jin quickly moved through room after room, turning off the lights. Although the world was generally backward, the top floor of Longlin building truly left this earthling in awe. The decoration style showed no signs of being rustic. Every piece of decor exuded a luxurious quality. The walls and carpets were all adorned in red and gold, and the uniquely designed crystal chandeliers shone brilliantly. It wasn't until he discovered a messy display cabinet in the huge master bedroom and found a nice watch in the corner that Su Jin finally satisfiedly made his way downstairs. At the same time, Chengdu also returned to the MRI scanning room holding a basket and approaching with a delighted expression. Director, look what I found downstairs, several super large refrigerators connected. All filled with fruits. They've been stored for a long time, yet they're still as fresh as ever. Amazing. Su Jin picked up a familiar fruit and took a bite, his eyes widening as he nodded, deeply sweet. So damn sweet. After chewing a few bites, he suddenly realized something was off. He asked Sunya in surprise. Hey, that can't be right. The refrigerator should have lost power long ago. How is the fruit still so fresh? Sunya calmly replied. All the equipment here is custom-made. I remember the refrigerator uses a dual-circuit cooling system. In addition to the compressor, it also has a closed-loop liquid nitrogen system and a phase-change cooling layer. It can maintain temperatures below -10 degrees even after a month without power. Such things aren't even available on the market. You might not see them for another 20 years. I don't understand what you're saying. That's why rich people have it good. At least we can experience a taste of the rich life today. Chengdu happily munched on the fruit. Rich? Some things you can't play around with no matter how much money you have, Sunya scoffed. Hey, how can you say that? If I spend money, can't I buy it? Some things, if others have used them, you can't use them, and that has nothing to do with money. TCH. I don't care, at least today we got to experience it. Sunya kept working while teasing. So would you rather experience the life of the rich here, or go back to being a security guard in the— Upon hearing this, Chengdu slowed his chewing, feeling the taste turn bland, and sadly said, if I could go back to before, even being a stray dog would be fine. Huh. I would be so happy to die yesterday. Sunya chuckled. Su Jin set down the fruit in his hand, quietly sitting aside, closing his eyes to rest. All right. 2.5 hours later at Sun Yas call, the two stood up. The machine had started, and was making— As Su Jin was about to step forward, he suddenly felt a pulling sensation beside him. He quickly reached out to stop Chengdu from moving closer. Don't go over there. You're right, I don't get too close to the machine. If you have any metal objects on you, they might get sucked in, and I'd have wasted my efforts. Sun Yas' warning sounded. All right, you two get ready to push Old Wei in. After a brief preparation to ensure no metallic objects were on his person, Chengdu entered the ward, examined Wei thoroughly, and carried him into the MRI suite. Su Jin stood beside the computer accompanying Sunya as they awaited the imaging results. As Chengdu wheeled Wei into the machine, the monitor screen began to flicker with shifting patterns. Sunya immediately leaned and squinting intently at the display. Su Jin crossed his arms, his expression hardening instinctively. Though familiar with the situation in broad strokes, he remained utterly untrained in medicine. Yet even to an untrained eye, Weida's condition was unmistakably dire. True to their hypothesis, the massive fleshy worm lay motionless inside him. A colossal shadow loomed within his abdominal cavity. The creature's clawed limbs can extend. They've already coiled around Wei Lao's internal organs. Sunya murmured that he remains alive and feels no pain. Proves his body has undergone profound radical— Now comes the critical question, what do we do? Su Jin spoke gravely. How do we kill this worm? It is no ordinary organism. Can we identify its vital weak points? Sunya shook his head, his expression heavy with gravity. Though everything had proceeded tautly thus far, the decisive step remained little more than a gamble. No one had ever encountered such a life form. Achieving instant lethality carried immense risk. Conventionally, the head is the most vulnerable target. But this creature would likely defy such simplicity. Pierce 3 precise points along its torso, from head to tail, in a single coordinated strike. That would be the safest course. Sunya analyzed, should the attempt fail, Wei Lao will certainly experience acute pain, giving us a second chance to scan again and reassess our approach. Pull me out. I'm ready. Go ahead. Don't fear my death. Weida's voice echoed faintly from within the machine. Sunya and Su Jin exchanged a glance. We'll take the risk, Su Jin declared. Proceed as you've outlined. Fetch the instruments and tell me exactly how to strike. Sunya nodded, turning toward Weida, who Chengdu had just carried out. Bring him to the operating room. The four swiftly relocated. By then, Weida's upper body had been fully undressed. To prevent involuntary movement and potential injury, he was tightly restrained to the gurney. Standing beside the bed, Sunya addressed Weida. The worm lies diagonally across your abdomen. The region resembling its head rests between the 8th and 10th ribs on your right side. This area lies adjacent to the liver and adrenal gland. A puncture here may trigger excruciating pain and neural paralysis. Brace yourself, Wei Lao. Do you have no anesthetics or sedatives? Weida asked, his face pale. Those would dull sensation. Right now, your full awareness is paramount. You must report any anomaly instantly, so we can intervene. Endure it. Sunya replaced his tweezers with a sterile marker and drew 3 precise circles between Weida's ribs. After applying iodine, he turned to Su Jin. 3 biopsy needles lie in the tray beside you, each marked with depth calibrations. We have no data on the worm's dermal resilience, so your thrust must be swift, decisive, and forceful. A failed penetration would drastically escalate Wei Lao's mortality risk. Remember, precisely 17 centimeters, not a millimeter more or less. Shall I demonstrate first? Su Jin lifted the long needle from the tray and drove it sharply through the air, several times, jaw clenched. Then exhaling slowly, he said, understood. Extinguish all lights. In total darkness, my precision sharpens. Are you certain you need no further practice? Weida blurted anxiously. No. Practice might blunt instinct, Su Jin replied, eyes locked on the needle. Rest easy. My anatomical dissection experience is extensive. Even medical students may not match my proficiency. And in darkness, my movements are exquisitely refined. Don't frighten me, Shaoli. What you call dissection is closer to— Weida squeezed his eyes shut in anguish. Sunya shot him an exasperated glare. Silence. Report every sensation, immediately and without omission. I'm switching off the lights. At his words, the surgical lamp above the table dimmed to black. The room plunged into absolute, suffocating darkness, their disparate breaths suddenly stark and audible. Su Jin gripped all 3 needles in both hands, aligned them with uncanny accuracy, and drove them deep into the designated sites. In that void, the 17-centimeter calibration marks glowed with surreal clarity in his vision. 17 centimeters, exact, unwavering. At the instant the needles pierced flesh, Wei erupted in a ragged, guttural shriek, and convulsed violently. Sunya snapped the lights back on and rushed to the gurney, his face alight with elation. Wei Lao, how are you? Speak. Wei could not utter a word, only thrashed and roared, but the dense web of blood spreading across his chest was receding rapidly. The next second, 3 needles still embedded in his body, shot outward with explosive force. 3 arcs of tangerine-red blood jetted upward, striking the ceiling. Unidentified fluid sprayed wildly, spattering the ceiling in chaotic bursts. Fortunately, Su Jin reacted instantly, snatching the stainless steel sterile tray from beside the gurney and holding it over Weida's wounds. The subsequent torrent struck the tray squarely, sparing the 3 men from contamination. After several heartbeats, as Weida's final groan faded, Su Jin flung the tray aside. When they looked upon Weida's face, he had already slipped into unconsciousness. Quick, back to the MRI for another scan. Sunya commanded without hesitation. Chengdu, nearest the door, seized the gurney and sprinted toward the MRI suite, sliding Weida back into the machine. Sunya rushed to the console, initiating the imaging sequence. The image materialized swiftly, and both Sunya and Su Jin, standing shoulder to shoulder, broke into radiant smiles. The worm is gone. Yes, it's vanished. Sunya whispered. Was that orange fluid the worm itself? That defies logic. Did it simply dissolve? Or did Wei Lao somehow expel it via emergent superhuman ability? Enough. Extract Wei Lao. I'll examine him. Sunya issued fresh orders. They moved again, this time to an adjacent room. Weida remained comatose. Sunya approached, inspected the puncture sites, and recoiled in stunned disbelief. Tell me, is my vision failing, or am I truly seeing this correctly? There are no wounds where the needles entered. You're not mistaken. There are none. Su Jin's throat bobbed faintly. Could Wei Lao's ability be rapid self-regeneration? Simple enough. Let's test it with a shallow incision. At Chengdu's suggestion, both Su Jin and Sun Ye shot him sharp, disapproving glances. Sunya hurried back to the operating room and returned with a scalpel, handing it silently to Su Jin. Without hesitation, Su Jin made a superficial fingernail-sized cut along Weida's ribcage. TCH. Chengdu scoffed, rolling his eyes before leaning in curiously. There, on Weida's flank, the freshly drawn wound had already vanished without a trace. Damn it, so it really is self-healing. If this old man wakes up, could he possibly gain immortality? Sunya, a blessing in disguise, truly a blessing in disguise. But don't get too optimistic just yet. Let's wait until Elder Wei wakes up. Su Jin cautioned. Sunya's brow furrowed again. What if he never wakes up? Then he'll be a vegetable for life. Waking him up, is that even difficult? Chengdu smiled faintly. How? Su Jin asked anxiously. Without a word, Chengdu reached out and pinched Elder Wei's nose shut. Su Jin and Sunya froze on the spot, stunned. Within 2 or 3 seconds, before anyone could step forward to intervene, Weida shot upright from the hospital bed, his eyes wide with lingering shock. See, I told you so. Chengdu folded his arms, wearing an expression of quiet inevitability. Elder Wei, how do you feel? Sunya rushed forward, voice urgent. Weida swallowed hard, his gaze distant and dazed. After a long pause, he whispered, Have you checked? Has that insect still been inside me? It's gone, vanished. Perhaps your body digested and expelled it. Weida gasped heavily, blinked blankly, then raised both hands to examine them closely. Muttering to himself, he breathed, I feel incredible, like I've shed 20 years. Every muscle thrums with vitality. Did you know you can heal at astonishing speed? Sunya leaned in, eyes gleaming with envy. I had no idea. Weida replied, bewildered. How did you As the words left his mouth, Su Jin drew his blade, swift as wind, and slashed a 5-centimeter gash across Weida's waist. Weida cried out in sharp pain, Shaoli, you're insane. Look at your wound. Sunya pointed frantically. Weida glanced down. The cut had bled only 2 drops, and the superficial injury was already sealing before their very eyes. I truly am unbelievable. I feel warmth radiating from the wound, and nothing else, Weida murmured half to himself. Why do I possess such power? When that insect burrowed into me, all I could think was getting it out, alleviating the pain. Huohuo failed, but gained petrification. Could it be tied to one's deepest thoughts? Sunya fell silent, deep in contemplation. That grotesque figure on the rooftop certainly seemed starved for male attention. Yet Shaoli Chengdu and that little girl who unleashed the insect, they simply don't fit that pattern. Actually, they might. We know nothing of the girl. As for Chengdu, he may have wished to become a man. And men embody fire after all. Chengdu's face twitched twice. Wordlessly, he turned away. Elder Wei, do you call yourself a scientist while spouting such nonsense? Sunya snapped, furious. HSS. Oddly plausible. But how do I explain my own ability? Surely not because I fantasized about being intersex. Su Jin shrugged. Nonsense. Chengdu spun back, eyes alight with sudden delight. Director, I see it now. This means you could date either a woman or a man. Don't force me to hurl you off the roof. Su Jin recoiled in disgust. Back on Earth, I'd never encountered anything like this.
Yet here on an alien world, I stumble upon sheer absurdity. Enough. Henceforth Sichuan cuisine is banned from his diet. Let's pause our speculation for now, Su Jin declared. Elder Wei has awakened, and appears remarkably well. Let's return by vehicle first. Everything else can wait until tomorrow. We can leave, but we won't depart empty-handed. This place holds valuable resources. Elder Wei can walk unassisted now. One of you should gather all high-value supplies from the building. Just as Su Jin nodded in agreement, a sharp clack echoed from the hallway. All four froze, then slowly turned their heads toward the doorway. The hallway lights flickered on. You two stay put. I'll go with Chengdu to investigate. Su Jin reached into his briefcase, withdrew 3 small plastic-wrapped spheres, and secured them at his waist. He accepted the shotgun Chengdu tossed him, and the two stepped into the corridor, one slightly ahead, the other close behind. At first glance, the man stood nearly 2 meters tall, clad in black tactical gear, his frame massively built. His arms hung loosely, swaying with each measured stride emanating palpable lethality. He means harm. He is no longer human. Su Jin clenched his jaw. At the sight, Chengdu's face drained of color. He instinctively staggered backward, teeth chattering. Gao Tianfang. Who is Gao Tianfang? Do you know him? Su Jin whirled around urgently. What is his background? Duan Sure Squad. The sovereign of soldiers. Chengdu enunciated each word with grim reverence, then rushed on, voice quickening. I heard of him long ago. He's practically superhuman. Carrying 25 kilograms of combat gear, he completed a mountainous 50-kilometer cross-country run in under 6 hours, including 10 kilometers at 230 meter altitude. He can hold his breath motionless for 7 minutes. He masters hand-to-hand combat, and every firearm imaginable. At night, he hits moving targets at 400 meters with over 90% accuracy. His battlefield record is legendary, yet I recall he wasn't this tall. He was short. If he's been infected and mutated, then amplified beyond his original prowess. His strength is unimaginable. Director, what do we do? A chill coiled deep within Su Jin's chest. Even before mutation, the man had been monstrous, now retaining full memory and skill, while further enhanced. It defied comprehension. Judging by his physique, he was likely power-enhanced. In daylight, Su Jin wasn't certain he could best him, but in present conditions victory seemed unlikely. Still, he had a gun. A fight remained possible. Chengdu, follow my orders precisely. Take the elders and go now. I'll handle him. At night my speed and agility will surpass his. Director, go now. Be careful. Chengdu hesitated, then turned sharply, seized both elders, and sprinted down the opposite corridor. Gao Tianfang appeared unconcerned, continuing his unhurried advance. Yet at last his voice broke the silence. I assumed no living souls remained nearby. How delightful to discover a surprise. We've met before. My woman must have gone behind my back to kill you. Since you still draw breath, it means you killed her. Your woman. Su Jin arched a brow, drawing a steel blade from his waist. Do such concepts still exist between you? With that he stepped forward. I've slaughtered countless beasts. Your woman means nothing to me. But since you ask, let me hazard a guess. That wretch whose innards I tore out, leaving only flayed skin, was she yours? So you truly killed her. Gao Tianfang halted, expressionless, watching Su Jin approach. Then your strength is formidable. How many zombies have you slain? Heh. Do you remember how many slices of bread you've eaten? The steel blade scraped along the wall, carving a long, shrieking gash. And that brat whose spine I snapped, she was your daughter then. Su Jin advanced steadily, eyes locked onto Gao Tianfang. Perfect timing. You've arrived just in time for me to settle all 3 of you together, down in the dark. Family reunion, underground. With those final words, Su Jin stopped, raised his blade, and locked gazes. 2 titans poised on the edge of war. Run, hurry. In the fire escape, Chengdu urged Weida frantically, while carrying Sunya. Weida gasped and groaned, the flashlight in his hand trembling violently. I'm in good health, but I can't compare to you. What's the situation with that person? Very strong. Too strong. It's not daytime now, the director absolutely can't defeat him. Chengdu spoke urgently. I have to get both of you to safety first before I go back to help him. Otherwise I'm afraid he will die. Then why do you care about us? Don't waste your energy here. We can get down ourselves, put me down. Sunya kept patting Chengdu's shoulder. Chengdu continued to run madly downwards. No, I must personally get you on the vehicle. There may still be zombies wandering below. If anything happens to you two, the director will hate me for a lifetime. After Chengdu finished speaking, he glanced back. Weida had already fallen behind by more than 10 levels of stairs. Seeing the old man trembling as he ran down, Chengdu gritted his teeth and set Sunya down. He reached for the zipper at the back of his pants, and with a swift tug, the entire fabric curtain at the back fell, revealing a perfectly shaped jujube flower bun. Weida shone the flashlight over, immediately shocked and hugging his shoulders. What are you trying to do at this time? That's not acceptable. Let's talk. Chengdu moved both hands, lifting one old man in each arm and jumping straight down towards the landing of the stairs. In the moment of falling with a puffed sound, Chengdu activated his ability, breathing fire, to cushion the landing. Yikes! Under the intense feeling of weightlessness, the 2 old men turned pale, instinctively reaching out to grip Chengdu's hips tightly. What are you doing? Chengdu turned his head in anger. We're just keeping you steady. We're afraid you might spray it wrong. Talent Activity Center. Su Qingdai sat on the stairs between the first and second floors, silently maintaining her bow and arrows, occasionally looking up at Suhu below. At this moment, Suhu was leading several team members and firing guns. The plan had already been set. Those firing were the most reliable individuals observed through daily assessments. But there were basically no women. Considering the current food situation, women had no qualifications to use guns at all. After polishing the bow, Su Qingdai straightened her legs, resting her hands on her knees, propping up her fragrant cheeks, staring straight ahead. Soon it would be dawn. As long as brother returns, they can head towards the military district. Nothing should go wrong in between. Once they reach the military district, everyone's safety would be guaranteed. Abundant food, water, and weapons. When it comes time for housing allocation, I might need to pick a better spot. Seemingly recalling something, Su Qingdai's delicate face flushed, her brows curving. In the stillness of the center, only the sound of guns being cleaned echoed. Lost in her fantasies, Su Qingdai couldn't help but yawn and stretched her arms. But the moment her hands were raised high, it felt like an electric current coursed through her body. Su Qingdai froze in place, her lips trembling, slowly looking up. Malice, murderous intent, endlessly seeping down from the rooftop. And this aura. It's that woman from yesterday. She's back. How is that possible? She was clearly covered in injuries. How could she kill her way back so quickly? That's simply unreasonable. Su Qingdai swallowed hard. What should she do? It seems that the woman has no intention of appearing yet. Is she afraid of the people below having guns? No way. At this thought, Su Qingdai's delicate face turned paler, her eyes wide with panic. Her ability, she can control men. The guns have already been fired. If those people are controlled. Su Qingdai gritted her teeth, immediately stood up and walked downward. Upon reaching the first floor, she suddenly looked up. The killing intent above was moving with her. It seemed the other party was coming towards her. Steadying her mind, Su Qingdai walked in another direction, and the killing intent followed suit. After changing directions several times, the killing intent remained like a shadow. At this moment, she could fully confirm that the target of the other party was her. But how did she lock onto her position through the roof? Su Qingdai observed around, finally fixing her gaze on the vehicles outside the glass door. The car windows. Everyone in the room was wearing dark clothing, while she stood out in pure white, exceptionally conspicuous. The other party locked onto her through the reflection in the car windows, though that kind of vague image held no information for ordinary people. This means that although her senses are extremely sharp, she lacks any special insight ability. She must inform others of the unusual situation in advance, at least to retrieve the guns. Su Qingdai nervously pressed her lips together, searching for Suhu. The other party might be at the corner. He was not visible in the hall now. Tell Mom. No, she panics too easily. Even a slight noise might alert those above. Better to find Dad. Su Qingdai stepped forward, but after just 5 steps she stopped again. A thin layer of sweat trickled down her forehead, her heart racing with anxiety. The killing intent that had been following her all along had not moved. Why has it stopped? Did she notice when looking at the car windows just now? In her thoughts, Su Qingdai scanned the room. Some men in the room seemed to be itching and began to reach out to scratch. Although the movements were minor, this scene, combined with the situation upstairs, was definitely abnormal. No more delays. A solution must be found. No one here is her opponent. The other party's ability has already started to take effect. Once the confrontation begins and full power is unleashed, the people below may quickly fall into despair. Whether they have guns or not, they will end up in a deadlock. There is only one way is the most stable. Draw her away. Su Qingdai's silver teeth chattered. Finally, she tightly closed her eyes twice, gathering her courage to walk towards the nearest male team member. Turning her back to the glass door, she crouched down and whispered, "Don't talk to me, just give me your gun. I command you." The team member was puzzled, but Su Qingdai's words could not be refused. He picked up the submachine gun hanging in front of him and handed it over. Su Qingdai nodded, took the gun, and hung it on her chest, then walked towards the next person, now carrying an additional shotgun. With both bows and guns ready, Su Qingdai clenched her fist, gritting her teeth as she walked towards the back door. The moment she pushed the door open, she dashed towards the nearby residential building. No need to look back. Her malicious perception was enough to sense the opponent's position. Her shooting skills are lacking. If the bullets run out, she would have to enter the building. Inside the building, that woman surely is not as familiar with the environment as she is, and she has the ability to use the terrain to counterattack. The opponent is injured. In an unknown fight, she might not necessarily lose. As expected, the opponent followed closely behind. Running just a few dozen meters, a voice sounded from behind Su Qingdai. "You little wretch, it would have taken some time to deal with you, but I didn't expect you to be so sensible and come out on your own. What a coincidence, I was just looking for you." Su Qingdai finished speaking, turning around with the submachine gun already aimed at Liang Cui. "What?" Liang Cui's eyes widened in anger. Gunfire erupted, a dense barrage ensued. The gunfire surged endlessly as Su Qingdai gritted her teeth and continued to sweep her gun horizontally. Although her sense of killing intent was accurate, the malicious intent of her opponent was overwhelming, creating a vast area of lethal perception. Therefore, observing with the naked eye was still the most reliable. The world seemed to freeze, and the moonlight had become exceptionally clear, its brightness greatly increased. Thanks to the moonlight, she could vaguely see the figure of her opponent frantically darting through the darkness. However, the magazine was almost empty, and there were no signs of her opponent falling. With only 20 to 30 meters of distance, how had she not hit yet? This was not how it was portrayed in the movies. Sweat beads continuously dripped from Su Qingdae's forehead as she retreated towards the building while maintaining her shooting. Finally, as the last bullet fired, Liang Cuy's frustrated voice rang out ahead, "You little bastard. You're out of bullets, right? Let's see how you stop me." Su Qingdai continued to retreat, her right hand reaching towards her back. A chilling, killing intent rushed towards her at 15 meters, 10 meters, 8 meters, 6 meters. When the distance closed to 5 meters, Su Qingdai suddenly drew the shotgun that had been thrown to her back and raised it to shoot. Bang, bang, bang. In one breath, all the bullets were fired with slight adjustments in direction, covering the entire area of lethal intent with steel pellets. In the darkness, Liang Cui let out a full-throated scream and cursed angrily again. "You little bitch, are you looking for death? You foul woman, do you think you can compete with me? You must have eaten too much shit in the daytime." As the bullets ran out, Su Qingdai didn't even look back, mocking her opponent as she turned and ran towards the building. Liang Cui was definitely not dead, but she must have been injured. The building was where the decisive opportunity lay. In the corridor of Longlin Tower on the 98th floor. Interesting, truly interesting. Gao Tianfeng looked down at Su Jin, a meaningful smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. "I have hunted many people, but none have piqued my interest. I hope you can entertain me this time. Before I kill you, tell me your name." Su Jin smiled faintly and replied, "This may be the last name you hear in your life. Oh, remember it well, I am." The words were abruptly cut off. As Su Jin threw away the steel knife with one hand, he grasped the small plastic ball behind his waist with the other. He tightened his grip on the shotgun handle. He hurled the plastic bag filled with lime powder directly at Gao Tianfeng. At the same moment, the shotgun was drawn and the trigger was pulled. Bang! A barrage of pellets shot out, exploding the lime powder as it rushed towards the enemy. The moment Su Jin made his move, Gao Tianfeng had already raised his arm to shield his face. Every single steel ball hit him precisely, tearing his clothes apart. Yet Gao Tianfeng himself remained almost completely still. Was he not afraid of bullets? The joy on Su Jin's face faded in an instant. "Little cleverness has no effect on me." Gao Tianfeng still held his arm over his eyes while his other hand tore off the black tactical outfit he wore. With a ripping sound, his terrifying physique was clearly exposed to Su Jin. Gao Tianfeng's entire body had completely lost all human characteristics. The areas that should have been skin were instead covered by large plates of bone armor. Ordinary firearms lacked enough power. Perhaps a silver gun could inflict damage on him. After a quick analysis in his mind, Su Jin fired again, this time. Ordinary firearms lacked enough power. Perhaps a silver gun could inflict damage on him. After a quick analysis in his mind, Su Jin fired again, this time with a clear intent aimed at the opponent's head. Gao Tianfeng still raised his arm to shield his eyes as he walked towards Su Jin with steady steps. "Do you think my eyes are my weakness? I simply don't want to get hurt. What other tricks do you have? Show me your abilities." Su Jin quickly retreated, his heart burning with anger. His opponent was toying with him, but as he admitted, he indeed had very few bullets left. Thinking of this, Su Jin directly raised his gun and continually shot at the chandelier above, extinguishing the lights one by one and restoring darkness to the corridor. His retreating speed increased accordingly. Gao Tianfeng's ears twitched slightly and the corners of his mouth curled up. "It seems you have a similar type of ability to mine. But your ability is regulated by light. With even a slight change in light, your physical attributes will change as well. Among all the abilities I've seen, you are the most Having said that, Gao Tianfeng lowered his arms, revealing a sinister smile. He brought up his legs, creating a strong wind as he charged at Su Jin like a tank. The exaggerated running posture and violent momentum nearly suffocated Su Jin. In a moment of danger, Su Jin decisively stepped onto the wall, suspending his body in midair. "Your ability is the most useless." Gao Tianfeng leaped up, laughing wildly as he delivered a heavy punch. The blow struck Su Jin's chest. With a resounding boom, Su Jin's body was sent flying backward, crashing directly into the wall, spitting out a mouthful of blood as he fell to the ground. His shirt was ripped open at the chest, and the briefcase that had been tightly sewn to his chest also fell to the ground. Gao Tianfeng stood in place, halting his attack. With a hint of mockery at the corner of his mouth, he tilted his head, waiting for Su Jin to rise. "You think you can rely on the environment to fight me? How naive. You'd better have some other skills to show me, or you'll waste my time for nothing." Su Jin knelt on the ground, coughing blood and gasping for breath, his pupils losing focus. He was so strong. Too strong. If it weren't for the briefcase blocking the blow, he would have been finished. He had almost no weaknesses. If all the lights went out, he might survive by relying on speed. But if things continued as they were, he would surely die. The fact that his opponent hadn't killed him yet likely meant he wasn't just playing a game of cat and mouse. He wanted to study Su Jin's abilities. Staggering to his feet, Su Jin wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, forcing a grim smile. All right, no rush. I can play with you all day long." Gao Tianfeng narrowed his eyes, his head lowering. Clearly, in an instant, Su Jin drew the silver gun from his waist and aimed it at Gao Tianfeng's torso. Gao Tianfeng's combat experience and physical attributes were not something Su Jin could recklessly challenge. He had a strong defensive awareness regarding his head. Aiming for the head was certainly the best choice, but the chance of missing was the torso was the optimal shooting point. After two shots rang out, Gao Tianfeng's face, which had previously shown no signs of dodging, suddenly changed. Two blood holes were shot through his chest, spurting blood without end. Realizing the threat, Gao Tianfeng immediately dodged into a nearby room, leaning against the doorframe and asking sharply, "What kind of gun is that?" "The gun that will kill you." Get out here. Su Jin's courage surged as he shouted, angrily abandoning the briefcase and rushing towards the fire escape. As he ran into the corridor, he bumped into Chengdu, who was coming towards him with a flashlight. Chengdu exclaimed with joy, "Director, did you kill him?" "Kill a chicken. What are you doing back here?" "Run. Why did you come back?" "You can't handle Gao Tianfang alone. If I don't help you, you're dead." The two hurriedly ran downwards. Just after descending one floor, they heard sounds echoing in the corridor behind them. Su Jin suddenly looked up and glanced back, then looked down the staircase. No, they couldn't be caught in the corridor. If the opponent caught up, it would be like shooting fish in a barrel. Thinking this, Su Jin pulled Chengdu into the logistics floor. 97 floors up, 97 lamps remained unlit. In the suffocating darkness, Su Jin accelerated to his limit, dragging Chengdu through the labyrinthine corridors. His gaze swept the surroundings as he murmured low, "Gao Tianfang's entire body is encased in bony armor. Conventional firearms are useless against him. His strength far surpasses mine. His only apparent vulnerabilities are his eyes, and perhaps his internal organs. We cannot outrun him. To survive, we must kill him. There is no alternative." "Howie." Su Jin halted abruptly, eyes locking onto the sign above the pantry door. He shoved Chengdu inside. "Dust explosion. We need airborne flour. Scatter as much as you possibly can into the air. I'll wait across the hall. When he enters, you ignite the blast." "Director." Chengdu fell silent for a moment. "Is sacrificing me truly necessary at this stage?" "Who said anything about sacrifice?" "Set everything up precisely. Then lure Gao Tianfang inside from the doorway. Take cover beside the frame, and wait for your moment to strike the ignition. He fears this gun. I'll force him in immediately. If he dares step out, I'll put a bullet in him. If he stays hidden, we'll incinerate him where he stands." Su Jin raised the silver pistol. "Hurry. We still have time before he reaches central control to restore power. Just remember, no fire inside the room until the signal." "Understood." Chengdu dashed inside, frantically searching for flour. Across the hall, Su Jin pressed himself against the wall, both hands gripping the pistol, poised and unblinking. Clang, 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 clang. Within a minute, the central control of floor 97 activated. The lights flared on, bathing the corridor in harsh white glare. Chengdu froze mid-motion, flour sack still in hand, as the sudden illumination flooded the pantry. His hand shot out, seizing a metal rack stacked with bowls, and yanked hard. Pots and plates crashed to the floor in a deafening clatter. In the hallway, Gao Tianfang methodically inspected each door. Hearing the commotion, he snorted coldly and charged forward. The thunderous rhythm of Gao Tianfang's sprint echoed down the corridor. Su Jin's heart hammered against his throat. With a sharp rhythrip, carpet fibers tore beneath his boots as Gao Tianfang skidded to a halt between the two doors, facing the pantry. He squinted, stepping back twice to study the hazy, dust-laden air within the room. In that instant, Su Jin struck, flashing forward, drawing his weapon and firing. 3 precise rounds slammed into Gao Tianfang's back, piercing directly over his heart. Bone armor splintered, flesh erupted in crimson mist. Instinctively, he lunged forward, then rolled sideways, evading further impact. "Ah!" Chengdu, crouched just beside the doorframe, couldn't suppress a startled cry, then vaulted over Gao Tianfang's face and fled the room. "Fire!" Su Jin roared, eyes blazing. At the command, Chengdu, already clear of the doorway, spun and launched a searing flame-wreathed hook punch straight into the pantry. His right arm snapped forward, a ribbon of incandescent flame streaking into the flour-saturated chamber. At the moment the leading edge of fire breached the suspended dust cloud, the air itself seemed compressed to its breaking point. An invisible fuse raced through the particulate haze, darting, coiling, connecting. Each microscopic grain pulsed with latent fury, awakened in an instant, ignited one by one in blinding synchrony. Boom! A cataclysmic detonation erupted from within the doorway. Blinding fire erupted first, then a colossal white inferno exploded outward, warping the doorframe and hurling debris in every direction. Metal bowls, forks, shredded flour sacks spun wildly in the conflagration. Razor-sharp shards embedded themselves deep in the walls. Flames licked hungrily up the ceiling. Gao Tianfang's silhouette vanished in the heart of the blast, swallowed whole by roaring fire. The concussive roar shook the corridor. Su Jin and Chengdu clamped their hands over their ears, yet the shockwave still lashed their faces, raw, vibrating through bone and sinew. 10 seconds later, Su Jin snapped back to awareness and bolted, pistol drawn, straight into the smoke-choked pantry. "Finish him. Now finish him." At the far end, within the swirling ash, a blurred figure rose slowly. 2 ragged coughs, blood spattered the floor, then a voice, glacial and cutting, pierced the silence. At the far end, within the swirling ash, a blurred figure rose slowly. 2 ragged coughs, blood spattered the floor, then a voice, glacial and cutting, pierced the silence. "You too, vermin. I should have ended you long ago. But it's not too late. Show off." Su Jin raised his pistol and fired at the shadow. With a metallic clang, Gao Tianfang wrenched a stainless steel cabinet door from its hinges and held it aloft as a shield. Both bullets struck the metal surface with hollow, ringing impacts. Though his form remained indistinct, his motion was swift, brutally precise. That alone betrayed the terrifying resilience still burning within him. Not a show-off. Su Jin's breath hitched. He retreated toward the door, firing once more to force Gao Tianfang back, then seized Chengdu's arm and sprinted. "Run, now." "He's alive. We're going back upstairs." "Shouldn't we head down instead?" Chengdu gasped. He still has immense strength. We won't escape. But upstairs, there are chemical reagents. We'll poison him, or die trying. Either way, he won't walk away from this. Su Jin's voice hardened with grim resolve. They surged upward without hesitation, bursting into the lab, tearing open cabinets, scrambling for bottles and vials. Behind them, Gao Tianfeng ascended like a primordial beast, relentless, unstoppable, closing in. No sooner had they emerged than Gao Tianfeng, clad head-to-toe in obsidian armor, materialized before them less than 10 meters away. Without thought, Su Jin and Chengdu hurled every bottle and flask they held, aimed squarely at his face. The barrage was too dense to evade. Gao Tianfeng threw up his arms, shattering over 20 containers in a single charge. Unidentified liquids drenched his armor, hissing violently, releasing acrid fumes and billowing white smoke, yet causing no visible harm. Su Jin fired again, halting Gao Tianfeng's advance. One final shot remaining, expended. At 7 meters, Gao Tianfeng stopped running, lowered his arms, and locked eyes with Su Jin, icy and unyielding. 9 rounds. Based on my knowledge of firearms, your pistol holds no more than 9 bullets. You're out of ammunition. This gun doesn't fire bullets. You haven't realized that yet. Su Jin smiled faintly, lifting the silver pistol. Gao Tianfeng froze mid-stride, uncertain, wary, momentarily stunned. True. The man spoke truth. The weapon was extraordinary. Its power was staggering. His outer carapace had been pierced repeatedly, yet no projectile remained lodged within his body. Then what was it firing? No, this was a ruse. If he still had ammunition, why reveal it? A trick. Trying to Go ahead, fire all you like. Gao Tianfeng bared his teeth in a savage grin, and charged anew. Su Jin and Chengdu paled simultaneously. Su Jin whispered, voice tight. He's coughing blood. He's injured internally. Let's close in now. Do it. Chengdu gritted his teeth, and together they rushed forward. A heartbeat later, the three collided in brutal, decisive combat. Gao Tianfeng kicked one aside like refuse, pursuing with a booming, bestial laugh that rattled the corridor. Worthless. You're out of bullets after all. You dare challenge me without grasping the chasm between our strengths. You two trash don't even possess a 1 in 10,000 chance of victory. Shut your damn mouth. Su Jin twisted midair, drew a handful of lime from behind his back, and flung it straight into Gao Tianfeng's eye. In the darkness, Fu Qingdai crouched inside a civilian dwelling, bow in hand, concealed among the shadows. The interior of the building was nearly pitch black. Though neither could see the other, she sensed Liang Chui's approximate position, and Liang Chui in turn clung to her trail with faint, deliberate sounds. In the living room, Liang Chui kicked over furniture, one after another, voice laced with menace. Little whore. You've run out of bullets, haven't you? I know you're here. I'm not in a hurry. Let's play this slowly. Let's see how long you can hide. In the bedroom, Fu Qingdai clenched her teeth slowly, drawing an arrow from behind her back and fitting it to the bowstring, then drawing it taut inch by careful inch. Halfway through the draw, a shout echoed up from downstairs. Liang Chui's laughter followed instantly. Little whore. The people downstairs are all searching for you. I understand now. You can sense my location. That's why you suddenly emerged, alone, to lure me here. Fine. Then I'll defy your plan. Hide all you like. I'll slaughter everyone else first, then deal with you at my leisure. Liang Chui turned toward the living room door. In that instant, Fu Qingdai drew the bow to full tension and kicked hard at the bed frame. Found you. The moment Liang Chui opened her mouth, Fu Qingdai released the arrow, aimed precisely at the doorway. Narrow as the frame was, the shaft struck true, embedding itself deep in Liang Chui's shoulder. Fu Qingdai lunged upward, launching herself forward with both legs, driving a devastating kick straight into the heart of Liang Chui's murderous intent, a blow rivaling that of a seasoned weightlifter. Caught utterly off guard, Liang Chui was hurled backward, slamming headlong into the adjacent guest bedroom. Fu Qingdai suppressed her terror and pressed forward, seizing her composite bow and swinging it wildly again and again. After several swings, she gauged Liang Chui's exact position and posture, then lunged, seized the arrow still lodged in her shoulder, and twisted it viciously, while her other fist rained relentless blows upon Liang Chui's face. Die, die, die. Fu Qingdai screamed, unleashing every ounce of fear coiled within her. Liang Chui's raw strength clearly surpassed hers. After a frantic, desperate struggle, she wrenched free and hurled Fu Qingdai violently away. Fu Qingdai's lower back and skull slammed hard against the edge of a wardrobe. Agonizing pain flared, yet her hand instinctively closed around her pistol. Liang Chui cursed under her breath, advancing to deliver the killing blow. Then, click. Her stride halted mid-step. A flicker of shock crossed her face. She still has bullets. In the next instant, the pistol's heavy grip crashed into Liang Chui's jaw with brutal force. Fu Qingdai surged forward once more, grabbed Liang Chui's hair in a fierce, wrenching grip, and kept hammering her face with the other fist. She ripped out a thick hank of hair before breaking off, not daring to linger. Little whore, I'll tear you apart alive. Liang Chui shrieked in fury. She'd assumed this girl would be easy prey, yet had been mocked, evaded, and outmaneuvered time and again. In every way, Fu Qingdai fell short, except one: her uncanny ability to locate Liang Chui. That single advantage tilted the balance dangerously against her. Go on, hide. I'll finish you later. Liang Chui snarled, retreating toward the door while scanning for ambush, every sense on high alert. Shouts rose from below. The entire activity center was in frantic pursuit of Fu Qingdai. Fu Qingdai had already retreated to the living room. Seeing Liang Chui truly depart, she summoned her courage, her sweat-dampened fingers fumbling into her inner pocket, her body straining sideways as she leaned out and shouted, "Bitch! I thought seducing men only required a pretty face. Never imagined someone would need superpowers. You one-eyed shy-teating monstrosity. Must be because you couldn't land a man in your last life. You fucking..." Liang Chui's mind roared with white noise, her whole body trembled uncontrollably. Fu Qingdai's barb struck with lethal precision, piercing straight to her core. "I'll kill you," Liang Chui screamed, hurling herself toward the source of the voice. But the lunge missed entirely. Fu Qingdai's arms closed in immediately. A thick, fragrant, viscous substance splattered across Liang Chui's entire face. "What is this? My eyes!" Liang Chui shrieked, her movements instantly uncoordinated. As she flailed blindly, Fu Qingdai snapped on her flashlight. Locking onto her silhouette, Fu Qingdai raised her enchanted fists and struck bare skin with crushing force. Each blow left a distinct chocolate imprint. Violent allergic reaction, coupled with total blindness, threw Liang Chui into absolute frenzy. Fu Qingdai gritted her teeth, the chocolate paste searing her own hands like molten fire, tears streaming down her cheeks. Yet with danger looming, she dared not pause. Each punch landed with grim purpose, each strike punctuated by furious curses. "Ugly wretch. Slut. I'll make you regret your lust. Make you choke on it." Fu Qingdai's hair flew wild as she screamed, heaving the sofa overhead and slamming it down, again and again and again, onto Liang Chui with every ounce of her strength. "You dare seduce my brother, eh?" The sofa shattered Liang Chui's spine. She collapsed, then crumbled beneath its weight, reduced to splintered ruin. As Fu Qingdai reached for the coffee table to lift it, Liang Chui regained her footing, rolling aside with uncanny grace. Glass exploded outward as the table shattered, and seeing Liang Chui rise, Fu Qingdai's heart lurched. She whirled and fled. Liang Chui's remaining senses remained razor-sharp. She'd already adapted beyond initial blindness. This tactic would no longer work. If caught pinned locked down, even for a second, Fu Qingdai would die. Only one solution remained. Liang Chui was blind. Lure her to the rooftop and send her plummeting to her death. Meanwhile, the battle raged on inside Longlin Tower. Gao Tianfeng advanced relentlessly. Su Jin and Cheng Du fought a desperate retreating battle, using rooms, corridors, and scattered objects to stall his advance. They had traversed nearly the entire ushipped hallway. Still, even these brief clashes left them grievously wounded. Su Jin's 3 fingers were fractured, Cheng Du, countless other injuries, deep and shallow, internal and external, covered their bodies. "What are you two trashlings even capable of besides stalling?" Gao Tianfeng roared, eyes bloodshot, frayed beyond endurance by their tenacity. The gloom hindered sight, but one moved with blinding speed, the other wielded fire with eerie, unpredictable agility. Neither had ever stood out, yet somehow they'd clung to life against all odds. He'd had enough. He was done. As Gao Tianfeng surged forward once more, Su Jin grabbed several large reagent bottles nearby and hurled them ahead. The glass vials collided midair, formaldehyde and alcohol mixing explosively, erupting into acrid smoke and a choking pungent stench. Seizing the moment, Su Jin dragged the near-collapsed Cheng Du into a nursing room, slammed the door shut, then piled heavy objects against it with desperate urgency. Kneeling beside Cheng Du, Su Jin urged him fiercely, "How are you holding up? Can you run? Just hold on. We'll make it to dawn. Dawn is coming. We can still win." Cheng Du spat blood, his gaze dull and distant as he looked at Su Jin. "Director, we can't win. We can't fight. Run now. Don't give up. Listen to me." Cheng Du gripped Su Jin's hand tightly, his chest heaving. "Director, there's something I've wanted to tell you for a long time. I always believed this world held no hope. My family, my friends, all gone. I knew I'd die soon too. Until I met you. Even as chaos consumed everything, you never abandoned hope. You gave it to others. Everyone said I was sick. Only you told me I wasn't." Cheng Du paused, drawing a ragged breath, then forced himself onward. "Director, I admire you deeply. I began to care for you. And slowly, I realized I would truly die for you." His voice dropped, trembling. "I'm terrified, because in this world no one matters more to me than you. Not even myself. Why say this now?" Su Jin broke into cold sweat, eyes darting to the door. Just as it thundered under a violent kick, the barricade shattering inward. Blood trickled from Cheng Du's lips. He smiled faintly. "I know this isn't the time, but if I don't say it now, I may never get the chance. Leave the rest to me. Go now." The door was finally kicked open by Gao Tianfeng, and the heavy objects piled at the entrance were all sent flying to the other end of the room. Su Jin, witnessing this, had no mood to pay attention to Cheng Du and swung his right arm fiercely toward the doorway. His wrist violently brushed against the twisted corner of the bed frame beside him, revealing raw flesh. A spray of blood shot directly at Gao Tianfeng's face. With blood blinding his eyes, he momentarily obscured Gao Tianfeng's vision. Seizing the opportunity while Gao Tianfeng was dazed, Su Jin quickly jumped back, propelling his legs with all his might. With a low grunt, he leaped sideways, raising both legs to kick toward Gao Tianfeng's face. Once again, he struck successfully. However, such an attack was futile against Gao Tianfeng's robust physique. Gao Tianfeng merely took 2 steps back before quickly stabilizing his stance. Just as Su Jin was thinking of grabbing the bed sheet to cover him, hoping to buy time and create an opportunity to escape, Director, run. Chengdu, who had been sitting on the ground, suddenly moved, letting out a painful cry as he stretched out his arms and lunged toward Gao Tianfang. Chengdu, no. Su Jin's anxious expression froze on his face, the words he had yet to finish choking in his throat. In place of his voice was Gao Tianfang's agonized scream. Chengdu initially intended to tackle him completely, but his strength was severely depleted and his forehead slammed into Gao Tianfang. With no other choice, he opened his mouth wide and bit down on Gao Tianfang's midsection. Chengdu's eyes were fierce like a rabid dog, shaking his head violently as he bit. Taking advantage of Gao Tianfang's momentary distraction, he scooped down with both hands, grabbing his legs and flipping him onto the ground. After that, as if in a flash, they both slid back into the corridor. Both collapsed to the ground, one lying down and the other kneeling. Chengdu let out another low growl from his throat, gripping Xiao Gao tightly while locking his arms around his knees. With a loud thud, a thick pillar of fire erupted from beneath, pushing Gao Tianfang to slide swiftly down the corridor toward the elevator shaft. Su Jin rushed toward the corridor with an extremely complex expression. Chengdu's sacrifice was indeed touching, but once this maneuver was executed, it truly left him somewhat mentally. Chengdu, stop! Su Jin shouted as he chased after Chengdu's sliding figure. However, it was clear that Chengdu had made up his mind, exerting all his strength without holding back. Given his current weak state, he could not catch up. Ultimately, he watched as Chengdu and Gao Tianfang's figures grew further apart, until they smashed through the elevator door and plunged directly into the shaft. Though it was a dedicated elevator, it seemed someone had used it to escape after the disaster occurred. The elevator shaft was engulfed in deep darkness. A flash of fire passed before Su Jin's eyes, falling downward. Chung! A deep sorrow appeared on Su Jin's face. But in the next moment, a scream echoed from the elevator shaft. Chengdu, spewing blood, flew out and crashed heavily to the ground. Su Jin was startled and quickly rushed forward to catch him. Lifting Chengdu to check, he found him half closing his eyes, his chest severely caved in a state of barely breathing. Chengdu, hold on, this is a hospital. Wait for me. Chengdu fell into a dying state, allowing Su Jin to carry him into a chaotic hospital room. As soon as he placed Chengdu on the bed, Su Jin felt utterly helpless. What to do? What medicine could treat this situation? Adrenaline. Is there any here? Is there anything else that can be used? Just as his mind raced, Chengdu trembled and raised his hand, coughing up blood and saying, Director, he's hanging in the elevator shaft. Still alive. Just go. I have no hope. If there's a chance, let's be brothers in the next life. Shut up. It's not up to you to tell me what to do. Su Jin angrily retorted as he pulled something out of his pocket. Looking at the emergency syringe in his hand, Su Jin's expression was indescribable. This item was given to him by the company, and he always kept it on him. But it felt utterly ridiculous, as if someone were toying with. Normal people would never choose to use such a thing. Now, with no other options, he had to take a leap of faith. Su Jin steeled his heart and began to turn Chengdu. As he flipped him, Chengdu felt a surge of pain, regaining some consciousness. Director, what are you doing? Su Jin was panting heavily, glancing back. In the distance, noise was coming. In the elevator shaft, Gao Tianfang looked up, leaping with an aggressive posture. The surrounding wall coverings and various metal components continued to fall due to his violent stomping, crashing to the bottom with a loud echo. There's no time. Chengdu, don't speak. Chengdu was completely flipped over. He immediately coughed and let out a startled cry. Director, I know you are loyal. I am also very touched, but now. This is not the time. No, now is exactly. Su Jin held the emergency syringe, observing it. Chengdu began to struggle, weakly, panic on his face. Run? What are you doing? No. It's not like that. Gao Tianfang is coming. I can't worry about Gao Tianfang right now. I need to save your life. Su Jin's hands trembled slightly, and with a close of his eyes, he pushed the emergency syringe in. The process was both simple and difficult, and it was evident that Chengdu wasn't lying. Just at that moment, Gao Tianfang stormed into the hospital room, filled with rage. Su Jin pushed back one last time, and suddenly turned around, their eyes meeting directly. Both fell into a state of shock. Cough. It's burning me. What is this? Chengdu cried out in pain. You two perverts still have the nerve to be concerned. What boldness. Gao Tianfang's facial muscles twitched as he kicked toward Chengdu on the bed. He had thought these two fools were annoying enough, and even while close to death they were doing such disgusting things. He truly should have acted sooner. Even a single word felt like an insult to himself. Especially the pervert lying on the bed, just as he was about to attack. Su Jin had already anticipated. Quickly bending down, he yanked the bed to the side, sweeping his leg to strike at Gao Tianfang's lower body. The sweeping kick failed to achieve its intended effect. Gao Tianfang remained firmly rooted, turning to strike Su Jin. Su Jin tumbled and rolled, dragging the bed as he continued to retreat into the room. Just as Gao Tianfang prepared to pursue, Chengdu suddenly flipped over and sat up. The chest that had been caved in was now back to its original state. Gao Tianfang froze in place, his eyes wide open, filled with confusion. Hot. Chengdu fanned his hands, continuously shouting, and a large amount of white smoke began to billow from his mouth. Finally, he jumped off the bed and yelled upward. A thick flame erupted from his mouth, reaching the ceiling and spreading into a cloud of fire. The transformation was not yet complete, and the raging fire spilling from the corners of his mouth continued to spread downwards.
Su Jin lay under the bed looking up in shock at the scene before him. Ultimately, Chengdu was engulfed in flames, completely transformed into a blazing fire, as if the fire god had descended. The temperature in the entire ward surged dramatically, the air scorching and unbearable. What was that? What force could possibly trigger such an instantaneous radical transformation? His abilities had surged across the board. His aura now rivaled even his own. The iron bedrail beside Su Jin glowed cherry red with heat. Fabric at the corner of the mattress began to smolder and ignite. In desperation, Su Jin scrambled out and staggered backward. Chengdu, how are you? I feel incredible. Boundless strength surging through me, still rising. Director Gao, what did you just administer? Chengdu locked eyes with Gao Tianfang clenching his right fist. Don't waste time. Just take him down. He raised both fists and hammered them into his chest like twin adamantine mallets. Blinding flames erupted from his chest. Gao Tianfang recoiled half a step, a faint twisted smirk tugging at his lips. Fascinating. Let's see just how formidable you've become. You're dead. Chengdu lunged forward, his elbows jetting searing fire that propelled his fist like a piston-driven warhammer. The blow landed before Gao Tianfang could react, square in the abdomen. A sickening crack, his chest plating shattered. Then he was hurled backward, crashing into the corridor. Yes, Chengdu let out a feral ape-like roar, ignited twin jets of flame beneath his feet, and launched himself after him. What the hell? Su Jin sat dazed and motionless on the floor of the ward. Was this the power of the company's device? Had the manual deliberately understated its capabilities? This was absurdly overpowered, evolving him straight into an invincible battle deity. If only he'd known its true potential earlier, he'd have used it himself. Instead, he'd spent the whole night getting battered senseless. Regaining his composure, Su Jin dashed into the corridor to assess the situation. Explosive impacts echoed relentlessly. Two silhouettes, black and crimson, blurred together in furious, unrelenting combat. Chengdu's berserk onslaught pinned Gao Tianfang down, hammering him repeatedly against the walls. Within less than a minute, his full-body exoskeletal plating had been utterly pulverized. Yet he was not defenseless. As a former elite soldier, the Soldier King, his pre-infection combat mastery remained intact, now amplified across every dimension by his awakened abilities. Many of Chengdu's strikes missed entirely, gouging crater after crater into the concrete walls. Gao Tianfang counterattacked, persistently forcing Chengdu back again and again, even adapting, steadily recalibrating to this terrifying new rhythm of battle. But the searing inferno radiating from Chengdu inflicted grievous harm. Each impact sent thick black smoke billowing from Gao Tianfang's fists. Agony contorted his face into a permanent grimace. Incredible. Conserve it. Su Jin watched, heart pounding, whispering frantically under his breath. Crash, crash. Their battle raged down the corridor, from midpoint to far, and then back again. Su Jin's eyes widened. He ducked instantly back into the room. Chengdu and Gao Tianfang surged in after him, locking into brutal close-quarters combat within the cramped ward. Deafening impacts shook the walls, fists, feet, and bodies slamming with bone-jarring force. Every collision sent Chengdu's outer flames erupting violently. Su Jin snatched up a metal tray, held it before his face like a shield, and shrank into the corner, trembling, pretending to vanish. This fight had long surpassed his capacity to intervene. Even offering aid was perilous. He risked instant obliteration from either combatant's stray strike. Worthless. Pathetic. Gao Tianfang, you call this your skill? How profoundly disappointing. Chengdu taunted, unleashing volcanic barges of flame-fueled fury. Where's that arrogance you flaunted earlier? Gao Tianfang braced against the wall, dodging left and right as concrete exploded around him. Though he evaded physical blows, he could not block the relentless barrage of elemental assaults. His face was now grotesquely warped by burns, eyes utterly blinded, rendering him a near-demonic specter. Strike back? Do you only know how to block? Chengdu kept provoking him, seeking to lure him out of his defensive stance. A blazing hook struck for Gao Tianfang's abdomen, and finally, after enduring endless assault, Gao Tianfang moved. Relying solely on wind sense and acute hearing, he twisted his torso to evade. Then, abandoning all defense, he spun sharply, arms coiling like serpents behind Chengdu's back. He drove a vicious kick into Chengdu's knee joint, sending him crashing to his knees. Instantly, Chengdu vomited a torrent of incandescent flame. The violent recoil hurled Gao Tianfang backward into the pockmarked wall. Gao Tianfang spat a gout of blood, but didn't pause. His charred, featureless face absorbed another crushing blow as one hand locked a naked chokehold while the other darted downward. Chengdu's blood ran cold. Then, emptiness. Yet his assault intensified. Gritting his teeth, he accelerated his punches further. Gao Tianfang uttered no sound, his face a ruined, unrecognizable mask. In his grip, the emergency medical device ripped from Chengdu's body. And now, he activated it on himself. HRRK. A guttural cry of agony tore from Gao Tianfang's throat, and instinctively his choking grip slackened. Seizing the opening, Chengdu wrenched free, whirled, slapped a hand to his lower back, then stared at Gao Tianfang in utter horror. Director, he's replaced my interface with his own. What a... Su Jin dropped the tray and shrieked, kill him now? Strike his weakness. If ordinary humans could wield this device, what if infected mutants could too?
At Su Jin's cry, Chengdu shifted his fist into a razor-edged palm strike and slashed toward Gao Tianfang's throat. The blow landed. Gao Tianfang lurched, coughed hoarsely, and Chengdu's flames visibly dimmed. The second strike followed instantly and connected, but this time Gao Tianfang swayed far less. Su Jin's body broke into icy sweat. He felt as though he'd plunged into hell itself. Chengdu stood too close to see clearly, but Su Jin, watching from afar, saw it all. Gao Tianfang's skeletal armor was regenerating and the drug's effect was already taking hold within him. Once fully restored, escape would be impossible. Desperate, Su Jin yanked aside the curtain behind him and looked up. Dawn had broken, a pale gold light bled across distant glass panes. Daylight had begun. Chengdu, run. Don't waste another second on him. Su Jin sprang up and seized Chengdu's arm, dragging him toward the exit. Gao Tianfang's body continued its rapid regeneration, blackened skin sloughing away to reveal fresh, glistening flesh beneath. Seeing them flee, he bared his teeth in a savage, triumphant grin and gave chase. Not so fast. They sprinted down the stairwell breathless. Chengdu gasped, "Director, such a perfect chance just now. Where do we go?" "No questions, you can't kill him. Just follow my lead. When I move, I need you to strike low immediately." "Understood." They burst into the chosen room. Su Jin rushed forward, ripped down the curtain, shrugged off his outer coat, and in the doorway appeared a figure of pure, ferocious might. Gao Tianfang's features had fully restored, his entire frame sheathed in gleaming metallic bone armor still evolved. Chengdu lunged forward with a fist to block, but Gao Tianfang casually swung his arm and sent him flying. Gao Tianfang did not advance immediately. Instead, a faint smile flickered across his lips. "I assumed you two vermin would only flee, yet you've actually managed to surprise me. Tell me what that thing is, and where you got it, and I'll grant you a swift death." "Shameless wretch, picking up secondhand gansai like trash and wielding it without shame." Su Jin moistened his lips, his body inching steadily toward the window. "Roar, you're stalling. The Illumination Society alters your power. Now that the sun has risen, your strength should peak. You're at your strongest now," Gao Tianfang said coldly. "Yet even that won't surpass my former self. Do you truly believe you still stand a chance? No more stalling, if you don't speak. I'll make you beg for death, yet be denied even that." "Is that so? But I doubt you'd want to know where it came from." Su Jin's icy gaze slid past Gao Tianfang's shoulder, fixing on the far side. Chengdu lay slumped on the floor, squinting weakly, his vision blurred as he stared at Su Jin. The blazing sun rose steadily, its radiant beams spilling across the world. At that moment, Su Jin slowly stretched out both arms. His back turned to the sun, bathed fully in its golden light. Beneath his skin, his back muscles swelled and surged like the looming silhouette of a feral beast. A surging, blood-racing sensation flooded his skull. Overwhelming power roared through his veins. Within seconds, his frame had expanded. Dense, iron-hard muscles gleamed fiercely beneath the sunlight. "What is that thing? Where can it be obtained? Speak now," Gao Tianfang demanded. "Go ask your mother underground." "Heh, heh, ha, ha, ha." Su Jin laughed wildly. "You truly fear no death, so confident in your own abilities." Gao Tianfang's eyes turned glacial. Fury rumbled in his voice. "You have only 1 meter of sunlight. How much could your pathetic power possibly manifest? Today I'll let you die knowing the truth." "You're mistaken." Su Jin raised his hand and bellowed, "It won't be me who dies. Next, you'll fall in less than a second." "Chengdu, unleash the ultimate technique." Su Jin roared, carving 2 deep grooves into the concrete floor before launching himself off the wall toward Gao Tianfang. Chengdu struck first, sweeping low at Gao Tianfang's legs. Hearing the command, Gao Tianfang instinctively raised his foot to counter Chengdu, but Su Jin dropped low and charged, slamming headlong into Gao Tianfang and sending him airborne. The two burst from the room, raced down the corridor, and crashed into another chamber, windowless, starved of sunlight. Yet his amplified power had not yet faded. Su Jin clenched his jaw, twisted midair, and kicked hard off the wall again, his peripheral vision flashing with desperate hope as he fixed his gaze ahead. A low, resonant hum vibrated from the MRI machine. "Such power dares challenge me. Irk." Gao Tianfang's words were cut short as Su Jin seized him and hurled them both headfirst into the machine. A searing, bone-shattering agony detonated deep within Gao Tianfang's sacrum, as if steel hooks had torn his entire pelvic cavity apart. Under 10,000-fold magnetic amplification, the emergency suppository was violently drawn inward. They slammed heavily into the machine's interior. The suppository's uniquely resilient casing preserved, and even magnified, its destructive force. Carrying extreme thermal energy, it pierced the sacrum instantly, twisting, convulsing flesh, dragged, shattered bone fragments, like grinding abrasive wheels against both sciatic nerves. Gao Tianfang unleashed an unearthly shriek. Eyes rolling white, consciousness shattered. Massive hemorrhaging from his groin accompanied by complete urinary incontinence. Su Jin drove a brutal knee strike. Splintered flesh and viscous fluid erupted outward from the chamber. The pain reflex made him clamp Su Jin's waist in a death grip, snapping several ribs instantly. Su Jin thrust both hands deep into Gao Tianfang's eye sockets and twisted savagely. Blood trickled from his lips. He paid it no mind. His will to kill burned fiercer than ever. "Can you withstand this, my Gansai electromagnetic cannon?" Ping. Wong. On the rooftop, Fu Qingdai flung open the door. Liang Chui pursued her from behind, but blinded, her speed had drastically slowed. The instant she reached the rooftop's edge, Fu Qingdai rushed forward and peered downward. Fu, who stood rooted in place, face taut with anxiety. His team members were scattered in small clusters, spaced far apart, and some were missing. A flash of relief crossed Fu Qingdai's face. Her father remained below. He must have deduced something. Those missing members were likely searching for her, and some had already entered the building. From spent shell casings, they could roughly pinpoint her location within the complex. After scanning the scene twice, Fu Qingdai reached back toward her shoulder. Below Fu, who gasped for breath, heart burning with dread. His daughter had vanished, her condition unknown. Yet analysis suggested a clear conclusion. An enemy assault. Qingdai was no reckless fool. She fled alone to draw something away. Only one threat warranted her facing it solo. That female infected from daytime, the one whose allure ensnared men, could single-handedly dismantle the entire center. Female operatives were useless. Male ones were incapacitated outright. He couldn't abandon his post, not with command and defense responsibilities. His only option was to dispatch a handful of reliable operatives into the building to search. Yet their chances of success seemed slim. Zhang Wan stood dazed beside Fu, who her expression hollow. Fu, who felt a sharp, gnawing pain in his gut, desperate to rush inside. But he couldn't risk the safety of the entire group below. Just then an arrow plummeted from the rooftop. Fu, who snapped his head upward, and the instant he saw her silhouette above his eyes blazed with renewed light. Qing, everyone stay silent. Seeing Fu Qingdai press a finger to her lips, Fu, who urgently raised his hand and signaled his team to hold their breath. Fu Qingdai swiftly gestured twice, then vanished from sight. Moments later, the rooftop door burst open again. Liang Chui staggered in hair, wild and disheveled. A sinister chuckle escaped her lips. Little whore, run. Let's see where you flee this time. Fu Qingdai retreated steadily, her right hand slipping once more toward her back. Liang Chui mirrored her movement. Don't think I don't know your scheme. You plan to blind me, then shove me off the roof to shatter on impact. Naive. My senses are sharper than yours. Even blind, I move unimpeded. Soon I'll snap your limbs one by one, then flay your skin alive, and make you watch as I devour your organs raw and glistening. The arrow rasped softly as it slid from its quiver. Fu Qingdai's voice rang clear and frost-cold. At this range, one shot is all I need to end you. An arrow? Hey, yeah, I dare you to try catching it. Last time you hit me. Pure luck. If one shot fails, you die. Fu Qingdai advanced swiftly. Liang Chui retreated, just as fast, ears straining, every sense locked in anticipation. Then shoot. What? Afraid now? Watching Liang Chui step onto the rooftop's edge, Fu Qingdai slowly lowered her drawn bow. You're already dead. Fool. What a... Fire. A barrage of gunfire erupted from below. Liang Chui's body erupted with crimson blossoms. Her corpse toppled over the edge, crashing lifelessly onto the pavement below, her vacant expression frozen in final disbelief. Fu Qingdai stepped forward, standing at the rooftop's brink, gazing down. Liang Chui was utterly gone. No breath, no pulse, no lingering spark of life. Below, the crowd looked up. Sunlight haloed Fu Qingdai in golden radiance, sacred and untouchable. Is this really our daughter? Fu, who gently took Zhang Wan's arm, a quiet smile lifting the corners of his mouth. Above, Fu Qingdai exhaled deeply and lifted her eyes to the sky. No triumph stirred within her, only a profound, tangled weight. Not until her gaze caught a strange, luminous golden cloud gathering and drifting across the horizon. Only then did she break free from thought, tucking a stray strand behind her ear, then looking down at the upturned faces below. She drew a slow, steady breath. Dawn has broken. Prepare to move out. Inside the MRI scanning room, blood pooled everywhere, and the machine's buzzing echoed incessantly. Chengdu limped and stumbled into the room. Upon seeing the chaos with Su Jin and Gao Tianfang lying in the machine simultaneously, his heart raced, and he dashed to the side. A torrent of blood gushed from beneath Gao Tianfang, with trickles continuing to seep out. After sustaining a violent knee strike from Su Jin, his internal organs were forced out and hung near the exit. The entire room was filled with the stench of blood and burnt flesh. Director, are you okay? Chengdu trembled as he stepped forward and forcefully pulled Su Jin from Gao Tianfang's embrace. Seeing Su Jin with tightly closed eyes, blood spilling from his mouth, Chengdu's heart sank further. Director, hang in there. In a panic, Chengdu scooped up Su Jin and stumbled quickly toward the adjacent room. Sunlight. There was sunlight. As long as he was in the sunlight, the director would surely recover. Soon Su Jin was placed near the window, and Chengdu leaned down to listen to his heartbeat. Seconds passed in silence. Chengdu opened his mouth, looking around in confusion. Quickly regaining his composure, he extended both hands to press on Su Jin's heart, calling out urgently, Director, you can't die. So many people depend on you. If you die, how will everyone survive? You can't be so selfish. Director. Director. Chengdu pressed down, shouting while bursting into tears, Director, you can't pass away like this. Director. Huh. The unconscious Su Jin gasped for air, suddenly bolting upright with wide open eyes, only to collapse back down weakly. Director. Chengdu's body surged with electricity, filled with joy. Get away. Su Jin weakly waved his hand, looking at Chengdu. What do you mean? Where should I go? You're blocking the light. Realizing this, Chengdu immediately stepped aside, allowing the sunlight to pour in, wiping a tear as he asked, how's your injury now? I've broken quite a few ribs, and it'll take time to recover. But I'm not dead, I can still walk. Once I catch my breath, we'll drive back immediately. The convoy should be waiting for us, so let's not keep them waiting too long. Su Jin breathed heavily. Director, you scared me to death. Just now, your heartbeat stopped. Sigh. I never thought the phrase pass away would apply to me in this lifetime. Su Jin's expression was vacant. If you ever say such disgusting things to me again, don't blame me for being rude. I wasn't a zero before, but I gave it all to you the first time. Oh, what do you want me to do? Shut up. Find my bag and gun back. After a brief rest to recover, the two supported each other downstairs. Su Jin's ribs were severely fractured. Chengdu was not in much better shape, having also broken multiple bones. Moreover, prior to being knocked down, Gao Tianfeng's heavy leg had struck him, resulting in a serious ankle injury. On the 100-story staircase, each step was painful, as if they were walking while bound in torture devices. Finally, they painstakingly reached the ground floor, both feeling a sense of relief, as if reborn. Stay alert, there might be zombies wandering around. I have a gun, you cover me from behind. Su Jin held his weapon and advanced, scanning left and right. Fortunately, the situation was much better than expected. There were indeed 2 or 3 wandering zombies on the street. However, they were far away and had not noticed the two. Stumbling, they quickly sought out a car, and Su Jin began attempting to start the engine. The engine roared to life. Nice. The rest will go smoothly. Good things take time. Su Jin smiled as he gripped the steering wheel. Chengdu also grinned. Soon the vehicle started driving along the road toward the talent community. Outside the talent community, the convoy had already lined up. Huohuo and several veteran team members stood at the end of the line, constantly gazing into the distance along the road. Fu Qingdai remained silent, her heart filled with anxiety. Wei kept glancing at his watch, saying, "It's already this late, they should have returned by now. They won't encounter any problems, will they? No, definitely not," Sunya replied calmly. Xiao Li's abilities are reliable, and with Chengdu helping him in a Tunon, there should be no issues. However, they might be having trouble finding a car. There are definitely many cars on the street that won't start, so it's normal for them to be slow. Don't panic. Right. Hey, they're here. Huohuo suddenly shouted, drawing everyone's attention to the distance. Seeing a car speeding toward them, joy filled everyone's faces. Look, they're all waiting for this. Su Jin smiled at Chengdu while driving. Today is a good day. The clouds are especially beautiful, all golden and glimmering. Where's the gold? Chengdu leaned out of the car, puzzled as he looked up at the sky. Right in front, that huge cloud shining with golden light. Hiss, this cloud looks strange. Why is it different from others? Su Jin, intrigued, began to examine the clouds. Just one glance, and Su Jin's mouth dropped open in shock. The golden clouds in the sky parted, and a golden line shot straight down from the horizon, faintly connecting to Fu Qingdai's head before vanishing along with the clouds. Task completed. Please evacuate to the designated location. A company message appeared mysteriously, and an obstacle appeared ahead, causing Su Jin to jerk the steering wheel in shock. The tires emitted a piercing and unbearable noise, leaving a long trail of tire marks on the ground. Ultimately, they crashed into a utility pole, sending up puffs of white smoke. Director, how did you drive this car? It hurts so much. Chengdu cried out in pain. Su Jin, gasping for breath, lifted his head to look forward. The task completion prompt had faded, replaced by a string of numbers. 0050004590458. Su Jin urgently looked to the left, where Fu Qingdai and the others were running toward them with anxious expressions. Looking to the right, he noticed a red dot flashing at the street corner, not far away. Su Jin's face froze as his mind descended into chaos. How many times had he awoken from dreams fantasizing about completing the task and returning home? Yet now that this dreamlike scenario had become reality, he felt nothing but panic and confusion, without a shred of joy. How could this be? Why did it happen so suddenly? He was completely unprepared. Su Jin's breathing became increasingly rapid, and finally he slammed his hands on the steering wheel, shouting in anger. You can't do this. I'm helping you, and you can't treat me this way. You have to let me do this. Su Jin's voice caught in his throat as he weakly rested his head on the steering wheel. Just give me a little more time. Please just give me a little more time at least. Let me say a few words to them. 100005959005958. Thank you. Su Jin said, shakily lifting his head. Director, did you hit your head? Are you okay? Chengdu asked with concern. They're here, let's check after we get out of the car. Alright, let's get out of the car. The two opened the car door and got out. Fu Qingdai was in front, already running about 20 meters ahead of the two. Fu Qingdai's face lit up with joy as she quickened her pace and rushed into Su Jin's embrace. Su Jin let out a muffled grunt and wrapped his arms around her. Chengdu quietly walked towards the others. Brother, are you alright? Were you injured? Realizing something was amiss, Fu Qingdai released her arms and looked up at Su Jin. Su Jin's eyes were slightly red, revealing a gentle smile as he shook his head. Just a minor injury, it's nothing. Fu Qingdai felt a sense of relief in her heart and hurriedly added, Brother, while you were gone that woman came again, but I killed her. Is that so? Su Jin was immediately astonished, reaching out to stroke Fu Qingdai's head with immense satisfaction, saying, impressive. Well done. It seems you no longer need my help. Fu Qingdai smiled brightly. Since you did so well, brother, we'll give you a gift. Su Jin picked up his phone, made a few simple adjustments, and removed the SIM card. Finally, he placed it in Fu Qingdai's hand. Although it's not a great thing, it's the most valuable item I have on me.
Su Jin grasped Fu Qingda's hand, opened the front camera, forced a smile, and took a selfie. Fu Qingda's smiling face was frozen on the screen, while behind her Chengdu and the others were chatting joyously about something. Brother. Fu Qingdai frowned slightly, feeling a sudden sense of foreboding. Carefully cradling the phone, she said, "This thing should be very important, right? I don't understand it. Why would you give it to me?" Just as Su Jin was about to speak, Sun Ye had already approached with several others. With a refreshed expression, he said, "Ah, you all are back. Then let's not linger here. If there's anything to discuss, let's talk in the car. Aren't you and Chengdu injured? Let me check and bandage you both." Su Jin raised his gaze and looked at Sun Ye, saying, "I'm afraid I won't be able to accompany you on the road ahead." The expressions of everyone varied, but all remained frozen on their faces. Sun Ye frowned deeply. "Shaoli, what do you mean by that? I have to leave. I'm going home as someone is here to pick me up." Su Jin's face stiffened. Everyone was momentarily shocked. "Brother." Fu Qingdai suddenly raised her head, looking at Su Jin in disbelief. "You're joking, right? You said you couldn't leave. I'm sorry I lied to you." Facing the multitude of gazes, Su Jin said with difficulty, "Even my name is false. My name is Su Jin. Director, are you out of your mind?" Chengdu hurriedly stepped forward, but was stopped by the serious-faced Sun Ye. Sun Ye turned to Su Jin and said, "Shaoli, I still prefer to call you that. Is it okay if I tell them about your situation?" Su Jin nodded. Sun Ye sighed heavily, pulling the others a bit further away. "Don't go. I don't want it. I'll give it back to you." Fu Qingdai cried out loud hurriedly, trying to shove the phone back into Su Jin's hands. "Qingdai, don't do this." Su Jin kept pulling his hands back, only to be embraced tightly by Fu Qingdai again. "Why are you always crying? How can a leader cry all the time and still command respect?" Su Jin attempted to push her away several times, but was still held tightly. With a helpless sigh, he said, "This is the last time. You told me before that you wouldn't cry when I'm not around. In the future, when I'm not here, no one else can. You must take on the responsibility. Without you, others won't be able to organize anything." Fu Qingdai's grip on Su Jin's clothing gradually turned pale as she looked up, choking back tears. I don't want to be the savior, brother. Without you, I can't hold on. Can you not leave? I'm sorry, I have family too." As soon as those words came out, all of Fu Qingdai's thoughts were suddenly blocked in her chest, and tears flowed continuously. The two embraced one another, remaining silent for a long time. The few people nearby who had listened to Sun Ye's explanation all turned their silent gazes toward them. People from the convoy in the distance got out one by one, looking up in confusion. After a long while, Fu Qingdai sniffled and softly asked, "Brother, do you like me? Didn't I tell you earlier? Brother is like opium, you should quit it early." "What if I can't quit?" Su Jin had no response. Seeing she was not getting a reply, Fu Qingdai continued to murmur, "Will tomorrow be better? I don't know, Qingdai, I don't want to deceive you. Then will we still be able to meet? And I don't know." Fu Qingdai tightly shut her eyes, holding Su Jin's waist. Su Jin's face turned pale as he softly said, "Qingdai, the person here for me is waiting. I don't have much time left. After I finish talking with the others, you can't cry anymore. I need you to order the convoy to set off immediately. Can you do that?" Fu Qingdai buried her head into Su Jin's chest, her tears soaking his clothes. After a moment, she gently pushed Su Jin away and stepped aside. Fu Hu and his wife approached and looked at Su Jin, asking, "Director, are you really an alien?" Su Jin smiled and nodded. Fu Hu forced a smile, his eyes reddening. That doesn't matter anymore. Will we be able to meet again?" "I don't know. Maybe." "Director, thank you for saving our family of 3. Zhang Wan stepped forward with tears in her eyes. Su Jin shook his head, saying, "No need to say that. Without you, I wouldn't have made it to today. In the future, you must take good care of Qingdai, though she still has a long way to go regarding personnel matters." Fu Hu, a man nearing 50, finally shed tears. "Director, take care." "Director." Chengdu hurriedly stepped forward, wanting to say something, but suddenly lost his voice. "If you have something to say, hurry up. I don't have much time left." Chengdu tugged at the corner of his mouth with tears in his eyes, saying, "I've told you everything I needed to. Actually, I don't have much else to say." "How did you suddenly turn into an alien? Is this real? That's too ridiculous. Those 2 old geezers aren't trying to fool me, are they?" "It's true. I am indeed an alien." "Do aliens have homosexuals?" Chengdu asked, raising his voice. Su Jin's expression was hard to describe. "Yes, the main base is even named after you." "Director, don't joke with me. I really..." "Stop." Chengdu burst into tears and reached out to hug Su Jin. After a brief embrace, Su Jin stepped towards Wei De and Sun Ye. "You two are older, so be careful not to exhaust yourselves at Qingdai, and the others have big matters that need your guidance." The 2 elders sighed deeply at the same time. Sun Ye said, "Shaoli, you've said what you needed to say, and I have nothing more to ask. I'm genuinely happy for you that you can go home. If we can't meet again, you don't need to worry too much. You just live your life well. Take care, Shaoli." Wei De spoke concisely, lowering his head and chuckling bitterly a couple of times before turning back to say, "If there's a chance, you can come see us too." "I understand. Get ready early, you should leave now." Su Jin took a few steps back, his gaze sweeping over the tearful individuals before finally settling on Fu Qingdai's face. The 2 locked eyes of Fu Qingdai wiped away her tears and stepped towards the convoy. The others followed closely. The people in the convoy had all stood on the street looking up at the situation here. Seeing Fu Qingdai approaching, the gazes of the crowd shifted from Su Jin to her, until Fu Qingdai reached the front of the convoy and stood on an open-top jeep. The gazes of the crowd finally converged.
Turning back to glance at Su Jin, who was standing still, Fu Qingdai's lips moved a few times before she finally withdrew her gaze and looked towards the convoy. Set off. The convoy drove towards the light as Su Jin stood still, gazing down the street. In the blurred vision, one vehicle after another vanished, until the last vehicle disappeared from sight, unable to bear it any longer. Su Jin gasped, tears streaming down his face. Clearly he prayed every day to leave this world. But when the moment truly arrived, there was a piercing pain in his heart. He could no longer protect everyone. Will tomorrow be better? Everything is uncertain, and all he can do is pray. As the tears dried up, Su Jin stood tall, wiping the remnants from his face, looking back. He tightened his grip on the silver gun and resolutely walked towards the street corner with his briefcase. The company. He could finally face the company directly. He would soon know what kind of monsters had tormented him to this point. At the corner of the street, Su Jin gazed into the store. The red that was right in front of him, and through the glass door, he could see the interior scenery. It was just a messy supermarket, nothing special about it. After a moment of contemplation, Su Jin reached out to push open. However, just as his hand reached out, the door opened automatically. A gentle breeze swept through, causing Su Jin to involuntarily close his eyes. A tingling sensation coursed through his entire body. This sensation was particularly pronounced between his ribs. The remnants of his injuries peeled away with the wind, turning to dust. When he opened his eyes again, all his injuries had vanished and his energy was fully restored. Su Jin gasped in amazement and took a half step back, raising his gaze to look inside the store. As the door opened, the interior transformed into a luxurious 5-star hotel, an entirely different world. He adjusted his breathing, scanned the surroundings, and then moved forward with his gun drawn. The hall was empty, and at the end of the corridor there was a door. Is anyone there? Su Jin cautiously approached the door at the end. No one responded along the way, and he successfully reached the doorknob. He took a quick breath, his gaze sharpening. He pushed the door open abruptly and stepped inside. Yet upon entering the room, it was still empty. What greeted his eyes was an ordinary, somewhat outdated office with a sofa and coffee table on the left and a star map hanging on the wall. On the right was a large desk with 4 characters hanging above it. Heavenly Tao rewards diligence. The other spots in the room were filled with various small items and some other paintings. Among them, only one painting on the side wall depicted a portrait, that of an ordinary-looking middle-aged man. Overall, it resembled the decor style of a nouveau riche landlord from Earth. Su Jin's tension eased slightly as he closed the door and began to explore the room carefully. Is there really a need to be so nervous in my own office? A deep, steady male voice suddenly rang out, causing Su Jin's muscles to tense instantly. Who's speaking? Show yourself. As soon as he asked, to Su Jin's astonishment, the man in the painting reached out his hands and directly emerged from the canvas, straightening his collar and calmly standing in front of Su Jin. Su Jin's breath caught, his eyes widened as he raised his gun and stepped back. Are you human or a ghost? After experiencing a world, shouldn't you refrain from making a fuss in such a situation? The man casually glanced at him, walked over to the desk, and relaxed into the executive chair, gesturing. Have a seat. You have many questions, and I think we can talk now. After pondering for a moment, Su Jin sat down opposite the desk. The man then spoke. This building is not the headquarters of the company, but is solely yours. I am neither human nor ghost, but rather a creation designed to serve the master of this building. To put it simply, you can think of me as a painting, a brick, or a robot. Usually the masters here refer to me as the butler. Butler. Su Jin pondered for a moment and bluntly stated, I just want to know what this company is about, what this world is like, and why you specifically chose me. No rush. We can discuss things one by one. The butler raised his hand. I don't have a clear understanding of the company as I don't serve it directly, but I can provide a general explanation. This is a unique organization that calls itself a company because it appears in the way you can most understand. It is composed of the top powerhouses from various realms. As for the disasters in this world, they are also related to the company. The universe was originally harmonious with order and chaos coexisting. Yet by chance the natural order was completely disrupted. The powerful had already sensed the changes in the world, but they did not intervene, believing that nature would restore itself. However, as time passed, things did not develop as expected. The situation became completely uncontrollable. Order was on the verge of collapse, and the realms faced destruction, prompting the powerful to decide to unite against this disaster. Your colleagues are fighting against the source of this disaster on the front lines, while the problems faced by this world are merely the aftermath of this war. Wait a moment, let me sort this out. I'm a bit confused. Su Jin felt a headache coming on. This is actually quite simple, you just can't accept it. The butler smiled slightly. You want to analyze what kind of powerhouses exist in the company, what the source of the disaster is, and what their form of existence is, but it doesn't mean much, as even I know very little. It's not. What does this have to do with me? I'm just an ordinary person working a job. Am I some reincarnated employee? Su Jin felt utterly confused. You are indeed an ordinary person, but in certain aspects you are not ordinary. To explain it in a way you can understand, your fate is unique. The clients you save are not because they possess special talents, but simply because their fates happen to align well with the world, allowing the company to connect deeply with them. The butler stood up and pointed at the star map opposite. The image began to ripple, suddenly transforming into a vast ocean. Su Jin turned to look, his gaze trembling.
Along the seemingly endless coastline, marine creatures with rotting skins surged towards the shore, an immense tide of corpses advancing towards land. Trees fell in large numbers, and the tide of corpses began to flood the streets, toppling buildings with ease. This is what will happen in a month, as predicted by the company. The butler said flatly. In fact, no matter how hard the people of this world try, their destruction is a foregone conclusion. The entire ecological chain has been disrupted and cannot recover. But your appearance changed all of this. In your missions, you continue to accumulate power for your clients, providing strength and a secure environment, thereby continually enhancing their fate, allowing the company to maintain a stable and lasting connection with this world. This world is currently in a state of semi-takeover. The company will promote ecological recovery and suppress the escalation of disasters. Of course, the company only provides assistance. They still need to rely on their own efforts. Perhaps after several generations, this world can return to normal. The company is so powerful, if it wants to save them, why not resolve the issues all at once? Su Jin frowned. The core strength of the company is focused on addressing the source of this disaster, so the power allocated to each dying world is limited. It is impossible to directly help them resolve all troubles. The butler tapped the table, looking at Su Jin. Su Jin, it seems you still don't understand the nature of your work. If compared to a commercial company on Earth, your current position is that of the company's cleaner and the only cleaner. What? Currently it seems so, but don't underestimate this position. Your role is of great concern even to the highest levels. What do you mean? Su Jin was perplexed. He had imagined the company to be a mysterious entity. However, he never expected that the arduous work he was engaged in was merely cleaning, which felt absurd. The butler stood with his hands behind his back and continued, even if thousands of worlds perish, it won't affect the overall situation. It is insignificant to the company. But later they realized that the situation was far more complex. The butler spoke in a calm tone. Strong individuals are forged through battles of iron and blood. The strong within the company have emerged from mountains of corpses and seas of blood. Though they claim to be saving the world, deep down they revel in the thrill of battle. Oh, life and death matter little to them. From the inception of the company, there has existed a powerful core that connects everything and coordinates the overall. As battles deepen and prolong, the inherent ferocity that lurks within the organization continues to intensify, subsequently impacting the core operations. We are already in a chaotic battle against destruction, and this issue will pose a significant threat to the organization in the future. Thus, the higher-ups have united to create this position, internally referred to as the Flame of Inheritance. This plan has been a tremendous success. The 2 generations of the Flame of Inheritance before you have saved countless worlds. The vitality and order generated by these newly born worlds have significantly reduced the ferocity, but unfortunately both predecessors died in battle, which is why you are being sought now. Why was I chosen? Still just a cleaner? Su Jin felt a chill run down his spine. Is there really no one else in the entire— Although your talent is nothing extraordinary, your fate is rare, almost resonating with all life-bearing planets, the butler said bluntly. You are the most suitable person to carry out this task. Even if you fail the mission and remain in the task world, over time you will be assimilated by that world, allowing the company to create a perfect connection through you with the world you inhabit. So I'm so important, yet I'm just a pawn that can be sacrificed at any moment. Su Jin widened his eyes and asked, is it your first day on the job? The butler glanced back. If you have the ability, everyone will see your worth. If you don't, no one will care, and the company will just look for the next candidate. However, to put it another way, since only one person is chosen from countless worlds, it also means that the company will invest a tremendously significant cost to cultivate a unique powerhouse. In fact, the Flame of Inheritance is also recognized by the entire company as the position with the highest chance of attaining supreme management rights. You indeed qualify to be that candidate. The reasons for the company's choice of you are closely related to this. The butler pointed once more at the star map on the wall. The star map shifted once again, and Su Jin's expression was difficult to describe. This time the image featured himself on the night when the cold sky missile erupted. This map was left by the 2nd generation of the Flame of Inheritance, specifically prepared for post-mission reviews. The content can only be viewed by you and me. The butler stated calmly, on that night your spirit experienced a significant fluctuation, which was recorded. After your mental collapse, you began retesting the company's firearm performance in just 5 minutes. You accurately tested and confirmed all the firearms performance within an hour, after which you started sharpening your weapons and preparing your gear. Excellent warriors have all undergone setbacks, pain, and collapse to varying degrees. The reasons differ, but every outstanding powerhouse will inevitably make the same choice after a brief period of despair. What choice? To prepare for the next battle. The butler looked directly at Su Jin. You are growing rapidly, your leadership is undeniable, and you possess the mentality of a top-tier warrior. Everything else you lack, the company can help you complete as long as you are diligent. The butler paused for a moment and continued, Su Jin, I can only tell you this much. If you wish to know more, you must inherit the name of the flame. The company has brought you in, and you have successfully passed its test. The choice is now in your hands. But I think you have little to hesitate about. Such a monumental opportunity is something most people can only dream of. The butler smiled as he walked back to the desk. A contract automatically popped out of the printer on the desk.
The butler picked up the contract and handed it to Su Jin with a grin. No need for a signature, as long as you agree in your heart from now on under the name of the flame this building will completely belong to you. Moreover, the treasures here are the accumulation of 2 generations of the flame, enough to make everyone envious. You can't imagine how powerful it is. Why are you so impressive yet still use such an old-fashioned way to sign contracts? Su Jin picked up the contract puzzled. It's the habit of the previous generation of the flame. He was quite meticulous about life and liked to have a sense of ceremony. The butler said, looking at the contract in Su Jin's hand with a frozen expression. You don't want to accept this inheritance. Su Jin silently pushed the contract back. I'm sorry, but I think I will pass. What you said exceeds my understanding, and I cannot verify its truth. It sounds like some sort of conspiracy, and I just want to be an ordinary person. Conspiracy theory? Do you think such an entity as the company would deceive a mundane person like you? To be honest, I've always felt that only an idiot would be obsessed with conspiracy theories, and you have no possible way of deceiving me. Su Jin shook his head, his tone firm. But I still want to be an ordinary person. How interesting. Suddenly the butler raised an eyebrow. Get lost. If you don't want to do it, there are plenty of people willing to. Go home. You seem more suited to being a pile of dog poop. Su Jin's eyes widened in shock. Why are you suddenly? I'm the creation of the first generation of the flame. My personality is somewhat tainted by his. If he saw you like this, he would definitely curse you out. The butler shrugged helplessly. I am already trying to restrain myself. The butler finished speaking and pushed the contract back again. Take this with you. According to the rules established by the second generation of the flame, you will have time to consider whether to join after you go home, with a month as the deadline. There are many benefits, and the rewards for completing the tasks can only be delivered once you confirm you're joining the company. It sounds like the second generation of the flame is quite a good person. Without a doubt, he is a true gentleman. The butler sighed. When others are drowning, he drowns with them. When others are hungry, he feels their hunger. The pain of hurting others, he feels it as his own. During his tenure, he witnessed many tragedies, yet his heart remained as sorrowful as ever. Death might be a form of liberation for him. What about the first generation? That was another extreme. The first generation was not as powerful as the second, but he had a tremendous drive. His task completion speed was 10 times that of the second generation. Why was he able to complete tasks so quickly despite his lack of strength? Su Jin was astonished. Disgust appeared on the butler's face because he was a true beast devoid of compassion. He would start by killing the entire family of a client, then force the client to grow by acting as the villain. More than half of the clients he handled ended up mentally unstable, and even the higher-ups couldn't stand it and sent someone to question him. I stood here every day taking the blame for him. Fortunately, he died early. Su Jin's expression was difficult to describe. To be so hated by his own creation, the first generation of the flame, must have been quite something. Su Jin, I respect all your choices, but out of goodwill, I hope you consider this carefully. After all, witnessing others' failures is like witnessing your own. You have already experienced the pain of others. The butler shifted his tone, his expression returning to normal. What do you mean? Su Jin's expression changed drastically, and he slammed his hand on the table. It means nothing. I cannot predict the future. But you are a smart person, and smart people do not pin their hopes and future on others. That is all. After speaking, the butler waved his hand lightly, and a light door suddenly appeared enveloping him. Su Jin's vision brightened and darkened. In a daze, he found himself holding a contract having already appeared in his familiar rental apartment. I haven't finished asking my question. Su Jin's mouth hung open as he stood in the room. In an instant, the scene changed. His thoughts completely forgotten, he was occupied by the familiar objects before him. After swallowing several times, Su Jin's lips trembled uncontrollably, curling upwards. He dashed to the window, pulled back the curtains, and glanced outside to see thousands of lights with the bustling crowd of the night market in the distance. I'm back, I'm back. I'm back. In a moment of overwhelming joy, Su Jin's rationality crumbled as he lay on the bed, covering his face and crying with laughter. Minutes passed before he gradually regained his composure, yet his expression still bore a hint of giddy delight. His eyes darted around, instinctively reaching into his pocket to check for messages on his phone, only to find it empty. Suddenly recalling that he had given his phone to Fu Qingdai, his mood sank once again. The corners of Su Jin's mouth slowly drooped as he fell into deep thought. It felt like a dream. He had no idea where they had gone, whether they had reached the military district or if they had already set up. However, he realized he could no longer be of any help. Looking down at his hands, he noticed that one was still tightly clutching the company's employment contract. Intent on moving his body, Su Jin began to look around in search of something. His abilities were still intact, and his body remained as light as ever. Yet he had no idea when his briefcase and handgun had disappeared. They must have been retrieved by the company. Besides that, he felt as if he had forgotten something important. What exactly had he forgotten? Sitting on the bed, Su Jin fell into contemplation. After a while, his expression changed in shock, and he suddenly slapped his forehead. Damn, the money was gone. He returned without taking any money. The company had a currency exchange. He had planned to grab a handful of gold from the jewelry store before leaving, but everything had happened so suddenly that he had taken nothing. He had completely forgotten about that, only thinking about going home. There were some local specialties in the briefcase, but they were mostly food items, which couldn't possibly be worth much. Moreover, since the briefcase had been reclaimed by the company, whether he could retrieve any money was still uncertain. He was currently penniless. With that thought, Su Jin began rummaging through his belongings. After finding no cash, he pulled out a bank card. He raced down the stairs until he reached the nearest ATM. Trembling, he inserted the card to check his balance. Upon seeing the number that popped up on the machine, Su Jin let out a muffled sound of excitement. 10592, 1,059,000. The company's exchange had really gone through. 1,059,000. Where did this money come from? Su Jin furrowed his brows slightly. Having money is certainly a good thing, but this amount of nearly 160,000 was quite large. He shouldn't have anything that valuable on him. After careful reflection, Su Jin suddenly realized. The watch. The one he had picked up in the Dragon Scale building, which he had put in his bag when Chengdu was gathering things to go downstairs. Moreover, that watch's face had been smashed during his battle with Gao Tianfang. How could a broken watch that someone had stolen be worth nearly 160,000? Goodness. How much would a new watch be worth? Regaining his composure, Su Jin glanced at the time on the ATM. It has been just over a month since he left, roughly the same amount of time he had spent in another world. Fortunately, his absence had not been too long. Su Jin withdrew his bank card and began to ponder. He wasn't in the mood to think about company matters. It had been over a month since he disappeared, and he had no idea how much news had accumulated. As long as his family didn't report him missing, he needed to hurry and buy a phone. It was only 7 o'clock. He still had... With that thought, Su Jin pulled out his SIM card and quickly headed towards the commercial street where the mobile phone stores were clustered. An hour later, after much deliberation between No Brand and Xiaomi, Su Jin decisively purchased a flagship Redmi K80 and also bought 2 Xiaomi 15s as backup phones. Having not changed his phone for many years, he lost all interest in digital reviews after starting to earn money post-university. Although he was not familiar with phones, he could clearly see that the salesperson from a certain brand was trying to fool him, constantly switching applications to prove the phone's performance was amazing. Even without being involved in tech, Su Jin could tell this was a hard sell. Buying Xiaomi was definitely more reliable. After setting up his phone, Su Jin quickly dialed his home number. After a few rings, a familiar female voice sounded. Son, what major project are you working on? You haven't even replied to a message, and now you think of calling. Su's mother bombarded him with questions. Are you done? If you don't send a message, your dad and I are about to report you missing. Su Jin felt a lump in his throat. Mom, it's a major project. A truly major project, and now it's done. I earn money over $1 million. As soon as he said this, many people in the Xiaomi store turned to look at him with a mixture of admiration and sympathy, along with a few faint whispers. Such a filial beggar, rare to see. This beggar has parents. Lower your voice, otherwise he might come for you. Look at what everyone is using. Who the hell buys Xiaomi? Change to another brand. It's too embarrassing to take this out. Anyway, I'm not exaggerating. Just tell my dad I'll be back home in a couple of days. If there's anything, just call me. Let's leave it at... After hanging up, Su Jin felt a wave of relief wash over him. He stood there for a moment, allowing himself to be admired before heading towards the night market. His smile nearly reached his ears, and he couldn't wipe it off his face. Life is precious. It is only under the shadow of death that its value is truly highlighted. Such an ordinary scene had a profound and intense impact on him, causing all worries and distractions to fade away. What company, what doomsday? Only the bustling crowd remained. Su Jin wiped away a tear and found a noodle stall to sit down. Boss, 2 bowls of noodles, 1 wide and 1 thin with extra noodles, and 2 eggs, add more chili, and 2 chicken legs, please. I'll take a big bottle of iced tea too. Pay first. After scanning the code, Su Jin sat down, breaking his chop. Before long, the meat noodles arrived. As the aroma of the noodles filled the air, Su Jin couldn't help but start to laugh, foolishly picking up big chopsticks to shove the noodles into his mouth. The familiar rich fragrance flooded his taste buds, and Su Jin leaned back in excitement. He then began to wolf down his meal with enthusiasm, demonstrating his eating actions and expressions upon returning from doomsday. After finishing 1 bowl of noodles, Su Jin felt much calmer. He took out his phone to make a payment, then logged into WeChat to check. An avalanche of unread messages flooded in. At a glance, many were from former colleagues looking for him. Leading the charge was his former boss, Old Lee, whose messages had piled up to 99. Moreover, upon opening and checking them one by one, Old Lee's emotions were clearly escalating into a frenzy. Starting with a firm order for him to return and apologize, it escalated into severe threats. Su Jin, damn it. Do you think you deserve my respect? The company is falling apart because of you. Don't play dead, hurry up. Going through all the messages, nearly all were curses and venting, and he had even been insulted 3 days prior. Su Jin chuckled as he read. He could roughly guess the situation. That idiot client named Wang couldn't find trouble with him and had started taking it out on Old Lee. Old Lee seemed to be in deep trouble, though otherwise he wouldn't have lost his composure so easily. The table was clean, and Su Jin felt at ease as he scrolled through his phone, a faint smile still gracing his lips. It's time to tidy up and return home for a while. Before leaving, it was necessary to pay another visit to the company this time. I will take back everything I lost. Lally, I came to collect the half-month's wages and the commission you owe me. Settle the money and well be square. In the old company's office, Su Jin sat upright and composed a smile on his face as he faced Lally. You damn well have the nerve to show your face to me. Lally slammed his hand on the desk, rage distorting his features. Su Jin, you've made my life a mess. That Wang Yuntong poured all his anger onto me. Now the company's operations are stalled. He's a thug. He was on the verge of extorting me. Su Jin shrugged. What does that have to do with me? Don't pass the blame. If you have the guts to be out here, you eat. If you don't, you starve. I acted out of principle. Did I make a mistake?
You acted out of principle. Lao Li craned his neck, his face flushed. How shameless can you be? You think you're special, do you? Is this your first day in the world? You can't afford to offend Wang Yuntong, nor could I. Could Xiao Jing offend him? She came from the countryside, oh what choice did she have, but to give in? I'm telling you you're nothing but a clown. If you'd had the nerve to leave proof back then, I would have stood by you no matter what. You have nothing, and yet you put on airs. Don't touch my tea. Su Jin took a light sip. Why so much fuss? It's over. Pay my wages and commission. Lao Li's eyes went dark with fury. The company's operations are paralyzed because of you, and you still want wages and commission. Have you no conscience? He spat out the words. You were just a college graduate. Who brought you into the company? Who first took you to those clubs? Do you show any gratitude? Lao Li slapped the back of his hand against his palm and continued angrily. This whole thing was so simple. Fine, suppose you struck someone but left no evidence. Why not throw some money at it, apologize, and settle things? Such a small matter escalated into this. I've trained you for years, you don't have a few $100,000 in savings, do you? Su Jin lifted an eyebrow. I tell you plainly I have no savings. You should know that. The hospitality expenses the company approved never covered me. Nights at the club weren't reimbursed. I paid my own money doing company work. What savings do you suppose I could have? Su Jin's voice was cool. At the root, this is your fault. You should have corrupted me with money long ago, then I wouldn't have lived so upright and naive. Lao Li's spittle flew as he ranted, furious and beyond restraint. What have you forgotten? For years you were covered, and then why did it stop? Don't you have any sense of how things work? Clients left by taxi while you were still there ordering 2 at a time. Why should I reimburse you? Su Jin answered lightly, next time, you don't want me to bring clients. When new people arrive, I have to test them with actual clients. Lao Li went pale with shock and took a step back, pointing at Su Jin in disbelief. Where did you learn to be so shameless? Su Jin narrowed his eyes. Let's keep business and personal separate. Don't pretend to be friendly. How many years have you exploited me? I've been at this company so long I should have been promoted. Sending me out to run business errands, what was that about? Lao Li barked, if you were so capable, I would have promoted you. Su Jin's face lit with a smile. Finally the truth. I knew it all along. You admitted at last. Lao Li's pride swelled. Right? No question about it. I treated you like a beast of burden, used one man as 3. Felt damn good. How about that? Su Jin laughed coldly. You're impressive, all right. He continued, unrestrained. Don't think I don't know your sordid affairs. Last year, that young secretary crawling under your desk smearing lipstick like some ravenous thing. Weren't you afraid of infection? I even covered for you when your wife came looking, spared you the face, Lao Li. And honestly, her face has as many creases as a well-worn pancake. Lao Li, humiliated beyond measure, roared, I'll strangle you, and lunged at Su Jin. Su Jin gave him a casual shove. Lao Li flopped back into his chair, stunned and suddenly aware of his thin arms and legs. He could do nothing but light a cigarette in silence. Su Jin produced a cigarette as well and began to smoke. The two men fell into a pensive silence. Outside the office, faint sounds came down the corridor. The room was soundproof, yet Su Jin's hearing had grown keen. He could make out every word. A voice in the hallway said, Mr. Wang, Mr. Wang. General Manager Li isn't here today. If there's something you need with him, I can help contact him. Another voice replied, get out of the way. I want to speak with General Manager Li myself. Su Jin tapped the desk and looked at Lao Li. Lao Li, Mr. Wang is here looking for you. This isn't some petty Lao Li lifted his head, a dark expression. How do you know he came? Su Jin didn't answer. Instead, he became a whirlwind of motion, clearing the desk with a sweep of his arm. He abruptly rose and swept every file and ornament from the desktop, then bellowed, Li. If you don't settle the money today, I won't let you off. If you try to kill me, well, see which of us dies first. The office door was thrust open. A pot-bellied, greasy-faced, middle-aged man stood frozen in the doorway. The man was none other than Mr. Wang Yuntong. The moment he recognized Su Jin, he bared his teeth. You little bastard, so you finally show your face. He snarled. Veins standing out in his neck, Su Jin pointed at Wang, and then at Lao Li. Did you and Lao Li smash my home? I'm telling you, Wang, you two tried to kill me. His gaze swept the floor in a frantic search, seized a glass trophy, and hurled it at Wang. He'll kill you first. Lao Li, as if possessed, lunged forward and threw himself on Su Jin, pinning him to the floor. Mr. Wang, go. Leave this little bastard to me. He cried. Fine. Fine. Lao Li, you handle him. You little bastard, you dare hit me, just you wait. Wang Yuntong muttered, his pudgy face trembling with fury as he stormed out of the office. Christ, he'll beat you to death. Lao Li seemed unhinged and swung a heavy blow at Su Jin's face. Su Jin lifted his leg and gently shoved. Lao Li toppled sideways and collapsed to the floor. Seated on the ground, Su Jin sneered. Lao Li, I've saved your skin again. Lao Li, breathing hard, pointed at Su Jin and spat insults. Don't think he'll be grateful for that. Su Jin produced a payment QR code. Hurry up and settle my wages and commission. Using the company account, drags on a scan this. And give me a pack of cigarettes or he'll storm out and fetch Mr. Wang back myself. Lao Li hesitated a few moments, then after scanning the code, sighed deeply, rifled through a drawer, and hurled a pack of cigarettes at Su Jin with some force. Get out. I never want to see you again. Lao Li barked. Su Jin smiled. To be honest, in the month we were apart, I actually missed you. Get out. Lao Li shouted again. Downstairs in the office building, Wang Yuntong descended the stairs in a hurry. On the phone, he barked into the receiver, hey, Lao Lu, find me a few men. That little bastard showed his face last month and dared to provoke me.
If I don't ruin him, he doesn't deserve to live. There was a brief pause, then the reply came hurriedly. Yes, that's right. Bring more people immediately. Wage dispute resolved. Lighter in step, Su Jin descended the stairs and wandered aimlessly along the street, a cigarette dangling from his lips. Though idle, a quiet elation lingered deep within his chest. After walking only a short distance, Su Jin paused and glanced back over his shoulder. A portly figure had been shadowing him, stealthily, persistently, for some time. No need to ponder. The rhythm of those footsteps alone revealed the pursuer's identity. Su Jin scratched his head and smiled faintly. Wang Yuntong, the wretched man, was truly extraordinary. Long after the incident had passed, having held all the advantages, he still clung like stubborn flypaper. This was no ordinary grudge. Yet Su Jin felt no inclination to engage him now. Having weathered chaos and upheaval, he found himself strangely unshaken. No anger stirred within him anymore. So long as that wretch left him be, he could do as he pleased. Strolling the streets, watching the dense river of traffic flow past, Su Jin felt a subtle stirring of intent. Perhaps it was time to buy a car. Today he'd tidy up, tonight he'd treat himself to a hearty meal and a fine drink at a good bar. Tomorrow he'd go home. He now had substantial funds, so the car must be exceptional, luxurious, high performance, and sleek. Sir, among all the models you've reviewed, this one best meets your requirements. Powerful, yet fuel efficient with ample interior. The salesperson held out a dossier while speaking. How's its off-road capability? Su Jin mused, stroking his chin. The salesman snorted. Brother, you're joking. This Huohuo van isn't built for wilderness, and it costs just 50,000 yuan. Are you hauling cargo or something else? I can recommend other models. I want something spacious enough to live in, rugged enough for any terrain, durable enough for global travel, and above all, something that makes me feel secure behind the wheel. Su Jin reflected aloud. Brother, are you planning to become a travel vlogger? The salesman asked, his expression oddly skeptical. Then you'd need an RV, though a quality one costs far more than a few 10,000 yuan. Still, this model isn't entirely unsuitable. Custom modifications could even make it stand out. Look at this chassis. Thanks, I'll keep looking. Su Jin dismissed him with a casual reply and turned away from the dealership. Moments later, he slumped onto the stone steps outside a nearby shopping mall. He pulled his company's formal employment notice from his inner jacket pocket and stared at it blankly. Returning home brought joy, but the sword of Damocles hung perpetually overhead. He'd intended to buy a sports car, yet somehow ended up browsing minivans. What unconscious impulse guided him? Still instinctively preparing for crisis. Did part of him truly wish to join the company? Yet why did this very document remain inert, unresponsive, in his hands? To witness another's misfortune is to feel it as one's own. What will this world become, now that it has changed? Su Jin lifted his gaze to the sky, and his already clouded thoughts darkened once more beneath gathering gloom. Oh, lost in melancholy, his enthusiasm for car buying vanished entirely. He resumed his aimless walk through the streets. Night fell. At the night market, he devoured snacks from 5 different stalls before heading home, a paper bag full of treats in hand. Beyond the night market's glow, streetlights thinned. A narrow alley appeared ahead, and Su Jin turned into it without hesitation. Before reaching its end, several dark figures closed in from behind. Su Jin pivoted, and blinding flashes erupted toward his face. Kid, you spend all day lurking where crowds gather. Tonight, though, you picked quite the secluded spot. Wang Yuntong shoved past his men and stepped forward, eyes gleaming with menace. Mr. Wang. Su Jin trembled, visibly feigning panic. What are you doing? Remember, this is a society governed by law. Don't you dare lay a hand on me. At his words, laughter burst forth. Broke fool. Do you really think the law reaches me? Wang Yuntong sneered, advancing step by deliberate step. Pipsqueak. I've roamed these streets for decades, and never once has anyone dared strike me in the face. Tonight you'll pay with a leg, or this ends nowhere. Don't touch me. That alley's under surveillance. Su Jin retorted, voice trembling, but eyes sharp. Surveillance. There's no camera here. I check myself. Kneel now. Wang Yuntong barked. 8 underlings surged forward as one. Su Jin swept his gaze across the alley's corners, and a faint knowing curve tugged at his lips. Indeed, no cameras, Mr. Wang. Truth is, I've already forgiven you. Why pursue this so relentlessly? It's been ages since it happened. Huh, did you hear what this kid just said? Wang Yuntong turned astonished to his men. Yeah, boss, we heard. Says he forgives you. Must have had too much to drink. Probably addled his brain. Brother Wang, stop wasting breath on this idiot. Break his leg first, then let's go eat. His thugs echoed, threats circling tighter. Wang Yuntong smirked coldly. Kneel down. Bow a few times, and I'll spare you some pain. You really hold grudges, don't you? When we negotiated business, you weren't nearly this unhinged. You called me brother repeatedly. We got along well enough. Su Jin frowned slightly. Oh, you actually believed yourself someone important when I called you brother? Wang Yuntong arched a brow, thrusting his greasy, fleshy face forward with arrogant bravado. You're right. I have held grudges since childhood. What's that word again? Alpha male, boss. A henchman prompted. Right? Alpha male. I've been alpha since day one. Think I rose to this position by being nice. Ugh, Wang Yuntong cut off mid-sentence, clutching his groin in agony. Su Jin retracted his foot calmly and slipped on a pair of latex gloves. The gang froze, recoiling half a step, flashlights jerking wildly toward their writhing leader. In that instant, Su Jin had launched a lightning kick. Wang Yuntong's QQ account hadn't merely been deleted, it had been permanently uninstalled.
Before the thugs could regroup, Su Jin struck again, a devastating blow to Wang's abdomen. Wang Yuntong crashed hard to the ground and emitted a wet guttural pft. You think that's a compliment? Idiotic. Gloves secured. Su Jin flexed his fingers slowly, then shifted his gaze from Wang Yuntong to the stunned gang. I've cured his alpha male condition. Now it's your turn. Damn it. He just kicked shit out of Brother Wang. Get him. Roaring, the 8 thugs charged. In the alley's suffocating darkness, Su Jin moved like a gale. Targeting the lead thug's knee, he delivered a brutal downward kick. A sickening crack. The joint bent grotesquely backward, turning the man instantly into a true dogleg. Before the second could advance, Su Jin's fist landed, shattering his nasal bone. Both collapsed simultaneously. Against ordinary human physiology, the gulf in physical capability was now so vast that even edged weapons couldn't bridge it. Within moments of Su Jin's whirlwind maneuvers, all 8 hooligans lay crippled, legs broken, jaws dislocated, moaning helplessly on the filthy ground. Surveying the carnage, Su Jin sighed inwardly. It was rather inconvenient. These weaklings posed no real threat, yet he may have overextended himself. If they reported it, complications would follow, even if the alley lacked cameras. Cameras lined the streets beyond, easily traceable. Realizing this, Su Jin glanced down at Wang Yuntong, still groaning and clutching his groin. With a resigned shrug, he pulled out his phone and started recording. Half an hour later, a procession of naked, soot-stained thugs, limping, groaning, and crawling like shambling zombies, emerged one by one from the alley's mouth. Half a month later. Get up. Get up. Stop lazing around. Hurry up. Su Jin felt a chill as his mother yanked the blanket away. All you do every day is sleep and eat. Can't you have something else to do? The delivery has arrived, you've bought canned food, but the nagging voice lingered in his ears, and Su Jin frowned, feeling around for his eye mask and putting it back on. Turning to the side, he mumbled with a muffled voice sigh. Really can't stop talking. Hurry up. You bought that RV a couple of days ago. It nearly drove your dad crazy. Su's mother placed her hands on her hips and glared. You've spent all that money. What exactly do you want to do? You won't look for a partner. You don't go to class, just lying at home or buying random stuff all day. If you lie around for so long without going to work, how do you expect your boss to have a good impression of you? Sigh, oh my. Su Jin rolled up his pillow and covered his head, a look of pain on his face as he mumbled, Mom, I beg you, can you stop nagging? You're really killing me. What's the point of sleeping? It's a holiday. Smack. A heavy slap landed on Su Jin's waist. You're so lazy, I bet you'd think you could reach the sky. I earn money for both of you. Don't even mention that. Your dad and I don't need your money. Oh, just take care of yourself. When you get married, don't ask us for money. Well, just be grateful if you can manage on your own. What do you mean don't need your money? I bought everything outright. Do I need you too for that? That's great. Then when I go out with your dad, Su's mother chuckled, then said, with your spending habits, I doubt you can save any money. Get up and return that RV and those canned goods quickly. Listen to your dad, don't waste money like this every day. I can't return them there for future preparations. If the apocalypse comes, don't come to me for canned food. You lunatic. I've already made breakfast, hurry up and eat. The noise gradually faded away. Su Jin put down the pillow, stretched out his limbs, and relaxed again. The past half-month had been extremely calm, and Wang Yuntong hadn't reacted much after all. He had even recorded the incident of playing in the snow together. If this matter got out, it would be impossible to mix in any circle. After that, it was just family reunion and rest. But comfort didn't last more than a week before he started to feel nagged and disturbed. He was also foolish, uncontrollably wanting to buy an RV and stockpile for the apocalypse. Essentially, he repeated cycles of sleeping, eating, and scrolling through his phone every day. Just as he was about to fall asleep in a daze, his phone suddenly rang. TSK. Who is it this time? Su Jin groggily grabbed the phone. Hey, it's Lei Dong. Are you still asleep? I heard from my mom that you're back home. Are you at home now? Lazy, aren't you working? I took a leave to come back home. Let's go out to eat, and tonight we can drink and get a massage, my treat. Okay, same place. Su Jin exhaled a breath of stale air and got up to wash up. Lei Dong had been his buddy since high school, and they kept in touch after graduating from college. Opportunities to meet each other had become very rare, so naturally, he welcomed familiar faces. He returned to his room, got dressed, and looked at the piece of notification paper that had been sitting on the table for quite some time. Su Jin sighed helplessly and finally picked it up from his pocket. Hey Lei Gu, I heard you've made a lot of money. In the hot pot restaurant, as Su Jin cooked the meat slices, he looked up at Lei Dong and smiled. Who told you that? I heard it from my mom. She was showing off while dancing square dance. Lei Dong raised his eyebrows and smiled. Your mom said after the dancing the older ladies were all envious, and someone even introduced a partner to you. How much did you really earn? Over 100,000, I guess. What the hell? How did you earn that much in one go? Lei Dong's eyes widened as he asked. I took on a project for a new hospital and sold a lot of equipment. It wasn't easy to earn this money. Once this deal is done, I plan to quit my job and stay at home. Come on, what can you do in this small city? You can't live off that 100,000 for a lifetime, can you? Lei Dong's expression clearly showed disbelief. It's not impossible. Working as a waiter or delivering food is also fine, Su Jin said seriously. Have you been stimulated by something? Lei Dong leaned in, suspiciously questioning. Isn't the money from selling something shady? Did your spirit get traumatized? If I could really sell something shady, I'd accept it. That job is worse than selling anything shady. Su Jin laughed in anger. But enough about me, how about you? Still working at the observatory. Of course the salary isn't high, but it's stable. In the future I'll still need family support, Lei Dong said, taking a sip of his drink with a hint of helplessness. What do you expect? A great scientist. So many people envy your work environment. What scientist? Why are you sounding like those ignorant old ladies? Lei Dong pointed at the table. I work in image processing making graphics, am not an astronomy major. Every field. Then working alongside a bunch of scientists is also fine. It sounds high-end, isn't it interesting? What's interesting? Lei Dong said with a wry smile. Every day is just the same repetition. But before I returned I actually heard about two interesting things quite strange. Oh, tell me about it, Su Jin said casually while cooking the meat. I'm not sure about the specifics, but at the observatory in Lijiang 2 people went mad while observing space. It's not just in the country, several people at observatories abroad also went mad and started attacking others. Isn't that too coincidental? It's like that Cthulhu thing, you know what Cthulhu is, right? Also some celestial bodies that were clearly observed before have disappeared. We don't know if they were blocked by something or just vanished. Doesn't that sound eerie? Su Jin's body shook slightly, and he paused with his chopsticks, slowly looking at Lei Dong. Is that true? Damn. Why are you giving me that look like a murderer? You scared me. Lei Dong's expression became a bit awkward, then he said, really, why would I lie to you? This matter has even made the news. I also saw it on Douyin. Those stupid marketing accounts are spreading it like a ghost story. Isn't that what marketing accounts do? Su Jin interjected and continued eating. Lei Dong squinted. Hey, I think you're really in trouble. Have you faced some setbacks? You've made a lot of money but aren't happy. You need to get your act together. What happened to your old self? I feel a bit lost, unsure of the path ahead. Su Jin took a deep breath and looked at Lei Dong. Lazy, if you had a choice, would you rather be a coward for life or be a hero just once? In this world, who doesn't want to be a coward? I've already been a coward for a long time. What a childish question. Me too, let's just... The two clinked their glasses and downed them in one go. Outside the window it began to rain, and soon the rain intensified, creating a clamor. Su Jin turned his head to look out the window, feeling the air was a bit damp and cold, his stomach slightly twisted. It's raining, let's go play billiards in a bit. By evening the rain should. I'll check. Lei Dong said halfway through his sentence and hurriedly grabbed the trash can to pass it to Su Jin. Finally the sound of rain reached his ears, and Su Jin's stomach uncontrollably convulsed, violently churning like a storm. Fortunately, he managed to suppress all the bitter water in the end. Lei Dong put down the trash can and took a breath of cool air. What's wrong with you? Everything seems off. Cough. Su Jin wiped the corner of his mouth and gave a bitter smile. It's a side effect. I've been feeling a bit unwell lately. Can you drive me home? On the balcony at home, Su Jin held a cigarette, gazing at the sky. The heavy rain continued to pour down. Looking back at his parents sitting in the living room watching TV. As he turned to look at the myriad lights ahead, Su Jin's gaze drifted. In more than half a month, he wanted to forget the past and numb himself. But his body and actions were completely uncontrollable. Seeing others' failures as his own, no matter how unwilling he was to accept it, reality seemed to show signs. His eyelids slowly drooped and his consciousness seemed to cross into another world. The scene of the high-rise buildings before him turned desolate. When he opened his eyes again, Su Jin reached into his jacket pocket. Fear is a reaction while courage is a choice. He had already overcome his fears and made a choice. This time there was no need to delay, no more self-deception. The repeatedly folded company notification had not yet unfolded, turning into sparks that swirled and drilled into the back of his hand, forming a fiery emblem. 3 generations of flames, welcome to the company. 2 hours of preparation time. This is the countdown to return to the office to prepare for the next task. Su Jin fixed his gaze on the time, hesitated for 10 seconds, then turned back to the bedroom. He took down 3 large boxes from the top of the wardrobe and opened them one by one to check. In the first box, there were 2 110-pound compound bows, the largest poundage available on the market, along with half a box of penetrating alloy arrowheads. In the second box, there was a custom-made Longquan sword and a folding spear with an alloy tip already sharpened privately. Additionally, there were 10 cans of pepper spray, 3 drones, 2 bottles of paraquat, a baton, 2 portable entrenching tools, and a small chainsaw. In the third box, there were a tactical backpack, a bulletproof vest, spare bulletproof plates, tactical gloves, knee pads, arm shields, and an emergency resource pack. All of these were personally collected by him from the delivery station hidden from his family. After checking everything and adding some essential clothes and other miscellaneous items, Su Jin finally found a pair of German Loa military boots from the wardrobe and changed into them before leaving the bedroom. His parents were eating fruit, staring blankly as he walked out with 3 large boxes. Su's father asked in a daze, where are you going? It's pouring outside. The company has notified me. I need to rush back now. I'll drive back. Su Jin replied as he walked. No matter how urgent the company is, it's raining heavily at night. What can't wait? Are you really planning to keep that old RV? Su's father wondered. I can't return it now that I've bought it. The company's matter is very urgent. Taking the train won't make it in time. You didn't pack the canned food and instant noodles on the vehicle, did you? I'm busy with work. I keep them for myself. Su's mother complained as she walked to the fridge. It's such a waste of money. Eating that junk food every day. Take some dumplings from the fridge and also some fruit. Be careful on the road. Exactly, don't waste money when you're out. Su's father walked towards the door. Su Jin nodded and picked up his phone, saying, you don't need to worry about me wasting money. I still have about 200,000 left, and I'll leave 20,000 for you. The money has been transferred. Oh, Sue's mother carried several large bags full of plastic bags and took 2 umbrellas to the door. Old Sue, our son can't carry everything, you take this, and send him off with an umbrella. Sue's father slipped on outdoor slippers, took the umbrella and food, and the father and son went downstairs together. The RV was parked not far from the building. Until Sue Jean sat in the RV, Sue's father sighed deeply by the window. This old car is a must. You could at least buy a decent one. What girl would look at you driving this old RV? You can't even sell it for a good price. I know, Dad, it's just small money. I still have to earn more. Let's go back. I'm busy with the project. Oh, I only use the company phone. I have too many phones and I can't see the messages you sent. I'll call you. Oh, really? You're like a big boss. Even Lei Jun isn't as busy as you. Be careful on the road. Sue's father mumbled, shaking the umbrella as he walked back to the building. 13029, 13028, 13027. Sue Jean sat in the car, glancing back for one last look at the lights in the house before starting the engine. The RV slowly started driving out of the community and turning onto the main road. Once on the main road, Sue Jean shifted gears, expressionless as he stared ahead. Each portal he passed through was just big enough for one person. This time, he wasn't sure if he could drive the RV into the office building. However, the company was powerful, so it shouldn't be a big... With no cars around, Sue Jean spoke in a deep voice. No need to count. Open the door. As he finished speaking, a huge portal suddenly appeared ahead. Sue Jean slammed on the brakes, and using the momentum, the entire vehicle passed into the portal. When his vision returned to normal, the outside was already a lavish hall. The butler, dressed in a suit, stood beside the car with a smile. I knew you would come back, and you brought the car. Wise choice. Sue Jean got out of the car. How did you know I would definitely come back? You are a born top warrior, and you have a sense of respect. Once a warrior has tasted blood, they can never return to their previous life, the butler said. For you, peace will be the greatest torment. Instead, you can only find tranquility amidst danger. So what if I don't come back? Will the company take away my abilities? No, but if you give up your status as a flame bearer, you will become insignificant, and the company will ignore you completely. You can stay on Earth and be a superhero, but I don't think it will be that easy. You're not strong enough to be invincible. If discovered, you might be captured for research and ultimately dismembered for analysis. The company is quite generous. Sue Jean chuckled bitterly. I received a piece of news that I want to verify with you. There are quite a few astronomers on Earth who have gone mad observing the universe. Does this disaster have anything to do with it? Well, it should be related, but you don't need to worry too much. The universe is very dangerous right now, or it might unexpectedly affect some individuals who have directly seen the fragments of the disaster, but we are still far from causing a catastrophe. I'm connected to the company now. Oh, Earth should have some protection, right? Theoretically, yes, but I don't know the company very well, so I can't say definitively. The company stands on one side of order, while its adversaries represent chaos and destruction. The influence of both is pervasive, just varying in strength. The apocalypse is the intensified manifestation of this influence. No one can guarantee 100 that it won't happen. I know you have many questions, but there are also many surprises waiting for you. Follow me. As he stepped into the office, Sue Jean experienced a moment of disorientation. The office now looked completely different. The minimalist style was dominated by black, white, and gray, with a light-colored wool carpet on the floor, and abstract paintings, and a metal-textured clock hanging on the walls. In the center was a custom walnut large desk with wireless charging modules and hidden lift interfaces embedded along the edges, while the back wall housed a temperature-controlled wine cabinet and a hidden bookshelf. The only unchanging element was the 4 large characters "Heaven rewards diligence" and the starry sky map on the opposite side. Why has the office changed so much compared to the grand hall outside? Every time we enter a new world, the style changes. This is the design left by the second generation of flame bearers. The butler sat on the chair opposite the desk, pointing to the boss chair. If one day this place turns into a tropical rainforest, don't be surprised. Sue Jin's finger traced the table's surface, finally sitting steadily in the main seat. This is the 3rd master arriving here. From now on, I will wholeheartedly serve you and provide my assistance to the best of my abilities. The butler smiled. You can ask me anything, I will answer without reservation. What would you like me to call you? Sir, Master. Any title will do. Just call me by my name. Our times have changed, and we don't adhere to those formalities anymore. Sue Jean raised his hand. The butler chuckled. This place can connect to Earth's network. It seems you all value hierarchy quite a bit. Tisk, are you looking at? That's all ancient history. We don't say that anymore. Do you smoke? Sue Jean took out a cigarette and offered it. The butler declined. Let's discuss the main topic first. The company may issue tasks at any time. Once you finish your questions, I'll inform you of other matters. When can I visit the company headquarters to meet my colleagues? I'm afraid it will be quite some time. It's not that you lack the qualifications, but rather the strength. The first generation of flame bearers never went there, while the second generation did. According to his description, it's a nice place and the colleagues are very friendly, but the environmental pressure is extremely terrifying. With the last strength of the second generation of flame bearers, just resisting the environment drained all their energy. They described themselves as no different from ordinary people without any abilities at the headquarters. With insufficient power, you can barely move an inch. I'm speaking in a physical sense. If you go now, you might be instantly crushed into a puddle of blood. Sue Jean's fingers tapped slowly on the table, and after a moment of contemplation, he asked, are all my colleagues human? No, in the universe, various beings have the opportunity to become your colleagues. Once one reaches a certain level of power, they will be summoned and invited by the company, or they may have the ability to sense the company's existence and join voluntarily. In the face of disasters that threatened to annihilate everything, almost no powerful being would refuse to join the company. In other words, the company encompasses all of the top powerhouses from countless realms, and it is always growing, waiting for new members to join. Hearing this puts a lot of pressure on me. Ooh, I seem to be an exception. Is there anyone weaker than me? Su Jin pursed. No, you are indeed an exception, but only for now, the steward smiled lightly. However, there is nothing to be disappointed about. Behind you stand countless top powerhouses. If you happen to encounter colleagues in the task world, they will undoubtedly help you, without hesitation, alleviating your troubles. In fact, they might even assist you in enhancing your strength. Are you sure? Su Jin questioned. Since we are not familiar with each other, won't someone in a desolate place take advantage? You represent the hope of myriad beings, a person destined to leave a spark for countless worlds, and thus the company holds you in high regard. Powerful beings also emerge from the mundane. They love to battle, but they do not forget that they are saving the world, and helping you poses no cost to them. Even if someone dislikes you, they will not act against you. Because of your status as a beacon, even if you are just an ant, they will still afford you the minimum respect and face. The second generation of beacons experienced 2 sudden surges in strength due to coincidentally encountering colleagues, and many areas of this office building were modified with their help. I can responsibly say that choosing this place, you have already become one of the most esteemed individuals in the myriad realms to a certain extent. Su Jin blinked, still a bit dazed. After a while he said, Alright, that sounds quite beautiful. Ooh, I have my older brother back, but what you said? You are mistaken, you do not have an older brother protecting you. The company's intention is to save the world and cultivate you, but aside from assigning tasks, the company will not interfere with you. Oh, of course, the overall idea does not represent the individual. Speaking of which, I was reminded of something. During a task, I suddenly received a message. I don't know if it was an illusion or if the company was communicating with me. Is this situation normal? Su Jin asked. The steward countered, what message? Do not ask what the company has done for you. Instead, ask what you have done for the company. Illusion, the steward replied without hesitation. It is quite common for people to experience hallucinations under extreme pressure. I am certain this was your illusion. Firstly, no one in the company will interfere with your actions, especially since you had not fully joined the company at that time. Secondly, the messages you received are transmitted from the central command. Only a handful of people possess the ability to interfere with the central command's orders, and each of these individuals is at the highest level. You are far from reaching a level where they would notice you, and they would not engage in such trivial matters. Well then, during my first mission, the company indicated that I could recover special samples if I encountered them, and then they replaced my Gantz, but I could never exchange it again. What was that about? The steward pondered and said, actually, considering your foundation, the difficulty of the first world you experienced was indeed quite high, perhaps even beyond expectations. In the future, you will also save other worlds. Although the source of the disasters is the same, different worlds can evolve disasters into various forms. If the company detects a previously unseen special disaster type, it will recover a sample for research and then reward. With the previous 2 generations of beacons paving the way, you will not have such opportunities every time. It is even quite difficult to encounter them. As for what you mentioned regarding the Gantz, I think it might be an emergency potion used by the Saterans, an alien race with dual embedded cavities at the waist. When they go into battle, they insert biological stabilizers and neuro-release capsules in advance. Perhaps the company discovered that you could also use. Well, after all, the physiological structure is different, so it is the company only considers practicalities in its operations. They will not take your face into account. Su Jin pondered for a moment and then asked, You previously told me that you were created to operate only here. Are your statements regarding the company accurate? Yes. The steward nodded. I cannot guarantee everything is correct, but it should be generally accurate. All the information comes from the second generation of beacons, and over time some of his friends from the company have appeared here. Perhaps you will also meet some of his old friends in the future. What about the first generation? The first generation is a madman, or I told you about him. He created me to do odd jobs. In his time, this place was just an empty shell without anything. The steward recalled after completing a task, he would immediately dive into the next one, only returning after breaking through dozens of worlds. Upon returning, he would dump a pile of garbage and treasures for me to sort through, then immediately rush to the next world, which is why I had little interaction with him. A workaholic, Su Jin said in disbelief. Was he forced to do it by the company? The company's central command does not force anyone. He has his own tasks to complete. The first generation only saw tasks, had no particularity in life, lived off wind and dew, and fell asleep whenever he could. The things he needed were basically taken by force. The steward furrowed his brow in recollection. Although I was created by him, I truly do not understand this person. Given his abilities, I feel he had no reason to die in a task. It seems more like he became tired of the tasks and chose to end his own life out of hopelessness. Indeed, a ruthless one. Su Jin nodded in agreement. I have 2 more questions. How is the time calculated during my missions? Each planet's time should be different, right? Also, can I revisit the worlds I have been to before? Let me answer your first question first. The steward raised a finger, and the spacious living room floor sank, revealing a strangely styled bronze device. At first glance, it looks like a bronze tree, with 10 circular bronze plates extending from the tips of its outstretched metallic branches. The first bronze plate emanates a glow. This is a device created by the company along with the beacons called the Return Balance Platform, specifically designed to accelerate tasks. Each time you save a world, one bronze plate will light up using your birth world Earth as an anchor point to forcibly align time, capable of aligning up to 10 worlds. Any more will sequentially replace the previous ones. What else can the contribution points be used for? Sujin pressed. Aside from activating the stable function of Jieqiao, you can spend contribution points to teleport back to the office after a failed mission, 50,000 points each time. The butler said, the remainder is simply the treasures Huohuo has left for you to redeem. Wait, so the inheritance I received I still have to buy with my own salary? Sujin found it incredulous. The previous 2 generations of Huohuo died, so their assets default to company ownership. But didn't you say I inherited them? You did inherit them. What I mean is that no one but you is qualified to redeem the items inside. And some parts are complete. Are you kidding me? Inherit what? Mops and brooms. The butler soothed him, do not be discouraged. Being able to redeem Jieqiao is already immensely powerful. Every world you complete will become your support, your future missions will flow more smoothly, and I have not finished explaining. Alright. At the mention of Jieqiao, Sujin brightened. Tell me what other benefits there are. The butler raised his eyes, revealing a quietly concealed smile. Everything. Everything you need can be found in Xinhuo's treasures. Whether it is cultivation, magic, supernatural abilities, or technology, every path to advancement you can imagine is hidden within this building, and the corresponding resources will be provided abundantly. Do you have like a system or something? An old salesman teased. A system? The butler arched an eyebrow and gestured gently toward the star map. The entire wall slid back in an instant, and the space transformed. A long corridor unfolded, doors appearing one after another along the walls. Sujin stood dazed, following behind the butler, who had already risen. At the first door, the butler opened it and looked back with a smile. Steady yourself. Do not celebrate too soon. As the door opened, a pure white chamber was revealed, thousands of bubbles shimmering, with various hues drifting and hovering within. Stepping inside, Sujin marveled at the scene and asked, what is this? The system you asked for. The butler plucked a bubble with a casual motion. Each bubble here is what you call a system. Behind each one lies a vast repository of resources sufficient to catapult an ordinary person into greatness in a very short time. He handed the bubbles to Sujin in turn. This one makes you stronger by checking in at unfamiliar locations, this one by dreaming, and this one by sleeping with women. The instant he grasped a bubble, the substance within and its terrible depths surged into Sujin's mind. His nostrils flared and his mouth trembled uncontrollably. If I had known these existed earlier, what would I have hesitated for? Sujin exclaimed. Unfortunately, you cannot use them. Not you alone, the company forbids all employees from using these. The butler cleared his throat, breaking Sujin's reverie. Sujin felt a tightness in his chest. I have to pay to unlock my inheritance, and then I am not allowed to use what is inside. These items are not Xinhuo's collected relics. In fact, they were tools the company forged in its early days by assembling powerful elements to deploy across worlds and train employees. But those cultivated through such means proved brittle and caused significant problems for the company. The company once spent resources to cultivate a cultivator who then impersonated a clueless college student to deceive women. Another who eavesdropped on hearts spent his days listening to women until he became twisted and ruined. There were some who trained properly, but without exception they eventually sought to bully others. The number of those who committed massacres was countless. There were too many scandals. It is said those who proposed creating these systems were driven furious, and in a fit of anger sealed them all here. The butler said helplessly, although you cannot use them yourself, you can redeem them for clients to use. Your operational permissions for these systems are extensive. You can even masquerade as the guiding system for a client. You can also use clients to extract the materials inside. It merely requires taking a detour. The company has left you a backdoor, otherwise they would not have set them here deliberately. That makes sense. It is not simply handed to you for free. Sujin's eyes brightened again. Follow me. The butler turned and left. Sujin followed closely behind. They entered the opposite room and opened a door to a space of deep darkness in which countless points of light hovered. The butler plucked a point of light and handed it to Sujin. Each point contains an enemy who was corrupted by chaos and fought against the company. The company could not save them. In the end, they stripped away the soul, erased the memories, preserved only the inheritance, rewrote its memory, and transformed it into a living technique. Isn't that like the inheritance, old man, from novels? Exactly, but like the systems, these are also forbidden to use. As Sujin was about to ask, the butler began to explain. The reason the company abandoned and sealed these things is that such aids provide too much certainty on the path to growth. True strength is forged in uncertainty. Therefore, the company only esteems those who struggle and fight naturally, those rare strong ones born by chance, and it completely rejects such shortcuts. But as with the systems, you still retain great control privileges. Once redeemed, you can impersonate the inheritance elder to guide clients. As for the techniques inside, you need not learn them. I will take you to see. Suddenly a clear bell tone rang through the office. Is a mission being issued? The butler turned to Sujin. In 2 hours you will be transported to a world on the brink of extinction. Please contact and protect the client to ensure they survive the early stages of the apocalypse. Staring at the concise line of text and the 3 digits in the top right of his vision, Sujin frowned. I have already joined the company, and the mission description is less detailed than during the internship. There is no further prompt, and what does that 180 mean? The company's notices are always like this. It is more convenient to ask the client directly. That number is the countdown to the apocalypse. This time you have 180 days to prepare. The disaster that will erupt may be very severe. The butler hurried off as he spoke. Where are you going? Su Jin shouted. Only 2 hours remain. The Xinhua inheritance grants you free access only to the waste repository. I must use the salvage to retrofit your RV and improve your chances of survival. The world you are sent to may have no gasoline or roads. Without modification, the vehicle would be useless. Those rooms are quite dangerous. Do not wander them before you fully understand everything. The company's rewards should be distributed soon. You can study them yourself for now. The butler's voice and figure grabbed. With a mechanical thud, the central platform in the office slowly descended. Su Jin felt his face flush and instinctively bowed his head to cover his face. After a moment, the mechanism returned to normal, and 3 display pedestals rose where the platform had been. On the first pedestal lay a narrow, gleaming longsword of pure silver. On the second pedestal rested a ring. On the third was a folded cloak. Su Jin's eyes lit with delight as he stepped forward and gripped the hilt. The moment his hand touched the blade, a wondrous resonance surged through him. The blade trembled in his palm, and as if a metallic creature contracted and reformed. The edge peeled away and the outline of a gun was sketched. Su Jin spun around. In an instant, a silver pistol materialized, pointing toward the end of the corridor. Ah, what a fine weapon.